Chapter 1, Over-the-Top Entertainers. Having already frozen on the sofa with a mirror for half an hour, Suja was already pretty sure he had really crossed over. This world that had a similar culture to Earth, but had a different direction, was no longer the time and space that Suja was familiar with. During this half hour, he scattered his thoughts, trying to find the reason why he crossed over, as well as the philosophical proposition of who I am and who is me, but after thinking about it for a while, Suja decided to give up on this question. No. Suja muttered, he always felt that things wouldn't be that simple. Novels he read a lot, he would definitely have a golden finger. Otherwise this crossing would be soulless. Just kidding, get the old man to the other world, do not give some golden fingers, it would be better not to cross. Ding dong. Host identity verification passed, super entertainment system is binding. 1%. 3%. 10%. That's right. Before Suja had time to be happy, he fainted with both eyes. After a long time, when Suja opened his eyes again, he already understood everything. The original owner was also called Suja, and was an over-the-top entertainer. Saying it's an over-the-top entertainer is actually a bit of an exaggeration. The original owner was an entertainer for an entertainment company who became a trainee for Rising Sun Entertainment at the age of 16 and was allowed to debut as an idol singer after 3 years of practice. Just not half a year after her debut and before her career had stabilized, she was snowed under by the company. All of this is only because of offending the company's crown prince. Time passes and things change. 2 years of being snowed in had completely turned Sujo into a passerby. Even if he had talent, even if he had face value, so what? Without exposure and resources, they will be eliminated by the public. And yesterday was the day that the original owner and the brokerage firm expired. The contract had expired, which meant that the original owner had become a free agent. Once happy, he drank too much. As soon as he drank too much, Suja traveled to this world. It was unlucky to say the least. Suja shook his head and sighed, your dream, let me help you realize it. Right. Suja's eyes suddenly glowed and he tried calling out, system. Is the system there? Yes. There really is a system. What's your function again? Suja asked. This system is a super entertainment system. As long as the host completes the task, he will be able to obtain the task reward. As long as you gain enough prestige, you can purchase various props, skills, movies and TV shows at the mall. Simple, clear. To put it bluntly, it's no different than playing a game, playing monsters and upgrading is all. Prestige is the system's circulation currency, which can be used to buy system props. A 3D screen even appeared in front of Suja's eyes. Host, Suja. Age, 22. Face value, 90. Skills, music intermediate, acting beginner, guitar intermediate, cooking intermediate. Mall, opened. Reputation value, 500. Tasks, none. This talent, it's really not bad. Suja looked at the attribute panel, and also really regretted for the original owner, this strength plus face value, if the company is willing to hold, maybe it has already taken root in the entertainment industry. It's a pity. Then, Suja studied the system with interest, especially in the mall. Those system props really looked at Suja's eyes glowing. All kinds of skills, all kinds of dazzling items, everything. Classification of national arts, music classification, language classification, art classification, subject classification. Ding. Given that the host is using this system for the first time, the host is hereby gifted with a novice gift pack X1. Is it opened? Suja was delighted and was just about to open it when he was interrupted by a sharp knock on the door. Ding dong. Ding dong. Suja hurriedly put the system away, then walked to the door as he debated whether or not to open it. Who else will come over now? Suja was puzzled because the original owner's nature was a bit withdrawn and had few friends, plus after being snowed in, he had even fewer friends. After a white click, Suja finally opened the door, and found that outside the door stood a beautiful figure. The girl wore sunglasses and a mask, but could not hide the temperament of the body. This is definitely a beautiful woman. The girl was also carrying 2 takeaways in her hand and handed them to Suja, then walked into the house by herself and took off her shoes. The bare 2 little feet dang ran to the sofa, then the whole person buried into the sofa. Oinking comfort, it sounded good. Suja closed the door and sat on the other side of the couch carrying 2 takeaways. The girl took off her sunglasses and mask, and with that unpowdered but pretty mess of a face, Suja instantly recognized who the person was. Hotba? Chapter 2, An Invitation to Aspire. Why are you here? Suja said calmly, although he was surprised in his heart. I can't come? Hotbar smiled and said, congratulations on regaining your freedom. I'll treat you to dinner today. Dinner? Suja cried and laughed, you're treating me to a boxed lunch? Little Jizzy, let me tell you, this is something I snatched from Oldly on the set especially for you, don't be ungrateful. Hotbar raised her small pink fist and threatened Suja. Then I'm really flattered. Suja smiled as he unwrapped the takeaways, handing one to Hotbar and keeping one for himself, and ate them on his own. Not to mention, Suja was really hungry. There was a moment of silence, and neither of them said anything. Hotbar and Suja were artists who debuted in the same period of time, and in Suja's only half a year, the two had worked together in an advertisement, thus becoming close friends. In these 2 years, Hotbar also often came to visit Suja. Only as Hotbar's career rose and was promoted to the 4 little flower girls, she became busy with her work, and the two had seldom contacted each other. Suja didn't expect that Hotbar still remembered the day he broke his contract. 15 minutes hadn't arrived before Suja settled the takeout, and there was still a feeling that he hadn't finished. I don't know if I guessed that Suja was still not full. Hotbar pushed the boxed lunch in front of him and curved his eyebrows. I can't finish it. Suja didn't mind either. Picking up the chopsticks was a windfall. Burp. Suja was finally full, then he looked at Hotbar and asked, coming to find me, there should be something, right? I bought you a meal, didn't I? Hotbar asked. Technically, it was Oldly who invited me. Suja said seriously. Oops, don't care about those little details. Hotbar waved his small fist and threatened, just say yes. Yes. Nah. That's what you said. Hotbar said happily, courtesy, so you're going to do me a favor? Suja laughed and asked, as a courtesy, I'm also asking you to rub a meal, how can it be a favor? No matter. You just have to help me. Hotbar pouted, that moment of flavor, almost making Suja look silly. Okay, you say, what I can help must help you. Suja nodded his head, as long as it wasn't murder and fire, everything else was fine. This is for you. Hotbar took out a piece of cardboard from his pocket and said, it can't be refused. Suja took it, froze, looked up at Hotba, and said helplessly, this is you helping me, right? What Suja had in his hand was a program invitation letter, and the name of the program was called Aspiring Life. Well, the second season. The first season of Aspirations was a hot mess, and the second season has been anticipated by countless netizens. Suja never thought that the busy in Hotbar's mouth was actually for him to become the resident guest of the second season of Looking Forward. Such a favor, in the circle, there must be countless artists who would break their heads to fight for it. Even for Suja's previous entertainment company, it would probably take a tremendous amount of effort to get the qualification of a resident guest. So, do you promise? Hotbar laughed cheekily, smiling heartlessly. This was her happiest day, because Suja could accept her help when he became a free man today. Ding dong. Released mission, participate in the recording of Looking Forward and gain recognition from the audience. Come on, there was no chance of refusal this time either. Thank you. Suja put away the invitation and solemnly thanked him. Hotbar waved his hand and explained, Mr. Huang also contributed. Teacher Huang? Suja was stunned, then realized that Teacher Huang was Huang Base, also Suja's father's old classmate. After Suja's parents died 5 years ago, Huang Base had always taken good care of him. It just couldn't be helped that Suja was snowed under by the company and was simply irreconcilable. Huang Base thought about paying for Suja's breach of contract, but it was also rejected by Suja. Until today, Huang Base finally also gave Suja a chance to turn his life around through his own connections and resources. Suja nodded his head, thank you all, I will definitely not let you down. Hotbar patted Suja's shoulder and encouraged, young man, cheer up, oh, sister is very optimistic about you. Be reasonable, I'm 2 months older than you should call me brother. Suja rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood. Don't care about these details la. Hotba got up and coaxed, sister is leaving, brother you have to be good at home oh. Going back to work? Suja asked. Yes I'm sneaking out, if sisterly finds out, she'll have to nag me again. Hotbar took out his cell phone and looked at the time, and after saying oh no, he hurriedly opened the door and left with the wind and thunder. Suja shook his head and lost his smile, this girl, Windy. But it was cute, wasn't it? Looking at the invitation in his hand, Suja smiled, dreams, let's set sail from here. This world, your name will be engraved in history. Chapter 3 Harvest, netizens' reaction. Hotba left and the house was once again calm. Suja also finally had the time to open the system's gift package for newbies and take a peek. System, open the newbie gift pack. As soon as the words fell, the system's voice rang out. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 100 Changes magic voice. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body strengthening pill. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining violin technique, master level. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining perfect grade singing skill. A series of sounds rang out, heralding Suja's great harvest this time. Suja was dumbfounded, this system was truly atmospheric. In this newbie gift bag, it was all good stuff. Ding dong. Do you want to use it? Use them all. Suja took a deep breath and immediately chose to use them all. It was useless to keep these things, so it was better to simply use them all. In just an instant, Suja felt a segment of memory being implanted into his brain, but there was no discomfort, as if his entire body was enveloped in a warm and melting ocean. What the hell is this black and numbness? Suja exclaimed as he looked at the black substance at his arm. This is the effect of the body strengthening pill, what is expelled from the body is toxins. The system explained. Understood. After Suja finished speaking, he rushed towards the bathroom. It was unbearable to be so dirty and not wash it. After taking a shower, Suja sat down in front of the computer and went through the internet to learn about the world. This was also Huaxia, and the place where Suja was the magic city. The house he was living in now was an inheritance left to him by his dead parents. There wasn't much family, and if there was no longer any contact. And this world, and the previous life of Suja's world has 70% similarity. Tang, Song, Yuan and Ming, only the wheel of history directly across the Qing, as well as that period of humiliating history. Not being invaded also means that the development of Huaxia is much swifter than in the previous world. Economically and militarily, it ranks second in the world, and is also the big brother of Asian countries of all sizes. Only, on top of the culture, it is still comparable to the previous life. Even so, some of the works and stars that Suja was familiar with did not appear in this world, and in their place were some unfamiliar, yet no less wonderful works. It was worth mentioning that the trainee system in this world was copied from Goliath's side. As for the movie system, it was also learned from Hollywood and created a system that was more suitable for local Chinese. These are all initiatives that are more favorable to the development of local culture and the protection of artists by the state. It was like a tailor-made world for Suja. This is what a traveler deserves. Suja laughed, and he had asked the system, and as long as the works included in the system were all works that did not appear in this world. Therefore there would be no copyright disputes. After understanding this world, Suja clicked on another high-rated movie, intending to experience the cultural level of this world for himself. Not to mention, it was a night of watching. The works of this world, because of a better system of support, were already no worse than the culture Suja was familiar with in his previous life. However, in general, some of the works from Suja's previous life were something that this current world could not compare to. The next day, early morning, Suja went out for a run. This was his habit, and by the way, he also went out to familiarize himself with this place. After all, he would have to stay here in the future. Along the way, there were familiar people who greeted him, and one could tell that although the original owner was withdrawn in nature, he was still very polite as a person. After buying a breakfast, Suja returned home. Just as he stepped into the door of his room, his cell phone rang. Picking it up, a calm voice came from the other end. Xiaoxia? After a moment of silence, Suja spoke. Uncle Base, it's me. The recording will start next week, you have to prepare well. Huang Base worriedly said, this is an opportunity and a challenge, you have to grasp it well. I know. Suja nodded his head. The pressure of an over-the-top artist who had been reduced to a passerby suddenly topping out a traffic star as a resident guest could be imagined. But there's no need to be nervous, you are talented, as long as you cross this hurdle, the road in the future, it's good. Huang Base comforted. The two rambled on for a while longer before hanging up the phone. Web. The Wayward Season 2 is coming and it's creating a buzz online. As a phenomenal variety show, Looking Forward has enough popularity. I'll go. Hua won't be attending the second season of Looking Forward due to work? Then who's replacing him? Who cares, just don't let Mr. He and Mr. Huang go anyway, I love watching them both. Why did you replace my brother Hua? I'm not watching it anymore. Broken program. Who the hell is the new guest? So curious. Resolutely boycott the change of guest, change it and don't watch it. Chapter 4 Controversy, Traveling to the Mushroom House. The second season of The Desired Life was about to start taping, but it was announced that the guests would be changed, and this sudden news also knocked countless viewers out of their minds. There were also protests from Lu Dahua's fans, and many of them even at the program every day, hoping that Looking Forward would bring Dahua back to the program. Unfortunately, the showrunners were unmoved and put out a message. That is that one of the new guests is Dilly Jiba. For a while, countless viewers said this could be available. Hot Fence, one of the four little flower girl, popularity is very high, the reputation is even better, there is the name of the food fatty to join the yearning big family. A lot of viewers also said that this is very interesting to see. But what makes everyone wonder is that the third guest is so bullish, then the last guest, is it not even more powerful? As a result, the speculation about the fourth guest intensified, and there was a rhythm of universal discussion. Originally the program team is very happy, this heat is the higher the better the ratings of the opening of the broadcast quasi-high. But gradually, things are not right. There seemed to be a sense of cudgeling. It was directed at the fourth guest, which was Suja. This matter was not serious to say the least, but as the discussion intensified, the ones who would ultimately be hurt would definitely be Suja and the program team. Mango Channel. In the conference room at this time, sitting in the room were the station manager and several deputy station managers, as well as Mr. He and He Jin, the director of the program Aspire. This is someone messing around. The big-bellied deputy station manager said. As things stand, the only way is to drop Suja and pick a popular guest. Another bald deputy station manager said, otherwise this will have an impact on the program's reputation. It could be imagined that this time, the matter was not only against Suja, but also against the program group. The only way to do this is to change the guests. After all, Suja's fame would really make the audience feel cheated. Change Lu Dahua back? Someone suggested. A few leaders stopped talking, which also indicated that this proposal could be considered. But one man stood up and objected. I'm not in favor of it. He Jeong stood up and righteously refused. It's true that Dawa's schedule isn't suitable, and we've already invited Su Jia, which is one of the conditions for reaching a partnership with Jiaxing Media. If we replace Su Jia, Dilly Hotba will definitely quit as well, and will even have to compensate for the breach of contract. The most important thing is that Su Jia is the person that Old Huang personally named, and once Su Jia quits, Old Huang said that he would also quit. If Old Huang withdraws, I won't participate in the recording either. Wow! Everyone in the conference room was shocked. Who the hell is this Su Jia? Why is he being maliciously cited as soon as he arrives? Why did Dilly Hotba, Yellow Base defend him? Moreover, He Jeong was defending Su Jia both inside and outside of his words. This person, isn't he just a passerby? But if we don't change it, the program's reputation. The controversy continues, and there is only one person who can make the call. All right. The stage manager knocked on the table and the entire room fell silent as he continued, he can stay. Station manager, no. Yeah, it'll bring down the ratings. The conference room instantly exploded, and many people strongly opposed it. They didn't even understand why the station manager would make such a decision. But I have two conditions. The stage manager held up two fingers. You say. He Jeong said. The premiere ratings broke 3. Wow. The conference room resounded with hot debate. Breaking 3? How is this possible to reach? If the second and third installments still have a chance, after all, there's Mr. Huang as well as Hot Bar N, and the premiere also added a Su Jia, this is basically impossible. This I'm relieved, Su Jia is also just a round trip, and the audience's opposition is the biggest, replace him, is not a good way. The station manager continued, secondly, he has to gain the audience's approval in the program, if the controversy is still high, he has to go. He Jeong frowned, but there was simply no way to refuse, okay, we promise. At this point, Su Jia was considered to be temporarily saved. But there are more difficult tasks waiting for him, and if he can't do it, he can only quit the Wayward. Right at this juncture, a media outlet exposed the information about the fourth guest of Wayward. Su Jia then appeared in the public eye. Along with that came countless hours of exposure and endless pressure. All the people online were confused. Who is Su Jia? Is he a singer, an actor, a star? Sachel? Never heard of him? Is this the guy who replaced Daewoo? Isn't this cheating on your feelings? I thought it was Deka. He's paired with Hot Fence? Protest. Switch. Countless controversial voices rang out, and the name Su Jia appeared in front of everyone for the first time after 2 years. Only, no one remembered him anymore. Same time. Rising Sun Entertainment, President's Office. Mr. Han, it's done. I can't believe that kid has a really wide network, but you want to turn around? You'll have to ask me if I agree. The man sitting on the office chair snorted, what the Rising Sun doesn't want is waste, and waste shouldn't appear. Mr. Han is right. If Su Jia were here, he would definitely recognize that these two people, one was the prince of Rising Sun Entertainment who had snowed him, and the other was his former manager. These two people still refused to let him go now. Of course, for Rising Sun, this was something that went along with the trend, as a show under their banner started taping at the same time as Aspiring. It's just a small tactic to damage their rivals and throw some dirty water on them. In the blink of an eye, a week will have passed. Su Jia took a suitcase and carried a huge amount of pressure on his back as he traveled to his destination alone. Mushroom House. Chapter 5 Little brother, I can step on your icon. Whoa whoa whoa. After waiting for so long, it's finally on. Looking forward to looking forward. Rumor has it that it was filmed in the Maldives this time? The program is so stingy, how can it be? Strongly suggest kicking Su Jia out of Aspiring Life. Give me back Hua. Before The Desired Life even started airing, Mango Channel's live broadcast room was in an uproar first. Because the audience was making too much noise, the program team came up with a way to broadcast the pilot film in the form of a live broadcast. After that, the official recording will take the form of a weekly broadcast. Tonglu County, Zhejiang Province. This is where The Wayward Life 2 was recorded, not the Maldives as netizens claimed. This time, the filming location was moved to the scenic Jiangnan, and the small courtyard was transformed into a fresh and elegant folklore. Inside the Mushroom House, the camera has been placed, almost in every corner with a lens, 360 degrees all-round dead angle. Director, the 3 guests have arrived. Director, equipment check is complete. Director. After listening to the staff's report, He nodded and said, okay, let's start recording then. Recording will begin after the 10-second countdown, all units record. 10, 9, 6. Live feed access. The two of them, Huang Base and Higue, arrived together and came to Copper Hearth just in time to meet Hot Fence, so the 3 of them paired up and went to the brand new Mushroom House together. Wow, what a pretty little yard. Pushing open the door, the interior of the Mushroom House was a sight to behold. The program team put their heart into it. Hee-jeong complimented, and then he saw Little H, who had been away for a long time, rushing towards him. Wang Wang. Little H jumped at the feet of Hee-jeong and Hwang-base, his tail wagging, showing his excitement. Little H, it's been a long time, did you miss me? Hee-jeong squatted down and hugged Little H intimately. Hwang-base saw the other puppy and laughed, haven't been back for so long, you don't even have a girlfriend, do you? After saying that, he looked at the director's team. Hee-jeong nodded, indicating that Little H had gotten off on his own merit. Wow, what a cute dog. Hot Bar also picked up the other puppy. That puppy wasn't afraid to be born and let Hot Bar hold it. You two play first, I'll take your luggage back. Yellowbase dragged the 2 large bags and headed for the house. Hot Bar put down the puppy with a yah, stood up, and said, Mr. Huang, let me help you. As a junior, Hot Bar couldn't let his elders help him carry his luggage, it was a matter of etiquette. Hee-jeong smiled and also let go of Little H, let's go play by yourself. After saying this, he also pulls the suitcase and walks towards the house. Egu, pretty the director is finally generous for once too. Hwang-base laughed, this time I won't have to throw slippers at you guys. Hee-jeong outside the room was a bit helpless, this Hwang-base is good at everything, but he loves using weapons too much. The all-new version of the Mushroom House looks very advanced, it is the high-quality version of the first season's Mushroom House. The classic style of southern clay stove, lockers, small square table, everything is embedded with southern flavor. The walls are still covered with photos from the first season to bring back memories. The pop-ups on the live feed were flush with memories. There were a good 3 rooms in the Mushroom House, 1 room was for Hot Fence, 1 room was for the trio of Yellowbase to sleep in, and the last room was for receiving guests. Suddenly, Hot Bar exclaimed, Aya, this is Suja's suitcase. It turns out that he arrived a long time ago. Hee-jeong sniffed and said, yes, but where is he? Suja? Suja. Hearing the news that Suja had arrived early, Hwang-base's heart settled down. He was really afraid that Suja would be late. If he was really late, not to mention whether the audience had any opinions, the program team's opinions would definitely be there. At this juncture, Suja could not afford to make a mistake. That kid probably went to familiarize himself with this village on his own. Hwang-base laughed, don't mind him, it's not like he's going to get lost, let's go and see what expresses are available. Yes. Hot Bar jumped up with a leap of faith, I love opening couriers the most. Hot Fence is worthy of demolition of Express Small can do, scissors have long been ready, once outside, began a crazy demolition plan. Haha, food. This is mine. Hot Bar smiled playfully. Seeing another cutting board, she added, aha, this one is Mr. Huang's. Hwang-base. What, just call it mine, maybe it's Mr. E's? Hee-jeong takes the cutting board and puts it in Hwang-base's hand, smiling broadly, resign yourself to your fate, little Chef Huang. The process of unpacking the courier was enjoyable, especially since the show had been kind enough to send over quite a few things from the first season. Antique copper pots, small square tables, small H's nest. Just as everyone was happily reminiscing, a voice rang out. Hello everyone. Suja's magnetic voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Only to see Suja's left hand carrying 2 burlap sacks and bags resisting behind his shoulder, and his right hand also dragging 2 burlap sacks, arduously moving his body. His head was still half crooked, but his smile did not diminish in the slightest. Hot Bar froze. Yellowbase froze. Hee-jeong also froze. Immediately afterward the whole room burst into laughter. Ha 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 or, laugh your ass off. Suja's handsome appearance, coupled with the appearance of carrying a bag at this moment, the discrepancy was just too great, and there was an impulse to make people burst out laughing. Pop-ups sprung up like rain. Haha, Hercules this is. This kid is too cute too, right? Laughing like crazy. Is this a delivery? Don't recognize it, but it feels good. Welcome to Aspire. Pfft, so pathetic, I'll stop scolding you, black to pink. So handsome. The pop-ups were like madness, multiplying exponentially after Suja's entrance. Many netizens marveled at Suja's handsomeness and cuteness, and many face fans even threatened to give Suja a monkey. Hot Fence, eyes dripping, prancing to Suja's side, took out a tissue and said, little brother, can I step on your cone to wipe your sweat for you? Suja was shocked and took 3 steps back, no way. The pop-up screen exploded. Ah, these two are going crazy. Pfft, a cone? Wipe the sweat. Townie. Little brother's reaction is so real. Chapter 6 Dwanzi Suja. In front of the camera, such a scene appeared. Hotba chased after Suja with a tissue in his hand while yelling, give me a stomp on your cone. Suja ran forward madly with 4 burlap sacks while refusing, no way. The unknown Little H and its little girlfriend also joined the battlefield. The colorful butterfly even thought that this group of people were chasing after themselves, fluttering its wings hard to escape. The whole mushroom house was in an uproar. The chicken flew and the dog jumped, but it was extraordinarily cozy and lively. Hwang-base smiled wistfully, the mushroom house will be lively from now on. Hee-jeong nodded his head, his face all smiles. Why do I feel a sense of being a parent? Yes, I'm the father of the mushroom house, Huang Bei said seriously, and you're the old mom of the mushroom house, old mom he. On what grounds am I the old mom? He Joan sniffed and crossed his arms in indignation. Look at you, a living old mom. Huang Bei laughed out loud. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were even more joyful. Haha, little brother joining mushroom house looks good. Pfft, old mother he, it really suits Mr. He. He Joan, I've worked my ass off for this family. Some of the uninformed people who didn't eat melon were typing question marks in the public screen. Who the hell is this such a handsome little brother? A vegetarian? So handsome. Is this a traffic kid? But I haven't seen him before. As soon as Suju appeared, he aroused the curiosity of countless netizens. Jean was the one who had been paying attention to the situation in the live broadcast room, and seeing that everyone was curious about Suja, he also gave a gesture to Huang Bei and pointed at Suja. Huang Bei nodded his head to show that he understood, and then shouted, Xiaozhe, Xiaodi, you two stop fooling around for a while and come over to say hello to everyone. Oh, this is coming. Hot Bar was a little sad that he still hadn't stepped on his little brother's icon, not willing to do so. Suja breathed a sigh of relief. This shoe was saved up for a long time before getting down, it can't be disastrous. The two temporarily put down the PK, walked to the two teachers, hot fence to the camera greeted, hello, everyone good I'm a person to see people, car to see the car flat tire beauty girl dilly hot fence. Said also then a V word, very cheesy, fans but very suffer. Wow 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 wow, so cute. Fatty is invincible. Mom, I'm in love. That's the woman, I'm going to marry her. Jean looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The traffic of the national beauty queen really isn't blown, just this popularity, it's really too exaggerated. But next, can Suja be accepted by everyone? This is a question. Actually, Jean was not very optimistic about Suja, and even before, he was strongly against Suja joining the program. The reason was very simple, no traffic, no masterpieces don't count for much. But Suja has been snowed in for 2 years, which presses no one to recognize, and joining the show is even more useless. Only the insistence of the two teachers forced Jean to make concessions. Suja arrived early today, causing Jean to have a great change of opinion about this young man, at least a much better impression. Whether he could stay or not all depended on his performance today. Suja cleared his throat and smiled, hello everyone, my name is Suja. Su is the same Su as the Dompa meat. The Su of Dompa pork? That's kind of interesting. While many people didn't understand it at first, they later reacted to it through the pop-ups. The Su of Dompa pork? Ha, the Su of Su Dompa? Interesting. Ha, interesting. It wasn't a funny joke, but it did get everyone's attention compared to a normal introduction. On the side, Yellow Base laughed, what about my yellow? The yellow of the little movie? Suja asked in a serious manner. Put. This time, everyone couldn't help it. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room had clearly risen to another level. Dropping. That's not a kindergarten car. Driving at the drop of a hat? Powder up. Hotba rubbed her stomach and laughed, obviously she had heard. Yellow Base pretended to be angry and said, change it, or you won't be fed tonight. Suja was helpless and could only change his words, the yellow of the traffic light then? Huang Bei laughed out loud and patted Suja's shoulder. Xiaozhe, how did you grow this brain? It's turning too fast, right? Jiang also seemed to find it interesting and asked, what about me? Think of one for me too. Ahem, Suja cleared his throat and said, my last name is He, the He of nuclear bomb. Once this first season stunt was thrown out, everyone became even more amused. Jiang was left with a face of embarrassment. Begging for Mr. He's mental shadow. Mr. He, what did I do wrong? Or Goosey, Emma is so talented, just talented. Jiang was petrified on the spot, and Hot Bar was even laughing straight. Suja this terrier play, simply let a person caught off guard. Actually, everyone must have misunderstood me a bit. Suja was still continuing, saying, I'm not a big star, nor am I a flow boy, just a small artist, the kind that can't be counted in the 18th line. Suja's words made the audience in the live broadcast room perk up their ears. How can I say it? Just this morning, I took a plane and arrived at the airport, so maybe the security uncle at the airport received a message from the program and took the initiative to walk over to protect me. And then I don't know if it was a fan arranged by the program group, just 2 or 3 people, and they were screaming so loudly. Suja said with a helpless face, the entire airport is looking at me, okay? It's embarrassing for a thief, okay? So I hope the fans don't come to pick me up, and of course, I don't have any fans. After he finished self-hacking, only bursts of laughter remained in the room. The live broadcast room was even more joyful. Only, within Jiang and Huang Biao's hearts, there was more heartache. Chapter 7 CP Sense, this terrible line. Suja's self-introduction managed to change all the viewers' impression of him. Hardworking, cute, and humorous, vividly engraved in the hearts of every audience. The side of the program team. Jin's heart was much more solid, and the smile at the corner of his mouth even more gradually increased. From the beginning, he did not have expectations for Suja, but Suja's performance today really brightened his eyes. No wonder Mr. He and Mr. Huang praised Suja. If he didn't have that much talent, how could he let the two teachers look at him differently? He Jin was now at peace. Moreover, He Jin had a hidden intuition that Suja was definitely not just as simple as it appeared on the surface. Goosey goosey goosey, the hot fence clutched his stomach, his whole body was soft, laughing softly. It was the first time she knew that the original Suja was so amusing, the original him, but a cold look. But the current Suja, however, had a more intimate feeling, like a neighboring brother. Okay, don't laugh, fatty let me tell you, there are still 7 expresses there at the courier station, you have to come with me. After introducing himself, Suja began to think of things to do again. Ha! Hotbar stopped laughing, stood up, thought for a moment, and said, "Oops, I have to go back and pack my bags." Yes, that's right. After saying that, he ran. Unpacking couriers and whatnot, that's what this young lady should be doing. As for receiving the delivery, that's Tetsuko's business. Want to run? Not even a door. Suja sneered, grabbed Hotbar's wrist, and headed in the direction of the door. Alright, I'll go. Hotbar reddened her little face, like a ripe red apple, extraordinarily tantalizing. There are bicycles over there, why don't you guys ride them? He Jeong shouted behind him. Suja nodded his head and swept a glance. There was indeed an old bicycle by the door, which looked to have some age. Hotbar's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly ran over, pushing the bike and said, "Why don't I give you a ride?" "Can you ride?" After Suja asked, he suddenly felt that this question was redundant and laughed. Also, it's so simple, it's impossible not to. Hotbar hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything. The two just left the mushroom house with the follow PD behind them. Outside the mushroom house, less than 30 meters away, Suja asked with a serious face, "Fatty, can you ride or not?" God knows, Suja has fallen off the back seat 7 times. Hotbar was stubborn. "I will. I'm just not familiar with it." With reason, Suja was speechless for a moment. "Trust me one more time." Hotba waved her small fists, cheering herself up and giving Suja courage. "Suja was all I believe you. Hell, you're a bad woman. Hurry up, if you don't get on the car it's going to be dark." Hotbar urged. "You still know that the sky is dark, ah?" Suja reluctantly sat in the back seat again. The live broadcast room had already erupted in laughter, with various pop-ups popping up. Poha, Suja's expression is so real. Ah, these two are so funny, CP sense. Only. With a snap, Suja stood on the ground again and spat. Sure enough, the feeling of the earth keeps me grounded. Hotbar was embarrassed, and in the end, he could only say helplessly, alright, I'll let you drive me." Suja took the car, rode up, patted the back seat and laughed. "Come up, brother, take you to fly." "Humph." Hotbar hummed, smoothed out her skirt, obediently sat sideways on the back seat, her hands gently grasping the hem of Suja's coat. The winding path, emerald green fields, blue sky and white clouds, boy and girl, came together to form the most beautiful picture scroll. This is the picture seen in the live broadcast, cozy and beautiful, enviable. This picture, it's too good, right? Oh my god, this pair of CP cents is really invincible. Aha, why do I only feel envy? Shouldn't I be feeling exasperated? So romantic. Suja and Hotbar naturally didn't know about the envy of the crowd in the live broadcast room, and the two of them chatted while riding their bikes. Every villager Suja saw during this time greeted him with a smile. Hotbar said enviously, "Wow, little Jizzy, you know everyone in the village?" "Not all of them, didn't I come early today? I said hello to some of the aunts and uncles, and they were very nice and even let us be their guests." Suju explained. "Geez, this is too powerful for you, isn't it?" Hotbar only felt unbelievable. Suja was just about to say something when an ant driving a tricycle stopped near them and shouted, "Little Zhu, are you guys going to pick up a delivery?" "Yeah, Auntie Lee, we have a bit too many couriers." Suja finished introducing, "This is Auntie Lee, she lives right at the village entrance." Hotbar obediently shouted, "Good day, Auntie Lee." "Hey! This girl is so handsome." Auntie Lee smiled and said, "I'll lend you this tricycle, why don't you return it to me after you've finished hauling the courier?" How can this be a good thing? Suja was a little embarrassed that he was bothering others after just getting to know them. What's so bad about it? "Come on, can you drive?" Auntie Lee turned off the engine and got out of the car. Will do. Suja and Hotbar also got out of the car. "Then I'll ride your bikes home, and after pulling a delivery, you guys can switch back?" "Okay, la." With Auntie Lee's tricycle, Suja was able to cart the 7 sacks back to the mushroom house in just one trip, which was much more convenient. Sitting on the tricycle, Hotba, waving his fist, cried out, "Faster, faster, so comfortable." "Can you stop?" Suja said helplessly, "You'll make people misunderstand you." Hotbar innocently asked, "What's wrong? People are very comfortable." The live broadcast room exploded. "Holy, that's a terrible line. Pfft, driving again at the drop of a hat? Stop the car, I want to get out of the car, this is not the car that goes to kindergarten." Chapter 8, Yearning for an Idyllic Life. With Auntie Lee's tricycle, Suja picked up all the deliveries back to the mushroom house in one trip. After that, Hotbar stayed in the mushroom house to unpack the delivery while Suja went to return the tricycle. By the time Suja rode his bike back to the mushroom house, Hot Bar was still struggling. The express delivery was a bit much, and Hot Bar was joyfully unpacking it. Suja laughed, "You're really a little expert at dismantling couriers. Generally speaking, practice makes perfect." Hot Fence Cool Road, as a geek girl, online shopping that is a routine meal. He and to see 4 people are gathered, coughing. "Mr. Huang, Mr. He, let's say the rules." He Jian looked at the courier while saying back, "Sure, go ahead." He Jin said, "There are basic living expenses this year." What? Huang Base was shocked. He really couldn't imagine how the director, who had always been stingy, had become so generous. "Living expenses," He Jin emphasized. "How much is it?" Huang Base asked again. "1 season, 3 months." He Jin stifled a laugh. 100. Hot Bar. Ho John. Suja picked up a slipper and handed it to Huang Base. The slipper swooshed from Huang Base's hands accurately through at He Jin's feet. Little H was the first to charge, wagging his tail and rushing towards the slipper, but unfortunately the slipper was too big for him to carry back. "What about wanting to get this 100 pieces? There is still a condition." He Jin was not the least bit afraid, pointing to the field in the distance. "See the rice field over there? Only if you plant the rice seedlings well, the money will be yours." Very fair, very just. He Jin thought. The pop-up screen was full of gloating. Watching these stars work in the fields one by one was the most cheerful thing. $100, not enough to spend. Hot Bar cried without tears, "Director, can you add a little bit? At first you guys but said you just came to play. I feel cheated. This time can only be pampered and cute rolling." Unfortunately, Director He Jin was unmoved and laughed. "Not enough? That's right then." Yellow Base made a move to throw his shoe again. He Jin hastily changed his tone. "I mean, see the crops in front of the mushroom house? There are rapeseed flowers, lotus ponds, strawberries, wheat, mustard greens, cabbages, and homesteads and so on." The crowd followed the direction of the finger and He Jeong asked, "This means that you can pick these crops for money?" Suja was full of sighs. "It's a pity. Before I came here, I also specialized in learning the skill of pulling out corn with my backhand. It's useless." Huang Base looked at those farmlands, sucked in a breath of cool air, and asked, "Xiao Jia, you quickly tell everyone that you also have special skills in planting rice seedlings and picking strawberries." "Sorry, this one really doesn't." Suja had an innocent face. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed. "Who knows?" He Jin's next words made all 4 of them feel the urge to kill someone. He said, "Sorry guys, I didn't say that ready-picked can be exchanged for money. You have to process the crops into agricultural byproducts before you can exchange them with the program. Like dried strawberries, strawberry sauce." Suja leaned against Mr. He and pretended to break free, exaggerating. "Mr. He, don't pull me. It's either my death or the director's death today. It's impossible to live this day." That gnashing of teeth and the appearance of the Imperial City PK made everyone unable to stop laughing. He Jeong took a step back and spread his hands. "Go ahead, do you want a fan?" "Ha, I'm joking, how could I, ha." Suja revealed a trace of an awkward yet polite smile. The live broadcast room boiled over again. "Ah, brother Xiaojia is so funny, so funny. The way you fight for your life is lousy, but it's so real when you wimp out. Is the reading thing considered a goon? It's from the heart." "Suja, don't I want face?" Hot Bar looked contemptuous. "Suja, you disappoint me too much. If you're a man, beat him up." Suja. The live broadcast room is full of 666, sand sculpture joy. "Finally, let me say this, all the supplies for the season are greatly available. You guys feel free to buy them. If you don't have any to sell, count me out." He Jin pointed to the QR code worn by the assistant director next to him and said, "If you need it, come and scan the code at any time. Our slogan is, clearly marked price, fair and square." He Jeong took his cell phone and scanned it, then couldn't help but curse. "I'll go, you guys are too black-hearted, aren't you? Coke is $10, beer is $20, red wine is $300, this is a Jade du Agar. Everyone was confused. This program group is really conscience consistently inherited the style of the first season. The rules of the program are such that they can only abide by them. Hotba then volunteered to be in charge of planting the rice seedlings, saying that she was very good at it and wasn't afraid of hard work or getting tired. So, this honorable task was assigned to Hot Bar as well. Huang Base wanted to make a specialty snack of scallion bun juniper at night, but he needed to use an earthen stove, so he planned to build one himself, and this heavy responsibility of getting mud was given to Suja. So Suja pushed a wheelbarrow and went to pound yellow mud, and then went to help Hot Bar with the rice planting after he finished his work. He Jeong was in charge of cleaning up the house and organizing some pots and bowls. Huang Base was hugging his cell phone and learning to build an earthen stove, while next to him, Little H and Little O were chasing and playing around his feet. Little O was the name given by Huang Base through the consent of the others. The field life of Suja's 4 people was considered to have officially begun from here. As the sun set, a nice melody came from the rice paddies, and everyone on the air was drawn to it. He Jeong and Huang Base also looked in the direction of the rice field. Suja, who was wearing a straw hat, was humming an unknown song, and Hot Bar on the side also hummed a couple of phrases in response, not forgetting to bend over and plant rice seedlings. The sound of crickets, insects, and frogs, and the swish sound of the wind blowing through the trees are some of the most wonderful sounds of nature, which are also accompanying Suja. The afterglow of the setting sun was even more gentle on Suja's face. Chapter 9, Eating Hot Fence. What's the name of this song? How come it sounds so good? Never heard of it? Is it an original by Brother Xiaojia? Wow! It's so beautiful. Outlines the idyllic life in just a few lines, awesome. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room continued to brush out, confirming the shock in the hearts of the viewers. Among those who were shocked also included the program's crew, as well as Hee-jin. Hee-jin was the most intuitive person, including the image of Suja singing that could be seen in the live broadcast room, which he had also signaled the guide to cut over. He really didn't expect that the surprise Suja gave him was too big. Director, this song, it fits our theme. The staff couldn't help but say. Hee-jin took a deep breath and nodded. I know, if this song is released to the market, it will definitely be a hit. As a director, the minimum market win direction was clear in Hee-jin's mind. In the mushroom house, Mr. Hee Huang was having an exchange. Xiaojia, that's amazing. Hee-jung marveled in awe. The two of them had only heard Suja's song through the director's monitor. Suja knows more than that. Huang Base proudly said, in his mind, he had long treated Suju as his own son. Suja has many more talents? Hee-jung was surprised. Much more, you'll know later. Huang Base winked and sold the story. Also, Hee-jung laughed, it's going to be 3 months in the mushroom house, so how can we milk Xiaojia's talent dry? The two old men laughed heartily. In the distance, Hotbar finished planting the last rice plant and straightened up. Oops, it's dark yet, let's go back. Suja looked up at the sky and responded, okay, let's go back and eat. Aya, why can't I get up? Hotbar just wanted to leave the paddy field, but his feet in water shoes were deep in the silt, so he could only look at Suja pitifully. Wouldn't it be better if you pulled yourself up? Suja gloated. Hotbar. Do you take me for a radish? Of course, Suja was only joking, and in the end, he pulled Hotbar and helped her up to the shore. Only, stepping on the ground, Hotbae resumed her killing power and waved her small fists to beat Suja. Suja! Don't you go! Give me a punch! Wow, you're being gracious. I'm going to tell Mr. He. Suja shouted as he ran. The two of them were one after the other, one waving his small fists, and the other swimming around letting off all kinds of mouthfuls of harassment. In the live broadcast room, all the viewers had a smile hanging at the corner of their mouths. A day like this was really beautiful. Mushroom House. Eventually, in an effort to let Hot Fence vent her anger, Suthy stops and lets her throw a few punches. It was only the force of these punches that made Suja feel quite comfortable. Ha! Is that the earthen stove that Mr. Huang's built? So powerful. Upon entering the door, Hotbar ran in awe and squatted down next to the earthen stove, stretching out his little hand and poking it. Well, it was a little soft, not too hard. Pretty, huh? I contributed too. Hee-jung invited the credit. Suja gave a thumbs up. Mr. He is great. Ha, you guys go take a shower first and get ready for dinner later. Hee-jung was like a parent chanting. Hee, but I want to eat first, yeah, my stomach is flattened with hunger. Hotbar touched her flattened stomach and giggled. Although there was dirty dirt on her face, it didn't affect her beauty at all. Suja, on the other hand, stood beside Huang Base and watched him mixing the dough, kneading the dough into long strips and then cutting it into equal-sized pieces. It wasn't long before the first food appeared in the mushroom house donuts. Gulp! Suja was embarrassed, hungry, Huang Base's hand movements did not stop, smiling, dinner will be ready soon. At this time, it was already more than 9 o'clock in the evening, and Suja and Hotbar had been busy for most of the day, and were now starving. 20 minutes later, dinner was ready. The bathed Hot Fence came out and headed straight for the gazebo. Smelling the fragrant scallion pancake aroma, Hotbar's fingers were tingling. The four of them sat around the square table, smelling the fragrant scallion bun juniper, and the cravings in their stomachs were completely hooked. Eat up, especially the two kids, eat more, you guys worked hard today. Teacher, he made a summary. Well, hard work, let's eat openly. Huang Base reaches out and picks up a piece of scallion-wrapped juniper and starts eating. Seeing that the two parents had done it, the two juniors picked up a piece and ate it. After finishing a piece, Hotba heatedly laughed, I'll have another piece. Hee-jung said, eat more, it's fine. Hotbar shook his head, no, that way everyone will think I can eat. Actually, we already think that. Suja was honest enough to tell the truth. Hee-jung and Huang Base both nodded frequently. So, I'm not pretending then? Hotbar reached out his other hand, wanting to take a leap of faith. Eat it. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 5 pieces. Suja Buddha, he really has not seen which girl can eat so. I'm full. Yeah, can't eat anymore. Hotbar licked her lips and touched her small stomach, not yet finished. There's more, eat it all, don't leave any. Hee-jung admonished. Also, can't waste it. Hotbar picked up another piece and brought it to his mouth. Suja. Hee-jung. Live stream. After dinner, the four sat leaning back in the gazebo, tired from the day, and no one wanted to move. Looking at the stars and enjoying the breeze. It's been a long time since I've tried this. Huang Base lamented, this is the life to aspire to. Aha! Hee-jung nodded along, in the future, let's find a place like this when we're old, you're in charge of cooking, I'm in charge of eating, it's perfect. Suja always felt that this is a bit wrong, and laughed, are you two planning to elope? Pfft, ha, it's really like that. Hot Bar laughed out loud, not caring about the image of a lady at all. The four of them just drank tea and chatted. At the end, Hee-jung suddenly said, Xiaoxia, what was the song you were humming before? It's quite good, why don't you sing it for us? Sort of an after-dinner activity? Hot Bar's eyes lit up and egged him on, yes, it's just too good. Yeah, I'll go get the guitar. Suja did not refuse and got up to go back to his room to get his guitar. The debut that belonged to him was about to start here. Chapter 10 Opening Neil, Stunning the Room. This song, is it Xiaoxia's original? Hee-jung asked curiously, as he had never heard that song before, whether it was the tune or the lyrics. Huang Base didn't dare to be sure, and could only say, about 8 or 9 times, in these 2 years, this kid has created quite a few songs. Hot Bar raised his hand with an air of conviction, I testify that this is Little Jazzy's original. I asked him about it today. As soon as Hot Bar's words fell, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room instantly multiplied. This is too talented, isn't it? These 2 years? What do you mean? Awesome, Suja is only 21 this year, right? He's so creative. Now it feels like it was really a bit of a wise choice for him to replace Dahua. Even though Daehwa performed well in the first season and gained a lot of fans, there are many viewers who still don't like Daehwa. This part of the audience now vaguely became Suja's road fans, although it couldn't be said that they liked it, but they didn't hate it either. There were also quite a few viewers who were still spraying, but these comments were quickly drowned in the army of pop-up screens. Many viewers said that they were going to drag their friends to listen to Brother Xiaoxia singing, and the atmosphere in the live room was getting better and better. Just as everyone was chatting, Suja returned to the gazebo holding a guitar. Wow, this guitar is so handsome in shape, it's not cheap, is it? Hee-jung's eyes were sharp, and he could tell at a glance that the guitar was extraordinary. Suja sat cross-legged, holding the guitar and smiled, you can ask Mr. Huang about this. Huang Base laughed and raised a finger, customized version, unique in the world. No wonder, I told you that I couldn't even touch it before, so it's so valuable? Hot Bar looked as if it was so. The chat of a few people was very ordinary, but in the live broadcast room, it set off a furor. I told you how Suja, a passerby, snatched Dahwa's position, so it's a relation. I can't say that I hired someone to write this song? Boycott. Give me back Brother Dahua. Hearing the conversation between a few people, these black fans, unable to hold back any longer, jumped out and started accusing for no reason. However, there were already quite a few viewers who had become Suja's fans, and when they saw this kind of comment, they actively defended their idol. In the gazebo, Suja began to play, and the jumbled guitar tones once again made those black fans jump wildly. You call this knowing how to play the guitar? It's so noisy. Che, it's really just a pretense, it's not what it looks like. Live streaming is pretty good for keeping this guy at bay. The live broadcast room was filled with such disgruntled voices. Hee-jing, who was sitting in front of the monitor, also frowned, this is not good if it goes on like this. Moreover, can Suja really do it? This doubt appeared not only in the hearts of the program's team, but also within the hearts of every viewer. Only 3 people were accepted. The glowing Hot Bar, the proud Yellow Base, and Mr. He with a mom smile on his lips. They were full of confidence in Suja. It wasn't long before Suja finally tuned his guitar and looked at everyone with a smile. Next, a song for you, The Fragrance of Rice. As soon as the words fell, Suja's good-looking fingers swept gently on the guitar, and a burst of pleasant piano sounds clearly stirred in the hearts of every audience member. There was no dazzling showmanship, nor did he deliberately show his attainments on the guitar. But the burst of melody made everyone's heart flutter. It's so nice to hear. Hotba cupped her cheeks with both hands and looked at Suja, her eyes full of little stars. The beautiful melody cleansed out and all was quiet. Under the moonlight, in the gazebo, the fluttering young man played the guitar, and the soothing tune was catered to by the crisp chirping of insects, and the sense of picture came out leisurely. To the world if you have too much to complain about. If you fall down, you won't dare to move on. Why do people have to be so fragile? Please turn on the TV. How many people are trying to be brave for their lives? Suja's extremely recognizable voice rang out, grabbing everyone's ears almost instantly. This voice, it's so good that it explodes. This melody also sounds good. Call for Brother Xiaoxia. Good to hear. Shocker. Can only use shock to describe Hee-jin's mood. He did not expect the original live listening and through the radio equipment to hear the song, completely different things. Immediately after, Hee-jin's heart surged with a burst of ecstasy. The program group had dug up a treasure. Remember you said home is the only castle along with the Inari River keep running. Smiling slightly, I know the dreams I had when I was little. Don't cry. Let the fireflies carry you away. A song from the countryside. Always be there for you. Come home to the goodness of the beginning. Paper airplanes from childhood. Now it's finally back in my hands. That so-called joy. Chasing dragonflies barefoot in the fields, until I'm tired. Picking fruits and getting stung by bees. Who's laughing? I fell asleep against a scarecrow, blowing in the wind, singing a song. Oh, oh, oh. Afternoon guitars are crispier in the bugs. Simple words that create the mood of a highly imaginative childhood world. Yellowbase secretly touched his eyes and muttered, "It's so windy." Suja's lyrics gave him the first feeling of amazement, and this outstanding rap singing paired with the natural melody of the entire song made people unconsciously fall into their memories. The chirping of insects, the night in the hometown, the bright moonlight, the evening wind blowing through, the fragrance of rice, the fragrance of wild grass, the frolicking little friends. Paper airplanes, birds chirping, scarecrows, all of these once familiar and slightly unfamiliar things no longer belonged to him. Listening to the scent of rice, childhood memories came rushing out. The bowls that were broken during chores when I was a few years old, when I was in the country and my friends dug a hole in the mountain and had a barbecue. That's in the countryside in the field smoking rats in their holes. That excitement of seeing a firecracker for the first time. Everything was good in the beginning. The song ended and the room fell silent. After a few seconds, Hot Fence, who had come back to his senses, clapped his hands frantically. Immediately afterward, the applause erupted like a flood. The entire scene exploded. Everyone on the program was bowled over by Suja's music. In the live broadcast room, the pop-ups were on the verge of overflowing the screen, and countless netizens had goosebumps listening to the song. Open Neil. The lyrics are fantastic. This is just treasure boy. No wonder, I told you how a passerby could just be a resident guest, this is killer. Ears are pregnant. This night was not destined to be peaceful. Chapter 11 No spoon, no need to dig idle. Director the real-time number of people in the live broadcast room has broken 6 million. The staff's voices were on the verge of shouting. The previous peak figure was around 3.5 million, but after Suja started singing, there was suddenly a huge fluctuation, and in just 5 minutes, more than 2 million viewers flooded into the live room. Another staff member had shock written all over his face. Such fluctuations in data were something he had only seen in a few people. But without exception, those were all traffic stars. Suja, on the other hand, was just an ordinary to no longer ordinary entertainer. Jean sucked in a breath of cool air. This kid, what a gem. The staff member couldn't help but ask, "Director, the guys on the stage won't kick Suja out now, right?" Suja's performance today had completely impressed all the members of the crew, and this humorous, handsome and talented young man had been accepted by all of them. Catch up? Jean sneered. It's time for them to mention Suja's treatment, and the song has to be authorized by Suja. Who among them would dare to talk too much? This song, use it as the theme song of the second season? Someone asked. The end credits song. Jean said, "This song is very meaningful and fits our theme, inspiration for young people and childhood memories, just what I want." That's going to be expensive, isn't it? Even if it's expensive. There were many more die-hard fans of Sujo and the crew. Yeah, Mr. He and Mr. Huang, why are you two's eyes red? Hot Bar rubbed his somewhat reddened palms and blinked his big eyes as he asked. There was also some small leaps in his tone. Suja's song, which could make the two teachers cry, was just too powerful. Hot Bar was full of admiration for Suja. Suja gently placed his guitar on the side of the gazebo and laughed. Maybe it's because today's wind is a bit spicy. Put. You're toxic. Hot Bar couldn't help but laugh. The crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room were also crying and laughing. Poha, naya, the touch I just rose up and swung away. Show and tell. Spicy eyes, ha ha ha, should it be that funny? I was crying and now I'm laughing at Suja's sentence. My mom thinks I'm a cutie. Jong had a helpless look on his face, and the little bit of sorrow in his heart was chased away by Suja, and finally laughed. That's right, I guess it's because Chef Huang fried the chili peppers just now, it's all his fault. Nonsense. Huang Base blew his beard and glared. Maybe you're crying, I'm sand in my eyes. Bah, you're a cutie. That's right. Listening to the two old coots disliking each other again, the live broadcast room was filled with joy. Suja smiled as he watched all of this, only feeling that all of this was beautiful today. After a long time, after making enough noise, Jong said to Hot Bar, "Dia, you see that Xiaojia has also given us a show, isn't it time for you to show off?" Right. You come from a dancing background, show us some talent? Huang Bei said. He also wished to give a little more footage to the two youngsters and also tried to create more opportunities for them. Hot Bar said, "Yeah, but I don't want to dance I just got full and don't want to move." After saying that, he touched his rounded stomach and smiled. He. Then why don't you sing us a song too? Suja said and then regretted. Count. Broad too. That's exactly what I want to do. It's still you, little Zhizi, who understands this palace. Hot Ba gave a thumbs up with a "you are great" expression. Suja inwardly howled furiously. It's over. Success, then we are blessed. This should be the first time D sings on the program, right? Jeong applauded facetiously. Wait, aha, I'll look for the accompaniment. Hotbar picked up his cell phone and pounded it a few times, found it. At this moment, everyone was looking forward to it. The accompaniment played, a very familiar melody. I present to you the song No Spoon No Need to Dig Idle. Hotfence arched his eyebrows, holding his cell phone as a microphone. Only this tune, why is it a bit strange? Suja covered his forehead. If he remembered correctly, he had heard this song before. And can definitely make people cry. Don't think too much. Bouncy, 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 bouncy. Huey's got the right idea now. At this point in the song, everyone was confused. What is this song? What is this? It's a cute voice, but I don't understand it at all. But the nascent Nampo sounds so exciting. A series of question marks were brushed up in the live broadcast room, which also expressed the confused mood of the netizens at this moment. Sometimes an aura passes through an umbrella. Staten also loses the ice fruit. I don't know what to say. I can't realize the cold. Xingli don't count down to the hook. You need a check mark to walk. Hotbar suddenly walked over to Suja and handed his cell phone to his mouth, signaling him to come along and get high. Suja had a reluctant face. I don't want face off. But when the camera was trained on Suzhou in unison, his whole body became energized and he sang generously and cooperatively. Careless Hugh didn't have a hook hoo-hoo. Singing this, and combining it with the accompaniment, Heejong and Huangbase also finally heard what this song was. This hot mouth Nampo tune is just unbeatably cute. My mama, I can't stand it. Ha ha ha. Heejong rolled on the ground laughing. He felt like he was going to be finished for the day. He probably had to laugh half to death. Huangbase's cheeks were a little deformed from laughing, but he really couldn't help it. The members of the program on the side were also laughing at this moment. The live broadcast room was also down with laughter. Goosey goosey ha ha, Fatty managed to make me forget the original song. Is this the internet addicts, no hip no need to spend money? Po ha ha ha, these two are toxic, right? Why do I think it sounds good, am I sick? Upstairs, I think it sounds good too. Who was the original singer again? Suja, this song is hot. So envious to have someone to go crazy with. The mushroom house under the moon was extraordinarily cheerful and cozy, with constant laughter. The arrival of Hotba and Sachel sprinkles the place with joy, and they start their brand new story from here. Chapter 12 Explosive Fire, Sweeping the Internet. The mushroom house echoed with the laughter of Gaga Gaga and Goose Goose Goose. If you didn't know, you'd think this was a farm. All of the program team laughed uncontrollably. Heejong laughed on the ground breathless. Yellow Base was trying to maintain the old father no smile image, but also failed. The scene was a mess, but everyone was happy. Only Hotfence face innocently looked at the camera, issued a soulful question. Oh yo, what are you guys doing? There is so clamor wow. Do not speak well, an open mouth and laugh down a piece. Suja can't help but laugh at the side of the table. This clip of Nampo accent, is it from the table pot to learn, right? Hotbar giggled alone. No matter what, she felt happy to make everyone happy. Hotba this South Lemon dialect of yours, who taught you? Are you trying to laugh us to death? Goosey Heejong laughed so hard that tears fell out of his eyes. Hotbar smiled and made a reminiscent gesture. When I was in college, my roommate was Guangxi's old cousin. I had fun listening to it, so I learned it from her. Talent. Suja gave a thumbs up. Huangbase also laughed enough, rubbed his sore cheeks, and said, if I really want to be amused by you two, old he and I don't know if we can survive 3 months. I'm afraid to die of laughter. Hotba spat out her tongue. Her cuteness was undeniably evident. Suja said in a serious manner, Teacher Huang, please remove the 2 words, I've always been an iconoclast, well, the recognized kind. Hotbar dismantled, it seems like you even danced back up just now. Can you stop mentioning it? Leave me some dignity, I also have idle baggage. Ha 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 ha. The audience in the live broadcast room had laughed their asses off. In the future, when you watch this program, you absolutely can't drink water. My screen What the hell, do these 2 people want to laugh me to death to help me pay back my flowers? Tell me a ghost story, it's already 10:30. Someone mentioned 10:30, and the pop-up screen was swarming with sheer comments. Once 10:30 arrived, it also meant that the show's live broadcast was coming to an end. As expected, after the 4 of them chatted for a few moments, Heejong said, it's been a hard day today, let's rest early tonight. The 3 of them nodded their heads, and after saying goodbye to the netizens in the live broadcast was turned off. It's gone? Will it be live tomorrow? Oh come on, only the pilot movie has a live broadcast, in the future or a weekly broadcast, Wadacy can only wait for next week. So sad. Question, has anyone recorded a song by Suzhou and Fatty? Can you share? Me too. Video uploaded, link below. The numbers for the pilot of The Wayward Journey are promising, something that Hejin himself followed up on. It ranked number 1 in the primetime ratings for the same period. The number of real-time online viewers in the live broadcast room peaked at 6.8 million, sweeping other programs. Such data, such popularity, was enough for Hee-jin to take the initiative to fight for better treatment for Suja. One must know that Suja's fee for participating in this program was only 100,000. Or a whole installment. If it wasn't for Lee-jeong and Hwang Biao's face, maybe the station wouldn't have even given this 100,000 to Suja. Aspiring is a phenomenal program. There are a lot of celebrities who want to come in, even if it's for zero pay, they're still very happy to do so. But now, everything is different. Suja showed everyone his talent and gained the audience's recognition. $100,000 was clearly not in line with Suja's worth. For the sake of better cooperation in the future, Hee-jin decided to fight for better treatment for Suja. Just as Hee-jin was thinking, a scream from the staff interrupted his thoughts. Suja is on fire. The fragrance of rice made it to the headlines on Weibo. Hee-jin took over his cell phone and sucked in a breath of cold air. The first throne of the microblogging hot search, it was Suja's photo of carrying a sack bag today, and a silly smile. The second, on the other hand, is rice fragrance, the third is looking forward, and the fourth is hot bar's Nampo accent. Hee-jin laughed out loud. It's been a full day. Weibo. Because it's been on a single loop 20 times and I still can't stop listening to it again. This song, it's also too good, right? Little brother Suja, he's really talented. It's just that this photo is a bit silly. Cute, want today. Kneel down and ask for the original soundtrack. So handsome. Lickety split Tim. The video on Weibo was the very same edited version of Suja playing and singing Rice Fragrance at the same time. It was also uploaded by the program team of Aspire, and I didn't expect it to suddenly catch fire. Now the video, with 250,000 plus retweets, 900,000 plus likes, and 120,000 plus comments has up to 5 million plays. And that's just 1 hour's worth of data. Truly horrifying. It's no longer a small fire, it's a fiery mess. Posting bars, forums, and all kinds of social software, or music apps, countless netizens are kneeling down and begging for the genuine sound source. They wanted more perfect sound quality. The programmer's edited version, while also good, had a lot of noise, which seriously detracted from listening to the song. But looking all over the internet, there's no Inajiku anywhere, which makes it hard to listen to. The fragrance of rice has swept across the internet as a king. Chapter 13. You're a little weird today. The next day, early morning. Suja got up early in the morning, and when he woke up, everyone was still asleep. Suja gently walked out of the room, afraid of waking up Mr. He and Mr. Hwang, who were in the same room as him. This scene was also captured by the camera. Suja didn't know that he was on fire at the moment, but even if he did, he wouldn't care too much. Fire? Isn't that a matter of time? After a bit of scrubbing, Suja ran around the winding paths of the small village. Along the way, he also saw many aunts and uncles who were already busy with farm work, and Suja greeted them one by one. When Suja returned to the courtyard, Hee-jong had just finished brushing his teeth, and he greeted him, Mr. He, good morning. Up so early? Hwang base was aching. This kid was the most tired from working yesterday and slept too little. Used to it. Suja smiled, pointed to the gazebo and said, I boiled boiling water, later on, just directly brew rice thinning for breakfast. Wow, with Xiaozhu around, I can really feel quite at ease. Hee-jong was sort of convinced this child was too thoughtful. Hwang Bei spoke up at this time, that's for sure, our family Xiaozhu can really be a good family man, just like me. Well, I think it's a good man at home. Hee-jong turned his tone, but the face value, seriously, Xiaozhu kills you. But I kill you in seconds. Hwang Bei disliked back. Suja was already accustomed to it. These two good bases, if they didn't dislike each other every day, it would probably be hard on their hearts. After looking at the time, Hotba had not yet gotten up. Suja sought to have a wake-up call service, so after talking to the two teachers, he returned to the house with his followers PD. Only, just coming upstairs, he saw that the door to Hotba's room was already open, and Hotba was sitting on the bed dumbfounded, looking at the mirror and muttering. Suja sucked in a breath of cool air. Could it be that Hotba had also traveled across? At this time, Hotbar was turning his back to the door of the room and didn't realize that Suja had come up. Suja's eyes rolled, turned around and raised a finger to the camera to make a silencing gesture, and sneakily came forward to listen. The next moment, Suja then held his forehead somewhat want to laugh. Hot Fence looked at himself in the mirror, shook his head and lamented, growing so beautiful, but can't kiss his own face, alas, so sad. Pahahaha, are you trying to laugh me to death? More narcissistic than me? In the end, Suja still couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Who? Hot Bar turned around and saw Suja as well as the camera behind him, and her eyes glared as she became enraged. Ja. You. Wanna. Die. Ah. Hot Bar viciously said, crying in his heart, if that remark just now was broadcasted, he would be laughed to death by his friends all over the country. This can't be blamed on me, you woke up so late, I came to wake you up. Suja stifled his laughter, he really didn't expect that Hot Bar had such a cute side. Hot Bar's cheeks were red, and he said in annoyance, if you laugh again, I'll beat you up. Don't move, you're a bit weird today. Suddenly, Suja didn't smile anymore, and his face was filled with deep emotion. Weird? What's weird? Hot Bar's heartbeat accelerated a bit. Is Suja going to say earthy love words? Of course, Hot Bar wasn't originally a fan of earthy love words or anything. But that also depends on the situation. If it's someone else, then it's hooliganism, ironically giving a big mouth. But if it was Suja, then it was a different story. The key thing was that Suja's face value was off the charts. With her face value, not to mention dirt, mud could put her in a good mood for the whole day. Weirdly ugly. Suja stifled a laugh and said, "Your lipstick is painted crooked." The smile at the corner of Hot Bar's mouth gradually solidified, hurriedly picking up the mirror to take a look. Where is the lipstick? She didn't even have makeup on. Where's the promised words of love? Where's the promised little brother? Suja, this is on the verge of death crazy try. Putting down the mirror and taking a deep breath, Hot Bar gritted his teeth and said, "Su-ja. Suffer. Die. It's." Jumping off the bed, bare little feet, he went crazy and killed towards Suja. However, how would Suja tie his hands? A good day starts with a chase. In the courtyard, Hwang Base and Hee-jeon were already sitting on rattan chairs, leisurely sipping tea. Hee-jeon listened to the sound and laughed. These two kids, they are really rowdy. It's good to be rowdy. At their age, they should have been carefree. Hwang Base lamented. Who's that? Guest of honor? Suddenly, Hee-jeon saw two more figures dragging suitcases on the winding path. Hwang Base and Hee-jeon looked at each other in disbelief, a question rising in their hearts at the same time. We didn't get a call. Suddenly, Hwang Base got up, walked to the house, and queried the landline, then returned to the gazebo with a bitter smile. Last night, Xiaozha and Xiaodi came to the phone when they were singing. Maybe we all laughed ourselves silly. 5 missed calls. Hee-jeon. Let them call again now. Is it too late? Hwang Base, however, laughed loudly. What are you afraid of? We have a legitimate reason. And they didn't order any food. Gorgeous. What an old fox. Hee-jeon also laughed, then shouted to the house, Xiaozha, don't play, the guest of honor is here, go get them. Suja's voice came from the house. Okay. Chapter 14. Just ask you to resist the beatings? The seedlings planted yesterday were thriving. Old Point had its ears perked up and started its eavesdropping vocation, and colorful Butterfly was still standing on the wall thinking about life. The first day of the mushroom house has officially begun. In the distance, the winding path outside the mushroom house welcomed two new guests. Suja jogged all the way to the front to pick them up. It didn't take long to meet the guests from the first installment of Mushroom House. The two of them, Su Zhang and Wang Yanhui, were dragging their small suitcases and were nodding their heads frequently at the beautiful surroundings of the mushroom house. It's nice here. Wang Yanhui looked at the green water and mountains and thought of his childhood. Although it's a little disappointing that it's not the Maldives, it's not bad here either. Su Zhang also nodded his head and looked back, but he saw someone running towards them and laughed. Yo, the master has come to pick up someone. Teacher Su, Teacher Wang. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Suja went forward and took the initiative to greet them. My name is Suja, you guys can call me Xiaozha. Hello Xiaozha. Wang Yanhui said. Su Zhang, however, patted Suja's shoulder and said happily, Xiaozha, long time no see. Yeah, piggyback. Suja laughed out loud. He and Su Zhang were actually not strangers, the two of them had known each other for some years through Hwang Base. Su Zhang laughed and scolded, Brat, pull the luggage. Alright. Suja took the luggage and also said to Wang Yanhui, give me Mr. Wang's as well. Wang Yanhui waved his hand and said unconcernedly, it's fine, my small luggage is very light, not as delicate as Su Zhang. Ooh, I call this petulant? Su Zhang laughed and said, the director but said that he let us come for good food and drink, it's a vacation, what's wrong with being petulant? Suja secretly stifled a laugh and asked, Mr. Su Zhang, your body is good, right? The body is fine, these years is just busy shooting. Su Zhang smiled, his heart warmed up, it was rare that this kid still cared about himself. Suja's words turned, that is the resistance to manufacturing. Su Zhang was confused and hurriedly said, it's not anti-build or anti-build. Suja said, it's okay to not resist building, it depends on whether you resist beating. Su Zhang. Wang Yanhui snickered from the side, these two people's conversation was thief interesting. Walking and chatting, the three quickly returned to the mushroom house. Yo, the rice plugger is here? Seeing the visitor, Hwang Base stood up from his rattan chair and greeted him. What do you mean, rice plugger? Su Zhang quit and complained, I called several times yesterday, but no one actually answered. Do you guys not want to do it? After saying that, he turned his head to look at the director's team. Director, this person is not doing his job, just fire him. Hee-jeon quickly waved his hand, the little one can't do it. After a round of pleasantries, Hwang Base asked, what do you want to eat? Su Zhang blurted out, stewed bamboo shoots. Shrimp popped eel noodles. Anything else is fine. Yes, there are bamboo shoots in the back of the mountain, and there should be shrimp and eel in the rice field. Get them all and I'll make them for you. Hwang Base pointed to the rice fields in the distance. I'm a guest. Su Zhang emphasized. At this time, Suja, who had finished putting his luggage away, happened to come out and heard Su Zhang's words and laughed. Mr. Su, are you resistant to a beating? Suja's 1 meter 8, rather robust figure made Su Zhang smash his mouth and protested. You guys are inhumane, the director's team said. Don't talk so much nonsense, just ask if you are resistant to beatings. Huang Base helped out, and he was extraordinarily happy to see Su Zhang wimp out. There's food? Where? Before the person arrived, the voice arrived first. Hot Fence trotted out, and once he heard the delicious food, he couldn't care less about being angry with Su Zha. A snow-white long skirt fluttering, outlined the delicate body arc, slender and beautiful legs, stepping with a happy pace, trotted out of the house. Hot Fence's appearance attracted everyone's attention. Hot Bar had some small leaps in his heart, especially after seeing Suja's dumbfounded eyes, his heartbeat accelerated. She just wanted to prove that the words she said in the morning were right, that she was the pretty little princess. Who knows, Suja Sked, you're dressed like this to move bricks, plant rice seedlings in the fields, dig bamboo shoots and catch eels. Not very nice, right? Hot Bar. Huang Base held his forehead and said helplessly, this kid, Steel Straight Man. He Jong also said, Steel is still saved, this kid is estimated to be dead iron. Suja, still unaware of his situation, coaxed, be good, change your clothes, you still have to go down to the fields. Good. Hot Bar gritted his teeth, this idiot. Gazebo, Hot Fence has changed into a dry outfit. Seeing that the sun was rising, Huang Base began to distribute the work. I'm going to build another earthen stove, Zheng Zi and teacher Wang will stay and help out. Xiaoji'll take Xiaodi to the back of the mountain to dig for bamboo shoots, and as for teacher he'll go and get some honey for money. No way. This was Su Zhang. No way. This is Hot Bar. Su Zhang said with a straight face, my principle is that if I can lie down, I don't sit down, if I can sit down, I don't stand up, if I can walk, I don't run, I'm here to enjoy my life. Hotba said with a little excited tone, I'm going to go down to the field to catch lobsters and eels. When I was a kid I was great. A few people held their foreheads. Sure enough, the persona of a woman is only suitable for Hot Bar. Alright, then that's how it will be distributed. After finishing his speech, Huang Base no longer paid any attention to Su Zhang. Anyway, there was a kind of magic in the mushroom house, even the laziest people would become conscious and start working. While everyone was still chatting, Suja had already disappeared in front of everyone's eyes like a gust of wind. Huang Base couldn't help but chant, this kid, too diligent. Not long after Suja left, 2 guests arrived at the mushroom house once again. These 2 guests were also the good sisters that Hot Bar had temporarily dragged in as laborers. Fatty. Chapter 15 As long as you want, as long as I have. Back mountain, bamboo forest. The verdant bamboos all over the mountain, swaying in the wind, emitting a melodious sound, like whoever blew a huge bamboo shell, playing a deep piece of music. Suja was wielding a hoe and was diligently looking for bamboo shoots. Behind him was the follow PD Shali, who was struggling to hold in his laughter. Because this guy Suja came alone to dig bamboo shoots, there was no one to chat with him, so he had something to tease Shali to chat, but unfortunately Shali was not impressed. Under no choice, Suja could only tell jokes. Suffocating Xiao Wan was really difficult, his face was deformed. Seeing this, the assistant director had no choice but to make a pause gesture. It just so happened that he also had something to say to Suja. Suja, stop for a moment and come over to talk. The assistant director took a bottle of water and handed it to Suja. Seeing this, Suja also stopped his hands and took the water and gulped it down. Suja, you haven't signed a contract with the program, right? Assistant Director Li Zhizhou asked with a smile. Yeah, but it's fine, you guys are stingy anyway, just that little bit of money, so I guess you won't renege on the debt. After drinking it, Suja felt a wave of refreshment. Li Zhizhou was a little embarrassed and helplessly said, there's no way it's not that we don't want to give more, it's just that the station side. The rest of the words, the assistant director didn't say, but Suja understood. He said back, I understand, I'm a newcomer, it's good enough to be on the program, I'm not greedy. It was just a joke just now. Suja's words satisfied the assistant director as he said, next, is a good news. Oh? Wage increase? Suja's eyes lit up, money was something that he was really lacking right now. That's right. Li Zhezhou revealed 2 rows of white teeth and laughed, after the efforts of our program team, the station has finally relented. How much? Suja asked. 5 million. For 3 months a season, and based on your popularity, your salary will increase next season. Li Zhezhou said in a compelling tone, and the program gives you 3% of the finale dividends. Suja's eyes were a bit strange. This condition was not that it was bad, but that it was too good. 5 million plus 3% dividends, the season down to get their hands on a lot of money the program group this is full of sincerity And Suja also know, yellow base pay is 15 million plus 4% of the dividends, so it seems, Suja get, also a lot of. It was important to realize that Suja was just an over-the-top artist with no fame and no traffic. Of course, Suja didn't know that he had become a minor celebrity, and more people knew about him online. However, you must agree to one condition before you can do so. The conversation turned, and Li Zhezhou said. What condition? Suja knew that things were not that simple. Li Zhezhou was embarrassed and said, can Rice Fragrance be licensed to the show as the ending song? Yes. Suja answered with a single breath. It wasn't something that was difficult to accept. Besides, there wasn't much use in keeping the song in his hands. Having a bigger platform to display it would be more favorable to the song's spreading degree. Moreover, Suja still has to shoot a whole episode in Aspire 2. If he doesn't agree to it, the relationship with the program group will surely fall out. There was no benefit to refusing. Great! Lee Cheol-gu joked, if you have any more songs in the future, you can sing them on the program as well. The director said that if you have a song for each episode, and you get 12 songs together, the program group will help you release a song for an album for free. Lee Joja said so, but also just a joke, did not take things seriously at all. But Suja's eyes lit up. Free to do the album? Such a good thing, really a bit heartwarming. Before Suja could say anything, Little Wang, Buffalo PD, reminded, Director, little brother Suja, a guest is coming. Lee Jejo nodded his head and quickly said, we'll sign the contract in the evening, let's resume filming for now. Good. After saying that, Suja turned his head, and sure enough, he saw a girl dragging a hoe to Suja's side. Emma, exhausted. After the girl finished speaking, her entire body squatted down. That familiar face made Suja blurt out, Little Neza? Songgor guffawed, you're the super invincible dead iron straight man Suja big asshole? Suja? Followed by the PD Xiaowang desperately trying to hold back from laughing out loud. This group of sand sculpture guests, how did the director choose them? That's right, one of the guests invited by Hot Bar is Song Grouper. Song Shure is Hot Bar's schoolmate, who entered Yenjing Film School this year with the third best score in the country in the acting major and the first for girls. It wasn't me who said that, it was Fatty who told me that's what you're called. Song Tour saw Suja's smile fading away and hurriedly shrugged it off. I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Suja denied 3 times in a row, causing Song Tour to laugh gently. You're so funny. After saying that, Song Tour saw the bamboo shoots in the basket and was surprised. Wow, so many bamboo shoots, did you find them all by yourself? There were already 2/3 of the bamboo shoots in the basket, and it was estimated that there would still be some left after today. With all due respect, is there anyone else here? Lee Cheol-gu, ? Xiao Wang? Suja said in a serious manner, those two are in the background to set off my handsomeness. Song Tour let out a pft and laughed. Ku kept laughing. In the bamboo forest, the two of them were happily digging bamboo shoots while chatting. When they were tired of digging, Song Tour asked with anticipation, can you sing me a song? What she wanted to hear was The Fragrance of Rice. The Fragrance of Rice was just too hot. Just one night, it was already blood-washing the microblog as well as the posting bar, and Song Grouper personally liked it even more. It's okay, do you want to listen to Rice Fragrance or something else? Suja did not refuse. Song Zur was surprised, there's a new song? As long as you want, as long as I have. Song Tour was stunned, who said Suja was a straight man of steel? With such a flirtatious approach, her cheeks reddened. Chapter 16 Mudskipper, what did I do wrong? Meanwhile, in the rice field. It was also just as Huang Base had said, the mushroom house had a kind of magic that would make people consciously want to work. Su Zheng first moved the stones to build the earthen stove, and after moving the stones, he went to collect the honey, and after collecting the honey, he bitterly formed a senior rice planting team with He Jeong. This work is not at all left behind. No. Su Zheng said as an afterthought, didn't I come to enjoy myself? He Jeong bent down to plant the rice seedlings in one go and smiled, that's right, come to enjoy the farm work. At this remark, Su Zheng accepted it blandly. On the other side of the rice field, were two girls struggling to find eels. They came to catch the eels only after they planted the rice seedlings first, and He Jeong and his two men came to take over the shift. Although they were looking for eels, it looked more like playing with mud. Hot Bar simply sat down in the mud and plowed, without any idle baggage, coaxing, eel, you come out quickly, I promise not to eat you. Not far behind her, a girl was pulling her leg with difficulty, her foot was deep in the mud, every step was very hard. Seeing this, Hotba intoned, I told you to eat more a long time ago, look, now you can't even walk. Na-Roll moved step by step, gritting her teeth, to Hot Bar's side, sat down on her and retorted, it's not my problem, it's this mud that won't let me walk. TCH, young people need to learn more and see more, and never boink. Hot Bar had forgotten in vain that once upon a time she had been mocked by Su Zhe. We've been searching for so long, why can't we find any eels? Na-Roll looked at Hot Bar with a skeptical gaze, didn't you say you were extraordinarily good when you were a kid? How come you haven't caught it yet? That was when I was a child. Hot Fence said weakly, now that they've grown up, it's not good to catch them. Na rolled. Here's one. Grab. Bared and scratched away. Hot Fence regretted, oh my food. Na rolls in defeat and walks to the edge of the rice field and suddenly exclaims, I have one here. Catch it. Do you want to scare it to death before you catch it? Hotba was in a hurry and tried to go over to help, but his feet were trapped by the silt. I caught it. Wow, another one. The more she shouted, the more excited she became, and took the bamboo basket and put in one after another. You leave some for me. Hot Bar was in a big hurry. If he couldn't catch a single one today, he would have to be laughed to death by Suja when he went back. Yeah, there are still crayfish here. Na Roll carried a crayfish that was covered in sludge. What a full harvest! But the hot fence's record at this point is still 0. With great difficulty, the hot fence finally made it to the edge of the field and began a new sweep. Ehehe, I found a way, said Na Roll, holding up the dirt with a small, blackish object in it. All you have to do is put the dirt against it, and it won't move. Ha! Yeah. Hotba did as he was told, and he caught one. On the other side, the 2 members of the senior rice planting team were full of comfort that the 2 girls had finally found the trick. Their battle results were also very encouraging. At the very least, the paddy fields on their side were almost full. Hee-jeong turned around and asked loudly, "How much have you caught?" Much, much more. Hot Bar excitedly replied back, his hands still not forgetting to grab in the silt. Let's call it a day then, it's almost done. Hee-jeong was worried that they would get tired and said heartily. And at this time, Suja, who had finished digging bamboo shoots, came, followed by a small tail of Songgoer. Songtuer's expression was a little strange at this time, and her eyes were full of admiration when she looked at Suja. Just now, the feeling Suja gave her was really too shocking. Another new song that was really there. And it's really good. Coming to the 2 Hot Bar men, Suja greeted, "Hello, I'm Suja." Na Roll looked up, saw that it was Sujo and Na Roll, put down the basket and said back, "Hello Suja, I'm Na Roll." Songgoer also spoke up at this time, "Sister Xiaodi, Sister Na Roll. Yo, the harvest is good." Suja glanced at the basket and was filled with surprise. This is all caught by Na Roll, right? Suja, are you trying to piss me off? I caught a lot of them too. Hot Bar huffed. This was ignoring the fruits of her labor. Ah, just kidding. Suja took the bamboo basket, looked inside, and snorted with laughter. What are you laughing at? The 3 girls said in unison. Your family's eel looks like a loach, huh? Suja laughed out loud. Fatty, you're hurting the innocent. Hot Bar was confused and asked weakly, isn't this an eel? Na Roll was also embarrassed. This first one was still caught by her. What did the loach do wrong to be eaten for you on behalf of the eel? Suja was still laughing mercilessly. Hot Bar. Na Roll. At this time, Hee-jeong and Sujang also came over. Seeing Suja laughing, they asked in confusion, "What's wrong? What are you laughing at?" Suja pointed at the basket and said, "The loach has impersonated an eel and sacrificed itself for justice." Hee-jeong took a look. Isn't that so? How could there be such a small eel? Teacher, he was still very distressed by the 2 girls and said, it's okay, we'll just eat this fake eel tonight. Hot Fence aggrieved, but I want to eat shrimp pop eel noodles. Song Tuer covered her mouth and giggled. Suja looked at the Hot Fence and also stopped laughing. Do you really want to eat it? Hot Bar nodded fiercely. Suja rubbed Hotba's little head, then rolled up his pants leg, took off his shoes, and without speaking, he directly went down to the field. Na Roll and Song Grouper were filled with envy. Na Roll touched Hot Bar and said quietly, "Where's the straight man? So romantic and manly." Song Grouper also not without envy. "Oh my god, touch head killa, roar roar roar." Hot Bar's cheeks reddened, his heart beat a few minutes faster, but his mouth didn't go from his heart. What the heck, it's all messing up people's hairstyles. But the curvature of the corner of her mouth betrayed her mood at the moment. Hee-jeong and Su Zhang glanced at each other and laughed. The senior group of ours, it's better to go back, this dog food it's better to eat less. Su Zhang touched his big bald head and glanced at Hee-jeong. Sorry, I'm the one with a wife. Hee-jeong. Chapter 17, Girlfriends, let's go. After catching eels, on the way back to the mushroom house, Hot Bar behaved well and obediently followed Suja. Na Roll and Song Grouper were chatting in whispers behind them, all about Suja. He sang beautifully, he wasn't that straight, he was funny, he was great, and things like that kept coming out of Song Grouper's mouth. Around whoever it was, one could hear the admiration for Sujo in the tone. Na Roll was just listening with a smile, but she was surprised in her heart. Sujo and Songgoer had only known each other for a short morning, so why was Songgoer so adoring of Suja? When curiosity got the better of her, Na Roll couldn't help but look at Suja, who was walking in front of her. This man, what charm did he have that could make Hot Bar and Song Groupie push his buttons? Of course Na Roll knew about rice fragrance and didn't deny Suja's talent, but with just one song, wanting to get a firm foothold in the entertainment industry? That definitely wouldn't work. She was curious now, how far could this man, really, go? Suja carried the bamboo basket, and the three girls followed him with a full load. Everyone, we're back. Suja shook the basket, we have a big meal tonight. Huang Base took the basket, waited and marveled, I heard that there are fake eels in here? Hot Bar and Naza were embarrassed, the two of them had already spread the word about the mushroom house. Ha, it's fine, it's kind of this loach's bad luck, I didn't want to eat them originally. Suja added. Hot Bar glanced at Suja, and silently told himself in his heart, don't get angry, don't get angry, don't get angry. Song Tuer ran to the side of the gazebo and looked at the rebuilt earthen stove and praised, wow, this earthen stove is built so beautifully. Hot Bar followed suit and also gave a thumbs up, it's still two-tiered yeah. This learning will be big, Wang Yanui explained. This eye is big, all aspects through, this fire is strong. The three girls stared with big curious eyes, looking like they had learned. Suja, on the other hand, ran to the side where He Jiong and Su Zhang were canning the honey. This was a good thing that could be exchanged for money. Mr. He, let's keep some of this honey? Suja half squatted and asked. He Jiong looked up, but the movement in his hands didn't stop, wondering, what's wrong? This honey has many uses. Suja explained, in the future, I'll make you honey pomelo tia, this I'm good at. Oh. Success. Then we'll leave a jar behind. He Jiong's eyes glowed, he didn't expect Suja to know this. Su Zhang looked like he had lost a lot of money and was indignant. I'll go, this honey has my credit, so I'm just a hard laborer? Don't worry, before you guys leave, I'll go there again. You and Mr. Wang Yanui will have 1 jar each, it's considered a handout from the mushroom house. Suja patted his chest and guaranteed. Still count on your kid having a conscience. Su Zhang was reassured, and the smile at the corner of his mouth flared up again. When Wang Yanhui on the other end heard this, he was busy shouting, Xiaozhe, let's leave our contact information later. Me too. Song Goer raised her hand. Now rolling doesn't show weakness either, add me one. Suja smiled, yeah, we'll add it at night. Huang Base was satisfied, this was connections, this was resources. It was getting late and everyone was tired after a busy day. The 3 girls of Hot Fence had already washed and chose vegetables under the arrangement of yellow base. Suja, on the other hand, was making noodles, and of the youngsters in here, there really isn't a single one who can do it, except for him. Huang Base to do something more difficult, blanch crayfish blanch eel, followed by the eel to remove the bone, cut section. To do the first dish is this shrimp blanched eel noodles, which is prepared in advance. He Jiong thought of wrapping dumplings to be tomorrow's breakfast, came to the guests, cannot let people drink rice thin. Dumplings ah? This I really don't know how to do ah? After experiencing chopping firewood, Su Sheng's physical strength was completely exhausted. This has to be wrapped in meat dumplings, right? Suja asked. Also, why don't we buy some meat? Huang Base suggested. After mixing the noodles, Suja said helplessly, but we don't have any money. Huang Base put down his hands and let Su Zhang watch the fire first, while he himself carried his slippers and approached the director's office. He Jin retreated and rolled his eyes. What do you want? Everything is negotiable. Hearing this, Huang Base put away his slippers and laughed. I'm used to it, let's talk about it. Advance $100 first? It's okay, but you guys have to get the rice inserted tomorrow. After a little thought, He Jin agreed. Got it. Huang Base was all smiles, then said to the 3 girls, why don't you 3 youngsters take a trip out of the province? He Jiang picked up at the back, Xiaozhe will go too, as a flower protector. Go and come back quickly. Huang Base commanded and picked up the pot, intending to cook the noodles first. Su Zhang followed behind him, stealing a lesson. Get on the car, the 3 girls in the back seat chattering endlessly, Suzhou in the quiet listening, interjecting from time to time. Said to go to the provincial capital, in fact, just to the village, the distance is not far, less than 10 minutes to arrive. Getting off the bus, the 3 girls followed Suzhou hand in hand. But after looking for several places, there was no meat for sale, because it was too late in the day and most of the vendors had already closed their stalls. There's a restaurant up ahead, yeah, why don't we go over and ask? Hot Bar's eyes lit up and saw a restaurant in the distance. Good idea, girlfriends, let's go. Suzhou snapped his fingers. Bah, shameless. The 3 girls giggled. Chapter 18 This Wave, Tenshu. Suzhou walked into a restaurant with 3 sisters and instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant. This was a star. Hotba is a national goddess, she's the center of attention everywhere she goes. Now Rolling and Song Grouper is also the newest traffic junior, although the resources are not so much, but the popularity is certainly there. Whoa. That's Hot Bar, Now Roll and Song Grouper, right? Who's the one walking in front, so handsome? Finally we meet them. They're really pretty in person. Suzhou. This is little brother Suzhou. Although Suzhou's fame wasn't high, there were at least people who knew him, and even if they didn't recognize him, everyone's eyes lit up at the mention of the singer of rice fragrance. Hearing someone call out his name, Suzhou's heart also felt a lot more at ease. If no one knew him, it would be embarrassing, okay? The manager of the restaurant took the initiative to welcome him with a big smile. Are the 4 of you going to eat? Take 20% off, no, 70% off. This offer obviously made the 3 girls' hearts flutter, but Suzhou politely declined. Thank you, no, I just want to come and buy some meat, is that okay? Yes. How could the restaurant manager say no? The arrival of Suzhou's several people was to bring popularity to their restaurant. Although this segment would not necessarily be broadcast, once the restaurant advertised itself, it would be able to attract a lot of traffic. Led by the manager, the 4 of them came to the back kitchen, and the manager pointed to the refrigerator and said, there's some cooked meat in there, I can give it to you for free, is that okay? Can. Hot Bar was busy nodding his head. Now that he was poor, what he could save was a little. Don't. Suzhou patted Hot Bar's little head, causing the beauty to cry out. He said, we are here to wrap the dumplings, just ask for raw meat. The manager suddenly realized, that's gotta be raw meat, I'll get you some panko? Thank you, manager. Suja smiled and thanked him. It's fine, you're welcome. The manager turned around, picked up a bag and went to fill it with meat. Hot Bar covered his head and pouted, isn't cooked meat more convenient? Before Suja could say anything, Na Roll snickered, the meat for wrapping dumplings has to be marinated, there is no way to marinate cooked meat. Song Grouper complimented, I understand it all, yeah, shouty sister, you actually do not know, ha ha ha. Hot Bar was embarrassed, his tone weakened, I did this on purpose, to test you guys, I actually. No. Yes, we all know that you did it on purpose. The corner of Suja's mouth curved up, very serious, but it looked especially fake. Laugh if you wanna laugh, then I just don't know how to do it, I haven't wrapped dumplings la. Hot Fence admitted, he really does not understand. Ha ha ha. Cuckoo cuck. But it drew merciless jeers. After paying for the meat and picking up some dosa on the way, I was ready to hit the road. Originally, the manager is not charged, but Suja thought, people are also doing business, no one's money is not windfall, so insisted on paying. This also let the manager a lot more goodwill, and finally pulled Suja hard to come to his signature. Although the manager didn't recognize Suja because he usually didn't watch variety shows at all. Before he even got back to the mushroom house, he smelled a scent from a distance. Pushing the door back, he saw Su Zheng at the helm of the spoon, and Huang Base playing his hand. Seeing Suja come back, Joan's eyes lit up and said, Little Ji, you came back just in time. Zheng Zi and Mr. Huang said that the stewed bamboo shoots you made are delicious, want to show your hand? Hot Bar couldn't help but say, Little Ji, you can still cook? Na Roll and Song Grouper's beautiful eyes also swept towards Suja, this man was really multi-talented. If he can make even Chef Huang marvel at his cooking, how delicious must he be? Suja humbly said, it's not that divine, it's just that I used to do a lot of cooking, and this dish just happens to be good at it. Su Zhang made way and said, Xiaozhen, show me your hand. It's been a long time since I've eaten your handiwork. Su Zhang was intentionally giving Suja shots, and he also wanted Suja to show his face more. Yes. Receiving the apron, rolling up his sleeves, and picking up the spatula, Suja really had a bit of a chef's demeanor. Start the oil at the bottom of the pot and put the brown sugar first. Brown sugar is used to adjust the color. Most of the bamboo shoots in casserole look reddish and oily, mostly because of the roll of brown sugar. Brown sugar and hot oil together, pour into the bamboo shoots segment, stir fry for a few minutes. During this time, the pan kept making a wonderful sizzling sound, as if it was the most beautiful sound of the time. Then add the wine, soy sauce, and continue to stir fry, cover and simmer. A series of operation line of flow, let a person look at know is off in cooking. Everyone looked flabbergasted, Suja's cooking skills, it was really as Huang Bei said, only better than him, not worse. But after coming here for 2 days, Suja didn't have the intention of taking it out for a show. Huang Bei explained in a whisper at this time, Xiaozhu, his father, is a Michelin chef. He learned to cook from his father when he was a child, and after his father left, he rarely cooks. The crowd was stunned, unable to imagine that there was this hidden agenda. It is estimated that Suja is afraid of being touched by the situation. The hot fence looked at Suja's eyes, there is a lot more tenderness. Which can it be? I'm just lazy. Hearing Huang Bei's words, Suja laughed and blackened himself. Collect the juice and take it out of the pot. The colorful, steaming hot cassoulet made the crowd salivate. It smells so good. Drooling. This is too awesome. After making a dish, Suja didn't stop as he picked up the potatoes and peeled them. In 3 strokes, the skin of the potato was peeled clean. The crowd was dumbfounded, this knife work, more professional than a professional. It's not over yet. He put the potatoes on the cutting board, slowly cut the potatoes into slices. Immediately after, the speed is accelerated in vain, uniformly rhythmic clattering sound, the blade cut through the potatoes, leaving a fine shredded. These potatoes, shredded, looks extremely fine, and very uniform. Shocking. Everyone looked at Suja incredulously. No one expected that the ordinary Suja actually had this hand. Everyone has only one thought in their mind, Suja's wave of heavenly show. Chapter 19, Face Value or Talent? Shrimp popping eel noodles, fried loach, stir-fried cabbage, as well as Suja's personally cooked hot and sour shredded potatoes and stewed bamboo shoots, once neatly placed on the square table. At this time, just outside the pavilion is drizzling, quite a twilight rain like bamboo strings flavor. All of them swallowed their saliva, smelled the fragrance, and their stomachs gurgled in protest. Suja took off his apron, washed his hands, and returned to the pavilion, laughing, all sit and eat, what are you waiting for? Song Juni said adoringly, Brother Suja, you're really too good. You can write songs, you can play the guitar, and you can cook, so you'll be my man god from now on. Na Roll snickered, watch out for someone who's in a hurry with you, her voice trailed off, meaning something. Hot Bar's face turned red with a swish, and his tone was a bit weak, I'm not in a hurry. Oh, exempt He Jian laughed and raised his eyebrows, Xiaodi, Na Roll didn't say that it was you, so you took the initiative and jumped out? Huang Base added, here is no silver 302, ha ha. Then, everyone ignored Hot Bar's inability to argue and began to praise Su Zhou in turn. This handful of cooking skills really impressed them. Most importantly, Suja's nature also really made the several elders like him. Especially Wan Yenui, he even felt that Suja was very much in tune with his temperament, and the two of them had already made an appointment to work together when they had the chance in the future. Suja was also a little embarrassed by the praise, and quickly changed the topic. Are you guys really not hungry? I'm starving. Hungry. Hot Bar licked his tongue, his eyes beaming. Then let's get cracking. Action. Wow. Hot and sour shredded potato is too good. Braised bamboo shoots, first class, first class. Mr. Su Zhang's craftsmanship is also good. This fried loach is really fragrant. Nonsense, this is obviously fake eel. Where is loach? Right, ha ha ha. The atmosphere in the gazebo is super good, a piece of it's happy, and laboring all day, everyone is also very hungry, which is eating well. The members of the program team, looking straight drooling. Assistant Director Li Zhezhou swallowed his saliva and asked He-jin next to him, does it really smell that good? Gulp. He-jin swallowed hard. Codes, I'm so hungry. Why don't we go out for a late-night snack later? Someone suggested. My treat. He-jin nodded his head. Long live the director. All the staff shouted out straight hail. In the gazebo, everyone was still eating, and Wan Yenui put down his chopsticks after eating a bowl of noodles. Seeing this, He-jung advised, eat some more? No, diet. The tone was a bit inadequate, and his gaze remained on the shrimp-popped eel noodles and the stewed bamboo shoots. Teacher Wang, you've done a lot of work today. Suja said with a smile. Then I'll have some more. Wan Yenhui broke in a second, causing everyone to laugh. At this table, it is the hot fence that is the most relaxed, eating that is called a fragrant, completely without any idle baggage. Anyway, just eat. Suja was a bit surprised and asked, Fatty, you eat so much, why don't you get fat? Natural beauty. Hot Bar didn't lift her head and returned while eating. After a windy meal, everyone had pretty much eaten. Enjoying the breeze, they sat and chatted. Days like this are relatively rare. Being an entertainer requires exposure, and exposure requires announcements. Usually they rarely have such opportunities to get together. Suju and the three girls just sat and quietly listened. The elders' stories had traces of time in them and were especially moving. Suddenly, Su Zhang turned his gaze to Suja and asked, Xiaozhe, I heard that you wrote a song yesterday? Teacher, he has been bragging about you today when he was planting rice seedlings, saying that you are the talent bearer of Mushroom House. Suja shook his head and laughed. Which is it? That's Mr. He bragging. The crowd thought that Suja was being modest, and when the words turned, Suja hemmed and hawed, I'm clearly the face actor. Now, Hot Bar was anxious and hurriedly stated that he was the face value bearer of Mushroom House. Wan Yenhui said at this time, this kid is exactly like me when I was young. Huang Lei was shocked, you were handsome when you were young? Wan Yenhui said in a serious manner, I was particularly thick-skinned when I was young. Po ha ha ha. It turns out that Mr. Wang is also a paragraph player. After a burst of laughter, Su Zhang raised his eyebrows and said, give us a show? Sure. Suja went back to his room to get his guitar and returned to the gazebo again in a short while. He asked, what do you want to hear? Na rolls her hands up, Inari. Yes. After saying that, Suja swept the strings of the zither, and the wonderful sound of the zither cleansed the air. After opening his voice, the crowd was once again trapped in fond memories. After the song, the audience applauded. It's really awesome. Su Zhang had admiration written all over his face. This song is much better than the version on the internet. Good to hear. Wan Yenhui was also shocked at this time. He usually didn't love listening to pop songs, but this song had an urge to make him linger. He-jong raised his head at this time, with a haughty face, am I right, my family's Zhu is awesome, right? Huang Base choked, what's your family? It's clearly someone's family. Hot Barrier's red face lowered his head, peeking at Suja from time to time. Seeing that he didn't have much of a reaction, he again had some urge to punch him. Suddenly, Song Sango Kodo said with some excitement, Brother Suja has another song, it's also very good. The adoration in his tone was not concealed at all. In just one day's time, Song Swan had completely turned into Suja's little fangirl. Everyone froze, and Huang Base asked, really? Yes there is, do you guys want to hear it? Wanna? The sound was deafening. Not only the guests were shouting, but the staff over at the show also excitedly joined the call team. Re-holding the guitar, lightly sweeping the chords, 3 simple chords of C, G, and E, and a few simple loops, Suja played a rather refreshing and beautiful intro. This intro, like the sky clearing up, made everyone's mood relax for a while. Story of the Little Yellow Flower. Floating from the year they were born. A childhood swing. I've been swinging with my memories until now. The relaxed tone, as if with a magical voice, in an instant, captured everyone's ears and their hearts. Chapter 20, Sand Sculpture Index, 5 stars. Suja's voice, clean and pure, the crowd was mesmerized. The simple and beautiful rhythm stunned everyone present. re.sou.sou.xi.dou.xi.la. So.li 11.11.11.11.11.li 11.lasso. Blowing the prelude and looking at the sky I think of flower petals and try to fall. The day I skipped school for you. The day the flowers fell. In the classroom. I can't see it. Memories roared to life and a smile tugged at the corners of the mouths of the four middle-aged greasy men of the geriatric group in unison. To them, Sunny Day was like a beautiful memory, a beautiful touch, a beautiful story, which did not ask about vicissitudes, did not ask about wind and waves. Especially He Jeong and Huang Biao, both of them were singers, and the impact of this song on them was even more direct. Suja's vocals blended perfectly with each lyric, filling each word with melodic beauty. This song, it's bound to catch fire. Listening to the school story that Suja had woven with his music, the three girls also felt as if they had returned to that school era. They weren't professionals, and at the moment there was only one thought in their minds: their ears were pregnant. Listening to Suja sing was always a pleasure. Only, Hot Baba pouted, her heart was a bit tasty. Who was the girl who once made Suja skip class? Hotba herself still didn't know when she had become so concerned about Suja's affairs. The crew. Hee-jin's heart was once again in shock. He had something to do back at the station today, so he didn't realize that Suja had written another new song. When Lee Zhejiu told him that Suja had written a new song, he was actually a little unimpressed. What other song was more classic than Rice Fragrance? Before this, Hee-jin thought that this kid was a bit hasty. But now, Sunny Day was even more stunning to him. At the end of the song, the audience erupted in applause. Suja once again used his talent and giftedness to tell the crowd that he was not just a name in vain. Mushroom House's talent is well deserved. It's so good. Su Zhang said, "Ja, when is the album coming out? I'll buy a copy." Huang Base laughed and scolded, "One copy? You're so stingy? You're really stingy." This was clearly aimed at Su Zhang's bald head. Su Zhang was dissatisfied. "Let me tell you, when I used to have hair, I was still a hair model." That expression, there was still some pride. Yellow Base disliked, "So now you're getting retribution." The whole audience burst into laughter. For a long time, the topic was once again led to Suja. Huang Base said to Yijin, "2 songs, and still do not improve the treatment? Not afraid of people running away?" Huang Base is very attentive to Suja's affairs, and he will definitely help Suja fight for what he can fight for. The reason why Huang Base's own closing dividend is so low is also because of the concessions made by Suja. Otherwise, his dividend wouldn't be only 4%. Yijin nodded seriously and returned, "I'm going back to the station today to get the contract, I'll sign it later." Treatment? This time it was Hee-jeong who asked. "Raise it," Hee-jin said without hesitation. Everyone was happy that Suja was getting his due. It was no exaggeration to say that after the pilot in the first installment aired, Suja was bound to be on fire. After dinner, the 3 girls took the initiative to take over the housework. Originally, Suja also wanted to help but was stopped by the 3 girls. Naza said, "You've cooked for us, leave the housework to us." It was very well behaved, quite a good wife and mother, and was unanimously praised. A few girls are cleaning up, Suja they are not doing nothing. It's drizzling now, Hee-jeong is afraid of the rain, wet to the old point in Tianba, so the guys personally put up a simple canopy for them. This busy, and half an hour, is considered an after-dinner activity. House. Everyone sat cross-legged around the square table, drinking tea and chatting, as well as doing a recap of the whole day today, and plans for tomorrow. This time, Su Zheng didn't struggle, and he carried the task assigned to him. Anyway, the mouth said that he didn't want the body to do it honestly, so he simply didn't struggle. "Don't say, this mushroom house is really poisonous." While talking, Huang Bases told a joke, causing everyone to laugh. Then Su Zhang, not to be outdone, picked up a Spy Mountain story, and the atmosphere in the room became more and more lively. Hot Bar suddenly raised his hand and volunteered, me, I'll tell a joke too." "Sure, then we'll have our little flute princess from the mushroom house tell us a joke." Hee Jeong applauded. Ahem. Hot Bar coughed lightly, getting into the scene for a second, and said, "I'll tell you about an inheritance fiasco. A billionaire is dying and lying on his hospital bed, about to come to the end of his life, but his 3 sons are fighting over his inheritance. The rich man said to his 3 sons, 'This way, I'll give each of you $10,000, and whoever can spend the least amount of money to buy one thing to fill up this room, the inheritance will go to him.'" Everyone found this beginning somewhat familiar, but they did not interrupt Hot Fence's narrative. Hotba continued, "The 3 sons left thoughtfully. The first to return was the oldest son, who had bought cotton, and he had spent $5,000 on a great deal of it, but it did not even fill half the room. The rich man was disappointed. Next to return was the second son, who brought a gas bottle for $200, opened the valve, and the odor of the gas filled every corner of the room. The rich man was so satisfied that he was just about to open his mouth when his youngest son returned. He ran in with a lighted candle in his hand and gushed, "I only spent $1. "Boom," responded Saz quickly, mimicking the sound of an explosion. After a short silence, everyone laughed out loud. Not because the joke was funny, but because the Hot Fence that thought of it was too sandy. "This sand sculpture index has to be 5 stars, right?" "Pohahaha, you're killing me with laughter." Nazar laughed out loud, mocking mercilessly, "What were you thinking?" Suja added, "With all due respect, sand sculpture index, 5 stars. Huang Base chuckled. Xiaojia, the match you just made has to be 6 stars, right? Suja smiled and didn't say anything. If she wants to go crazy, what's the harm in accompanying her in her mess? Chapter 21 Laughing to Death. Hot Bar huffed and puffed. This person actually said that she was 5 stars on the Sand Sculpture Index. Unconvinced, you tell us 1. Humph. Naza watched the fun and also said, that's right, if you have the ability to say 1 too. Song clapped her hands and said excitedly, go Suja, I'm looking forward to you. The 4 older groups, with smiles on their faces, watched the youngsters. Su Zheng said with a smile, staying with the young people puts me in a much younger mood. Huang Base was shocked, so I have this role. Oh come on, you stinker. He Jiang said to the camera, it's clearly me that Signs is talking about. Wan Yanhui was filled with sadness, so the one with the thinnest skin here is me. The mushroom house was filled with the smell of joy. Suja was cajoled by a few girls, and not showing any weakness, he said, then why don't I tell you all a joke too? If it's not funny tomorrow the rice field is yours. Huang Base narrowed his eyes and took the opportunity to pit Suja. That's right, if it's not funny then go plant rice seedlings. Hot Bar nodded his head fiercely, thinking in his heart, it's still Mr. Huang who loves himself, he should give the disobedient little Zhizi a little lesson. But Huang Base said, in view of the fact that Xiaodi's joke just now was not funny, she will have a share in tomorrow's rice field. Hot Bar was shocked, his eyes wide, and said, I protest. You all clearly laughed just now. Suja's eyes rolled and laughed. Let's all raise our hands to decide if Hot Bar's joke just now was funny or not, and raise your hands if you think it's funny. Everyone stifled their laughter and didn't raise their hands. Only Hot Fence was alone with her hand up, and she said sadly, you guys set me up. Huang Base laughed out loud and pointed at Suja, don't worry, there's still your little Zhizi to keep you company. He Joan picked up, please start your performance. Suja got up, moved his body, and coughed lightly before saying in a low voice, this is a story that I personally experienced. Mr. Song muttered, why does it sound like a ghost story? Suja didn't care, and continued in a low voice, that year, I was 19 years old, working as a customer service agent at Linkage, and I remember that day, I received a phone call. The crowd frowned, did they encounter a ghost calling? Because Suja's voice was really creepy. I picked up the phone and it was a man. He said his cell phone was out of service due to an unpaid bill and asked if I could do him a favor. Song Grouper approached Hotba's side and grabbed her sleeve, she was timid and scared of this kind of story. Suja continued in that creepy tone, I said yes, I'll help him as long as I can. Guess what favor he asked me to do? Suja suddenly revealed a creepy smile and asked. What favor? Hot Bar guessed, is this a psychic phone call? That phone number is just messed up to come right. One could tell that Hot Fence didn't usually watch a lot of psychic movies. Suja shook his head and quickly said, he asked me to help him send a text message to his roommate to help send some paper because he was squatting in the toilet and forgot to bring paper towels, and his legs were numb from squatting, so he really couldn't do anything about it. Put. Ha 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 ha. The whole room burst out laughing. Goddamn toilet paper, goddamn twist. Everyone thought Suja was going to tell a ghost story, but he didn't expect it to be a laugh-out-loud true story. Pfft, ha ha, I'll get it, I can't take it anymore. He Joan laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Originally, he was also a bit scared, but he didn't expect it to end like this. A group of people laughed out a pig's voice, among them, the Hot Fence laughed the most. Yellow Base also laughed non-stop, but he was still curious, ha, ha ha. Then how did you answer? Suja revealed his white teeth and laughed. I asked him if he knew why toilets were also called restrooms? Toilet, squatting pit, restroom? Doesn't that mean let's take a hand? Talent. Ha ha ha, I can't, I'm dying of laughter. Awesome. Ha 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 ha, I'm not even convinced by the walls but by you. The entire mushroom house was filled with bursts of laughter everywhere they went. The staff at the other end of the program were even on the ground laughing. Hotbo was initially confused and hadn't understood, and then after Naza whispered an explanation to her, the whole group laughed themselves silly. Chapter 22, Animal Simulation, Invitation to a Play. After Suja finished speaking, everyone laughed for a long time before slowing down. He Joan proposed at this time that each person tell a joke. Of course, the joke must be funny, or else you have to follow the Hot Fence down to the field to plant rice. Only, with Suja's jokes in front, the jokes everyone told were a bit greatly reduced. But when it was Song's turn, something happened that made people laugh and cry. When it came to the girl's turn, I don't know if her laughing point was too low, but before she started to tell the joke, she laughed herself half to death, and kept on laughing goose 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 goose. The joke was told intermittently, we actually did not hear what the girl was talking about. However, Song's laughter was poisonous, and everyone was infected with it, and the room fell down with laughter. After laughing, He Joan sees that it's still early and suggests a game. With the last opinion sought, everyone unanimously decided to play Draw the Turtle. It was a fun and easy game, and everyone in the room knew it. And so the first round of Draw the Turtle began. And this time, Hot Bar was finally not the one being punked by everyone. The target has become Su Zheng's big bald head. Win or lose, everyone took him to the pits. Yellow Base said, "Do you all want to see Mr. Su Zheng wash his hair?" This punishment was still proposed by Su Zheng himself, but he didn't expect to pit himself. Su Zheng had a helpless face and said in an aggravated manner, "Why, obviously I won. Vote on it, raise your hands if you want to see it." Suja watched the fun and was the first to raise his hand. Brush, brush, brush. 7 votes in favor, 1 vote against by Su Zheng is invalid. He Zheng laughed and raised his hand. "I apply to help Zheng Zi wash his hair. I haven't washed my bald head yet, huh?" The 3 girls laughed so hard that they fell on the table. This was the funniest episode of the program they had ever recorded. Su Zheng, who had been snubbed by everyone, inexplicably agreed. Suja laughed out loud. "Mr. Huang is awesome. Mr. Su Zheng was fooled by you." Su Zheng said, "I don't call this washing my hair, I call it washing my scalp." A stunt that poked the crowd's funny bone again. The funniest part was that Suja found a bottle of hair growth solution from the express pile and gave it to He Jiong as a shampoo. Tony Ho's handiwork was still good, at least Su Zheng closed his eyes comfortably. Didn't the saying go, since you can't resist, just enjoy it? After a hilarious shampoo, Su Zheng, in order to take revenge, deliberately said, "How about, in the next round, we play bigger?" "Play how?" Suja asked, stifling his laughter. Su Zheng viciously said, "This way, the person who loses later will imitate little h, and then choose someone to play little o." Can. Hot Bar heatedly laughed, "I just want to see little Jizzy play little h." Suja didn't show any weakness. "If I lose, you're screwed." Hot Bar conceded in a second, "I'm wrong, I don't dare." Everyone laughed out loud. The 3rd round of drawing turtles has officially begun. And in this round, Su Zheng happened to be the first one to win again. He was full of joy and said, "Don't let me play little h this time, That's hard to say." Huang Base looked at the increasing number of cards in his hand and had somewhat anticipated his situation. He Jiang still had 2 cards left and looked at Su Zheng. "Don't forget, the loser can still find someone to act with." Su Zheng, "Mr. Su Zheng, you can't be too dejected." Seeing that he was being attacked by a group, Su Zheng folded his hands and begged for mercy. "Can you let me enjoy a taste of victory?" The 3 girls laughed incessantly. At the end of the game, He Jiong lost, but he asked Su Zheng, "Are you playing little h or little o?" "No. The rules of this game aren't like this, you guys can't be like this." Su Zheng was confused. This game could still be played like this? Suja said with gusto, "Then vote." "I'll play." Su Zheng compromised, but said, "But you must act too, so I will." "Just pretend I didn't say that, okay?" Suja laughed bitterly. This time he had gotten himself into a hole. "No," the crowd said in unison. "Let's first observe what little h and little o did this minute, then we'll start imitating." Su Zheng didn't give Suja a chance to resist and directly said. In fact, he had a reason in his heart for choosing Suja to mimic with him, but he couldn't say it now for the time being. "Okay." Suja smiled. In the past, when he was a trainee, this animal mimicry class wasn't rare, he could still cope with it. But at this time, Suja heard a beep. Ding! Triggering side quest, animal form simulation. Mission requirement, perfectly simulate little h and gain everyone's approval. Mission reward, increase acting skill level by 1 level. Is it accepted? With this good thing, how can there be a reason to refuse? But a perfect simulation isn't that simple, is it? Taking the time to observe, Suja's entire body was immersed in the system mall, and finally his eyes lit up. It was because he found one thing in the mall that suited him perfectly. Animal mimicry card, perfect mimicry of target for 3 minutes, the prestige required was just 500. Suja could just about afford it, it was just a pity that it was a disposable prop that was gone after use. But now there is no way, can only bite the bullet and buy it. With a swish, 500 reputation was deducted, and Suju immediately used the simulation card on little h. He was able to use the simulation card on little h. He was able to use the simulation card on little h. A moment later, Suja opened his eyes full of confidence. Xiaozhe, what are you acting? Su Zhang looked up and asked. Suja said, I'll play little h. Huang Base laughed out loud. Everyone clear this place out and move a place for the 2 of them. Not long after, this place just turned into a small theater. The show began. Suja's aura has changed. Lazily with a little bit of vigilance, Suja ambled on the mat, as if treating this place as if it were his own little nest. Then, Suja cocked his head and chased his tail around. Of course, even though he didn't have a tail, it didn't stop everyone from being able to guess. The only thing that's not a good guess is that it's a good guess. Whether it's the eyes or the body movements, it's a perfect representation of what little h should look like. The 3 girls laughed and laughed because Suja was acting too much like him. As the saying goes, insiders look at the doorway and outsiders look at the scene. The hearts of the 3 veteran actors, Huang Base, Su Zhang, and Wang Yanui, were shaken. The shock brought to them by Suja's performance was just too great. Su Zhang blurted out, Xiaozhe, I want to invite you to do a movie. Chapter 23 Mission accomplished, breathtakingly tawdry operations. As soon as the words fell, the room was filled with astonishment. Su Zhang actually wants to make a movie with Suja? This is simply unthinkable. Suja had no works and no fan base, so in principle, he could only be considered a complete newcomer. And who is Su Zhang? Actor, producer, director. Su Zhang's influence is all-encompassing. That's why it was really surprising that Suja was named by Su Zhang to be invited to the theater, and it also made the three girls envious. Of the three girls, all of them were now active in variety shows, and although they were also actors, they had only appeared in TV dramas as well as online movies. Movie and TV circles? That's pretty much hard to squeeze in. There are only so many resources in the circle, and when you get them, it means someone else loses out. That's why the movie and TV circle is so much more exclusive. And Suja, a blank slate without any work, was actually seen by a big director. The eyes of the three hot bar girls were filled with envy. Suja froze and let out a ha, his face full of doubt. Yellow Base patted Suja's shoulder. What's wrong with you? Hurry up and thank your Uncle Zhengzi. Seeing that this stupid kid was still frozen, Huang Base was also anxious for Suja. Su Zhang rolled his eyes. Hey, Uncle went too far. Everyone laughed out loud as well. Suja was a little excited inside. Su Zhang wasn't inviting him to act in that box office myth movie, was he? He suppressed his inner excitement and asked, Mr. Su, what's the subject of the movie? Is it convenient to reveal? After a moment of silence, Su Zhang said, the romantic comedy genre. After saying that, he turned back to Eugene and said, Director E, please edit that part just now, this movie script is still being written. Eugene made an okay gesture, signaling that he understood. In fact, if Su Zhang hadn't said anything, Eugene would have subtracted this paragraph as well. The news of this segment was just too shocking. He didn't want the show to take a turn for the worse, and it was also a way to protect Suja. A romantic comedy? Doubts rose within Suja. It was obvious that this wasn't the god of medicine, but there wasn't much loss in his heart. It was all a drama. If he could act, it would be fine. Ding dong. Mission complete. Reward being given out, acting level +1. After receiving the message from the system, Suja's heart rejoiced. This reward was powerful. Just as everyone was still reeling from the surprise, the phone rang. This also meant that a new round of guests from the Mushroom House was coming. Suja got up and went to answer the phone, and as soon as he connected, the other party showed off a bit of English. Suja did not show weakness, gibberish back to the other side of a whole lot of words, directly to the other side to listen to the flabbergasted. In the end, the guest of honor on the other end of the phone pinched his throat and said in Mandarin, I'm convinced, which country's language are you speaking? The scene laughed out loud, and Heejung said, Ja, you're confusing the guest, by the way, which country's language are you speaking? French. Huang Base answered the question for Suja. His mother is a university professor and teaches French. Everyone at the scene was helpless for a while. What else does Suja know? Simply a treasure boy. Covering the microphone, Suja said to everyone, if the other guy speaks English, I'll speak French to him, hurt each other. Ha, the other party must be confused. Hot Bar was laughing with his small mouth covered, while his eyes were colorful. Little Tetsuko was really something. He even knows French. But Hotba wouldn't praise Suja. She was afraid that Suja would be proud. Huang Bei said with amusement, this is a foreign friend? Want to prepare Western food? No, the other party speaks Chinese now, speaks like a thief. Suja laughed out loud, and he didn't need to think about it to know that the other party's expression must be rich. Hey. Why don't you speak? Suja turned on the speakerphone, and the smell of a translation accent came out of the microphone. Heejung's eyes lit up as he realized, I know who it is. I guessed it too, Suja said, the voice is too recognizable. Hot Bar asked in confusion, who is it? The one who was very close to me. Heejung was full of pride. This time, the range was small, and with the voice, everyone guessed. But Suja is still covering the microphone, and Zhang Jia over there is a little anxious. Why don't these people say anything? Suja's eyes rolled, switched to a low baritone voice and asked, then guess who I am? Zhang Jia frowned. This voice, it didn't sound like Mr. Huang either, nor could it be Mr. He. Could it be today's guest of honor? Chapter Jia asked sheepishly, today's guest? Right, oh. Suja said, my name is Huang Hui Fengyo. Do you recognize me? Zhang Jia's face was full of questions. Huang Fei Hong? No, said Suja in a breathtaking accent, it's Huang Hui Feng. I have nothing to do with the one from Pachilam. Zhang Jia was speechless for a while. Where are you from? You guess yo, give you a hint, the first word, read who? Hulan. Nope, guess again yo. Hu Barium. Guess again. Besides these two cities, there are other cities in China that start with the word who? At this time, everyone in the Mushroom House also looked at each other with curious faces. Of course there is, I'm Hu Jin's Na. The crowd collapsed in laughter. There was actually this tart operation. Chapter 24, A New Contract. The recording of the program was almost over by this point. The time had come to 10:30 p.m. Everyone had worked hard all day and wanted to rest early. Heejung stood up and said, everyone has worked hard today, go back and rest early. Huang Base picked up, get up tomorrow and get back to work. After chatting for a while longer, everyone dispersed on their own. Na Rold and Song Sugo would also stay here for the night and would leave again first thing in the morning. The original capacity of the mushroom house was far from enough to accommodate 4 people, but now and Song were also girls, so it was still possible to squeeze in with Hot Bar. As for the 2 guests, Su Zhang and Wan Yenui, they naturally stayed in the room dedicated to receiving guests. Suja had just finished his shower and wanted to go back to his room to rest when he was called aside by the director Hee-jin. Suja's heart was clear, this was to sign the contract. While wiping his hair and walking over to Hee-jin, Suja smiled, "Director, looking for me?" "Well." Hee-jin took out a contract and said, "This contract, you see if there is any problem, if there is no problem sign and bring it to me tomorrow." Suja took it, flipped through a few pages and frowned tightly. "Director He, didn't we agree on $5 million? The figure on it was clearly $8 million, and the closing dividend came to 5%. Such a treatment could be much more than what was agreed upon in the morning." Hee-jin smiled and explained, "This is the treatment you deserve. You're the most talented and the most versatile of all the young people I've seen, the program group doesn't lose out." Suja was a bit touched, but he was still a bit worried. He said, "The station is willing to agree?" Knowing that he was only an artist who was not even an 18th line, such treatment was too high. "What do I care about them?" Hee-jin patted his chest and assured, "If they won't, I won't shoot." "Director He, are there any conditions then?" Suja collected the contract and asked. "You have to vacate the slot for the 3rd season of Looking Forward, of course, the treatment and so on, it's definitely not what it is now." Hee-jin believed that a year later, Suja would be worth more than that. By that time, he might be a popular fried chicken, such a potential stock, of course, he should be pulled into the warship now. "Okay." Suja didn't refuse and agreed with a single bite. Not to mention the fact that this program gave Suja enough exposure, let's just say that he really couldn't say anything. More importantly, the 2 teachers, Hwang Baes and Hee Jeong, were bound to participate in the 3rd season of Aspire, and he himself had to participate as well. He could not be left out of the large family of Wayward. Hee-jin nodded with satisfaction and patted Suja's shoulder. "Go on, rest early, it's been a hard day." Director He also worked hard. Suja bowed slightly. Hee-jin didn't run around a lot for his contract, this gift Hee-jin deserved. "You kid." Hee-jin laughed and scolded, looking at Suja with eyes full of appreciation. Hot fence room. After the 3 girls had showered, they lay down on the bed and chatted about gossip. Song Guji said, "Sister Xiaodi, how did you and brother Xiaozha meet?" Na rolled her ears and made a listening gesture. Hotba rolled over, her little feet kicked, and smiled sweetly. "At that time we went to shoot commercials together, he was a newcomer, and I was also a newcomer. Then he treated me to ice cream and I treated him to milk tea, that's how we met." The story is very plain, after shooting ads together and working together, they naturally became friends. Na roll shook her head. You guys say that Sunrise Entertainment is not a little cute. Suji is such an outstanding artist, they actually snowballed it." "That's it." Song Goer wrinkled her nose and said indignantly, "Little's brother is such a good person, if he had focused on cultivation, he would have been on fire by now." Hot Bar nodded his head in great agreement and said, "It's just too exasperating, there's no mood at all." "Yo? Flirtatious?" Na rolled her eyes and teased, "Say, do you like Suja?" "No. No." Hot Bar reddened and denied it in a hurry. Song Group Kodo heatedly laughed. "Sister D, don't lie to yourself, look at how you're blushing like a monkey's butt." Hot Bar was enraged, rolling over and pressing Song Sugo Kodo underneath her, his hands scratching and scratching into her cackling nest. "Ha ha ha. Don't tickle me, I'm wrong. Song Sugo begged for mercy. "Sister Na roll, save me." Song Sugo was wearing a set of nightgown at this time, her fragrant shoulders half leaked, her skirt upturned and faded to her waist, and her 2 little feet stomping about in the air. Na rolled his forehead, "These 2 goblins But before she could gloat for long, she was pulled into the fray by the 2 crazy girls. The 3 girls made such a mess that if Suju was here, he would have gotten a nosebleed. Program team. After signing the contract, Hajin received a phone call. It was a call from the late stage of the program, saying that the pilot film had been cut into 30-odd-minute pieces and asking when it would be broadcast. Because the viewers on the internet have been up in arms. Suja's song Rice Fragrance had directly triggered the entire internet, and many netizens had come for the song. Hee-jin thought about it and said, "Cut out today's sunny day as the trailer for the first installment, the pilot, and broadcast it tomorrow night." Hee-jin was very much looking forward to how hot Suja would be after the pilot movie was aired. What will be the result of the 2nd season of Aspire? It's really something to look forward to. Chapter 25, Exploding Internet, Reactions from All Sides. After 2 days of fermentation, there were more and more people who liked Inari. The fact that 2 consecutive stations on Weibo were on the hot search was also enough to prove the heat of the song. But unfortunately, so far, there is still no authentic audio source for Inari. In a world where the fight against piracy is strong, the costs can be high, especially the cost of crime, so not many are willing to take the risk. So that has led to more and more people coming to Twitter to listen to songs. On the official blog of the program group of Aspire, the video of Suja singing Rice Fragrance had already been put on top, and the number of broadcasts had already broken 10 million, with as many as 200,000 messages. Most of them were begging for the song, and there were also many people commenting on the song. This song is so awesome, when can we hear the original soundtrack? The number of likes was over 80,000. A collection of midnight listening cries. Likes number 90,000 plus. Warmth without exaggeration or forced bull, love it. Like 60,000 plus. There are also countless messages from netizens, which also shows how much people love the song. Of course, there are also many netizens who trolled. How come the pilot movie hasn't come out yet? Anxious to death all. I want to see Suja's little brother, with his beautiful face. Lick lick Tim. I'm here for little Tetsu. Here comes the sooty fan, so in love with the happy couple. Some netizens were originally chatting and bragging in the comments section, but suddenly, they received a Weibo update alert. The program group of Aspire had updated their microblog. Some netizens thought it was the pilot movie of Looking Forward, but when they clicked on the video, it was only a short 4 minutes. Apparently, it's just a trailer to quench everyone's thirst. Netizens not without regret clicked on the video, but the next moment, everyone gave an E. In the video, a sunny-faced teenager held a guitar, swept the chords lightly, and the fresh and beautiful sound of the piano came out from the stereo. Story of the little yellow flower. Floating from the year they were born. A childhood swing. I've been swinging with my memories until now. Once you open your voice, it's good to hear. The gentle voice, the soft gaze, the young man holding the guitar and sweeping the chords. This moment Suju is like a young man walking out of a painting, making people look sideways. This song is like a breeze, blowing into the hearts of countless teenage girls. When you listen to this song, you will think of the campus, think of the classroom, and think of that young girl sitting in your front row with a ponytail. Every time you grab her ponytail, you always get an angry look from her. But you were happy to do it, again and again, until graduation. That girl with the ponytail and the floral dress, how is she today? That boy who had a crush on you for a long time, walking on thin ice with this love that never belonged to him, even if he was rained on again, even if he was blown so far away by the wind, even if it was just one more day of love, even if at the end of the story, you said goodbye to me. But it's raining. But the wind is blowing. At the end of the song, Suja murmured and ended the performance. Many boys reddened their eyes, and many girls wet their eyes. Immediately afterward, below this video, messages sprang up like rain, and the entire microblog exploded. It's too good to be true. This is another new song from little brother Suja? Awesome. This talent, this voice, this lyrics, this composition, I'll eat if this doesn't catch fire. Upstairs, this time you're finally not cheating. This song is divine, and this person is awesome. Suja. I want to see Suja. Aspire should be aired soon. Why doesn't Suja have a microblog? Why can't I find him? Crazy. The netizens were as crazy, frantically looking for news of Suja. Some reporters caught wind of the situation, like sharks smelling blood. Suja, right now, was already the favorite of the major media. There was news about him that was being poked around by countless people. Microblogging officials panicked. Because in just 1 hour, Weibo new influx of a large number of new IP, coupled with the crazy messages from netizens, almost caused the server to go down. At first, the microblogging party thought it had suffered a hacker attack, but later realized that these new IPs had only one purpose. That is to listen to songs and leave messages. After the shock, the official Twitter staff was again impressed. This person called Suja was truly terrifying. With the power of one person, he almost paralyzed the entire Weibo server. Weibo held a meeting overnight, which had only one core. Get Suja into Weibo. At all costs. In addition to Weibo, there are quite a few showbiz companies in action. Music companies such as Penguin Music, I Listen Music, Cool Cat Audiovisual, and many others have sent their staff to look for Suja. They had only one goal, to buy the rights to the 2 songs. Sign Suja. If they couldn't do it, they could only pack their bags and get out. That's a death sentence. Countless brokers, too, are on the move. They only wanted to sign this future song king who was destined to burst into flames. Tonight is destined to be an uneventful night. Tonight, Clear Sky also accompanied countless teenage girls into their dreams. Chapter 26, I'm going to eat you. A rooster crowed, waking up the freshly washed morning. Suja still woke up early, only this time when he got up, he also saw Wang Yanhui in the yard. Good morning, Mr. Wang. Suja had a towel on his shoulders and a cup and toothbrush in his hands, preparing to wash up. Wang Yanhui had originally planned to exercise, and when he saw Suja, he froze. Xiaozhe, why did you get up so early? At this time, Hee-jong came out from the inner room and laughed. This guy is even more like a bad old man than us. Which young man gets up so early? Used to it, he. Suja received water and asked, Mister, he woke up so early today? Ugh, old yellow snores like a tractor. Hee-jong spat. Who knows, Suja said. Mr. Ia, actually you're not that far off. Hee-jeong was a bit embarrassed and said with some embarrassment, you weren't woken up by the two of us, were you? No. Suja affirmed, as long as I'm asleep, thunder can't wake me up, I'm really used to waking up early. Hee-jeong was then relieved. If it really disturbed Suja's rest, he would think of a way. Young people should sleep more, they are still growing. Wang Yanhui gave a thumbs up. Run 2 laps together later? Okay. Suja brushed his teeth and said vaguely, come back after the run and we'll pack dumplings. You're all awake? Su Zhang also got up. He was woken up by hunger, his stomach grumbling. Good morning, Mr. Su. Good morning, Zhe, Mr. Wang, and Mr. He too. After saying hello, Su Zhang rubbed his stomach and said, I'm going to go outside to sneak around and buy some breakfast, I can't stand being hungry. Su Zhe rinsed his mouth and spat out the water, then stopped. Don't. I already went around yesterday. I have already strolled around yesterday. There is no breakfast for sale in the neighborhood. It's better for us to cook rice dumplings to eat later. Hee-jeong laughed. This is the condition at home, just bear with it. Drink some rice thinning first to pad your stomach. Give me a cup too. Wan Yenhui also said, this is not going to run, let's just wrap the dumplings first, but we can't starve our director Su into thinness. Ha ha. Gradually, the entire mushroom house awoke. And the first task of the day is to make dumplings. In the pavilion, Su Zhang was holding a dumpling leaf and was learning from Huang Base. Suddenly, Hot Bar killed out of the house, shouting as he ran, Little Jizzy, you're on fire. You're on fire. This scream almost scared everyone. What's on fire? Suja didn't know what was happening on Weibo yet. Na-roll covered her mouth and snickered. Last night, the program team posted the video of you singing Sunny Day on the net, and now you're the husband of all the people. It's not that exaggerated, right? Suja was a little unconvinced as he took out his cell phone and boarded Weibo. At a glance, he was dumbfounded himself. The number 1 hot search was him. Hot search number 2 is Sunny Day. Hot search number 3 is Inari. Hot search number 4 is his past resume, his identity, and background. Almost the entire hot search page of Weibo was taken up by him. Hee-jeong also took a look and his eyes went wide. Holy cow, this is too much, right? Bullish. Su Zhan gave a thumbs up. Song Goer's face was full of adoration. Brother Xiaozhu is just awesome. Any more compliments from everyone, and I'm really going to float. Suja was a little embarrassed as he listened to everyone's compliments. Floating, it's fine. Huang Base pointed at the hot fence and said, this girl is heavy, you can't float high. Hot fence reddened his face. These people, again making fun of himself, but how can he not be angry? As if. A little happy? But the next moment, Hot Bar reacted and huffed, Mr. Huang, I can hear it, you're saying I'm fat. No, Suja took over, Mr. Huang is just saying that you were thin and not obvious. Ha ha. Everyone laughed. This was quite a pair of joyful lovers. Piss me off, I'm going to eat a few more later. Hot Bar sat next to Suja and grunted, teach me, I want to learn. You won't? No. Then will you eat it? I'll bite you to death. Pahahaha, fatty, are you tying up the dumplings as if they were Suja's 5 flowers? Na-roll looked at the dumplings in Hot Bar's hand and burst out laughing. Everyone looked, isn't it? It's tightly wrapped and extra large. Hot fence wrapped is not meat dumplings, but bean paste filling dumplings. This is Suja specially bought back, because he knows the 2 girls are not eat pork. So, Hot fence want to pack a big, so as to eat enough to spread. However, take the dumplings as Suja? Seems like it could be yay. I've decided, later this dumpling will be called Suja, steam it and eat it. Hotbo was happy just thinking about it. Whoever made little Tetsu so annoying should be taught a lesson. Laughing, and wrapping up dumplings just went by. Start the fire, boil the water, and when the water boils, start cooking the dumplings. A few elders were drinking tea and chatting, while Suja was watching the fire and reading a book in his hand. On the path outside the pavilion, Hot Bar and Song Grouper were holding a netting and spreading their legs chasing after the colored lanterns. But they couldn't even touch a single hair of the colored lanterns. Watching everyone laugh. Na-roll decided to cheer on her 2 little sisters, not that she wasn't involved, but she had lost the battle. She had already been humiliated by the colored lights. Don't run, color light, I promise I won't catch you. The colored lights cocked their heads, fluttered their wings, and flew off to the side as if to say, come here, I promise not to run. A new day at the Mushroom House begins with chasing the colored lights. Chapter 27 The Surprising Suja. The time was still early, and the dumplings wouldn't be cooked for a while, so everyone was assigned their own tasks. Yesterday, Zhang Jia called and ordered 2 dishes. Roasted chicken with taro and braised bean fish. So what, the 2 of them, Su Zhang and Wang Yenhui, took their fishing rods and went fishing in the pond, which is considered a benefit of the Mushroom House. It was just rather embarrassing that every time the bait was eaten up, they didn't see any fish take the bait. On the other side of the paddy field, 4 young boys and girls were hard at work planting rice seedlings. After all, they had promised the program yesterday that this rice field had to be done today. Originally, the 2 girls, Na-roll and Song Swan Ki, were planning to leave this morning, but they couldn't rely on Hot Bar's soft persuasion. The most important thing is, cannot resist the temptation of dumplings. So just plan to leave later. But I never thought that I would be pitched to do hard labor again. In the rice fields. Now Roll bent over to plant the rice seedlings, and at the end turned back to Suja and said, Suja, why don't you sing for us? Yes, if we don't listen to the live version this time, we don't know when we'll have the chance in the future. There was a bit of reluctance in Song Swanner's eyes, and she had the urge to live in the mushroom house for a long time. Unfortunately, she couldn't. What's so hard about it? Suja said, if you're free in the future, let's go karaoke together. Yes, yes, yes. Hot Bar was all excited, I agree. Na Roll smiled, I agree too. I'll be on time. Song Guni followed suit, in a much better mood. She couldn't say why, after just one day, the feeling Suja gave her was too kind. Then how about I sing the theme song of Aspiring for you guys? After thinking about it, Suja asked. The Farmer Fisherman? Can you sing it? Hotba asked in surprise. It's a must. Then come one. If I could have a big orchard someday, I'd drop all my pursuits and become a farmer to farm. Every morning I plow the green fields. Every evening I watch over the wheat fields of the countryside. A quiet song, warm sun, light breeze, makes you feel good that time stays in this moment. Suja's voice is very clear and clean, and this song sounds like a very quiet and serene feeling. The Song War closed her eyes, the corner of her mouth nestled in a smile. She wanted to make money in the future. She bought a few acres of land, planted full of her favorite blueberries, raised a few small animals, and lived that kind of day with the world, mountain streams and streams. Hot Fence suddenly wanted to eat ice cream, tongue chasing the cone to run, licking around it in a circle. The sky is long into it. She also wanted a big house, with floor-to-ceiling windows, the son lying on the floor sleeping, and her talking dreamily with her own little dog, accompanied by her, and the teenager who was singing. It was the first time she had ever fantasized about the future, and love. Na Roll didn't have that many thoughts, she was just surprised at Suja's singing ability, surprised that this ballad had a different flavor under Suja's interpretation. It just felt like, it was way better than the original song. Not far away from the mushroom house, Heejong and Huang Base were lying on the rattan chairs, shaking their fans and enjoying the fragrant tea in response to the song, so leisurely. An impetuous heart, gradually calm, dilute, relaxed down. Program team. Heejin suddenly smiled, this kid, he can always surprise people so much. Lee Zhijio asked, what do you want to do again? We have the rights to this song, right? Heejin said after a moment's thought. Well, the station bought it. Lee Zhijio nodded his head, and a bold idea suddenly came to his mind. You want Suja to sing the theme song? That's right. This kid's singing voice is very suitable for this ballad. Quiet and warm. Heejin thought of a few words to describe it. But it's not very good. Although Lee Cheolgu was also of the opinion that Suja's version was better, it wasn't so friendly to the original singer. Try to communicate well, Heejin had nothing to worry about. Brahm, his chin, it's nothing but interest. In other programs, give them a little bit of resources, it's kind of an exchange. That's true. Lee Cheolgu agreed. At the same time, he was shocked in his heart, Suja was going to be on fire. How many resources is this already? Not to mention Heejong and Huang Base, the support of Su Zhang and Heejin was enough to make Suja a big hit in a short period of time. But if Suja himself didn't have that talent and strength, he wouldn't be able to get the favor of several big brothers. Lee Zhijio understood this very well, as he was equally optimistic about Suja. Suja, who was in the rice field, didn't know that he was being watched by Heejin again. He sings it over and over again, and the girls never seem to get tired of hearing it. With the efforts of the four, the rice field was 2/3 complete. There must be no problem in finishing it today. Burning Ear, you sing beautifully. Suddenly, a strange emphasis came from the ridge, like the kind of feeling of a foreigner speaking Chinese. Suja looked up and saw that it was Zhang Jia who had arrived, rejoicing, our dear rice planting guest of honor is here. Zhang Jia, is it too late for me to book a flight home? Late. The three girls giggle. Chapter 28, a highly skilled artist makes a deadly move. Xiaojia, Xiaodi, and the two little beauties, come back for dinner. Heejong yelled from the mushroom house in the direction of the rice field. Whoa! Let's eat! Hot Bar was on the verge of drooling at the thought of her 5-fold dumplings. Didn't your brother Jia yell for you to eat? Heejong had come out to shout when he saw that a few people hadn't returned yet. Zhang Jia, who was walking back while snorting, paused and said awkwardly, I forgot. Suja laughed and said, as the saying goes, once you're pregnant you're stupid for 3 years. Jia is too happy. Although the words were said, Zhang Jia felt a bit out of place and said in an afterthought, no, it's not like I'm pregnant. Causing the girls in the rice field to laugh. Na Roll snickers, but says, it's kind of addictive, I don't want to eat, I just want to plant rice seedlings, what should I do? That dare good you busy here, we withdraw first, let Jia to replace you in the afternoon. Suja hemmed and hawed, after being busy all morning, he had long been hungry and hurried back to fill his stomach. After hearing the meal, Hot Bar's one heart has long since flown back to the mushroom house, cheering, now rolling, you cheer, you are able. Song grouper giggled, also Soul teammates said, "Now rolling sister is really virtuous, I'm convinced." Seeing that everyone is gone, now roll is also anxious, "You guys wait for me. One big step at a time, keeping up with everyone." Gazebo. Fried rice with dumplings is today's lunch. Although it wasn't very sumptuous, everyone ate especially well. After all, after laboring all morning, everyone was hungry. Huang Base pointed to a particularly large dumpling and joked, "Xiaodi, is this the dumpling you wrapped today? What's it called?" Hejong snatched the answer, "I know, this is Xiaodi's, Suja. 5 flowers tied that well." Wow. There was a lot of uproar instantly. Hot fence, ouch, this is a bad egg dumplings, very nasty, people wanna eat it. Ice pretending to be unintentionally aimed at Suja, see that the dead Iron Man did not react, and viciously bit down a large mouthful of dumplings. Dead Iron Straight Man, humph. Wow wow wow. The uproar got louder. Suddenly, Suja turned to the camera and said fondly, "A warm reminder, young people like Fatty with such a good appetite should pay attention to standardized diets and never overeat, remember remember remember." As soon as the words fell, the whole audience burst into laughter. But in no time, Suja couldn't laugh anymore. Because the soft flesh of Suja's waist was turned by Hot Bar's small hand, and it hurt so much that Suja made an exaggerated expression. Zhang Jia laughed out loud, while secretly asking Hejong, the two of them, "What's the situation?" Joyful enemies. Hejong's mouth was full of smiles, "You'll know later." Zhang Jia also stopped asking, smilingly eating the dumplings. "Wrong. I'm wrong." Suja grimaced in pain. Of course, this was only pretending. In reality, the force used by Hot Bar was very small. "Let's see if you still dare to talk nonsense in the future." Hot Bar also said to the camera, viewers in front of the TV, "Everyone must not learn from Suja, it's wrong, it's a note." Suja retorted, "Who said that? I'm not a dead iron at all, I'm very romantic, okay? If you don't believe me, ask me a random question. Just ask him." Huang Base felt that he must cure this kid, he just felt that Hot Bar was good, and had been trying his best to set up the two of them. Hot Bar's eyes rolled and asked, "So what do you like to eat?" Everyone looked at Suja with interest, wanting to see how he would answer. Hot Bar had already prepared for everything, she wanted to let Suja know how scary a woman could be once she was unreasonable. Ahem. Suja cleared his throat and said to the camera, "Viewers in front of the TV show, especially the single guys, you must listen carefully next, it's now teaching time for witty answers to your girlfriend's deadly questions." Deceitful. Hot Bar snapped, "If you can't make me. We're satisfied, you'll be punished for inserting rice alone." A trifle. Suja looked deeply at Hot Bar, "Are you asking about the past or the present?" Without waiting for Hot Bar to answer, Suja continued, "In the past, I liked to eat cola chicken wings. Now, I like to be with you and eat cola chicken wings." Wow. Everyone is confused. It's like a tease. Especially Suja's voice, especially crispy, especially good. Songgoer covered her mouth with both hands and looked at Suja with a deadpan expression, so romantic. Narol looked at Suja, then at Hot Bar, and snickered, "Chubby D. The little face is red, this move is too powerful. My goodness, Suja is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. This is a saint of love." Hejong was sort of convinced that this little classroom was going to be on fire. This is flirting. Suja's face was full of foolishness, but once again drew the sanction of Hot Bar. Perhaps to save face, Hot Bar grunted, "Then I'll ask you another question." "You ask." Suja spread his hands, still with that 10-minute stare. "Flirting with a girl? Sprinkle water. Let me ask you, can I eat on an empty stomach?" The whole room froze for a moment, then hammered the table in wild laughter. "What kind of question is this? It's the equivalent of can I sleep if I'm sleepy? Can I go to the bathroom if I'm in a hurry?" But Suja said in all seriousness, "Dear, this side suggests that you drink some northwest wind to pad your stomach." Hot Fence nose wrinkled, "This is a master and then asked, "Oysters cooked still called oysters?" Suja disdained, word by word. "Pearl Heart, you ask this question, have you considered the feelings of lettuce? Did the white sesame seeds snap out of the strawberries? I don't know, but black sesame seeds are definitely snapped from dragon fruit." A masterful move, a deadly move. Ugh, are you guys trying to kill me with laughter? Laughing my ass off, I can't stand it, recording this program is toxic. Pfft, it's too much of a show. The whole room burst out laughing, unable to stop. These two are talented. Chapter 29 Swarming Brokers. The gazebo was filled with laughter, Zhang Jia's whole body was laughing silly, it was really the first time he was on such a funny program. This dialogue, it was also too funny. Especially that sense of CP between the two Sujo and Hotba, it was simply unbeatable. He, an old youth, also had a vague feeling inside that he had returned to his youth. It felt just great. Two people also do not make a scene. Hot Fence is ashamed of a big red face, the heart only think, this little jizzy, not good, in the future cannot be good to manage it. Thinking of the future, Hotba shook her head blah blah blah, who wants to be with that dead Iron Man? But go ahead and think about it, the thoughts kept popping up. Hee-jung originally wanted to say something, but then he saw Hee-jin gesturing and pointing at Suja. He instantly understood and said, "Xiaojia, go get some sauce for me." The hand, however, pointed in the direction of the program. Suja looked there, and sure enough, Hee-jin was beckoning. Smiling, he said, "Sure, I'll go right now." Program team. Ha-jin was annoyed. It wasn't because of the program, but because many people came to the program today. There was a big agent from an entertainment company, a producer from a record label, and someone from the Weibo official came. These people, right, more or less have friendships with the station. He is not good to drive people away, but he also does not want these people to affect the recording of the program. But there is no way. These people, crying parents, almost did not call him father, are begging him to let Suja to talk about it. Hee-jin had no choice but to ask Suja to come. After Suja entered the house, he came through the side door to where the program team was located, walked up to Hee-jin, and asked, "Director, you're looking for me?" "Those are looking for you." Hee-jin smiled helplessly and pointed to the dense group of people behind him. Suja took a look. "Good guy, there must be 10 or 22 people, right? Are they all here to look for themselves? It's not supposed to be for debt collection, is it? It can't be." Suja thought his head through, but he couldn't recall any memories of owing a debt. "Suja? Hello Mr. Suja, I am the agent of Emmy Entertainment, our company invites you to join." "Mr. Suja, I'm from Huawei Entertainment, our company is a multinational entertainment company. As long as you join our company, we will make you an all-round artist. We are Asian American Entertainment. Fieldstar Media looks forward to working with you." As soon as these people saw Suja, they immediately became agitated, desperately squeezing towards Suja's side, and even more so, they kept promoting their own companies in an attempt to draw Suja in. There was no way. They were given a death order. If they couldn't get Suja, their bonus for this month would be gone. On the contrary, they'll get their bonuses. All of these companies wanted to snatch Suja up, but there was only one man, so while they were promoting their own companies, they were also desperately trying to belittle the rival companies. And so, these people talked and argued. Suja frowned and shouted to stop these crazy people. "Don't argue. Listen to me, I don't want to. For now." But before the words were finished, they were interrupted by a somewhat arrogant voice. "Suja, not bad lately, how is it, do you want to come back?" It was arrogant, but it did have arrogant capital. The person who came said this and walked towards Suja, and the brokers along the way, all had the sense to get out of the way. Because the person who came, they couldn't afford to offend. This was the manager who held the most resources under one of the biggest entertainment companies in China, Rising Sun Entertainment, Gao Yang. This person was also one of Suja's former managers, and this was also the person who personally hid Suja for 3 years. But he came today, because in his opinion, no one could refuse Sunrise Entertainment's invitation, and no one could refuse him. Once Gao Yang came, the hearts of the other entertainment companies sank. In terms of resources, they couldn't compare to Rising Sun, and in terms of connections, they couldn't compare to Rising Sun. Everyone could meet that Suja might choose to go back to his old boss. So what if there were previous disagreements? Who would have trouble with fame and fortune? With Rising Sun's resources plus Suja's popularity today, it would be hard not to catch fire. "Excuse me, who are you? Do you know that it's rude to interrupt others?" Suja frowned. The person in front of him had a feeling that made him hate him. "Ho, don't remember me?" Gao Yang was not annoyed. "That's fine, introduce yourself, Rising Sun Entertainment Gao Yang, the largest entertainment company in China." He automatically omitted one of them. "So?" Suja frowned. "Sign it, I'll give you everything you want." Gao Yang casually took out a document and lightly smiled. "This is the Sunrise A-level contract. The company's resources will be tilted in your favor, variety shows, TV dramas, movies, or maybe albums? As long as you sign it, I can get it all for you." Wow! The whole room was in an uproar. A classic contract for Rising Sun. This was not something that ordinary artists could get. Which one of those few who got an A-class contract wasn't a red-hot success? "Suja, this is going to be hairy." The other brokers no longer had any hope. "The handwriting is pretty big, but I'm really sorry, I can't see it." Suja shook his head and said disdainfully, "Wow! These agents are going crazy. Is he stupid? This is Rising Sun, how many artists break their heads trying to squeeze in? What's wrong with this guy's head? Such a good deal, an A-class contract. If you agree, you'll be another superstar." Convinced, what a dilettante. Gao Yang frowned and held back his anger. "For old time's sake, I can ignore your irrationality just now. I'll give you another chance to choose." "Retarded, aren't you? Do I know you? Don't you climb on my friendship." Suja disliked back. "You say you don't know me?" Gao Yang laughed in anger. After so many years in the circle, who didn't respect him when they saw him, how could anyone dare to treat him like this? Suja looked disgusted. "You are not my son, why should I recognize you?" Pfft, ha ha ha. The whole room laughed. Chapter 30 Crowd Support, Strong Connections. You. Gao Yang's veins rippled, but thinking of the value in Suja, he still suppressed his inner anger and said, "I've seen many talented young people, as you did back then, who have spent their entire lives doing nothing because they made a certain decision that was wrong. I think that you should now know what is the most correct choice, right? After saying that, Gao Yang was smiling in a smug manner. 2 years ago, he was able to play Suja to death. 2 years later today, he could do the same. Jing. Quiet as eerie. Those agents had different expressions on their faces, from regretful, to sneering, to gloating, to pitiful. Gao Yang's words were not only for Suja to hear, but also for them to hear. If Suja joins Sunrise Entertainment, naturally there is nothing for them to do, but if he doesn't join, they will have to weigh the energy of Sunrise. The word blockade appeared in their minds. Suja, this person is considered ruined. But this is good, everyone cannot get back to the good. But the eyes, or a little regret, after all, such a good seedling, is considered to be destroyed. So, what's your choice now? Gao Yang sneered. Under everyone's gaze, Suja waved his hand like he was chasing away a fly. I refuse, get out from wherever you are, don't delay me from recording the program. Also, don't keep climbing on relationships outside, I'm not your father, do you understand? Funny, I hope you can still be tough enough to say that in the future. Gao Yang laughed back in anger, his words were full of threats. Hey, so what, surname Gao, you seem to have stepped over the line, right? At this time, Jin interjected, this is Mango Channel, it's not your turn to blindly compare here, hurry up and get lost. You. Gao Yang pointed at Jin, but he couldn't say anything, because Jin was an ace variety director, his status in Mango Channel was very high, if he stood up for Suja, he really couldn't do anything about it. It was just that he hadn't thought of how a past its prime artist would let a big director step in to back him up. Old he is right. Another voice rang out. Huang Base appeared behind Suja at an unknown time, patted his shoulder and said in relief, don't be afraid, I'm here. Right. I'm here too. Mango Channel's evergreen He Jeong stood on the other side of Suju at this time and laughed. Rising Sun Entertainment, so powerful. Who are you scaring? Yada yada yada, I recently wanted to find Xiaozhe to act in a movie. Oh, I wonder if Rising Sun can stop my decision? Su Zhang revealed a row of white teeth, his large bald head was especially blinding in the sunlight. Another big brother vocalized. The whole room is in an uproar. What exactly is Suja's identity? This is too powerful, isn't it? The three of them, Huang Base, He Jeong, and Su Zhang, all defended Suja. That cool cat music sincerely welcomes Mr. Su to join. First of all, I have to say, Rising Sun he can't block. Cool cat music stepped forward. Penguin music welcomes Mr. Suja's entry. Of course, we should not be afraid of Rising Sun either. The head of Penguin Music finished speaking and raised his eyebrows at Gao Yang. And we at Xinhuang Weibo. You guys? Gao Yang looked at these people and was so angry that he wanted to kill someone, but it was just that these people were the ones he couldn't afford to offend. Why? Why does one Suja have the support of so many people? He couldn't figure it out, it was all too hard to figure out. Asshole. I'll kill you. A scream came from a voice, and it was definitely Hot Fence, with a slipper in her hand, rushing over majestically. Originally she wanted to take a slate, but she couldn't hold that thing, so she can only take something lighter. Her target was none other than Gao Yang. With a swoosh, the slipper flew towards Gao Yang, causing him to flee. And that's not all, little H Xiao chased after him fiercely, with the impulse of I'll bite you to death if you dare to stop. Ha ha ha. Laughter. A gold medal agent, just like that, was scared away, simply laughing his ass off. Suja was touched in his heart and gave a thumbs up, a woman of honor. Someone who dares to bully me, don't beat him to death. Hot Bar coolly said, then explained, how can you say that you are also this palace's handmaiden? It's only right that I protect you. No need to explain, we get it. He Jeong smiled and asked, whose slippers did you throw just now? It seems like it was you, Mr. He. Hot Bar spat out his tongue, you won't blame me, right? He Jeong, no way. Taking a deep breath, he said to those entertainment companies, I'm sorry everyone, I won't be joining the brokerage company again, thank you all for your kind words, but there can be cooperation in the future. To the several teachers' strong support, Suja could only keep it in his heart for the time being. Although these entertainment companies regretted it, they also expressed their understanding and also expressed their intention to cooperate in the future, and dispersed. And several music companies left their contact information, and after making an appointment for an interview, they also left one by one. Everyone left, leaving only one company remaining. That's the official head of Weibo. He cried and begged Suja, big brother, will you do me a favor and open a microblog? Your fans are about to make a lot of noise. Suja was surprised, I actually have fans? No? Please can you? Suja waved his hand, success. Open it tonight. Chapter 31 Unwilling to leave, before the program airs. After those agents left, the mushroom house was sort of quiet. Because of that clash just now, the recording of the program was forced to be suspended. I'm sorry, everyone. Suja felt some embarrassment in his heart, after all, it was because of him. Say what sorry? He Jeong waved his hand, can our mushroom house people be bullied? That's right. Huang Bei said with a smile, you don't know, when you were younger, Mr. He rushed up to beat people up. Hiss. Suja sucked in a breath of cool air, teacher he is so grumpy? Bullying my loved ones, that's just not okay. Hee Jeong showed his teeth and smiled. Suja's heart warmed, not realizing that after coming to this world, he had met some such lovely people. What are you guys doing here? Hee Jin blew his nose and blared, not off duty you guys, lazy? Still record? Suja stared at him, he thought that after that incident, director he wanted to ease his mood. Why not record Hee Jin rolled his eyes, hurry back and sit still. But the dumplings have been eaten. Hot Fence's tone is a little weak, those dumplings, a large part of her eaten up. Where is the fried rice? Hee Jin asked. Like, it's gone too. Hot Bar's tone got weaker. Jin, you're awesome. Of course, the program continued to record. After all, it was time for the 4 guests to leave, and it was always time to record this scene. In the small courtyard, Su Zhen lamented, time flies, I really can't leave. Okay. Huan Base pointed at the rice field and said, planting rice seedlings or not? Su Zheng immediately changed his tone, oh, the plane is going to be late. Mr. Wang, let's go. Wang Yanhui looked at the time, even though he didn't want to leave, he still said, let's go, I hope we have another chance to be guests next time. After saying that, he looked at Suja, cheer up, contact often when you have time. Good. Suja nodded, then walked into the inner room to get his luggage, I'll see you guys off. Zhang Jie also offered, I'll send you guys off with Xiaozhe. Wait. Hee Jeong shouted, you guys pick some seeds first, go over there and plant them on your own land, and when the harvest comes in, send them back to you. Yo, the program group is so thoughtful? Su Zheng finished picking the seeds and headed in the direction of the homestead. On the other hand, Na Roll and Song Groupie on the other side were reluctantly saying goodbye to Hot Bar at this time. Sister D, remember to ask me out when you return to Magic City. Although she had only lived here for a day, Song Tuayer had really fallen in love with this place. Na Roll hugged Hot Bar and quietly whispered in her ear, go for it, take that nerd. Hotba's pretty face blushed and said, what are you talking about, I'm not going to. If you don't like it, I'll do it? Na rolled and teased. Hotba didn't dare to say anything and glanced at Suja, the bad guy was still giggling, what an idiot. That one, Song Xiaojun Air weakly stretched out a finger and asked, Sister Xiaodi, can I hug Brother Xiaozhe? Just for a bit? This what are you asking me for? Hotbar pointed at Saz, ask him, ask the dead iron straight man. Suja opened his hands and smiled in the sun, welcome to our next guest. Song Xiaojun Air trotted and hugged Suja tightly, little brother Zhe, cheer up. You'll definitely be on fire. After hugging for a long time, Song Zhu Air let go of Suja with a ya sound, and spat out her tongue, I said I'd hug for a while, but I hugged you for a long time. Sister Xiaodi, you won't be angry, right? Hot Bar. Na Roll walks over to Suja and looks back at Hot Bar, a hug shouldn't make you jealous, right? Hotba covered his heart, you guys are going to piss me off. Na Roll smiled coquettishly and politely hugged Suja, and once hugged, she let go and laughed, cheer up, great talent Su, I hope to see your song online soon. Will do. Contact often in the future. We'll be in touch. With parting on the horizon, everyone's emotional level wasn't too high, but it wasn't too low either. After all, there would be plenty of chances to see each other in the future. Just like this, Suja took a suitcase in one hand and sent the 4 of them out of the mushroom house outside, with D and Zhang Jia on the side. Goodbye everyone. Goodbye mushroom house. Bye. Life in the mushroom house continues, and Chapter J has helped a lot since he arrived. It was worth mentioning that it was almost noon when a new guest came, a female singer, Kim Wenchi. Echoes of the Rainbow is her masterpiece. And she dazzled a lot of people when she came to the mushroom house and accidentally took down the front door. That's a lot more girly than Hot Fence. Jin Wenchi, who demolished the door, is also a small wood chopper. In order to make up for his own faults, this whole day, chopping wood and plugging rice seedlings and catching fish can be no less dry. With the cooperation of 4 people, in the afternoon, the rice paddies were full, and the debt owed to the program team was cleared. As the saying goes, being debt-free, Suja's entire body was relieved. But the Zhang Jie and Jin Wenchi too exhausted, Zhang Jie said, I feel cheated, said to come to enjoy. Hot Bar nodded in agreement and stretched, right, that's what I thought too. As the sun set, the scenery of the rice paddies was extraordinarily beautiful, and looking at the lush greenery, the 4 of them felt an extra sense of accomplishment in their hearts. Come on, let's go back. Zhang Jie led the way, and Suja's 3 men followed behind. Mango. Hajin was pacing in his office, his mood a little tense. It was because tonight at 8 o'clock, the pilot of the 2nd season of Aspiring was going to be aired. It was reasonable to say that he shouldn't be nervous, but for some reason, he just couldn't suppress the feeling. Even, vaguely, there was still some excitement in his heart, as he had felt when he first became a director. Nervous, expectant, excited. The mood was mixed, otherwise he wouldn't have rushed back to sit in personally. And on the internet, there are countless netizens waiting with bated breath at this moment. They wanted to watch the program, and even more so, they wanted to watch Suja. Chapter 32 The program was aired, and there were countless fans. Why can't we watch it yet? Isn't it already 8 o'clock? In a certain neighborhood, a girl in a school uniform was constantly refreshing her netizens, her mouth chanting. Today was Friday, and the TV series she was chasing, Fireworks, was about to have its grand finale, but seeing as it was already the hour, she still couldn't watch it. After refreshing for a long time, Flame is still not updated, which makes her a little helpless. Ha! The pilot movie of Aspire? Is it airing today? The girl muttered. Originally she wasn't going to watch this show because her favorite idol, Daehwa, was no longer on it. As a fangirl, the girl naturally stopped paying attention to this program. But for some reason, driven by curiosity, she operated the mouse and clicked on Aspire 2. At the beginning of the program, it was the theme song Farmer Fisherman of Aspiring, and immediately after that, she also saw two old acquaintances, Hejeon and Hwang Base. It's still a familiar flavor, still a familiar recipe, it's just a shame that her favorite stars aren't in it anymore. Pulling up to the message section, the girl smiled, and sure enough there were still many people cursing Suja in the comments section. Return my Daehwa brother, don't what Suja ah. No more Daehwa no more. What's this Suja, never even heard of him. Of course, there were people cursing, and naturally there were people supporting Suja, and there were even quite a few people doing science. Little brother Suja, talented independent musician. Representative work rice fragrance sunny day. Support Suja, who wants to watch Daehwa? I didn't want to watch him a long time ago. Happy. Watching the live broadcast here, laughed my ass off, little brother Suja is too talented. Looking forward, from now on, I'm the die-hard fan of Suja's little brother. There were both favorable and unfavorable comments, and the girl didn't look at it much because the program had already started by this time. The girl originally wanted to watch for a while and then cut out, but gradually, she was attracted by the content of the program. Little H had a girlfriend, Colorful Butterfly was still doing its thinking man, and there was Old Spot, Skyblock, and it all filled the girl's thoughts. Where's Suja? Late for the start of the program? The girl chanted, thinking of scolding the man severely. But then, she cried with laughter. Because Suja was going to get the express delivery, watching his weird movement of carrying the sacks of burlap bags, the girl giggled non-stop. What's more interesting is that Hotba actually wanted to step on Suja's AJ to wipe his sweat, the two of them chased each other, and the small H on the side also followed the joke. Seemingly, this program is quite interesting. Su Cheol doesn't seem to be as annoying as he thought. And, so handsome. The girl suddenly felt as if Suja was far more handsome than Daehwa. At this moment, she turned from Suja's black fan to a passerby fan. Then, Suja's self-introduction completely made the girl laugh like crazy. The yellow of the traffic light? The yellow of a small movie? The hoe of nuclear bombs? As well as the end when Suja told about his embarrassment at the airport, it could have made her stomach churn with laughter. Nearly halfway through the program, the girl was unconsciously immersed in the program, forgetting that earlier she swore that she would ruthlessly find out Suja's black spots and scold him fiercely. The foodie hot bar, the old mom Mr. He, the excellent cook Mr. Hwang Base, and the segment player Mr. Suja. All this gives the girl a different feeling, yet doubly cozy. Under the moonlight, in the gazebo, carrying a guitar, Suja also gave countless people a stunning side. That gentle voice, that handsome to explosive face, everything was mesmerizing. The girl opened the pop-up screen, and sure enough, it was so dense that even the content of the video was completely covered at all. Good handsome good listen call open mouth kneel. Suja is too handsome when he gets serious. When he should be amusing, but when he should be handsome, he is invincibly handsome. Full and dense, the girl still chose to turn off the pop-ups, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to see Suja's magnificent face. At the end of the program, the girl still laughed uncontrollably. Hot Bar's song No Spoon No Need to Dig for Leisure, coupled with Suja's cooperation, simply made her laugh and almost break her breath. This program, why is there no Daehwa after? It does not seem to be any violation, and even a little good looking. When will the first installment be broadcast? The girl was a little impatient, then wanted to go to Weibo to follow Suja's microblogging, but unfortunately, did not find it. At this moment, there were countless netizens just like the girl, who were extremely interested in Suja. In just 30 minutes, he was enamored. Unconsciously, countless fans and netizens who were once fans of Daehwa had become Suja's face fans, die-hard fans, and more. Dwanjia fans. The program aired, and Suja exploded overnight. On Weibo, Suja continued to be a Weibo hot search. This was the third day he had been on the Weibo hot search, a miracle in the history of Weibo. No one has ever been able to top the hot search for 3 days in a row. Suja did it. Suja, on fire. Chapter 33 Explosive Ratings. Director He. The ratings are out. A scream broke Heejin's contemplation. How much? Heejin felt his throat was very dry, and his heart was as lifted at this moment. You guess yo, the staff member learned Suja's tone in the program and sold the story. I guess you big head. Heejin slapped the staff on the head and said sharply, hurry up and tell me. 2.65%. The staff member wasn't afraid of pain and grinned. How much? Heejin was confused, did he hallucinate? 2.65 The staff repeated, muttering, is Director He old? Can't even hear it this loud. Another slap was received. The staff member covered his head and fled Hajin's office with a smile on his face. He had to go and inform the other members of the news. 2.65, 2.65. Hajin said it over and over again, as if giving himself a positive answer in his mind. After a long time, Hajin laughed out loud, ha 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 ha, awesome. I didn't look at the wrong person in the first place. This was just the pilot movie, only a short 30 minutes of content. And there were no invited guests, but even more so after the results achieved after the live broadcast, how could it not surprise Hajin? Picked up the data table to take a look. Hajin, the whole person is dumbfounded. The number written on it is not 2.65, but read 3.01. Broke 3? Hajin's eyes were round, incredulity written all over his face. Hajin could no longer think of any adjectives to express his mood at this moment, and all that was left in his mind was this Ted Nyang, I'm so damn convinced Suja. Hajin laughed bitterly. Even though he was confident in Suja, he didn't expect that just the ratings of the pilot movie would already break 3. This achievement, too explosive. Hajin knew that one of the reasons why Looking Forward to had this achievement was because there was only one Looking Forward that could be called phenomenal in the variety arts during this time. So it took a head start. The other thing is the popularity of Hejeong and Hwang Base, and the popularity of the Flow Flower Girl, Hot Bar. The popularity of these three is enough to pull in sizable ratings. The most important reason was Suja's 2 songs. Don't underestimate those 2 songs. Once the live version of Fragrance of Rice and Sunny Day were uploaded by the program, they immediately second-guessed the original number 1 and number 2 spots on the new songs chart. Topping the Weibo hot search for 3 days was no joke. At this moment, Hejin's heart only left 2 words, Suja powerful. Originally, Hejin was blowing his whistle and was in a happy mood, but the next moment, he couldn't smile. The official blog of Mango channel had been taken over by Suja's fans. Because they really couldn't find Suja's microblog, they could only treat Mango channel's official blog as a home base. And that's not what's killing them. What's killing them is that these fans are demanding that Xiang Xiang 2 go live. Most of the shows nowadays, most of them use live streaming, and the pilot of Aspiring was on once, but that time was an exception. Never in a million years would I have thought that they would actually make this little request just to see Suja. Of course, it wasn't just Suja's fans, there were also quite a few yearning Iron fans that wanted to watch the live broadcast. This time, the microblogging official and the technical staff of the station were very busy. On the one hand, such a large number of accounts, leaving messages under the same microblog, will definitely affect the server. On another, the Mango app, which had already been swiped. You can't even watch the content without turning off the pop-ups. Even though the staff cleared the screen again and again, these netizens were again and again, happily swiping the pop-ups. The content of the pop-ups was simple, with only one sentence, we want to watch the live broadcast. The sound was so loud that it was side-splitting. In the office, Hejin laughed bitterly, what can be done about this? Is it really going to be a live broadcast? Director He. The station is calling, asking us to open up our live broadcast privileges. Director He. Mango channel's little technical brother is crying, he's begging you to open the live broadcast. Director He. The customer service girls can't take it anymore, they're also crying and begging you to go live. Hejin. Suja is toxic, isn't he? He wasn't on in the first season either, and no one made a scene. This Suchul's magic is actually that strong? My goodness, it's too powerful. Director He, what should we do? The staff is a bit confused, this matter, how did it come to this? What else can we do? Notify Assistant Director Lee and tell him to prepare to access the live broadcast. Hejin said helplessly. Won't we notify Mr. Huang and the others? Let's try to be truthful. Chapter 34 Uncle Ma and Brother-in-Law. Program Team. Lee Chulju was a little confused and a little teary-eyed when he received the news. He didn't expect that just a 30-minute pilot movie could make so many people fall in love with Suja. This was too amazing, wasn't it? But Lee Zhejiu was also somewhat impressed. Suja was really powerful. The golden scale is not a thing in the pool, once the wind and clouds change the dragon. This is also the person who was talking about Suja, right? Taking a deep breath, Lee Zhejiu said, prepare to access the live source. The staff was confused and asked, no advertisement and notification first? Lee Chiolgu said helplessly, what time is it? By the time you're done notifying, the program will have finished recording. Turn it on. Yes. The live broadcast. Open again. There were only a handful of people squatting in the Mango channel's broadcast room at this point. But suddenly, the black screen suddenly appeared with content. The live broadcast resumed. The guys immediately cut out and ran around, acting as autodidacts. Instant. The heat of the Mango channel's live broadcast was soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. 10,000. 50,000. 100,000. 500,000. 1 million. In less than 5 short minutes, the live broadcast room was flooded with 1 million netizens. It was horrifying. It's not easy, I can finally watch it. Little brother Suja. I want to watch the segment. Where's the funny man? Fatty. Popularity and instant explosion. Mushroom House. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Suja and the others all returned to the house and sat around the small square table, telling stories and chatting. Zhang Jie said that it was He Jiong who introduced Xena to him. The crowd's gossiping hearts were burning, and He Jiong also told a lot of stories between Zhang Jie and Sienna. Suja joked, "Hello He Yulao, goodbye He Yulao." He Jiong looked at the hot fence and then at Suja and said, "Should I help you with the red thread?" Suja laughed and patted his chest and said, "I'm a saint of love, so I don't need to get hitched. I can do it myself." Before He Jiong could say anything, Huang Bui said worriedly, "The key is that this thing of yours, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I'm very worried about you ah." The crowd laughed out loud, thinking about it. You say Suja steal straight man, right, and he will tease, you say he will tease, right, and every now and then he turns into a dead iron. Hot Bar's feeling was the strongest because she really felt that Suja was a piece of dead iron straight man. As they chatted, Huang Bei said, "You two musical talents, do you want to have a concert?" "Wow, this is great." Hot Bar applauded. She loved when Suja played the guitar and sang. She felt that Suja at that time was super handsome. He Jiong said, "Musical instruments, support them." Suja found an electronic piano, and Zhang Jie hurriedly stood up to help, placing the electronic piano in front of him. Suja, on the other hand, was carrying his own piece of guitar as he asked, "Brother Jia, what song do you want to sing?" "Let's sing your song Sunny Day," Zhang Jie said after thinking about it. "Sure, I'll accompany you," Suja said with a smile. Hurry up. He Jiong urged. He was really looking forward to the collaboration between the two. The collaboration between the two was concert level, with a song called Sunny Day that everyone was mesmerized to hear. There were no words at this time, only the song flowed. He Jiong closed his eyes and imagined himself swimming in the ocean of music. Huang Base was lamenting that Xiaojia's future path would finally be smooth. Hot Bar cocked his head, his eyes full of Suja. The Suja at this moment was handsome and charming. The guest of honor, Jin Wenqi, was filled with shock inside at this moment. With such a voice and such a singing ability, Suja was really marvelous. The pop-up screen surged wildly. What kind of divine voice is this? These two are so great together. It's so good it's explosive. Oh my little brother, the explosion is handsome and the explosion is so good to hear. After the song ended, everyone was still not satisfied. How about another song? He Jiong hadn't heard enough, and for such a live, it would normally cost a fee to listen to it. Right. Encore. Hot Bar waved his little fists, shouting with the look of a little fangirl. Suja, come with a song. Zhang Jie decisively sold his teammates, come with a new song ah. I heard Mr. Su Zhang say that for every guest, you will sing a new song yo. Suja laughed out loud and didn't refuse, then I'll give you all a song called Uncle Ma and Uncle Junior. Everyone froze and Hot Bar asked, a children's song? Truly the name is a bit misleading, like a children's song. Only Zhang Jie unexpectedly glanced at Suja, who seemed to be a fellow traveler. The live broadcast room was also filled with question marks. It was clear that they hadn't heard the song either, but they were filled with anticipation. Because both of Suja's songs were explosively good, there was honeyed confidence in him. Come on. Suja cleared his throat and opened his mouth to sing. Abandon Morgana in the West. Sand hits Wawa. Wawa doesn't die naked. Opening the mouth, everyone is a bit confused. This pronunciation is not like Chinese, but like Russian ah. During the chorus, everyone finally remembered what the song was. Yikes. Uncle Ma and Uncle Junior. Hey. Sabi yes and he doesn't squat. Dying. No one knows it's on TV. Put. The whole room burst out laughing. We're all familiar with this song, it stars by Virtus, but what's with the darned hollow ears? It's just too funny, isn't it? The live feed collapsed with laughter. I put on the original song and listened to it, and there was nothing wrong with it. Laughing my ass off. Talent. Nimaha, Suja is poisonous. But the next moment, they couldn't laugh anymore. It was really because Suja had shocked them too much. They looked at Suja like they were looking at an alien. Chapter 35 God-Given Voice. After a short period of quirky singing, Suja suddenly got serious. How many times have I asked myself, why was I born and why do I exist? Why do the traveling clouds flow and why does the wind and rain stop? Living in this world, I am expecting something to happen. Simple, free, raw, pure. For a moment, all the best words came to mind for all. The voice was like heavenly music. Gorgeous as silk, generally smooth swimming, ringing stop cloud singing, impact on the soul, the whole mushroom house a quiet. No one wants to disturb the enjoyment of this moment. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice rang out. The dolphin sound appeared at first. The sound is demonic. Zhang Jie's body shook. This sound, it was too wonderful. Everyone in the mushroom house got goosebumps. Suja was still immersed in this wonderfulness and could not help himself. His voice was penetrating, but it didn't make people feel noisy. It would only feel like the voice penetrated the depths of the heart, making people sink into it. Shocking. This God-given voice shocked the entire audience. The live broadcast room boiled over. Awesome. Exploded. My nigga is Suja's brainwashed fan from today. Whoever curses brother Ja, I'll beat them up. Dolphin sound. That's ing dope. That voice is from heaven, isn't it? A voice kissed by God. My God, so the dolphin sound is really that wonderful. At this moment, countless people were amazed. Mushroom House. Chapter J was convinced. Is really convinced. Shove, you're too good. This is a real dolphin sound. Zhang Jia's eyes were glowing, and he was talking about a real dolphin sound. Nowadays, most of the people were under the banner of dolphin sounds, but what they were actually singing was pharyngeal sounds. Pharyngeal singing is also very high, belonging to the American singing style, with certain singing norms, so the singer's range usually does not exceed C7. Dolphin voice can be transformed in any height and range. It can be said that the pharyngeal voice is the academic definition, while the dolphin voice belongs to the nature of the dolphin voice. Dolphin voice can reach the limit of human hearing range, which is the pharyngeal voice cannot reach. Zhang Jia was certain that Suja's voice was the most perfect voice he had ever heard or seen. It was a God-given, unrivaled voice. Hotba was about to faint. Why was his little brother always so surprising? What can we do in the future? Su Young is so good? What if there are a lot of people with their guns? At this moment, Hot Fence was proud and worried at the same time. He Jong gave a thumbs up and turned to Huang Barrier. You've brought a treasure to the program. A sense of pride grew leisurely within Huang Base. He was very proud of Suja, and also proud of Suja's father. His eyes were a little moist. Old Su, your son didn't disgrace you. Thank you, brother Jie. Suja was a little embarrassed. He was just singing and suddenly got excited, and accidentally showed off again. In fact, even he himself didn't know that he could sing that high note. He just tried it, and to his surprise, he sang the dolphin sound. He just had one thought, he wanted to sing higher, and higher, and higher. However, he was intoxicated by the feeling, it was so wonderful. The program team was also convinced, and Li Chiolgu almost didn't give an E. This Suju is a demon ah. In the future, if this guy tinkered with something earth-shattering, Li Zhejiu felt that he wouldn't be too surprised. This guy just can't be looked at in the eyes of an ordinary person. At the same time, his heart is also despising Rising Sun Entertainment, simply the fighter ah. Such a talented artist are snowed in, head is not loaded with Xian? After today, Suja's name will resonate throughout China. Li Zhejiu leisurely said. Fortunately, He Jiong previously supported Suja, and fortunately, He Jin has never given up on Suja. With Suja, it might not be impossible for Xiang Xiang 2 to become a super phenomenal variety show. The live broadcast room had exploded. Many netizens have dragged their friends and family to come and feel the voice that is like heaven. This voice, which was hailed by everyone as God's gift, actually appeared in a 21-year-old teenager, making countless people feel unbelievable. Why don't you have a go at it too, Jie? Huang Base teased. He was in a good mood right now. He also wanted to molest Zhang Jie a bit. No. Zhang Jie was serious. Although I can sing too, but compared to Xiaoxia's, I can simply be killed in seconds. I don't want to humiliate myself. As soon as the words fell, the entire live broadcast room was on the verge of bursting the screen. Zhang Jie's active retreat left all the netizens in disbelief. Zhang Jie is also a treble monster, then even dare to compare. One sentence. Sa's bunker. Chapter 36 Thumping on the left, you on the inside. Today's night flowed with cozy echoes of song. Little H fell asleep on his back on the cooler. Little O didn't want to go to sleep yet, just wanted to wait. What exactly is he waiting for? Little O says he doesn't know, he just wants to wait. And Hotba was encouraged by everyone to sing a song, but of course, the one who made the most noise was Sachel. Hotba has practiced her song today. Suja said and sat down next to Hotba holding his guitar, intending to accompany her. Hotbar was in a hurry. That song last night had already dug through her inventory, and hurriedly waved her hands. No. You have You even said you wanted to show off. Suja nodded his head affirmatively, and asked everyone, did you guys hear it? Yes. Here. I'm 100% sure that Dee said she wanted to sing. Hotbar stared with big, fluttering eyes, as if to say, how can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? I really didn't. Hotbar wanted to cry, but he picked up his cell phone and said, I'll look for the lyrics. His mouth said no, but his body was quite honest. Women. In case if I break my voice, will you guys laugh at me? Hotba pouted and asked miserably. How could that be? He Jiong comforted, what's the point of breaking the sound? Who here hasn't broken a few notes? I haven't. Suja jumped out with an affirmative tone. Me neither. Huang Base raised his hand second, as he hadn't sung in years. Hotbar. You're all big piggies. Only Zhang Jia and Jean Wenqi laughed awkwardly. Broken voice? It seems like it's off in la. It's okay, go for it. Huang Base encouraged. Then I'll try? Hotbar had very little confidence in her tone. She was genuinely afraid that everyone would laugh at her, and this everyone referred more to the netizens. Yeah, looking forward to it. Jean Wenqi clapped. Away from home not very sad. Transforms into an autumn night. And I'm like a leaf returning to its roots. Hot Fence nervous whisper opens the song and everyone nods their heads frequently. Hot Fence singing although not much emotion, but each tone is still accurate. Besides, she originally is not a singer origin, can sing to this extent, has been very good. Suja played the guitar as accompaniment and his attention was all on Hot Bar. There's not much emotion, yet it sounds good. Hee-jeong commented with a smile, sing with your heart. He, not bad, right? After singing a small section, Hot Bar wasn't nervous anymore. He smiled and asked for everyone's compliments. Sounds good. It's real good. Hot Bar said modestly while laughing, I'll keep working on it, thanks guys. Suja said, don't stop, continue to continue. I'll sing with you. Suja's thoughts were simple. Hot Bar's footage was a bit scarce, he was going to try to create more footage for her. Yeah, but I won't go up. Hot Ba pouted, but when she heard Suja sing along with her, she was a little heartbroken. The first time, it was Suja who started leading the song. As expected, a connoisseur can tell if there is one or not. Suja opened his voice, and the entire live broadcast room once again boiled. Mom, look. I'm listening to angels singing. With face and talent, powdered. Suja's voice has been kissed by an angel, while mine is like it's been chewed by a dog. After singing a short section, Hot Ba picked it up loudly, and this time, she made a noticeable improvement. At the very least, her breath was a lot steadier, because Suja had just secretly taught her the technique. Abdominal vocalization. Far from home, not very sad. Transformed into an autumnal night. The vocal cords were in full force, and the aura was amazing. But in the next moment, the song came to an abrupt halt, and Hot Fence spat out his tongue in an awkward, unassuming smile. Singing. It doesn't go up. Keep singing, it's okay. Hee-jeong encouraged. And oh, but it's like. Broken voice. Sachel picks up, and I'm like a falling leaf falling back to its roots, falling in your heart. The live broadcast room frantically swiped 666. Little brother is so warm. My god. I want to marry. Oh, so envious of Fatty. These two, so nice. A sense of CP filled the screen, almost overflowing the screen, and many people's mouths were tinged with doting fatherly smiles. These two, no matter from which angle you look at them, they are golden children. Hwang Base was very happy, he thought, in the future when the two children got married, what would he give them? Accidentally thinking a little too much, or thinking about duo as one more sister, or brother? Both are good. Hot Bar secretly looked at Suja, the corner of his mouth pulled up an arc, and a small seed germinated in his heart. Thump was on the left, and Suja was inside Thump. The song finished and everyone offered applause. Suja's perfect cooperation and Hot Bar's brave singing were unanimously encouraged. Tonight's Mushroom House was surrounded by songs, and all the viewers in the live broadcast room enjoyed a feast for the ears. The program ended with a song written by Jin Wonchi to Zhang Jie's daughter. Little baby. Look at you sleeping so soundly. I have something to tell you. It's not unusual. A gentle song sings to the heart. When Jin Wonchi sang, when you are tired of pretending to be an adult, there is a home where you can be a child again, tears instantly came out of her eyes, and she hadn't been home with her parents and grandparents for a long time. Seeing Hot Bar's sadness, Hee-jeong was poked to tears and was teased by Hwang Chi as a professional accompaniment to crying. You can pretend to be young, but after all, you are slowly growing up, and at the same time, your parents are slowly getting older. Many viewers who watched the live broadcast, poked at the tears, have picked up their cell phones and called the number that will never be forgotten. Chapter 37 Opening a microblog, the number of fans skyrocketed. Even if the viewers were reluctant to let go, the live broadcast would come to an end. Good night, see you tomorrow. Good night little brother, good night Fatty, good night Mushroom House family. Yay, I'm going to go Copen little brother Sudhep. In the pop-ups, everyone swiped goodnight, this night had touched them so much. Suja's amazing dolphin voice, new baby daddy Zhang Jie's love for his daughter, Jin Wonchi's gentle voice, and Hot Bar's bravery, all of this touched everyone very much. The live broadcast was closed, everyone who should take a shower went to take a shower, those who should go back to their rooms went back to their rooms, and Suja was the only one who was still sitting in the living room. Hurry up! Lee Cheol-gu urged. It's getting there. Suja yawned and pounded his hands on his cell phone. In the cell phone page, it was clearly the Weibo registration interface. In fact, Suja used to have a microblog, but that one was opened when he was a trainee, and it had long been taken back by Rising Sun Entertainment, so now he only had to register a new one. Originally he was planning to open it tomorrow, after all, he was tired all day and really wanted to sleep while standing. But it couldn't be helped, Hwang Base, Hee-jeong, and Zhang Jie, a few people, all wanted Suja to open his microblog earlier. After all, with microblogging, Suja's fans will be more cohesive, which is a good thing, and has a great role in critical moments. It's okay. Suja registered his account and then said, I'll see what to post. Looking at his empty microblog, Suja thought about posting something. After Lee Zhejiu heard Suja say that it was done, he busily said, give me the account number for a moment, I'll have the microblogging site add a V for you. Suja raised his cell phone, and after Lee Keelju wrote it down, he edited a text message and sent it out. It didn't take long. Suja's microblogging did have a certification and added V. Suja, Xiang 2 resident guest, independent musician. Representative works, rice fragrance, sunny day. His resume is very simple, and he has only 3 or 2 followers. One was the official Weibo assistant, one was Lee Kielju, and the other was Hot Bar. That little ninny, early attention. Suja saw Hot Bar's account, his eyes rolled, and with a hefty smile, he edited a paragraph and clicked send. Done. After reading the text he sent, Suja turned off the microblog with satisfaction and prepared to go back to sleep. Lee Zhejiu over there was flabbergasted and laughed out loud. You mother, what a talent! Lee Zhejiu cried and laughed when he saw the segment Suja had posted. Web. After the live broadcast of Aspirations 2 ended, some viewers chose to watch other programs while many chose to interact with the official blog of the Aspirations crew. Suja's fans also treated this as their home base. After all, Suja didn't have a microblog yet and could only gather in the program group's official blog. Little brother Suja's dolphin sound, it's really too damn good, I've heard it 20 times. The weaklings upstairs, I've listened to it more than 30 times. It's all week, I'm going to listen to it all night tonight without getting tired of it. Grass. Don't even brag, Suja has opened a microblog. Really? Don't be a fake again. Weibo plus V, the real thing. There is also a paragraph, ing laugh and cry to come. Some netizens caught wind of this and started searching, and as expected, it really was Suja. The first time they clicked on Suja's microblog, they saw his first microblog and cried and laughed. You guys should stop tweeting about Fatty's height. Why? Watch out for her jumping up and hitting you in the knee. Fatty's house is on the 12th floor. Every time she takes the elevator to the 6th floor and then walks up the stairs. Once, when Fatty got into the elevator with an elementary school student, she asked the elementary school student what floor your family lives on. The student said, 12th floor. Then Fatty helped press the 6th floor and said, sister can only help you up to here. At the end of the microblogging, also ate the hot fence account. Everyone saw this paragraph and burst out laughing when they reacted to it. This ing hangs in the air Pohahaha, love each other. Fatty, I don't want face Fatty, be careful I jump up and hit you in the knee Laughed me to death, laughed out a pig squeal in the middle of the night. Emma is really talented. The number of comments and retweets on Weibo grew, and the segment caught fire. Immediately afterward, the number of Suja's Weibo fans skyrocketed. 1 refresh, 10,000. Refresh again, 50,000. 100,000. 200,000. A million. In less than 10 minutes, Suja's Weibo followers skyrocketed by 1 million. It was astonishing. Twitter officials are clueless. Lee Cheolgu is confused. A bunch of big and small stars were dumbfounded. The agencies that followed Suja were about to go crazy. What kind of explosive speed is this? And it's not a zombie fan. There are just too many interactions on Suja's Twitter account. One brush, the message comments increased by hundreds and thousands. Another swipe and the number of followers went up again. Horror. Such popularity made countless stars envious and jealous. However, Hot Bar, who was in his room brushing his Weibo, rolled a few times on his bed and huffed, little Jizzy, I'm going to bite you to death. Chapter 38, Don't listen, the bastard reads the scriptures. Early morning, faded overnight stars, gradually awakening. Rain gently falling fish play between lotus leaves of the small lotus pond, splashing as small transparent flowers, in the bright color of the lotus leaves jumping, rolling. Zhang Jie got up early, dressed in a sweatshirt, intending to go for a couple of laps and practice his voice as well. Just as he pushed open the door, he saw Suja who had already returned. Zhang Jie was surprised. Xiaojia, getting up so early? Used to it. Suja grinned and pointed to the sky. It's drizzling, the scenery is beautiful. Zhang Jie gave a thumbs up and praised, the early bird gets the worm, admirable. I'll go for a couple laps first. Good. Suja nodded his head. After the two parted ways, Suja returned to the mushroom house, and when little O and little H saw him, they wagged their tails and circled around his feet to curry favor. Suja squatted down and smiled. Two little guys, hungry? Little H heard the word hungry and seemed to understand the meaning. His ears perked up and his tail wagged more happily. Little O rubbed his head against Suja's pants leg, seemingly pampering. Suja laughed, went to the inner room and took dog food, poured it in a basin, rubbed little H and little O's heads, and chanted, eat it, when you grow up you have to guard the mushroom house O. At this time, although it was only 7:30 in the morning, there were already many netizens squatting in the live broadcast room. What a gentle little brother. At this moment, how I wish I was little H. Guys, I'm the hair on little H's head. The old man's teenage heart, oh my god, this side face is unbeatable. The popularity of the live broadcast room wasn't very high yet. After all, there were those who worked, those who went to school, and those who slept were still asleep, so there weren't many people online. But there were a lot of pop-ups, and Suja's gentle side made a lot of girls excited. In the next moment, a milky and fierce voice came out, Suja. Why are you hacking me? Suja? Twitter. Duanzi. Hotba gritted her teeth and looked fierce in a way that made her feel cute. Aha, Suja laughed awkwardly. It's a beautiful day. It's raining outside. Hot Bar took a look at the weather outside the house. Could it be any more fake? This topic turn is not mellow at all. If I say that it was just an accident, would you believe me? Suja was busy saying, actually, I can explain. Hot Bar stretched out his two little paws and made a gesture to pounce on him. Then you explain it to me clearly, or I'll kill you. Good, listen to me. Don't listen, wanker chanting. Suja inwardly howled furiously. What should I do if I offended a girl? Is there any use in reasoning with her? Wait online. Little H looked up at the two men and then barfed and ate again. It smells so good. Humans and stuff are such a pain in the ass. Luckily my little O was gentle and considerate and kind then. Little O finished eating the dog food in his own bowl and looked at Little H. Little H exclaimed twice, then took a step back in grief as Little O barfed on the dog food in Little H's bowl. After having breakfast, the two of them, Heejong and Huang Base, went out early, saying that they were going to do something. Zhang Jia took his younger siblings to work in the kitchen, peeling bamboo shoots while singing. Hot Bar had been a bit embarrassed, because compared to the three music majors, her singing skills were completely inadequate. But gradually, Hot Bar was affected by that atmosphere and also sang her famous song, No Spoon No Need to Dig Idle, which made everyone happy. On the other hand, Heejong and Huang Biao actually went to buy earth eggs and wanted to bring them back to Zhang Jia as a gift. This matter, other than Zhang Jia, everyone else was aware of it. Suja's three people stayed at home, also to stabilize Zhang Jia, wanting to give him a surprise. They are going well. Huang Base also incidentally let Xiao's sister send some small peppers. These small peppers big sister's family more than enough, very generous to give some, and asked if it is enough. At the end, Sister Xiao also kept asking them to come to her home as a guest, and she was very enthusiastic. Heejong was crying with laughter at Huang Base, saying, you really can't forget this little chili pepper. This is called economic acumen, what do you know? Huang disliked, but his heart was happy. Mushroom House. D and Wenqi, Zhang Jie said as he sliced the bamboo shoots, do you want to come to my concert and have fun then? Hot Bar's eyes went wide and he was busy waving his hand. If I go up there and sing, I'm going to be laughed to death. Suja laughed out loud. Jie didn't ask you to sing. What are you so excited about being an audience member? Hot Fence clenched her small fists, suddenly wanting to hammer Suja's chest. Jean Wenqi covered her mouth and laughed. D, let's go to the concert together then? Yeah. Fatty D didn't refuse. There weren't many opportunities like this, and she felt that Suja would definitely go. Then Xiaozha, how about you come as my guest? Zhang Jia looked at Suja and said seriously, I mean it, be my guest, I would love to introduce you to everyone. Good. Suja was a little touched in his heart. The guest of honor at Zhang Jia's concert was not something that anyone could go to. Zhang Jia was helping him. Then it's a deal. A smile appeared on Zhang Jia's face when he saw that Suja had agreed. You can prepare a few new songs, and then you can play them as you like. This. Another big favor. Suja nodded his head fiercely. Good. Squeak. The sound of the door opening rang out. It was Heejong and Huang Bui returning. They hid their baskets behind them. Heejong snorted. Bought some chili peppers. Are the bamboo shoots all peeled? Huang Base blocked Zhang Jie's line of sight. His hand gave Heejong a gesture to hide quickly, and laughed. Then let's cook. Yeah, I'm starving. Hataru waved her fists and slammed them on Suja one by one. Let you talk nonsense, huh? Chapter 39, Mixed Doubles for Men and Women. Kitchen. Hot Bar was stoking the wood fire, Yellow Base was starting a pot of oil, and Zhang Jia was preparing his secret seasoning, saying that he wanted everyone to try his handiwork. Suja, on the other hand, was acting as a supervisor on the side, overseeing Fatty burning the fire. Talking about kingship and wealth, talking about precepts and rules. After hiding the eggs, Heejong hummed his way back to the kitchen, the song stirring up everyone's memories. Zhang Jia suddenly said, have you guys ever heard Lu Dehua sing this song? No. Hot Bar was the first to answer while holding a fan in his hand to fan the fire. What's all this talk about kingship and wealth? A stream of Lu Dehua's accent came out of Zhang Jia's mouth, Lu Dehua's unique Mandarin accent, causing everyone to laugh. Hot Bar's eyes lit up. Is there more? You guys definitely haven't heard Guo Vice City sing this song either. After saying that, Zhang Jia changed his singing voice again, his voice became hoarse and his nasal voice became heavier, and it was also accompanied by Guo Vice City style stage movements, which really had a Guo Vice City demeanor. The partners in the live broadcast room were shocked. I'll go, my Jia is awesome. This parody is so slick. Jia is really grounded, huh? I'm going to die laughing, haha. Zhang Jia's quirkiness made everyone in the mushroom house look and laugh. Suja also laughed a lot, and at the end of the day, he didn't forget to remind Hot Bar, the firewood isn't strong enough, add more. No need for you to remind me. Just after the words were said, Hot Fence's eyes rolled, and an idea popped up from his heart. Little Tetsuko, why don't you come too? Hot Bar smiled in a sneaky way. She wanted to see Suja make a fool of himself. Who let this bad guy hack her so much? The pop-ups flew up in the live stream. These two are really in love with each other. After Suja hacked Fatty, Fatty is going to get back. Looking forward, I expressed my desire to see Tangier sing this song, huh? Love to see this pair at each other's throats, love it. It's over, brother Xiaozhe is going to be laughed at by Fatty for the rest of his life. He Zhong and Huang Base were watching the good show. Jin Wenqi was giving Zhang Jie a hand, also laughing at the two. Zhang Jie was even more silent. Who let Suzhou offended the girls? They cannot help him. Then whose voice do you want to hear? Surprisingly, Suzhou didn't refuse, which made Hotbar somewhat surprised. Suzhou actually agreed so smoothly? Could it be that he knew he couldn't avoid it and simply stopped struggling? You really will? Hotbar asked in a lone voice of doubt. Originally she wanted Suzhou to sing casually and this matter would be over, but Suzhou's calmness made her a little confused. Huang Base laughed out loud. This kid, he really knows. I go, really, decathlon? He Jiang was stunned. Zhang Jie also looked at Suzhou strangely, as if to say, are you a monster reincarnated? Huang Base laughed and scolded. This brat didn't like to go to school in the past, 3 times imitating his father to take leave from the homeroom teacher. The key is that the teacher doesn't notice it at all. Suzhou was a little embarrassed. It's just that after being discovered, he was given a mixed double by my parents. Mixed doubles? Hotbutt asked with a crooked head. It's when his mom and dad beat him up together. Yellow Base explained with a grin. Pfft, why is it that something so sad can actually be said so hilariously? I don't usually laugh unless I can't help it, haha. Men's singles, women's singles, co-ed doubles, miserable experience. Not only did the mushroom house fall down with laughter, but the pop-ups flew up in the live broadcast room. Mixed doubles evokes their childhood memories. Actually, you guys still don't know that there's another reason for mixed doubles. Yellow Base suddenly said. What? Hotbar's eyes were written with curiosity. There was something about Suzhou's past that always kept her hooked. Especially the moments of getting punched in the face. Don't! Suzhou suddenly begged for mercy. Uncle Base, let's not talk about this, right? Hearing Suzhou wimp out to the point of calling out to Uncle Huang Base, he knew that this matter was absolutely explosive. He Jiang urged, speak quickly. Although Zhang Jie and Jin Wenqi didn't say anything, curiosity was also written all over their faces. The little friends in the live broadcast room were even more rowdy. You say it, or I say it. Huang Bei stifled his laughter and made up his mind to tell the hilarious story. I'll say it. Suzhou had no choice. Looking at everyone's appearance, they definitely wouldn't rest until they told a story today. It's just that, just say it. Suzhou organized his words. I discovered when I was in high school that I have a very special vocal line, and it's easy to imitate other people's voices. Everyone nodded and listened quietly. Little H also didn't know when he had plopped down at Suzhou's feet and listened to the story with his ears perked up. Then, in fact, I don't know whether I learn like it or not well, so I have to find someone to test it. Suzhou remembered that and also smiled, so I used my dad's cell phone to secretly call the homeroom teacher, took a leave of absence, and succeeded. It dawned on everyone that the original reason for taking leave was that they wanted to do the test. But what's so funny about that? Suzhou was a little embarrassed. I was playing on a whim, so I wanted to try again. I just happened to change my cell phone number at that time, so I thought I'd call my deskmate. Although it was in class at that time, my deskmate still answered. After picking it up, I imitated his dad's voice and talked to him. Hotbar got anxious and asked, said what? Everyone knew that this must be the key point of the story. Son, I'm your father. Suzhou's voice changed completely. A middle-aged man's voice came out of Suzhou's mouth. Dad, you changed your number? The next moment, the voice changed again, young yet completely different. Suzhou played 2 roles in one. Son, hurry up and come home. We won $10 million, why go to school? Tomorrow I'll build you a school and make you the principal. That middle-aged voice came out of Suzhou's mouth once again, drawing big laughs from everyone. And then? Hotbar asked, holding back his laughter. My classmate really believed. Then scampered off and was seen by the homeroom teacher. Suzhou switched to another voice. What are you doing to go? Suzhou turned to the camera and said in an arrogant but quirky tone, I wanted to get along with you guys as ordinary people, but I didn't expect to get alienation in return. No more pretending, I'm a multi-millionaire. Showdown, I'll be the principal tomorrow. After saying this, the whole audience burst into laughter. No wonder it's a co-ed doubles, so Suzhou was so skinny when he was a kid. Chapter 40 Voice actors are monsters. Laughed my ass off, haha, this is such a sad story. Table, what the hell did I do wrong? Tablemate, I'm under pressure, I shouldn't be at this age. Table, the MCQ. The live broadcast room was completely crazy, the table stems were even more numerous, and everyone even expressed that their hearts ached for Suzhou's little brother's table. But after the commotion, quietly think about it, this Suzhou is the one that is the most damn powerful. Just now that mimicry ability, better than Zhang Jie. It could be said to be stronger than all voice actors. It's just an audio monster. Suzhou had just mimicked 3 voices. Each one was different. Middle-aged, young, teen. The 3 voices switch freely. It's not just a simple imitation, it's the kind of voice that has no trace of imitation and sounds natural to you. Such mimicry is unprecedented. Mushroom House. In hindsight, Hot Fence's eyes widened. You just changed 3 speaking voices? Yeah. Suja nodded his head and casually said, my classmate's father, and my teacher's voice, that's what it was. Really? Hee-jeong was once again surprised. Exactly the same? Suja smiled and nodded. Magic voice 100 changes, it was just so gripping. Seeing that the crowd was still puzzled, Yellow Base spoke up and confirmed, exactly the same. I'm a little less convinced. Hot Bar was still skeptical. Was there really someone in this world who could imitate someone else's voice 100%? It wasn't possible. You really think it's impossible? Suja raised a smile, only this time he used Hot Bar's voice instead of his native voice. It was exactly the same. Hee-jeong stretched out his finger to point at Suja, his voice trembling a bit. Really? What do you think, old he? Suja switched voices again, using Zhang Jie's voice. Zhang Jie's eyes were rounded and he shouted in his heart, holy yeah. Suja locked his eyes on Jin Wenqi and smiled without saying anything. Jin Wenqi hurriedly waved his hand, I believe. She didn't want to hear her own voice, that feeling, it was too scary. Hot Bar was a bit flabbergasted, she was 100% sure that the voice just now was her own. This is too showy, isn't it? The live feeds are blowing up. My god, what kind of monster is this? A real human tape recorder. As a vocal fan of Jia, I have to say that at this moment I admit that Suja is better than Jia. Mrs. Show, right? This grew up eating tape recorders as a child? Horrible as hell. But the next moment, the picture of the mushroom house changed suddenly. This ability is good in the future, if you want to listen to who sings, let Suja sing and be done with it, it's not a big deal. Hee-jeong suddenly said prettily. Not only we have an additional income generating project you think let Xiaojia go to the square to play the stereo, $1 a song we also earn Yellow Base is worthy of claiming to have economic acumen, this income generating projects have thought well. Zhang Jie thought about it, said, Xiaojia, learn a few more voices, the name of the concert I've thought of, called, All-Star Feast, you want a sound I have, when it must be fire. Jin Wenqi picked up, senior brother, if you're tired of singing, let Suja sing with your voice, so you can be lazy. Good idea. Everyone unanimously agreed. Suja? I have such an ability to scare people, and you guys can still play like this? Hot Fence giggled on the side, letting you play the fool. You've got yourself into a hole now, haven't you? The little friends in the live broadcast room are even laughing with joy. I've long said that you need to be careful when pretending Suja's constipated expression is too funny, isn't it? That's a very real reaction. Look at how happy our fatty is, he's designated to eat 3 bowls of rice today. Suja, can this force be withdrawn? I do not pretend, okay? In the mushroom house, the atmosphere was jubilant. This heaven-defying ability of Suja's was also almost played out by everyone. Suja said that he would never mess around with pretending again, this group of people were just too bad. How did one of my abilities that is so ferocious and scares the piss out of people turn into a jukebox player? And go to the plaza to generate income? Don't I want to lose face? Without 2 pieces, Suja, can sing? That's never going to work. We're a man of honor. After a short period of playfulness, lunch was ready. Sizzling noodles with scallion oil, mouth-watering Zhang Jie's secret Sichuan noodles, colorful fried bacon with bell peppers, and fried spring bamboo shoots with chili peppers made people's fingers tingle. The Hot Fence had already been ready to go, and she was already thinking about which dish she wanted to make a move on first. It smells so good. Jie's cooking is really not bad. Suja Shu ate the noodles, feeling good. It's delicious, right? If it's delicious, eat more. Zhang Jie smiled happily and said, I heard everyone say that your cooking skills are even better. When you come to my house in the future, the kitchen will be yours. No problem, when the time comes, I'll let Mr. He take me. Suja smilingly agreed. I'll go too, I want to see the little baby. Hot Bar finished his bowl of noodles and put down his chopsticks, indicating that he also wanted to go. You girl, you're thinking of eating, aren't you? Huang Base teased. What are you talking about? Mr. Huang, give Fatty some face. Suja added. Suja, you're dead. Hot Bar viciously said. Hurry up and eat, the noodles won't taste good if they get cold. Oh, that too. Then Hotba forgot, who else did she seem to have to spar with? Who cares? Let's eat first and think later. Everyone laughed out loud. Chapter 41 Tubby, Jesus can't even protect you. No more. Hot Bar's mouth mumbled, but the movements in his hands didn't stop, and his eyes were even more tightly focused on the delicious food on the table. Suja immediately revealed, I heard you say not eating, but you didn't stop at all. Little Zhizi, are you having an itchy skin? Hot Bar's eyes narrowed, looking towards Suja's waist, his face showing danger. I was wrong. Suja, immediately submissive, served all the remaining noodles to Hot Bar. Look at you, you've lost weight in the past 2 days, eat more. Hotba took the big bowl and smiled happily, but how did this sound so harsh? Little Zhizi, are you saying the opposite? Women are very sensitive to their weight, especially since Hot Bar has really eaten a bit too much these past few days. She was a bit worried if she had really gained weight. No. I'm doing it for your own good. Suja laughed out loud. In the future, you can change your name and gain 3 pounds if you're not called fatty. Damn it, when I finish this bowl of noodles, I'll settle the score with you. Everyone watched happily as the two fought. Now it was a case of not watching them bicker, and they would feel uncomfortable all day. It didn't take long for Hot Bar to finish off a large bowl of noodles, touching his small stomach with intent, a book of satisfaction. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Hee-jong smashed his mouth and asked, do you have 2 stomachs? My goodness, this is too fast. Hot Bar spat out his tongue and said in embarrassment, maybe because I'm too tired from working today. Suja was still making a fool of himself. Your job today is to sit and fan the fire. This is really a lot of exercise. If it were me, I would have fainted from exhaustion. Normal. Little Jizzy, seriously, your waist is dead, I said. Jesus can't even protect you. The live broadcast room was frantically sending out pop-ups again. This line is so familiar. Jagat's classic line, changed by Fatty Sanjin. Suja is really on the verge of a death-defying crazy tryst. Laughing, and everyone was full. And everyone went their own way to find work to do. Huang Base was thinking about the remaining bamboo shoots, which he wanted to pickle, as they would be away from the mushroom house for some time to come. Aspire was going to be recorded for 3 months, but it didn't mean that Suju and the others were going to be here for 3 months. This was something that was unrealistic and there was no way to do it. Aside from Suja, Huang Base, and the others all had their own careers and various announcements. So the shooting will be divided into several phases, and this first phase of recording will be carried out until today. Then they will leave the mushroom house for a week. The colorful lamps, Little H and the others will be left in the house. But don't worry, the program will leave the staff to take good care of them. And Suja had also greeted the uncles and aunts of Copperbell Village early on, asking them to help look after the little animals when they had free time. Happy times are always so short. Counting, Zhang Jia and Jean Wenqi had been in the mushroom house for a day and a half. Here, they enjoyed the farm time and felt the warmth of the mushroom house. They are leaving the mushroom house at noon today, so Hee-jong asked them to choose seeds to plant in their own land. The light rain in Jiangnan fell on the green fields, which was something else. Zhang Jia, 2 people wearing raincoats, they set off to the homestead. They saw the signs of both Su Zhang and Wang Yanhui there and thought of planting seeds there as well. Jean Wenqi sings while digging, Shan, have you been sleeping well lately? The song was gentle, as if singing a lullaby to the earth. And on the other side, Zhang Jia, too. They are both pure lovers of music, wherever and whenever the stage is. After planting the seeds, they returned to the mushroom house and packed their bags. Zhang Jia wasn't really looking forward to leaving the place, even though it had only been a short day, and he already liked it. Not just because life here didn't have the same urgency as in the city, but there was a lovely group of people here. This kind of life is what he aspires to. In the lobby, Zhang Jia and Jean Wenqi said goodbye to everyone. Suddenly, Hot Bar walked out from the side with a bamboo basket in his hand and proceeded to hand it to Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia was stunned, uncovered the sail, covered in the cloth above. What he saw was a basket of eggs. He was surprised. Yo, are all earth eggs? Yes. Suja explained, old mother, he went out with Mr. Huang early this morning. This is for that sister to replenish her body. Jean Wenqi looked at Zhang Jia with some envy. This kind of friendship has already surpassed kinship, right? No wonder Mr. He is so well liked, he really deserves respect. Zhang Jia sniffed the eggs and laughed. It's still really earthy. Suja pulled his luggage and umbrella, thinking of giving the two a ride. Mr. He, Mr. Huang, goodbye. Jean Wenqi waved his hand and also saw Xiao H behind Suja. Xiao H, be good to Xiao. After sending the two to the village entrance and watching the two sit in the car, Suja and Hot Bar returned to the mushroom house. The drizzle of early spring can't help but make you think. In the mushroom house, everyone lay on the cooler and talked about the past. They talked about their encounters with the colorful lamps, the growth of Little H, and the origins of the names Old Dot and Tianba. As they chatted, Hot Bar also opened up and asked, Little Jizzy, what are you going to do when you go back this time? Upon hearing this, Huang Base and Hee-jong were both curious as well. I don't know, I should go record the songs first. Suja thought about it and said he still had appointments to meet with a few music companies. Before the Hot Bar trio could say anything, the audience in the live broadcast room became excited. Finally, we can listen to the original. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Looking forward to it. Question, is Suja a singer? What song is it that you guys are so excited about recording? Upstairs, is the village connected to the internet yet? The afternoon was spent at leisure, and Suja, the four of them, all set foot on the road back to the city. Chapter 42, I'm such a big star. Hee-jong had to go back to record Fast Ben, Hot Bar had to rush to Hengqin to shoot a movie, and Huang Base went back to Yanjing to busy himself. In the mushroom house, all four people are packing their own luggage, not much to take, after all, they still have to come back in a few days. Among the four, Suja is the most dashing, a backpack and an umbrella, that's all he has. Jo, are you going back to Magic City? Before parting, Huang Base asked, he was originally thinking that Suja would follow him back to Yinjing. Duo was always chanting about little brother Suja. Yes, Uncle Base, go back to Magic City to talk about the song first. Suja nodded his head. The recording of the song had to be put on the schedule because those few companies were urging, and he didn't want to procrastinate. The fans were also, one after another, urging. Suja had long known about his microblogging fans breaking 1 million. Once on Weibo, the private messages were about to explode. He was even caught one by fans asking when the song would be online. He was so annoyed by the questions that he simply recorded it earlier. Okay, then if you're free after you're busy, come over to the house, Duo misses you. Huang Base had some regrets, but still felt that it was quite good for Suja to prioritize his work. Okay, look, I'll remember. Suja smiled and answered. Hee-jung also packed up at this time and said to Suja, if you're free, come to Shangqing as well and bring you to meet some friends. Suja cried and laughed, Mr. He, do you think I can split my body? Hee-jung froze and asked, you don't know how? This really won't. Suja was busy waving his hands. After chatting for a while, the three of them went downstairs, and Hot Bar was already waiting downstairs. Huang Base and Hee-jung looked at each other and both understood each other's meaning, and after patting Suja's shoulder, they pulled their suitcases and left the house. In the room, only Suja and Hot Bar were left. Looking at each other, the two of them were silent for a moment. Hot Fence 2 hands on the small stomach, fingers turn and turn, eyes look at the ground, do not dare to look directly at Suja. Suja smiled and said, it's not because you don't want to give up on me, right? Not at all. Hot Bar hastily denied, I won't miss you, the dead Iron Man. Ha ha. Suja walked forward, rubbed Hot Bar's little head, and instructed, when you go over there to shoot a movie, don't tire yourself too much, eat well, and rest, got it? Hotba nodded and gave a hum. A hug then? Suja opened his arms and looked at Hotba. Without hesitation, Hotba hugged Suja with a touch. But even so, Suja still felt Hotba's accelerated heartbeat. Very fast, and very soft. Seemingly, it's also substantial. It's cheap for you guys. After hugging Suja, Hotba immediately turned her back and dragged her luggage, walking away without looking back. Outside the house, after greeting the two teachers, Hotba tried to be the first to get into the car as if he was trying to escape the mushroom house. Hee-jung was a bit puzzled and asked Huang Biao next to him, what's wrong with this kid, why is his face so red? Huang Base looked at the hot fence, then looked back at Suja and laughed, I guess, the weather is too hot? Hee-jung tightened his clothes, this cloudy and rainy, all wearing 2 sets of clothes, and it's still hot? How can you lie to a child? Only Hee-jung also laughed, people 2 children's things, what does he worry about? At the end, Hee-jung lamented, young, really good ah. Suja, who was in the room, heard the conversation between the two and the corners of his mouth rose. 8 o'clock in the evening, Magic City International Airport. Suja was wearing headphones and carrying a duffel bag, walking leisurely in the airport hall. Passers-by had sideways glances, thinking, this kid is so handsome, could he be a star? But no matter how much they recalled, they didn't think of who this person was. Someone said, it's not like all good-looking people are stars, this is a passerby, right? Others said, it's too bad if it's a star, there's not even a pickup. Suja heard all these words, only he didn't care at all. But the next moment, he froze. Not only did Suja freeze, all the passers-by in the airport were confused. Ah! It's little brother Suja. Waiting, finally. I've been waiting for 4 hours, and I finally see a real person. The real person is even more handsome than on TV. My gosh, I'm in love. A perfect face, no way, I'm going to faint. I'm all wet, okay? A certain crowd in the pickup hall suddenly pulled up a banner that read, Welcome home dead Iron Straight Man, don't worry you have fans. Looking closely, Suja estimated that there were several hundred fans who came to pick up the airplane. The momentum was overwhelming and side-splitting. You guys, picking me up? Suja was a bit confused, there were actually fans coming to pick him up? After getting everyone's affirmation, Suja still asked with some skepticism, are you guys sure it's not a group show found by the program? With one word, he made everyone laugh again. But the next moment, Suja added, it shouldn't have been hired by the program, director he is so stingy, it's absolutely impossible to spend this amount of money. Everyone fell down laughing again. Next is a set of processes, signing and taking pictures, until 10 o'clock or so, Suja has the opportunity to get away. Many passers-by in the airport were dumbfounded by this scene. It turned out that this person was really a big star. So many people, who is this person? So hot? Seems like his name is Suja, the one who sang Sunny Day and Rice Fragrance. Damn, so it's him? So handsome? No, I have to get his autograph too. His 2 songs are my favorites. Many people in the airport heard Suja's name and joined the army of fans, lining up for autographs. Seeing this, the airport's manager also hurriedly arranged for security personnel to maintain order. Many media also came to the scene, and the scene was bustling with activity. Chapter 43, The Shock of the Big Boys. The next day, Suja slept until he woke up at high noon. It wasn't that he had become lazy, but he was really too tired. Last night, wave after wave of fans came, and Suja's hands were getting sore from just signing. But he couldn't bear to let him drive people away. After all, everyone spontaneously came to pick up the airplane, which really moved Suja quite a bit. In the future, you can go out, can also boast of being a star, brother, at least have fans to pick up the plane, is not it? This is this kind of treatment, enjoy once on it, often come, I guess the hand will have to waste first. Casually cooked something, padded stomach, Suja went out. On the first day back in Magic City, the first thing he did was to make an appointment with a music company to talk about cooperation. There is a tea house. This was the place where Suju and the music company had an appointment. The tea house was small, but very charming. When Suja arrived here, after reporting his name, the waitress lady led him to a private room. Pushing the door in, there were already 3 people waiting inside. Seeing Suja's arrival, the 3 of them rose at the same time and greeted, "Mr. Su, you're here." "Sorry, I'm late." Suja apologized. Originally he had already come early, but he didn't expect these 3 to come even earlier. These 3 people were actually not from one company, but were representatives of 3 music companies. Lu Chongyun of Cool Cat Music, a veteran music producer. Lu Fei of Shrimp Music, senior music producer. Penguin Music's Wu Mingda, director of Penguin Music. These 3 people, each one of them was a shocking figure in the circle, but today they were gathered in this small tea house. Only for one person, Suja. Their goal today was to license Suja's 2 songs and sign him. After a short exchange of pleasantries, Penguin Music's Wu Mingda opened the door and said, "Mr. Su, we won't beat around the bush. Penguin Music hopes to sign an artist contract with you, and the treatment will definitely be at the top level of the industry." Cool Cat Music's Lu Chanyun gently minted a mouthful of tea and laughed. What Penguin can give, Cool Cat can also give. The gunpowder flavor was full. Shrimp Music's Lu Fei, who could only watch the 2 big brothers at each other's throats from the sidelines, didn't even dare to make a sound. Suja smiled and politely said, "Thank you both for your good intentions, but I have no intention of joining any entertainment company for the time being, so I guess let's talk about song licensing?" In response, both companies expressed some regret, but they didn't make it more difficult. The primary purpose of their trip was still to take the song rights. That was the most important thing. If we can sign Suja, then of course it's the best, if not, then we'll get the song license. We respect Mr. Su's decision. Wu Mingda glanced at the other 2 and said, "We've already discussed this here just now, the copyrights of the 2 songs, our 3 companies will take it together. As for the split, 7-3, 7 for you, 3 for us." Hiss. Suja sucked in a mouthful of cool air, this condition, so good that it seemed too unbelievable. Seemingly seeing Suja's misgivings, Lu Fei explained, "Mr. Su, your talent deserves us to do this, and the connections behind you make it necessary for us to do this." Saying this, Suja understood. They were making an investment. And Suja isn't alone, he's got Huang Base and He Jiong behind him. The matter of Mushroom House He Huang's 2 teachers defending Suja had already spread throughout the circle. It was hard for them to not know about it. Against the backdrop of such a powerful relationship, the 3 companies made big enough concessions and gave enough sincerity. "We hope that if Mr. Su comes out with a new song in the future, he can also grant the copyright to our 3 companies." Lu Changyuan raised 3 fingers. "As for other companies, I guess they wouldn't dare to cooperate with you." The meaning was simple, those small companies wouldn't dare to go against Rising Sun Entertainment. "New songs?" Suja smiled slightly and asked, "Coincidentally, I really do have 3 new songs here, do you guys want to take a look by the way?" Suja took out 3 pieces of A4 paper from his briefcase and placed them on the desktop. The 3 bigwigs took them one by one and scanned them. Looking at it the first time was somewhat casual. Watching it a second time was a bit confusing. When they watched it for the 3rd time, the eyes they looked at Suja were filled with shock. You wrote them all?" Lu Fei stammered as he asked. In his opinion, these 3 songs were more classic than one another. Each of them could be a hit song. With just one song, you can make a singer. A song like that, all from one person? The lyrics are by the same person. This is just so shocking to him. Suja smiled and nodded. "Genius. Demon." At this time, the 3 of them set off waves of shock in their hearts, and only these 2 words remained. There was an additional blaze in their eyes as they looked at Suja. The feeling in their hearts can only be described by 3 words. The 4 of them are a match made in love. This cooperation talk is also particularly smooth, and after noontime, the agreement came out. As long as the contract was printed out and confirmed to be correct, it could be signed. After Suja left, the 3 bigwigs were in the box, all marveling. Wu Mingda said, "I've been in the industry for 30 years, I've never seen such a demonic person, I've gotten a better understanding today. Not to mention you, I was shocked." Wu Mingda shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You know, the first time I saw those 3 songs, I was subdued. The lyrics and compositions are all of superb caliber. Who says otherwise?" Lu Fei hammered out, "In this world, there really is a genius in this thing. It's damn true that people are more angry than people." Chapter 44. The car door is welded shut, no one is allowed to get out of the car. Evening. After Suja ate dinner, he slightly chatted with Hotba for a couple of emails and went to take a shower. On the first day back, apart from talking to the 3 music companies about the licensing of songs, Suja almost always stayed at home and boiled the drama. After taking a shower, Suja rubbed his hair while taking out his cell phone to log into Weibo. The number of Suja's fans had now reached over 1.8 million, and the fans were extremely active. Suja's microblogging comment area is full of all kinds of paragraphs, and there are also many fans of Hot Fences who also come to join in the fun. The good thing is that the fans of the two parties are very friendly, and there is a big feeling of marriage in. In the fans' opinion, Suja and Hotba had a great sense of CP in the program, a match made in heaven. Of course, there were some black fans who were active, but those lowly keyboard warriors couldn't affect Suja. After negotiating a contract today, Suja was in a good mood and casually posted another segment. Only, this time, Suja didn't blacken the hot fence again. If he did that again, the first thing that Hot Bar would do when he returned to the mushroom house would probably be to kill Suja and sacrifice him to heaven. Last month, the home computer broke down, and then go to the internet cafe to play Jerk Jerk, just sitting next to a watch TV series girl. Nearly 12 o'clock, next to the girl suddenly said that she did not want to see home on her alone. She invited me to go to her home to play games. Then she added that she wanted to play the most fun game in the world with me. I lolled at that and rejected her decisively. Go play by yourself. I thought to myself, is there a more fun game in this world than jerking off? Doesn't exist. After editing the paragraph, Suja smiled and clicked send, then continued to cook the drama. Suja's microblogging fans are very active and many of them have been chatting and bragging in the comments. There were even quite a few paragraph writers who treated this place as their home base, happily sharing various paragraphs. And at this time, everyone received a beep. It was the beep of Suja updating his microblog. All of the fans were energized. Refreshing Suja's microblog in unison, they indeed found a brand new microblog. The next moment, the comments section exploded. Ah, don't ever go. I have a friend who got tricked like this, and since going he's been doing all the laundry and cooking. The most fun game in the world? What's that? Funny face. This segment, why don't I understand any of it? Dead Iron Straight Man lives up to his name, ahaha. Suja little brother, you are right, if you go, not only do you have to do laundry and cook, you may have to kneel on the remote control if something happens, kneel on the durian. Don't praise, want face. Upstairs brother has a story. The comments section burst into laughter, and many of the fans happily joked about it. But the next moment, all the fans were confused. Because Hot Bar commented on the tweet. Tetsuko, what's the most fun game in the world? Can I play it with you? The number of likes was instantly 60,000 plus. The number of replies is a whopping 30,000, all clear. Originally, Suja was watching the drama, then he glanced at Weibo and saw that comment from Hot Fence was trending, and his entire body was confused. Fatty wants to play the world's most fun game with me? Seems. It's kind of exciting. The corner of Suja's mouth lifted up as he replied. Instantly, the entire microblog exploded. Because what Suja replied back was, push-ups. Weld all the doors shut, and no one gets out of the car. The old driver is on his way. Let me out of the car, this isn't the car that goes to kindergarten. It's the Akimason car god. What made Suja cry and laugh was that in less than 10 minutes, this tweet was sent to the hot search. Only, Suja looked at the V letter in his cell phone and felt a little cold at his back. Hot Fence sent there are dozens of messages, but also played more than 10 phone calls over, but Suja simply do not dare to reply, do not dare to pick up. Through the screen Suja can feel the killing gas, pick up still good? But Suja originally did not want to pit Hot Fence, how could he expect her to bump into him? Turn off the phone, sleep, early tomorrow morning still have to go to record the song. As for Fatty, when the time comes to bring her more delicious food, I guess it will subside. Yokohama International Conference Center, a certain guest room. Hot Bar was lying on the bed in her pajamas, looking at the messages from her fans, her cheeks were red. Sisterly had just given her a call and asked her to delete the comments, she didn't know why, then after a polite explanation, she understood. Xiao Zhizi was punking her. It's her reputation. Hot Fence's 2 little feet stomping in the air, hands holding a beaver pirate doll, gasping, damn little Zhizi, you're dead. After being angry, she said to the beaver doll, if only little Tetsuko was as good as you, he's always angry at me, I hate it. This beaver pirate doll was Suja's birthday gift to Hot Bar. Wherever Hotba goes, he takes this doll with him. Chapter 45 Recording. Perfect singing. The next day, early morning. Suja got up early in the morning, first ran 2 laps in the neighborhood, ate a breakfast, and then took a taxi to the Cool Cat Music headquarters. Recording a song was not as simple as one might think. The step of composing the lyrics and music had already been completed by Suja. The next step of harmony writing, arranging, recording, mixing, etc., all need time, not that Suja to sing and finished. When Suja came to Cool Cat Music's headquarters, he also caused quite a stir. It wasn't because of how awesome Suja's star effect was, for Cool Cat's staff, stars were very common. Besides, Suja wasn't a big-name traffic star, and the people who knew him now were very limited. It could be said that both of his songs were much more famous than him. Typical song popularity. Of course, this was only temporary. When the first installment of Aspiring 2 aired, Suja's name was bound to skyrocket. The reason for the sensation was actually quite simple. Lu Changyun, Lu Fei, Wu Mingda and Cool Cat Music's boss Su Changsheng stood in front of the company's main gate early, seemingly waiting for something. But what everyone never expected was that they were actually waiting for a young man. That person. Who is it? 4 big men waiting for him? It seems like it's Suja, the new resident guest of Xiang, the one who matches CP with Hot Bar. The one who sang Rice Fragrance So it's him. The employees in the company were talking, and they were all shocked after hearing Suja's identity. They couldn't figure out how a small artist could make 4 bigwigs come out at the same time. You know, it's hard for these 4 to see one of them normally. Suja got off the bus and went straight to the Cool Cat Music headquarters, and when he got to the front door, he suddenly saw Lu Changyun and the 4 of them waiting for him, and was somewhat flattered. Last night at home, he had already gotten to know the 3. In their hands, all 3 of them had also produced diva singers and kings, and their status in the music circle was quite revered. But now they were actively waiting for him at the door. Such treatment was not something everyone had. Suja hurriedly greeted him and said with a bitter smile, "I can just go up by myself, this is too much trouble for you guys." Lu Changyun pointed at Su Changsheng and said, "This is our company's Mr. Su, he insisted on coming to see you, I can't even stop him." Su Changsheng shook hands with Suja and laughed loudly. "It's true that heroes come out of the youth. I'm very impressed by Mr. Su's talent. Mr. Su is too kind, I will have to rely on you guys in the future." Suja laughed and did not take the scene-stealing remark to heart. After exchanging pleasantries for a few moments, Su Changsheng left because he had official business, while Lu Changyun led them to the recording studio. Pushing open the door, the studio had all the equipment, and Lu Changyun introduced, "All the equipment here is top-notch, including the recording engineer, who is also the best in our company. It's really generous." Lu Fei's tone was a bit envious. Shrimp Music also had several recording studios, but none of them compared to this one at Cool Cat. Wu Mingda smiled and said to Suja, "When Mr. Su goes back to Deep City next time, he can visit Penguin Music's headquarters, and it's guaranteed to be an eye-opening experience for you." Listening to the bigwigs at each other's throats, Suja laughed and said, "Thank you, I will definitely go." Saying that, Suja took out a few manuscripts from his briefcase and said, "This is a little idea I have for the arrangement of a few songs, and I'd like to ask a few teachers to help give me some pointers." Arranging songs? The trio's hearts fluttered as they divided the manuscript paper and looked at it in detail. Silence. Then Wu Mingda smiled bitterly, saying, "Pointing is really giving us face, your arrangement, it's perfect. So, we 3 old guys, were here to mingle?" Lu Fei was also a bit helpless. Could it be that they were really old? This is a young man's world now? Lu Changyun was open-minded and laughed, "Isn't this quite good? It also saves the effort of arranging the music. Working with Suja, efficiency is high." Although they were shocked in their hearts, they gladly accepted this. After all, it wasn't surprising that Suja, who was able to write 5 classic songs, also had a deep knowledge of arranging music. Suja's arrangements of 5 songs were already perfect finished products in their opinion, and there wasn't even a hint of modification necessary. In one morning plus afternoon, the arrangements for Inari and Sunny Day were ready. After a hasty dinner, Suja went into the recording studio and started recording Scent of Rice. The 3 bigwigs were wearing monitors and looked at Suja in the studio rather expectantly. When the accompaniment came out, they closed their eyes. The moment the voice opened, they opened their eyes and their eyes filled with joy. This timbre, too pure and clean. This singing, so stunning. Chapter 46, Recording is complete, play a big hand. Chasing dragonflies in the field barefoot until I'm tired. Picking fruit and getting stung by bees. Who's laughing? I fell asleep leaning against a scarecrow blowing in the wind and singing a song. Oh, the afternoon guitars are crisper and the insects chirping. Oh, the sunshine on the road is not afraid of heartbreak. Cherish everything even if you don't have it. There's always that magic in Southey's songs that pulls you into the woven story. It was as if they were all of a sudden back in a quiet village, just listening to the wind whistling in their ears. On the small boulevard, the children jumped to catch fireflies. Along the river, a moment to run up to see the scenery, a moment to run down to play and fight, laughter sprinkled all the way, so cozy. Returning to his senses, Suja had already sung The Fragrance of Rice in its entirety, without the slightest pause in between. The recording engineer looked at Suju in the studio with a dumbfounded look on his face, but in his heart, he set off shockwaves. The recording studio was an absolutely quiet place, and many singers, even those who had been famous for a long time, would unconsciously make some noise. Things like teeth clattering, breathing, and so on, get recorded into the song, so they need to be re-recorded or post-processed. But Suja didn't need to do that at all. Suju is totally like a walking record. Or one of those top-notch vinyl records, with perfect sound quality that's mind-blowing. When Suja walked out of the shed, he took a bottle of water and gulped it down. Lu Changyun gave a thumbs up and praised, "Impressive." Other than this word, it was impossible to find any suitable words to describe his current mood. Not only Lu Changyun, Lu Fei, and Wu Mingdao as well as Cool Cat Music's recording engineer, at this time, the three of them were also looking at each other with unbelievable faces. Such a level, the entire circle could not find a few, right? Suja's singing ability was just too shocking. After resting for a few moments, Suja once again entered the recording studio, and this time, he was going to record Sunny Day. The reason why he recorded Rice Fragrance and Sunny Day first was because of the program's urging, and also because the fans couldn't wait. 10 minutes later, Suja walked out of the shed. The four people outside the shed were about to go crazy. They felt like they were here to do odd jobs, they couldn't be of any use at all. Instead of going through it once, Suja recorded it twice this time. Because Suja wasn't very satisfied, he re-recorded it once. Under the deliberation of the four people, the two songs did not undergo any modifications and came out as a finished product straight away. The efficiency was amazing, and the quality was even more unsurpassed. 2 songs in one day, no one would believe it if they said it. Lu Changyun lamented. Lu Fei also nodded his head and smiled bitterly, "Mr. Su. How can I say this, other than it, I really don't know what to say." Wu Mingda said, "Me too." In the next few days, Suja was not so heartless and only completed 1 song a day. For days, 5 songs, saying it out loud could shock people. But Suja just did it. And tomorrow, Suja was going back to the Mushroom House. Cool Cat Music Parlor. Lu Changyun, Lu Fei, and Wu Mingda, as well as Suja, were all sitting on the sofa, sipping tea, and chatting. Lu Fei asked, "Ja, we're planning to make a mini album out of 5 songs, do you think it's okay?" Suja thought for a moment and said, "That's fine, but Fragrance of Rice and Sunny Day already have sound sources online, won't that affect it?" "It doesn't affect much, we can try it." Lu Changyun explained, "Let's use these 2 songs to hit the charts first, and you yourself use Weibo to publicize it." "Good." Suja nodded and asked, "When will it go live?" "Tomorrow." Lu Changyun looked at the 2 people beside him and said, "When they return to the company tomorrow, they can start promoting it." Wu Mingda suddenly said, "Xiaozhe, do you have any confidence in this album?" Suja froze and smiled back, "Definitely have confidence. I've heard that Sunrise will be pushing an idol group in the near future, also releasing an album." Wu Mingda looked at Su Zhu and asked word for word, "Do you want to give it a try?" Upon hearing this, the other 2 also looked at Suja expectantly. There was a simpler way to want fire. That is to step on someone else to get to the top. Of course, this, stepping on, has to be strong, otherwise it's easy to capsize. Ding dong. Triggered the side quest, make a name for yourself in the singing world and take out the idol group. Quest reward, depends on the sales volume of the album. Is it accepted? Suja smiled and said decisively, "That's a must, when they release the album, then we'll release it. Just do it and be done with it." "Good." Wu Mingda nodded his head in relief, looking at Suja with growing satisfaction. He said, "I'll apply for resources from Penguin HQ, and all the publicity and promotion will be tilted in your favor." Lu Fei and Lu Changyun shook their heads and lost their laughter. Everyone in the circle knew that Gao Yang, Suja's former manager, had a deep conflict with Wu Mingda. This time, Wu Mingda's sniping was obviously intentional. But in their hearts, they also felt pity for Rising Sun's idol group, poor Na, meeting such 2 ruthless people. However, they liked it. After discussing some more specific details, the 4 stopped talking about business. Mr. Lu Changsheng acted as the landlord and invited Suja to have a big meal, which was also considered a celebration of the perfect completion of the album. The news of Suja recording an album with 3 music companies was certainly known to Rising Sun. Gao Yang also had an idea to snipe Suja at this time. He didn't want Suja to catch fire, he wanted Suja to disappear again. This combination in Gao Yang's hand was the hottest flow-boy combination that had been formed so far. One of the singers, or from the Goliath country's idol Heavenly group back to China to develop, the popularity in China is also very explosive. In the office, Gao Yang held up a tall glass, shaking the scarlet liquid, and said hideously, "Suja, you're looking for death yourself, so you can't blame me." Chapter 47. The whole internet is in an uproar. National discussion. After a busy day, Suja took a shower when he got home and after posting a tweet, he fell back to sleep. Even Hot Bar sent him several tweets, but Suja didn't reply. This can be far away in the horizontal city of the Hot Fence was angry, and again in the small book to Suja note a line. But the next moment, Hotba thought that maybe little Jizzy was also tired, so he smiled and returned a good night. Once he thought that he would be able to see Suja tomorrow night, he didn't know why, but Hotba only felt that his mood was a little subtle. Yikes. It's definitely not because of little Jizzy, it's because I like that kind of idyllic life. Hotba thought to herself. Cool Cat Music Headquarters. After Lu Changyun finished his meal, he returned directly to the company, and without stopping, he was arranging all kinds of work. The 2 songs Rice Fragrance and Sunny Day will be officially launched tomorrow night, but it is still necessary to do some publicity before that. Cool Cat Music's homepage banner had been replaced with Suja's picture. In the photo, Suja was wearing headphones and was seriously recording a song. This was a casual shot taken by Lu Changyun 2 days ago, but he didn't expect this casual shot to be a face value. Lu Changyun cannot help but sigh, this high value really can do whatever you want. Director Lu, everything is ready, all the channels have been paved. Assistant Xiao Wang reported the results of his work. Well, very good. Lu Changyun patted Xiao Wang's shoulder and said, go apply for a pop-up window, I want all Cool Cat users to know that Suzhou is going to release a song. Director, you only have the opportunity to use it twice a year, and this is used up? Little Wan looked at Lu Changyun in surprise, he didn't think this was a very good idea. Go ahead, it's worth it. Lu Changyun smiled and didn't explain anything. He would never say that Penguin's Wu Mingda had given more powerful resources. Penguin Kaodao pop-ups, this is really heartless. Why else would Lu Changyun take pity on Rising Sun? Wu Mingda was crazy, he always knew it. But Suzhou was even more of a madman, and those 3 songs were something that could really cause a major earthquake in the entire Chinese music scene. Although Xiao Wang was uncertain, he still did as he was told. The application came down quickly, and the time of the pop-up window had been set, just at 9 o'clock in the evening, that is, half an hour later, the whole network was pushed. This time, Cool Cat is going out on a limb. At the same time, Shrimp Music headquarters. Lu Fei did not stay another night in Mordor, but chose to fly directly back to Yinjing. His approach was the same as Lu Changyun, and all kinds of resources were even tilted towards Suzhou. However, he was not as lucky as Lu Changyun, and was free to deploy whatever resources he wanted to use. Lu Fei was challenged on pop-up windows and homepage banner and splash page ads. These 3 advertisement pages, just taking one is enough sincerity, they are all given to you, what about the other artists? In the conference room, Shrimp Company's other gold medal producer was quite dissatisfied. This is all for you, we play ball? No, you guys believe me, this album is truly perfect. If we put in less resources, not to mention giving Suzhou a bad impression, there's absolutely no way we can compete with Cool Cat and Penguin. Lu Fei was still explaining bitterly, he was really optimistic about this album. Suzhou? Is he really worth pouring so much resources into? A middle-aged man asked from the main seat of the conference room. It really is. Seeing that the president had loosened his tongue, Lu Fei busily said, Wu Mingda is even more ruthless, Penguin knock-knocks pop-ups are asking for Suzhou. Hiss. The conference room sucked in a breath of cold air. In this world, penguins are still behemoths, and it's no secret that its pop-ups are a pig on fire for so many days. However, that's not even the most explosive. Liu Fei added, Penguin News, too, will push this news across the network tonight. Wow. Everyone was nonplussed, this Nima Suzhou was going to be on fire to Mars. With resources like this, even a pig could be on fire, right? Not to mention Suzhou was a talented young man. The man in the main seat stood up and said in a deep voice, all the advertisement pages that Shrimp can get on, give them all to Suzhou, and those that can't think of ways to piggyback on Suzhou. Tonight, I want to see the entire internet discussing Suzhou. Understood. While Cool Cat and Shrimp were conferring, Wu Mingda had already set everything up long ago. As long as he waited until the time came, Suzhou and his album Origami would be pushed all over the internet. Mr. Wu, it's been approved from above. The secretary came in and spoke. Taking a deep breath, Wu Mingda nodded his head and said, well, get started. 9 p.m. The entire internet explodes. Penguin News push, there's always a song that will suddenly remind you of the season, the mood, and the people who were with you at that time. Suzhou and his songs will be with you tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Penguin knock knock pop up, you have already won the hearts of the people with your looks, why do you surprise the world with your songs? Suzhou will be with you tomorrow night at 8 p.m. At this moment, the startup page of Shrimp Music is Suzhou, the homepage advertisement is Suzhou, and various small sections are all Suzhou. Cool Cat Music was even more terrifying, and the headlines they used stunned everyone. Turning over a whole new chapter in the Chinese music scene, this is the era that belongs to Suzhou. The whole internet is in an uproar. National discussion. Chapter 48, Suzhou's Circle of Friends. Suzhou is releasing an album? Joyful. Great. Little Jazzy is finally releasing a song. Releasing a song is good, but is Cool Cat on the wrong medication? That's a big mouth. Is it inviting blackness to Suzhou? Who is Suzhou? A new chapter? Are you kidding me? This is quite a gimmick, but I personally don't think Suzhou needs this kind of hype, right? Both songs are classics, isn't it good to play it safe? So hasty. Swell? Swells up after a few episodes of aspiring? It's really funny, who gave him the courage? The internet was full of such discussions, really because this promotion was just too shocking. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a sensation all over the internet. Cool Cat, Shrimp Meter and Penguin Music all pushed one person at the same time, creating a sensation that can be imagined. But that title from Cool Cat was just too unbelievable. Any other diva or diva wouldn't necessarily dare to use such a title. But Cool Cat did. Of course, this is not the Cool Cat's own initiative, but with Suzhou and the other two companies to discuss the decision. This is also something that cannot be helped. Suja looks like he's on fire, but mostly because of those two songs. Suja himself, those who actually knew him, were still only a minority. That superhuman idol group under Rising Sun, in terms of popularity, could really throw Suja off a few blocks. They had no choice but to spend effort on publicity. And, maybe it's even possible? The three of them, Wu Mingda, had complete confidence in this. If Suja wasn't afraid, what were they afraid of? Of course, the words were put out, but with them came the pressure. Suja's microblog fell. There were countless netizens who began to speak under his microblog, saying that he was proud and arrogant and clamoring for attention. Suja's fans naturally didn't want their idol to suffer from this, and also began to fight back. Here, a tearing battle began. Don't look at Suja's small fan base, but the cohesion is superb, and it doesn't fall in the slightest. The effect is also excellent. After a short hour, Suja was sent to the hot search. Rising Sun Entertainment. Gao Yang was also shocked when he learned that Suja was on the hot search. He had never expected that the three companies would pour out their resources in order to promote Suja. He simply couldn't figure out why they would do this, dare to do this. Rising Sun's position in the entertainment industry was comparable to Penguin's position in the internet. Are they deliberately working against Rising Sun? Not being able to figure it out, Gao Yang didn't think about it and picked up the landline and dialed, contact all the major music companies and tell them that KS1 Group is going to release an EP, and at the same time contact all the major media outlets to build up momentum. A surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Tonight? Will it be too urgent? And the Penguin side. They want to play, so let's play with them. Gao Yang said disdainfully, if they have to praise Suja, then I'll let him die without a burial place. Understood. In less than an hour, the news that the super popular idol group KS1 is going to release a new album has been spreading like wildfire on the internet. Weibo, posting bars and other social media platforms have been overrun by KS1 fans. For the Weibo hot search, Suja had already ranked third. The first and second were also taken by hogging KS1. This time, the melon-eating crowd was really happy. The big battle, it was about to start. Some group of singers. Suja is messing with someone he shouldn't be messing with, it's a shame. A flash in the pan. In this circle, you have to follow the rules of the game, no one can blame you. You guys are just certain that Suja will lose? Why do I think he has a good chance of winning? Are you kidding? If Suja can win, I'll withdraw. Yanjing. Huang Base received the call and knew the general situation. He casually made a few phone calls and contacted some media friends with the purpose of helping Suja build momentum. After the media contacts, Huang Base called his students again and asked them to publicize Suja's new album on Weibo. That wasn't all, then he also called his close friends in the circle, hoping to get their help. In a word, he wanted to support Suja. Hunan City. Heejong was originally singing karaoke with his friends and was still high when he received a call from Li Zhejiu. When he returned to the box, Heejong smiled and said, "Guys, do me a favor?" Someone said, "That's a must. I've got a little old me that's releasing an album, and I'd like to ask for your help in promoting it." "It's Suja, right?" "Yes, it's that kid." "Yes, but you have to introduce him to me." "No problem." Magic City. Hot Bar had already returned home, and she also knew the news that Suja was going to release a new song. But she was a little angry that this little Jizi hadn't told her the news. But angry or angry, Hot Bar still sent out a Weibo, taking the initiative to publicize and promote Suja's album, and she also pulled in her sisters. At the same time, Su Xiang, Wang Yanui, Zhang Jia, Happy Family, Song Xior, Na Rol, and so on, those Suja knew or didn't know, were also promoting him. Nearly half of the circle was supporting Suja at this time. Countless netizens were dumbfounded after watching. How many people does this Suja actually know? This is half of the entertainment industry invited to advertise? This is awesome. Reversed and reversed, Suja instantly reclaimed the hot search. And our protagonist, Suja, is currently huffing and puffing and knows nothing about it. Chapter 49 Songs Go Online, Data Explosion. Early the next morning. When Suja got up, he found that he had received several text messages in his cell phone, and his heart warmed up. Then opened his microblogging a look. Suja is completely understand what is going on. Rising Sun Entertainment's KS1 super popular idol group is also releasing their album at the same time tonight. This was a bit of a slap in the face to Suja's plan for them. Originally, they had planned to use the songs Rice Fragrance and Sunny Day to hit the charts and then release an album. In that case, Wu Mingda and the others planned to release the album Origami tonight. Suja smiled and replied to everyone's concerns one by one and told them not to worry, it was just a small matter. He wasn't panicking at all. After washing up, Suja ate breakfast, packed his bags, and headed to the airport. Instead of going to the mushroom house, he first went to Yanjing Huang Base's home. Huang Base said on the phone 2 days ago that Duo missed him as his brother and asked if he had time. Suja that there is definitely time, so he plans to go to Yanjing today, and then go back to the mushroom house with Huang Base in the evening. As for Heejong's place, Suja could only find time to go there later. The internet is very lively and there is still a lot of interest about the fight between SOS and the KS1 group. An over-the-top artist singling out a popular group, how could the media miss such a gimmick? Only, KS1 had more than a few times more fans than Suja. There were 4 people in the LS1 group, and each of them had quite a few fans. Especially Wu Fan, who had returned from Goryeo, was a flow of fresh meat with countless brainwashed fans. When they saw Suja wanting to fight with his own appa, they all ran to Suja's microblogging site with righteous indignation. All sorts of vulgar language came out in an endless stream, making people smack their lips. Suja's fans had the intention to retaliate, but the number of brainwashed fans was too great, plus the people with the intention to fan the flames. Suja's microblogging has fallen. An over-the-top artist and still dares to compare himself to my family's appa? This rubbing off on me is shameful enough. A passing artist still wants to turn around, dream on. Those 2 songs are really not good, not even half as good as my appa's. Hurry up and quit the entertainment industry. Comments such as these occupied Suja's Weibo. Suja's fans wanted to retaliate, but the comments that were sent out were topped in less than 1 round. Throughout the day, the 3 music companies, Cool Cat, Shrimp and Penguin, were leaving no stone unturned to promote Suja. Originally, they wanted to publicize for a while longer before letting Origami officially go online. But plans couldn't catch up and they could only get the album online tonight. The publicity has exceeded expectations, and even if it goes live tonight, it won't have much of an impact. What Woomingdo's trio didn't expect was that the connections behind Suja were truly terrifying. That was the support of half of the Circle's stars. Ask anyone who can do that? This is simply too unbelievable. It also strengthened the trio's confidence. What KS1, what Rising Sun Entertainment, all of them were scum. Especially in front of the album Origami, KS1 can only be considered a younger brother. At 8 o'clock in the evening, when Sujo and Huang Base returned to the Mushroom House, the album was also officially online. 5 songs. In addition to Inari and Sunny Day, there are 3 other songs lying quietly in the list. Fans gladly purchased the album and listened to them one by one. The one Burmese Chot Idol group's album also went live in the same timeframe, and the numbers are promising. In less than an hour, the number of auditions exceeded 1 million, and the number of paid downloads was as high as 300,000 users. With such figures, Gao Yang's entire body relaxed. Suja, what are you comparing to KS1? You're nothing but an over-the-top artist. Without Sunrise, you're nothing. Gao Yang looked at the data in the computer and smiled easily. What was the difference between getting Suja killed and crushing an ant? Clang! The door was rudely pushed open. Gao Yang frowned. What's going on? He hated it when his subordinates entered his office without consent. Gao. Director Gao, it's not good. The secretary hurriedly said, the data. It's been countered. Reversed? Gao Yang's first reaction was that it was impossible. Then he grabbed the datasheet in the secretary's hand, the data written therein. He looked at each and every piece of data in it with a deadpan look and muttered, impossible. Impossible. The Fragrance of Rice, 5 million auditions, 2.5 million downloads. Sunny Day, 6 million auditions, 4.5 million downloads. 7 Miles, 7.5 million auditions, 6 million downloads. Quiet, 7.6 million auditions, 5.5 million downloads. As well as the last one that made Gao Yang's eyes widen, Celadon, with 12 million auditions and 10 million downloads. That's just the number of downloads for a single song. What made Gao Yang vomit blood the most was that the number of purchases of the Origami album had actually reached 5 million copies. 1 hour, 5 million albums sold. 1 hour, 5 singles with 1 million downloads. With such an achievement, when looking at China, there were no more than 3 people who could do it. No, it can't be. Gao Yang covered his chest and said sharply, this achievement is absolutely fake. It's impossible for Suja to do it. Superintendent. The secretary said lustfully, this is only the data from one company, Cool Cat, and there are 2 other companies whose data we didn't get. Bang! Gao Yang dropped his entire body onto the coffee table and asked through clenched teeth, what did you say? And Suja's 5 songs have already been included in the Huaxia music chart and recognized its achievements. Gao Yang's eyes were lifeless, he knew he was completely finished. Just what he never understood was, what made Suja better than the Superman group? The secretary glanced pitifully at Gao Yang. What she didn't tell Gao Yang was that she had also secretly downloaded 5 of Suja's songs in her cell phone and had bought the album. Suja, King Tonight. Chapter 50, All Beautiful Roses Carry Thorns. 5 songs, 5 so good. It's kind of the most cost-effective album, isn't it? You can't get tired of listening to it. This is what Suja calls a song. What's KS1's ghostly wailing? Sho ah. These 5 songs, in time, can become classics, right? Celadon, it's too beautiful. The sound of rain outside the banana curtain is urgent, and the face in the blue and white porcelain is old. The only thing that makes me sad is the farewell. From the arrangement, lyrics, to the singing, it's like a heavenly composition, all in one. Celadon porcelain is definitely the pinnacle of Chinese style. Manhwa porcelain has conquered countless netizens and brought countless singers to their knees listening to it. The sky is green and waiting for the smoky rain, while I'm waiting for you. How many of you were tantalized by this line? Countless media outlets have gone crazy. What KS1, what Rising Sun Entertainment are all left behind by them. At the moment, they only had Suju in their eyes. This song, Celadon Porcelain, by Mr. Suju is the pinnacle of Chinese style. The words rhyme well and are memorable, and the ancient style is beautiful without being too ancient, or at least easy to be able to understand with a little thought. The song and lyrics go well together. It's a little higher when it's time for heavier feelings, and it's also able to hold back when it's time for farther meaning. The choice of instruments in the accompaniment is very good, with a good match, a water of Chinese instruments behind the Western instruments also vaguely mixed with Western instruments, not too Chinese obscure, and not too Western to seem unorthodox. In a word, it's perfect. Countless words of praise attacked Suju without any money, and at this moment, he was the media's favorite. This night was Suju's night. It was only then that all the people in the circle realized. Why did Cool Cat use such an eye-catching headline? Why would Penguin, Shrimp, and Cool Cat go out of their way to push this origami? Why Suju was able to get Hee Jeong, Hwang Base, and a host of other stars to support him? Because the root of it all was Suju's strength, Suju's talent. Fire. A fiery mess. Less than 2 hours after the album went live, 5 songs dominated every chart they could. Cool Cat music has been butchered. Penguin music, it's all about origami everywhere you go. Shrimp music, not to mention, flooded with countless newly registered IPs in just one night. Earned it. Wu Mingda, Lu Fei, and Wu Mingda were organizing a celebration banquet at the company. They were victorious, taking the win without a doubt. Suju's one-song Origami managed to crush Sunrise Entertainment's most promising superstar duo. The win was so easy. Same moment. A group of singers. Suju really won. The one who retreated from the circle, is he ready? Enough of this bull, I'm going to ask Suju for a song. Do any of you have his contact info? I guess we can only look for those two, or the program team. What, you guys have that in mind too? Whether it's lyrics or music, Suju's talent is a demon, who wouldn't want it? The group fell silent, and it was clear that everyone was trying to find Suju's contact information. A music company conference room. Go find Suju, we need the license for these 5 songs. But old boss, will it work? We have to find it even if it doesn't work, are we going to wait for death? Can't you see that users are asking why we don't have origami? Do we know how many users we've lost? If you can't get the license, you guys can pack your bags. Program team. Lee Keelju is really going crazy, this cell phone keeps ringing. But these people are not here to find him at all, but to find Suju. But they couldn't find Suju, so they called the program. It's his phone number that the program team left. Lee Keelju was upset, but he was afraid that shutting down the opportunity would make Suju miss a lot of opportunities. Invite songs, advertising cooperation, invite theater. The phone doesn't stop at all. He had just become Suju's agent, or the kind that didn't cost him anything. Lee Cheolgu looked at Suju, who was recording, and was filled with laughter. Only Suju could write such a demonic song, right? In the small courtyard. Hot Fence is squatting on the ground and is playing with little H and little O. Suju is watching from the sidelines. Xiao Dia, are you really ignoring me? I didn't do it on purpose that day. Suju scratched his head, what to do when he offended a girl, and more than once. If someone else asked Suju this question, Suju only had one big answer, wait for death. Hot Fence pretended not to hear, humph a sound, do not look at Suju. Suddenly, Suju raised a smile and stretched out his right hand to gently pat Hotbar's shoulder. Hotba still didn't react, but in his heart, he thought, I don't want to pay attention to you. Ah! A miserable scream came out from Suju's mouth as he clutched his right hand as if he had been injured by something. Hotbar hurriedly turned back and said anxiously, what's wrong? It hurts. Suju's expression was somewhat agonized, it hurts to touch you. How can that be? Hotbar touched his shoulder, and there was nothing there. Hee Jeong, who was in the gazebo, heard the screams and wanted to go and see what was going on, only to be pulled back by Hwang Base. Let's just watch. Hwang Base smiled. Hee Jeong nodded and sat down with a smile. Under the moonlight, Suju seriously said, it's true, the most beautiful roses have thorns. Mischievously, Hotbar's face was so red that it could drip water, and she said in a thin, mosquito voice, hate it. Where are people any roses? But anyone could hear the joy in Hotbar's tone. Hwang Base and Hee Jeong glanced at each other, then gave a thumbs up in Suju's direction. On the program team's side, quite a few youngsters took out their notebooks and wrote down the words. When Suju wasn't stealing himself, it was something that could tease people to death, and they had earned it by learning it. Chapter 51 Writing Songs Live? I can. Come on, let's go sit in the gazebo? Suju smiled and invited. Originally, Hotbar wasn't really angry, and after being complimented by Suju, he really couldn't pretend to be angry. The two walked side by side, little H and little O followed behind them left and right, just like a small follower's appearance. Wow, these two really look good together. Really like this pair. When will the official announcement be made? Hotba and Suja are CP? What's going on? Newcomers just arrived. Suggest upstairs brothers to go and watch the pilot movie, it's so sweet. In the live broadcast room, many viewers frequently send out pop-ups. Of course, Suja's album was on fire and brought very considerable traffic to Looking Forward. This made Heejin laugh. Really nah, he made the right decision in the first place. Suja was like a treasure that could never be dug up. In the gazebo, Heejin poured a cup of tea for each of them and laughed. Xiaoxia, congratulations. Ah? What? Suja was unsure. He hadn't been paying attention to the news on the internet since he came to the mushroom house. Huang Bei said succinctly, "You're on fire." Suja was shocked. Didn't I catch fire a long time ago? Hotbar laughed and said in disgust, "Bah, shameless." Suja thought about it for a moment and then understood. It must have been the origami album that was on fire, something that was expected. Suja hadn't actually been taking this to heart, nor had he put KS1 in his eyes. Fighting KS1 in the ring, it looked like he was at a disadvantage. But when he thought about it carefully, was there any reason for Suja to lose? In terms of resources, Suja has the support of the 3 major music companies and is not weaker than Rising Sun in the slightest. In terms of connections, Suja has Huang Xiuqi, what 3 years old, there is Sujung big bald head in, are bald, cannot be strong? In terms of talent, Suja had the entire earth as his backing. Summarizing the above, if Suja were to still lose, he really might as well go home and farm. Just as everyone was chatting and kanjiing, the live broadcast room suddenly flooded with a large number of viewers. The number of people in the live broadcast room instantly exceeded 10 million. This was the first time that the Mango channel's live broadcast room had entered such a huge amount of traffic. But before Heejin could be happy, his entire face collapsed. Li Chiolgu also panicked a bit and asked, "What should we do? Close the pop-up?" Although the live broadcast room was flooded with a large number of viewers, the purpose of these viewers did not simply want to watch the program. They were coming for Suja. Countless tirades, unwarranted accusations, and even some people were verbally attacking Suja. Among them, it wasn't hard to see that within these people, most of them were water armies, as well as KS1's crazy fans. These people are crazy. Heejin shouted, and by these people, he meant Rising Sun Entertainment and KS1. If this goes on, it won't do anyone any good. Suja definitely hired a gunman. The data is also fake. How can an over-the-top artist win over KS1? Everyone knows the dark secrets here. If Suja was really talented, how could Rising Sun Entertainment abandon him? This is definitely a conspiracy by Penguin and Cool Cat. A large amount of smearing remarks filled the entire live broadcast room. If the pop-ups were shut down at this time, it would have little effect on the program team, but it would have a big effect on Suja. What would the fans think? What will the media report? I have to say, the move that Rising Sun made this time was a bit harsh. What to do? The program team was as anxious as ants in a hot pot, but there was nothing they could do. Suddenly, Heejin turned his gaze to Suja in the gazebo and asked Li Zhizhou next to him, "What do you think, can Suja compose a song live?" If he could, then all the smears would be shattered. This can't be, right? Li Zhizhou shook his head. Even if Suja was talented, something like composing a song live was too difficult. Composing a song was not difficult, but what was difficult was to have a standard. Did you want Suja to write "This bowl is big and round"? Wouldn't that be exactly what Sunrise wants? It won't work. Quite bizarrely, Heejin suddenly gave Suja a gesture, signaling him to come over. Suja made an excuse and went around the side door of the house to the program's place, smilingly asking, "Director, want to raise my money again?" Heejin also did not say anything, picked up his cell phone and handed it to Suja, which was open to the live broadcast of Aspiring. A moment later, Suja understood it all. Gao Yang was trying to fish out of water. He can't get away with it, but Gao Yang will also be the one to take the fall. Regardless of whether Suja was pulled down, Gao Yang was destined to have nothing to do with this circle. No one would use such a person, nor would they dare to do so. Is there a way? Heejin asked expectantly. Honestly, problems that can be solved with songs aren't really problems. Suja laughed. If one song doesn't work, then 2. If 2 doesn't work, then 3. Throwing his voice. Everyone froze. This kid, talking about writing songs so casual? But that tone. It's full of confidence. Is he really that good? Without explanation, Suja patted Heejin's shoulder and shook his head in disappointment. "Backwoods boy, be calm, don't panic when things happen, learn from it." After saying that, Suja went back to the house, straight to his own room, carrying that guitar, back to the small yard. Suja smiled in the sunshine, looked at the camera, and laughed lightly. "I know that there are a lot of uninvited guests in the live broadcast room, all wanting to see my jokes, right? But I will not let you guys have your wish." Heejin, Huang Base as well as Hot Bar froze, then looked at the shadow in the small yard, and inexplicably, felt heartbroken. Chapter 52 Fading Sorrows. When you come into this pleasure ground, carry all your dreams and thoughts on your back. All colors of makeup on all colors of faces. No one remembers what you look like. 3 rounds of drinks later, you're in the corner, stubbornly singing a bitter song that. Hear him drowned in the din. You pick up your glass and say to yourself. Suja lightly plucked the strings of the zither, and the leisurely sound of the zither drifted in the air, the misty and sad song reaching everyone's ears. Jing! Eerie silence. Under everyone's direct gaze, a section of poignant zither sound slowly floated out. There was no advanced sound equipment, no million-dollar tuner, only an acoustic guitar in his hand, and he played a stunning piano sound. It was even as if the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were instantly emptied. Everyone was dumbfounded as they listened to Suja's song and fell into deep thought. Goosebumps. Scalp numbness. Suja murmured, as if he was recounting that part of his past. He had once plunged headlong into the entertainment industry with high expectations, but what did he get in return? He has been in the entertainment industry for 2 years and no one remembers him at all. But Suja always carries a dream and embarks on a journey. The hot fence in the gazebo, hands clenched into fists, looked at the lonely figure with tenderness. A glass to the sunrise and a glass to the moonlight. Awaken my yearning and tenderize the cold window. So one can fly against the wind without looking back. Fear not the rain in your heart and the frost under your eyes. A cup to the hometown, a cup to the faraway place. Guard my goodness and urge me to grow. So the road north and south is never long again. There's no longer a place for the soul. The chorus comes on and everyone's heart is thunderstruck. Goosebumps all over. That's a great word. Awesome. This song is unbeatable. What a heartbreaking song, what has Suja been through? Lyrics and vocals that hit the heart. The scalp is tingling. This voice is amazing. Really, there are still who think Suja hired a gunman? Whoever said that is either stupid or bad. Everyone, including KS1's fans, were all shocked by Suja's song at the moment. They wanted to retort, but they couldn't think of anything to counter. Whether it was the words or the song, they were shocked. A water company. Tell surname Gao that we won't take this order. But boss, they're paying more. I won't take any more money. People who can write songs like this deserve our respect, even if we're waterbenders. The bottom line of being a human being still needs to be there. Good. The man sitting in front of the computer, a restless heart had long since quieted down by now. He looked at the teenager carrying a guitar and the screen with respect. Listening to this song, he remembered his own past, which was also so bumpy. After a little thought, the man made a decision. He decided to publicize the conversation between Gao Yang and the studio. Don't blame me. The man laughed softly, who made me look at that kid favorably. Gao Yang didn't know what was going to greet him. With a song, Suja indirectly played Gao Yang to death. Mushroom House. Emotions cascade, wave after wave, sweeping across the room like a shock wave. A cup to freedom, a cup to death. Forgive me if my mediocrity dispels confusion. While after dawn always scribble away. Sober people are the most ridiculous. Bomb! The entire broadcast room blew up. This last verse of lyrics was like a sharp sword ruthlessly stabbing into everyone's chest. His singing voice was like a fresh spring nourishing everyone's parched heart, and like a pot of cloudy wine making people drunk to relieve 1,000 sorrows. His lyrics have a maturity beyond his own age, like the poetry of a poet who has seen the vicissitudes of the world. There are no flashy techniques in his voice, he just sings about ordinary people's ordinary things in his low, melodic voice. But it is this ordinary that washes people's hearts over and over again. After the song was finished, everyone stared at the figure in the courtyard in disbelief. After a long time, applause rose in all directions, everyone was convinced by Suja's song. At this moment, there were not only viewers in the live broadcast room, but also many stars, singers, producers, and a few bigwigs in the circle. But without exception, they were convinced. Mango Channel has made a fortune, this is a treasure. Contact the program and invite Suja. Convinced. I'm really convinced, Suja is awesome. It won't be long before another heavenly king is born. The subtle and lamentable melody and heartfelt lyrics speak to the sorrows in the hearts of ordinary people. Suja's music has simply become a musical antidote for all the general public. Only, it wasn't just the song itself that shocked people, the next set of shots on the screen directly dumbfounded everyone. Hot Bar didn't know when she walked to Suja's side, gathered her courage and held Suja's hand. 10 fingers interlocked. I believe in Tetsuko, his talent is unquestionable, please believe in him. Boom! The entire live broadcast room exploded once again. What the hell? The show of talent scene has turned into a show of love? Show. Can Fatty be more reserved? Another voice followed. Hee-jong, am here to vouch in my own name that all of Suja's songs, including today's song, are his own creations. If there are still people who malign us, we will take legal means to defend our rights. Hee-jong also appeared on camera and said in an unusually serious manner. Hwang Base did not say anything, but he stood very firmly on Suja's other side, his attitude speaking for itself. The Mushroom House was united. Ho-jong, lawyer's letter understood. Awesome. Sound breaking. Never believed those rumors in the first place, but thanks to those rumor mongers, without them this song probably wouldn't have met us. I just want to say, Suja is awesome. Suja bowed slightly and thanked the two teachers, then holding Hot Baba's hand, he slowly disappeared into the camera. Chapter 53. Can I taste your lipstick? Thump. 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 Hotba didn't know what was going on with her. In any case, she just took Suja's hand. When she reacted, she was confused herself. But she wasn't sorry. She even felt. And some excitement. Let go. Let go. Hotbar said in a thin, mosquito voice, and her small face was even more flushed. Oh, don't let go. Suja smiled. Hotbar got anxious and pressed his voice. Later, Mr. He and the others are going to come in, and there's a camera here. What are you afraid of? How brave were you just now? Suja got a bargain and still sold his good behavior, but it made Hotbar angry. Hotba stomped on Suja's foot, hurting him so much that he grimaced, and she said triumphantly, I'll let you bully me. But Suja grimaced and pressed Hotbar step by step. Eventually Hotbar was forced to the wall by Suja. Suja propped one hand on the wall, leaving her with absolutely nowhere to escape. Wall thud. Hotbar's heartbeat accelerated as if rabbits were banging around, and a heart felt as if it was going to jump out at any moment. Looking at Suja's perfect, nearby face, Hotbar felt that his breathing was going to be messy. Gosh! What is Sochul trying to do? Uneasy, nervous, scared, with a dash of anticipation thrown in. Can I taste the flavor of your lipstick? Suja's voice was magnetic and gentle. Hotbar closed his eyes tightly, countless thoughts skipped through his mind. Ooh, what to do? It's totally defenseless. Want to kiss me? But why tell me? Be bossy, will you? Aha! Hotbar felt like he was going crazy. At this time, the little friends in the live room were also going crazy. Originally, the camera was in the small courtyard, but Eugene thought to give the two more shots. Who knew that all the shots, this scene appeared. This is a wall thud? So handsome. Ooh, so romantic. Little brother Suja's side face is invincible. If someone else was with Hotba, I wouldn't say anything, but this person is so chul, and I don't seem to be resisting at all. Su-ah. It's like an idol drama. Hurry up and kiss. Oh my god, I can't wait. The most central point of a waldong is to look at the face first. Only a good face is a waldong, and an ugly face will sue you for being a hooligan. Upstairs is true. Hotba closed her eyes tightly. She could feel Suja approaching her, little by little, getting closer and closer. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 15 seconds later. Hotbar quietly opened one eye, only to see Suja looking at her with a smile. What are you looking at? Hotba got angry and said in annoyance. Suja stretched out his other hand and said in a serious manner, give me lipstick. If you don't give it, how can I taste it? Hotbar was confused. Is this man a devil? The peeps in the live room, once again, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Pfft, Suja is really so skinny, no wonder he gets beaten up every day. Emma, laughing like crazy. Suja, I'm single by merit. Am I crazy? Why am I so looking forward to Sochul kissing down? Can I taste your lipstick? Blah, 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 and more? Upstairs is a sand sculpture, identified. Hurry up with the official announcement. 1.5 billion viewers beg you, hurry up and fall in love. The two of them, Hejeong and Huang Base, were not aware of this scene. The two of them once again returned to the gazebo and had a chat. However, the expressions on their faces clearly let people know that they were in a very good mood. Another classic song from Suja, and the Origami album was a big seller. Doesn't that make them happy? The most important thing was that the two of them, Hotba and Suja, had just successfully held hands. What does this mean? The dead straight man is saved. But they didn't know about the scene in the house just now, or else Huang Base would have been able to clean up Suja. Do you have such skin? Do you want a girlfriend or not? Ring ring ring. The phone rang, interrupting the thoughts of the two. Originally Hejeong was about to get up to answer the phone, but the hot fence in the house had already acted as the operator. Crooked? Hello, this is Mushroom House O. Hotbar put the nuisance Suja aside for the time being and concentrated on picking up the phone. Hello, I would like to order food. A nice female voice, the voice was polite and clear. Okay yeah, what kind of food do you want to order? Hotbar asked sweetly, inwardly screaming frantically, order a big meal. Meat ah. I want to order an egg fried rice. Okay then. Hotbar was silent, still waiting for the other to speak. But the voice on the other end of the phone, after a moment of silence as well, said, I'll just order this. Is that okay? Yes. Can I, but not order anything else? Hotbar's smile gradually disappeared, and the audience in the live broadcast room all laughed and jerked. This expression was too real. So, volcano mashed potatoes? Ha. Yes. Hotbar froze. What kind of dish is this? I've never heard of it. But she still answered. The Mushroom House couldn't say no. Thanks. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Hanging up the phone just in time to see Hejeong enter the room, Hotbar said pitifully, Mr. E, the guests just ordered egg fried rice and volcano mashed potatoes. Does Mr. Huang know how to do that? Ha. Fried rice? Mashed potatoes? Hejeong was confused. Was this customer so understanding? Later into the room of the yellow base, also heard the conversation, puzzled to ask, egg fried rice I will, but the volcano mashed potatoes is what? The three men had 6 eyes, wide-eyed. Finally they looked at each other and smiled, tacitly saying, if there's a problem, look for Suja. Suja made an okay gesture and smiled with his teeth showing, I'm really good at this. The live broadcast room frantically brushed 666. Chapter 54, An Irreproducible Miracle. Rising Sun's shocking scandal, KS1's new album brushes data with a stone hammer. Gao Yang Gushui Jun chat screenshots released. The unspoken rules of Sunrise. Exposure. A member of KS1 is addicted to gambling and has owed millions. Shocked. Rising Sun Entertainment's big crisis, KS1 boy group is facing disbandment. While Mushroom House has fallen asleep peacefully with the song, the internet is not so calm. KS1's multiple scandals were dug deeper, and some paparazzi even captured a photo of one of KS1's members cheating on his wife, making the formerly popular boy band a hit with everyone. Overnight, Rising Sun became the target of countless media attacks. Rising Sun Entertainment Conference Room. Everyone in the conference room was gloomy and heavy-hearted at this time. The young man at the head of the room had eyes that looked like they were on fire, and anyone could see his anger. Gao Yang stood aside like a lost dog, trembling. At this point in time, you should understand what you should do. Song Xiaochang said in a deep voice. He was the president of Sunrise, and the prince of Sunrise who had made the decision to snowball Suja back then. No. Gao Yang nodded his head with difficulty. He could only stand out and admit it all, otherwise Song Xiaochang would never let him go. But even if he was spared, he would still end up losing his reputation. It was a line he would never have to return to. Mr. Song, what about KS1? The manager of the artist department couldn't help but ask while looking at Gao Yang angrily, if it wasn't for this idiot, would KS1 have gotten to this point? Dissolve it, send it abroad for a few years and come back after the wind has died down. Song Shicheng shook his head. KS1 was ruined, there was actually no point in returning or not. Just, how could Song Shicheng not believe that a Rising Sun outcast, how could a superhuman group disintegrate in an instant? KS1's loss was so pale and powerless that they didn't have any power to fight back at all. What's even more exaggerated is that overnight, KS1 was destroyed. But Mr. Song, we've invested a lot of resources in KS1, giving up now would be a huge loss. Yeah. Why don't we hire a water army to wash our hands of it again? We may not necessarily lose. Damn it, I told you not to mess with Suja, don't even look at who's behind him? A bunch of. What's all the noise about? The most important thing right now is to find a way to keep KS1. The conference room was a noisy mess. Song Shicheng was a bit distracted and waved his hand. First, push Gao Yang out and give everyone an explanation. Second, hold a press conference for KS1 to apologize to the public and then disband the team. That's it. As he said these words, Song Shicheng's heart was dripping blood, and he hated it even more in his heart. Countless resources had been invested in all 4 members of KS1, and it was thought that what they would bring to Rising Sun would be splendor. But they almost brought Rising Sun to their doom. Rising Sun Entertainment even lost a lot of money as a result. It was all because of one person, Suja. The scandals about KS1 are still coming out. In contrast to that, Suja's popularity was exploding. The album Origami has already exceeded the 10 million mark in one-night sales, which is a miracle in the Chinese music industry. Although Origami was only an EP, the mini-album, although not an album in the traditional sense, had shocked countless people. It was horrifying. Some media also claimed that this was the biggest miracle in Chinese music, a myth that could not be replicated. Before Suja, no one could do it, and no one believed anyone could do it. But Suja broke everyone's perception and refreshed their worldview. The unreserved resource tilt of the 3 companies, coupled with the recommendation effect of Hejeong and Huang Biao, as well as most of the stars in the entertainment industry. The funniest part was that Gao Yang spent a huge amount of money and hired dozens of companies just to hack Suja, which led to the unprecedented exposure of Origami. With this series of chemical effects, Origami became a hit. Suja became the biggest winner. A number of publicity companies even used this to study the marketing plan for Origami, holding this publicity and promotion up as a classic case. But after they studied it, they found that the feasibility was zero. For one would have to have a very horrible network. With close to half of the entertainment industry's connections, it wasn't just anyone who could do it. 2, to have the full support of a very impressive company. Full support has to be underlined. 3, have a superhuman group and producer as a rival or it won't play. 4, and most importantly, someone as talented and demonic as Suja. To summarize, the feasibility is zero. Unless they can hire Suja to create another album, it's simply impossible to replicate the success this time around. Early in the morning, the sunlight sprinkled on the earth, and Suja woke up from his sleep. Scrubbing, running, making breakfast, feeding the critters. This had almost become Suja's daily operation. In the small yard, Little H got up early and scattered happily chasing butterflies. The old Bit and Tianba were buying more cheerfully than a concert. The colorful lamp still looked like a thinker, sometimes looking back at the house, as if to see if the hot fence had woken up, because it wanted to go down for a toss or two, but did not want to be caught back. Chapter 55. The same 9 years, Thou Ho Show. Don't run. Colorful light, you stop. In the yard, Hot Fence was chasing after Color Light with his arms wide open and spread out. The colorful lamps, however, dodged the Hot Fence's every pursuit at a leisurely pace. In the gazebo, Huang Base and Heejong were drinking tea, while Suja was jerking his dog on the side. Suja dragged Little H's chin with one hand, and the other hand drew circles clockwise on Little H's head to stroke it, and Little H squinted in enjoyment. Huang Base looked at the Hot Fence running joyfully in the courtyard and said with amusement, I always thought this girl child was quiet before, but I didn't expect that she was also a person who came to be crazy. And who isn't? Heejong also laughed and said, in the past, I also felt that Suja was a high and cold male god model, but the way is wild nah. Comical male god, Huang Base hammered, plus dead iron straight man, I'm worried. Heejong nodded his head and said in a serious tone, Old Huang I think we should be urging Suja to get married from now on. If we don't put pressure on him, I don't think we'll ever see him fall in love in this lifetime. Makes sense. Huang Base listened these words into his ears. If he didn't push, it was estimated that this brat really wasn't interested at all. Coupled with the fact that this girl, Hot Bar, Huang Base liked it from the bottom of his heart. If Suja missed it, he would have to break his legs. Huang Base suddenly shouted, Xiaojia, stop playing first, come here, I have something to say to you. What is it? Suja jacked Little H's meaty ears, playing with joy. I just had a bit of a disagreement with Lao He, so you be the judge and see which one of us is right? Huang Base said. Suja said, sure. Did you say 1000-page tofu was tofu? Yellow Base asked. That's definitely tofu. Speakers are speakers, Bluetooth speakers are not speakers? Heejong was also worthy of being a close friend of Huang Base for decades, and tacitly picked up. A cat is a cat, then a panda is a cat? Huang Base rolled his eyes and disagreed. You're taking it out of context. Heejong also stuck to his thoughts. Suja happily watched the two men bickering and was in no hurry to speak. Huang Base said, if you can't say it, you'll go to the top, right? Frozen tofu, old tofu is not tofu? Heejong neck is red, this acting is also leverage. I just one sentence, panda is not a cat, seahorse is not a horse, pineapple is not a pear. Huang Base turned his words around and pointed at someone, a single dog like Suja isn't a dog either. Suja's smile gradually froze and he looked confused. Trouble pause, someone is lying down for no reason. The audience in the live room went crazy with joy. Haha, little brother Suja is so miserable. Suja, who did I invite? How come I'm the one who got hurt again? This means a virgin marriage, my goodness, it's hard to prevent. Old Huang, and old he really ate up. Haha, little brother's expression is so funny. Ginger is still old and hot. After another 10 minutes of education, Suja finally recognized the reality that these two middle-aged greasy men are really doing whatever they can to promote marriage. No matter what Suja says, they can always bring the topic to love. For example, when Suja said he had to prepare the ingredients to cook for the guests at noon, Huang Chi said, what's the point of being a good cook? You don't have a girlfriend. Suja also said, I'll go get water for Little H and Little O, they should be thirsty. Heejong, however, said, or small h understand first family and then establish a business, do not need to worry about us at all. Suja's face was so lifeless that the audience in the live broadcast room burst out laughing. This expression was just too real. It was exactly the same as when they went home for New Year's Eve and the 3 aunts and 6 grandmothers took turns urging them to get married. Luckily, the hot fence had finally finished its exercise and the colorful lights went back to the wall to be the thinker, while she went back to the gazebo. I'm so tired. I'm so thirsty. Hot Bar gurgled and gulped down some water. As soon as Suja saw Hot Bar, it was like seeing a savior, and he hurriedly changed the topic. Fatty, you said you're okay to mess with the colorful lights all the time. Hot Fence put down the cup, asked very seriously, Little Jizzy, do you think I am getting fat, should I not eat so much? After saying that she touched her stomach, a little bit of flesh. The small friends in the live broadcast room sucked in a breath of cool air. This is a death issue. This is simply a replica of the world-class problem of who to save first when you fall into the water. How would Sachel answer? They were filled with anticipation. Heejong and Huang Base were also looking at Suja with smiles on their faces, rather gloating. Put it to you this way. Suja organized his words, ice cola is cold, right? Hot Bar desperately nodded his head, remembering the ice curacao, he kinda wanted to drink it. That's right then. The cold will cancel out the heat and won't make you gain weight. Grilling at too high a temperature will cook away the fat. Milk tea is milk and tea, both good for the body. Hot pot is spicy and hot, it burns fat fast. Chocolate is black, black is slimming. Suja summarized, so, you won't get fat by eating these. Heejong and Huang Base sucked in a breath of cool air. Damn, cowhide. The live broadcast room exploded. 666. Goddamn black is slimming. Textbook answer. Suja, it's a good thing I'm resourceful, I almost died. Quickly take notes. Quickly take notes. Same 9 years of education, Suja definitely secretly made up for it. But the next moment, the picture changed suddenly. Suja's tone changed, and he said fondly, it's okay even if I grow fat, I like pigs. This is a constant test on the brink of death. Hee-jeong and Hwang Base withdrew the thumbs they were just about to raise and lamented, Suja is afraid he won't survive today. A round of pink fists greeted Suja, and the two of them, Hee-jeong and Hwang Base, turned a blind eye to Suja's pleas for help. Luckily, a delicate cry from outside the door saved Suja. A new guest had arrived. Chapter 56. The entire mushroom house storms out. At the doorway stood a playful figure with a pair of long legs that caught the eye. Tonlia dragged 2 large bags and begged for help. Come to a stronger one, help. Suja immediately stood up and said with tears streaming down his face, finally saved. Hot Bar was originally furious, but after seeing Tonlia, she also forgot to be angry and greeted him as well. Welcome, welcome. Suja took the suitcase, felt the weight, who said, a little heavy. You dragged it in from the village entrance. Yes. Tonlia felt that she was finally relieved, and laughed, the program team drove me to the village entrance and put it down, and they refused to give me another ride. Don't blame the program crew, it's all because the director is stingy, he has to save gas. Hot Bar took the opportunity to blacken Hee-jeong, then hugged Tonlia. Long time no see. The two girls had crossed paths and naturally knew each other. Only last night, Hot Fence was so angry that he didn't even hear that it was Tonlia's voice. After Tanya put her luggage away, she reappeared in the gazebo. Welcome as a guest to the mushroom house. Hwang Base greeted with a smile, this is the first time I've seen Yaya, sure enough the real person is much prettier than the picture. Hee-jeong was surprised, is this really the first time you've seen Yaya? Me too. Suja interjected at this time. Tanya sat down in a ladylike manner and nodded, it's still true. Just for the few minutes that he sat there, Hot Bar was constantly spouting off about Suja to Tonlia. The viewers in the live broadcast room were crying and laughing as they watched, Hot Bar was just too cute. And Tonlia just smiled and quietly listened, just like a neighboring sister, warm and quiet. Ring ring ring. The phone rang, and Suja, who happened to be in the house, picked it up, and before long, he came to the yard. Seeing this, Hee-jeong asked, any new guests? Suja said, no, there's a delivery. Express? When Hotba, the little express demolition expert, heard this, his whole body was energized and raised his hand, I'm going to collect the express. Hwang Base smiled and said, yeah, also go together, familiarize yourself with the environment of the village, it's quite beautiful here. Okay. Tonlia smiled and didn't refuse. Suja waved his hand and said, let's go, let's set off. On the way, the three of them were chattering away. Only, it was Hot Bar and Tanya who were doing most of the talking, and Suja was quietly listening on the side, saying a word every now and then. At this time, Tonlia said, Suja, your origami is really nice to listen to, and that song Fading Sorrows, it's really great. Sister Yaya, don't praise him, this guy can't be praised, once he is praised, he will swell up. That's what he said, but Hot Bar's heart was still very proud. Where have I been inflated? I've always been very humble, okay. Suja humbly said, my singing is actually just average. Tonlia laughed daintily, her whole body shaking with laughter, feeling that Suja was really funny. The live broadcast room was even instantly boiling. Goddamn singing is average. I'll give you 99 points for this pussy. I'll deduct 1 point for fear of Suja's pride. 666. Express stations. Wow. Is this a gas stove? Hot Bar's eyes lit up in surprise, the program team has a conscience? Suja followed suit and quipped, the program group chose to be a person after all. Is it that exaggerated? Tonlia felt that the program group was stingy, but it wasn't that bad, right? Yes. The two said in unison. At the end of the day, Tanya pointed at the 3 large boxes and said, it's so big, we can't move it back, can we? Before Suja could say anything, Hot Bar took the initiative to apply, me. I'll go find Auntie Lee to borrow a car. Only Tonlia and Suja were left at the express station. Tonlia looked at Hot Bar's back and laughed lightly, D has changed a lot, much more lively. Suja sneaked a glance behind him and saw that Hot Bar was not there, and nodded, yes, if you don't get more lively, you're going to be fat as a pig. Tonlia snorted and said, it's not that exaggerated, D has a good figure. Suja just wanted to say something, the other side of the hot fence rode a tricycle and came back, kinda pulling his weight. Hot Bar coolly said, move it up. Okay la. Suja shut up about the conversation just now and took the initiative to do the hard work. Tonlia squatted down and wanted to help, but was stopped by Suja, Sister Yaya, just go sit in the car, leave this kind of heavy work to me. Ah, so heavy, can you move it? Tonlia was unable to bear it. But Suja lifted his hands, and the biggest and heaviest box was placed on the back seat of the tricycle. Tonlia was dumbfounded. Monstrous boy? Suja clapped his hands, it's just a small thing. Since using the body strengthening pill in the novice gift pack, Suja's strength was increasing day by day, and his body was getting stronger and healthier. In 3 tries, the 3 boxes were moved to the tricycle. Suja and Ton Leah sat in the back seat, while Hot Bar acted as the driver. When they were almost back to the mushroom house, Little H and Little O's 2 families even went out to greet them. Hee Jeong was dumbfounded. My goodness. Hot Bar yelled at the house, Mr. Huang. Your gas stove is here. Upon hearing this, Huang Base, who was originally reclining in his old rattan chair, popped up as a whole. The obsession that has lasted for a season has finally been realized today? Happiness comes so suddenly. Suja was carrying the heaviest box alone, and the 2 of them, Hotba and Ton Leah, were carrying one. Hee Jeong and Huang Base also hurried down to carry the last box up. After unpacking the box, what was inside was the gas stove appliance. Huang Base that happy walked over to the program team, and after shaking hands with Hee Jin, he shook hands with Lee Zhizhou. The program team broke off. Hee Jeong gave a thumbs up. Good people. Conscientious crew. Even the live broadcast was furiously swiping pop-ups. Mr. Huang's spring is coming. But the next moment, Suja asked, how do you count the gas bottle? Hee Jin faintly said, 200 a can. The atmosphere froze. Yellow Base's smile instantly disappeared and he turned around to pick up his axe. This program can't be recorded. Good old Hee Jeong couldn't stand it this time either, picking up his slippers and heading towards the program set aggressively. The entire Mushroom House crew lost their minds and collectively stormed off. Chapter 57, What a painful realization. Ring ring ring. Another call rang. Hee Jeong went to answer the phone, and the program's crisis temporarily disintegrated. If it wasn't for this phone call, it was estimated that the program group would be gone. Hee Jin wiped a handful of sweat and said, Zhizhou, I've said that this gas is free for Mr. Huang to use, you have to be calculating. Lee Zhizhou was shocked. Nima, this was your own idea. Why are you blaming me? Aren't you pushing me into a hole? However, in the program group, the director is the biggest in heaven and earth. Lee Cheolgu suffocated. There's no way, the program group has limited funds. These words plainly fell on Hotba's ears. She squatted down and said to Little H, your grandpa Huang was infuriated like this, are you indifferent? Little H seemed to understand, looked up at Lee Zhizhou and revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. Bite you all to death. Price reduction. Reduce the price. Lee Cheolgu's heart was almost in his throat. How come I'm the one who's hurt in this damn thing? How much? Suja was on the other side rubbing Little H's ears with a dangerous look in his eyes. 150, said Lee Cheolgu through clenched teeth. 150? Suja smiled and said, Little H, be gentle later, don't let go is all. 100. Lee Zhizhou was about to cry. Who did he invite? 100 Barely, anyway, certain people be careful when you sleep at night Hot Bar said leisurely. Hee Jin felt a coolness, the eyes of both Suja and Hot Bar were locked on him, making him uncomfortable. Sending you guys a one-time use privilege that can be cashed in at any time. Hee Jin from the heart, send once, actually does not matter, anyway, to so small can, they always have to buy. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off, Little H is awesome. Suja and Hot Bar getting together is a nightmare for the show's crew. Ha ha, laughing my ass off, it feels so tragic for the program team. Yay! Hot Bar got up and celebrated with a high five to Suja. On the side, Yaha stood beside the 2 of them with a smile on her face. Life in the Mushroom House is really wonderful. It's no wonder Hotba has changed so much, Ton Leah thought enviously. Huang Base was still fiddling with his boss appliances. There was no gas, but it was better than nothing, wasn't it? This was the gas stove that he had been longing for all season. He simply loved it. Mr. Huang. A sudden shout interrupted Huang Base's thoughts, only to hear Hot Bar say, Little H and Little O have gotten us a chance to use the gas bottle for free. Really? Huang Base felt like he was full of blood. Really? Ton Leah covered her mouth and laughed. Wanted. Little H announced solemnly that it was to its credit. Fantastic. Yellow Base laughed and said, extra food for Little H and Little O at night. Wong wong wong. The 2 puppies barked even more joyfully, their tails wagging and rotating from side to side. After answering the phone, Hee Jeong returned to the gazebo, and after hearing Little H's achievement, he picked up Little H and praised him. Little H is great. You are the prettiest kid in the Mushroom House. Mr. He, you're wrong, how can I just give my title to someone else? Suja showed his teeth and smiled. Shameless. Hot Bar grunted. Tanya only laughed on the side. Yellow Base asked, new guests? Yes. Hee Jeong's tone became excited, the ones who came this time are really big clicks. And it's 3 guys. Huang Base nodded, the weather has been quite good these past 2 days, very suitable for work. Hee Jeong said, they said it's just for exercise. Huang Base was touched, where to find such an understanding guest? Seeing that the time is still early, Huang Base suggested, why don't we go up to the vegetable field to have a look? Go! The vegetable garden is as tender and green as far as the eye can see. Walking to the mustard field, Huang Base said, let's harvest this mustard, right? If we dry it into dried mustard greens, we can exchange it with the program for money. Hot Bar's eyes turned into, this is all money. Hee-jeong laughed, what a little fortune hunter. But Hot Bar was right, this was all money. Further down the road, there are whole patches of canola. Spring is the season when rapeseed flowers are in full bloom, the golden petals connecting into a sea of flowers. Seeing such a beautiful view, Tonlia couldn't help but say, it's so beautiful. Why don't I come and take pictures for you? Suja laughed lightly, then took out the cell phone implanted by the program team and gave the audience a wave of amenity, seamlessly inserting advertisements. Ladies and gentlemen, this taking pictures of girls, it's also a technical job. If you take good pictures, it's the right thing to do. Suja said to the camera. Hee-jeong asked, then what if you don't get a good shot? Suja said painfully, then you'll be waiting to be shot to death. Put. Tanya laughed herself silly, and Hotba held her stomach and laughed wildly. This sentence, how is it that it owes so much praise? The live stream was frantically swiping pop-ups. Deeply share the same feeling. Damn, every time I take a picture of my girlfriend, I'm trembling with fear that it won't be good. Taking good pictures is the right thing to do, but taking bad pictures is to be shot to death. What a painful realization. Last time my boyfriend took a picture of me, the camera broke, I decided to change it. Boyfriend. Come on people. Give a seat to Shior upstairs. Taking a shot here and there, every picture Suja took perfectly showed the beauty of the two girls. Hee-jeong and Hwang Base were helpless in their hearts. With this skill, why was Suja still a single dog? At this time, Hwang Base took the opportunity to dislike him again. So what if you're so good at taking pictures? It's not like you have a girlfriend. Suja. Live. Next, Hwang Base led the group in a song called Rape Flower, which he and Hee-jeong adapted from Snowdrops. The mellifluous song floated around the edge of the field, but sounded a little funny. Canola, canola, we all have canola. You have cauliflower, I have cauliflower. All of us have cauliflower, just not dilly jiba. There was no doubt that Suja was on the brink of death again, frantically testing the waters. Chapter 58. The most conscientious guest. Soul man, don't run. Hot Bar was holding a bouquet of rapeseed flowers in his hand, spreading his legs as he chased after Suja. Little cutie. Chasing me. Suja twisted his head and said smugly, can't catch me, huh? Little H, however, led the way at the front, stopping and turning back every now and then, barking at the two. It seemed to say, you guys hurry up, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Not far away, Hwang Base looked at the two of them and laughed, these two kids are rowdy, I've made you laugh. Noah, I think this is really good, I haven't seen Hot Bar laugh so much in a long time. Tanya shook her head, the corners of her mouth turned up, she actually envied such a state of life from the bottom of her heart. Come on, leave them alone, taste this rape flower, it's very sweet. Hee-jeong was calm and unperturbed, choosing a rapeseed flower and tasting it. Hwang Base reminded, look for the ones with flower bones, ha. Tong Leah bent over, chose one and tasted it, her eyes lit up, wow, it's really tasty, yeah. Originally chasing the hot fence, once he heard eat, also do not make a fuss, Busy asked, what to eat, I also want to eat. Seeing the crisis lifted, Suja also smiled and explained, this stuff has many uses, it can improve liver function and also promote the formation of enzymes. Come on, then let them eat cold cauliflower tonight. Hwang Base laughed, mushroom house specialty. Come on, let's go back, the new guests will be arriving soon. Hee-jeong waved his hand and led everyone home. Suddenly, Suja picked a rape flower and handed it to Ton Leah, smiling, flowers go with beauty, this is for you. Ton Leah took it with a smile, her eyes glanced at Hot Bar, and she teased, I'm just afraid that someone will get angry. Hot Bar was embarrassed and grunted, I don't want it, it's just a dish. Here, this is for you. Suja gently inserted the small flower into Hot Bar's hair, and after fiddling with it a little, laughed, perfect. Hot Bar snapped, I hate it, it's messing up my hair. But anyone could hear the joy in her tone. Yaha teased, why don't I help you get it down? Don't. Hot Fence reflexively refused and said with a red face, just like this is fine, I'm not like someone who is always angry. Ha ha ha. The ridge was covered in laughter. Just as they reached the door of the mushroom house, Suja and the others welcomed the new guests of the mushroom house. He was known as Fatty who doesn't know how to play soccer. Behind him were Wu Daying and Han Tianyu. This is really a big clique. Seeing the visitor, Hwang Base brightened up and laughed, these two boys can definitely work. Hee-jeong snorted and said, don't scare our two champions. Lu Liang said seriously, we're here to work out, all kinds of heavy lifting for these two boys. Wu Daying and Han Tianyu cried out, didn't you say we'd come to enjoy ourselves? How come it's just exercise? After everyone got to know each other, they returned to the mushroom house. The gazebo was, by now, filled to capacity. The whole 8 people Yellow Bases almost wake up laughing. He felt that he could make a lot of money in the past 2 days, so he could buy 2 more gas bottles to store. By the way, Suja suddenly asked, Coach Lu, Tianyu and Daying, what do you guys want to eat for lunch? I'll make it for you. After last night's discussion, today's chef for the day was Suja, while Huang Xiaoche was a diner, not to mention how happy he was. Hot Fence eyes glowing, heart anticipation, mida. After eating, it's good to experience the life of a mushroom house. Yellow Base said with a smile. Ha ha. Lu Liang laughed. Teacher, he told me all about it on the phone. I'll just say that these two kids are here to experience it, so feel free to make it work for you guys. Han Tianyu patted his chest, sturdy, resistant to building. On the side, Wu De Realm was showing off his muscles. Show. Suja gave a thumbs up. The guests of this session were really too conscientious. I want to eat spicy chicken. Han Tianyu said, is that okay? Yes. Suja responded, although there was a lack of funds, but he could borrow it. Great Realm also point A? He Jong signaled Wu Dying also point A. Anyway, debt is not pressure, make hard to make is. Anyway, the fleece comes off the sheep's back. These two children are destined to do a lot of work. Do not let people eat more, but also really feel bad. Vinegared shredded potatoes it is. Wu Dying smiled coyly. This is good. Hot Bar suddenly exclaimed, and after realizing that she had lost her temper, she heatedly explained, Little Jizzy shredded potatoes are delicious. Really? Tong Lia was a bit surprised. Suja really knows how to cook? The first installment hadn't been aired yet, and there was no live broadcast at the time, so Yaya didn't know that Suja could cook. Huang Base affirmed, yes, and very well. With Mushroom House's chef Huang having spoken, everyone else was not skeptical and held on to their expectations. How delicious was the cooking that could be praised by Chef Huang? I'm drooling just thinking about it. Once the menu was finalized, it was time to assign tasks. Suja took Wu Dejing and Han Tianyu up the mountain to dig bamboo shoots, while Li Zhong, Huang Baliang, and Lu Jialiang went out to buy vegetables, and the two girls, Jabat and Tong Lia, went to dig mustard greens with their baskets. Chapter 59 National Son-in-Law. In the mustard field. Yaya looked horrified, as if she had seen something unbelievable. Only to see that Hot Bar's hands were like motors installed, and the mustard greens were already all over the place. Wahahaha, Yaya's sister, do you see that I'm good? Hot Bar had a proud face, just waiting for Tong Lia's praise. Night. Awesome. Tong Lia was looking confused. This was a real ladies' man. The partners in the live broadcast room also looked dumbfounded. Is this still the petite goddess Hot Bar? I drop a god, this is a woman's man. Is this still the fatty who was going to make little Jizzy unscrew the bottle cap? This is all capable of unscrewing Suja's heavenly soul cap, right? My goodness, breathtaking. Hot Bar just didn't realize that she was getting closer to her femme fatale persona. Sister Yaya, why don't I pluck it and you peel the roots? Hot Bar pointed to the mustard greens on the ground, thinking that it would be faster to divide the labor. Okay. Tong Lia picked up the knife, her hand rising and falling. With a swish, the mustard root was shaved off. The heads of all the viewers in the live broadcast room were tightened. These two people, too scary. Yo, you guys are moving so fast. Not far away, Suja appeared on the ridge with a basket on his back and a knife in his hand. Xiaojia, have you dug up the bamboo shoots? Tong Lia didn't stop moving her hands and looked up to ask. Yes, the two of us, Dying and Tianyu, are just too capable. We dug a huge basket. Suja gestured with both hands and continued. The two of them are now in the yard experiencing chopping firewood. Ooh, this fitness can be good. Tong Lia laughed. Suja turned his head, but it was to see that Hot Bar had his hands like they were on a chain, constantly plucking mustard greens. The speed was really amazing. Fatty, aren't you tired? Suja shouted. This silly girl doesn't even know how to rest? I'm not tired, I'll finish collecting early and go back for dinner. Then Hot Fence painfully looked at Suja. Why are you here? I finished digging bamboo shoots and came over to help you guys. Suja said rightfully. No way. Hot Bar wrinkled his nose and exasperatedly said, you go back and cook, otherwise what am I working so hard for? Suja rubbed his nose, somewhat embarrassed. Tong Lia laughed on the sidelines, feeling that Hot Bar was working so hard, all for the sake of eating. Then you guys don't dig anymore, bring the ones on the ground back first and come back to get them in the afternoon. Suja said, and began to peel the roots of the vegetables and then put them in the basket. Good lad. Hot Bar rubbed his somewhat sore hands, also feeling tired. When he returned to the mushroom house, Yellow Base was already building a fire. Wu Dying and Han Tianyu were still busy chopping firewood, and the side was already full of firewood. He Jiong and Lu Chojiu were peeling bamboo shoots while chatting. Seeing Suja's trio return, Huang Bei smiled and said, Chef is back. He Jiong quickly said, Xiaojia quickly cook, these two children are starving all. Suja unloaded the bamboo basket, washed his hands and said, success, then I'll cook now. Just as Suja went to dig mustard greens, Huang Bei had already done his job as an assistant. All the ingredients had been prepared. Put on your apron, roll up your sleeves, and rack up. Pick up the garlic, slap it sideways with a pia and chop it up. Chop the peppers, scallions, and white mushrooms. In an empty bowl beat 4 eggs alternately with one hand beat and set aside. All the preliminary work is ready. Suja began to add cold oil to the pan. Tong Lia couldn't help but ask, do you need that much oil? She was taking notes, trying to learn the dish. It was because he had heard Huang Bui and He Jiong praising Suja's cooking skills more than once. Well, a little more. Suja returned without lifting his head. Remember to turn down the heat when the oil is hot, then pour in the egg mixture. Not long after the egg mixture swelled and bubbled around the edges, Suja quickly scrambled it. Next add the white jade mushrooms, minced garlic, and small peppers to it. Suja said to Yaya, after stir-frying evenly, remember the most important step. What is it? Hot Bar and Tanya said in unison. Add a small amount of high-level white wine. Suja laughed and said, this wine is still borrowed from Auntie Lee, the program team is dead stingy. After stir-frying, Suja added a little more water, boiled it, and added a pinch of salt, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, balsamic vinegar, and a large pinch of sugar. Stir well and taste for a minute, add water starch thickening, finished. Fragrance overflowing, hot fence stomach indisputably called up, a pair of eyes is more want to eat Suja. This man is just too perfect. Tanya gulped, it really smelled good. And this dish is full of colors and flavors. The eggs are hanging in the sauce, and the fussy sauce coating, attached to the golden eggs, is a masterpiece. Eat it with rice or noodles at the end, and you'll have a delicious touch of hating each other. Suja proudly said. The live broadcast room frantically brushed up pop-ups. It looks and smells so good. Nima, watching this show in the middle of the day is toxic. Ooh, so hungry. I was wrong, I shouldn't have clicked on this program. Little brother Suja is really perfect. Who can resist a man who can cook? After making one dish, Suja began to make another. Volcano mashed potatoes, this is a dish that is sharp as a tack. Suja smiled at the camera and said, its full name is Buska Volcano mashed potatoes. The potatoes are sliced and put into a simple version of a steamer. The conditions of the mushroom house were limited, so Suja just put water in the pot and then separated it with chopsticks with plates on top. After steaming, add a little black pepper and salt. Sazi mashes the potatoes with a spoon and puts them in a bowl. It was shaped into a mountain of potatoes that rose out of the bowl. Next, heat oil in a pan, add 2 tablespoons of bean paste and sauté the red oil, add minced garlic, add the beef and sauté until completely brown, then add the green and red bell peppers. Oyster sauce, soy sauce, sugar, still essential. Finally, add a small cup of water and cook on medium heat for 1 minute. Turn off the heat and finally pour over the mashed potatoes to finish the 4 volcanoes mashed potatoes. Everyone is dumbfounded, this way of eating is unheard of. But the desire in their hearts extended infinitely. So much desire to eat. The live feed instantly exploded. Many big moms were also pulled into the live broadcast and they wanted to learn how to cook. From then on, Suja had an additional title of Sushao Chef. And the perfect son-in-law in the hearts of countless Amazons. The national son-in-law. Chapter 60 Tubby You've changed. Goo-doo. 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 A gurgling sound rang out, everyone in the mushroom house was hungry. It was really because the 2 dishes smelled so good, and they were so hungry after another busy morning. Suja took off his apron and served the mashed potatoes on the table, and Tong Liata also picked up the remaining 2 bowls of mashed potatoes. 4 large bowls of volcano mashed potatoes, along with Jedi scrambled eggs, was their lunch for the day. The long mouthful of mashed potatoes and the grainy meat froth complemented each other. After the spice, the potato starch returns, perfectly neutralizing the grease, and sharp as a tack. It's so delicious. Wu De Realm was on the verge of crying, so it was such a happy thing to eat a good meal after hard labor. Delicious. Heejong took a bite of the volcanic mashed potatoes and felt overwhelmed with happiness. It's really delicious. Tong Lia said from the bottom of her heart, looking at Suja with a gleam in her eyes. How can there be something so delicious? Hot Bar had already eaten into oblivion, where to remember the image in this moment. Just eat. Eat all you can. On the show's side. Heejin rubbed his stomach, you said so much, can they finish it? Li Zhejiu swallowed and eagerly said, Director, do you think it's expensive if we buy some from them? Wanting to dabble for free, that was definitely impossible. The relationship between the program and Suja is already incompatible. Why don't we ask? Heejin was a bit weak. Yes. Li Zhejiu said excitedly, then froze, why are you all looking at me? I'm not going. I'm not going. But the next moment, Li Zhejiu walked to the gazebo with a stifled expression, looking at Suja with a desire to speak. Huang Base asked in bewilderment, Director Li, are you preparing to rob us? No. No. Li Zhejiu spoke with difficulty, can you sell us some? Just that Jedi scrambled eggs and mashed potatoes. Sure, 200 apiece. Suja put up 2 fingers, the corner of his mouth hooked, child and old man, never 2 prices. Li Zhejiu. Suja continued, how about this, Coke, you give us 4 pints of Coke, 4 bottles of beer, plus the right to use the gas bottle once, and give you a volcano of mashed potatoes along with scrambled eggs and rice. This. Li Qiuju looked at the mouth-watering volcano mashed potatoes and was a little moved. He glanced back and Heejin nodded. Li Zhejiu was busy saying, it's okay. Yellow Base and Heejong stomped their eyes wide, this is ing fine? The live broadcast room is also Wild Brush Up 666, this bamboo bar knocking kana. Suja got up and said, "You guys pay for the materials, I'll do it for you, right?" Can. Lee Zhijiao nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Hatba suddenly raised his hand, "Director, add an extra portion or I won't let little Kielju make it for you." "All for food." Lee Chiolgu nodded. "Haha, laughing my ass off, this is the most suffocating the program has ever been, right? In the first season everyone was bullied to death by the showrunners, and in the second season it's completely reversed. Ha, it's so awesome. This operation is too good." Suja went to the show's side to get a lot of ingredients, and also took the opportunity to blackmail the show's team again, and returned with some chicken wings. Lee Chiolgu said helplessly, "These chicken wings are not added to it, right?" Suja's eyes glanced up, "Got a problem with that?" Lee Chiolgu, "I reserve." More than 10 minutes later, Suja returned to the gazebo with a bowl of volcanic mashed potatoes in his hand and placed it on the table. Hot Bar, who had originally rubbed his stomach and said he was full and satiated, suddenly straightened up. Tanya was surprised, "Still eating? Hey. He. Hot Bar just giggled, picked up a spoon, and ate it beautifully. Suja laughed and said, "Did Fatty just put on lipstick?" Wu Daying thought for a moment and shook his head, "No." "Then that's right." Suja pointed to his lips and said, "It's easy to recognize whether a girl has eaten enough or not, just see if she's replenished her lipstick. If she has, it means she's really full." Han Tianyu said, "Really, I'll testify to this, my fiancé is like this." When he thought of his fiancé, Han Tianyu's face was filled with happiness. "Wow, fiancé ah?" He Jiang shocked gossiped, "Isn't that about to get married?" Han Tianyu smiled coyly, "Yes, when the time comes, I invite everyone to eat the wedding candy." Huang Base was filled with envy, "That's great. But don't ever follow someone's example and keep letting us worry." Suja could only play dumb and snorted to change the topic. Finally, the hot fence was finally full, and everyone sat and chatted together. Suddenly the conversation came to Hot Bar, and Suja said, "Today, Sister Yaya told me that you've changed, and now I really think that you've changed a bit." Tong Lia smiled and said, "Lively and cheerful, also more beautiful." Hot Bar smiled sweetly, "Thank you, Sister Yaya." Then he asked Suja, "So where do you think I've changed?" Suja pulled away a little and said seriously, "Remember when I used to treat you to a cone and you said you were full, but now I'm treating you to a family bucket and you still say it's not enough?" The entire audience burst into laughter. "Suja! I'm going to beat you to death." A cry from the soul, but Suja had already run away. The live broadcast room went crazy with laughter. "Ha, Suja is really a little master of death. This pair, so rowdy every day, but inexplicably like it. Suja, it's hard to feel bad if you don't make a fool of yourself for a day." For exposing Fatty's actual appetite, Suja died. Chapter 61 The Sage benchmarked Tong Yaya. After lunch, Tong Yaya took the initiative to take on the heavy responsibility of cleaning up the dishes, and Hot Bar also helped along. Huang Biao and Lu Gao were drinking tea in the gazebo, relaxing. This kind of life is what is called a full life. While Wu Daying and Han Tianyu were teasing Little H, Suja also mixed in. "De Realm, Tianyu, what do you guys usually do besides training?" Suja was a little curious about the life of an athlete. "Besides training is training." Han Tianyu smiled and said, "Every morning, I get up at 7 and start training at 8. Suja gave a thumbs up, "Impressive. Actually it's okay lah, as long as I can fight for my country, everything is worth it." Wu Daying scratched his head. Suja stood in awe, admiring them from the bottom of his heart. "Why don't we build a barbecue in the afternoon and grill chicken wings or something at night?" "Great." Wu Daying's eyes lit up, and he nodded his head busily, "Grilled skewers." Hot Bar, who was originally washing the dishes, also shouted out once he heard about the barbecue, "I want to eat too." He Jiang came out of the house and teased, "Do you really have a penchant for food? Food is the only thing that matters to the people." Huang Base laughed. Lu Chojiao also said, "This day is a bit big." Everyone laughed. After chatting for a few moments, Huang Base got sleepy, he had to take a nap, he couldn't compete with the youngsters. Huang Base went to take a nap at ease, because there was Suja here, he was very relieved. Suja patted his chest and said, "The three elders just go take a nap, leave this place to us." "That's right. Leave the barbecue table to us." Wu De Realm followed suit. There were only a few young men left in the courtyard. "Why don't I take you guys to play in the fields?" Suja suddenly said. A few young people came together, and his playfulness came up. "Anyway, the barbecue table is quite simple. Mud plus bricks will become, play will not be in the way." "Yes." Wu Dejing said excitedly, "I've wanted to go see it for a long time." Han Tianyu raised his hands in favor, go. Upon hearing this, Hot Bar wanted to go as well. Tanya spread a smile, "It's okay, go ahead. I'll watch the house." "Aren't you coming along, Sister Yaya?" Suja asked. "I see that the head of the house is a bit messy, I'll clean up, you guys go play." Tong Lia pulled up the hair in front of her forehead. "Wow, too virtuous right." Suddenly there's an urge for Suja to pursue Yaya. Su Tong CP, seems like it could work. Traitor. Where's the promised Su DCP? People are beautiful and kind. Mushroom with snails. The live streaming room was constantly arguing, and many viewers were polluted by the gentle and virtuous Yaya. So Suja brought the three to Tianli, and Tonglia stayed in the mushroom house to clean up the house. Everywhere they went was cleaned up. The mushroom house has simply come to life. The tea set on the table, neatly arranged. The shoes in the shoe cabinet, also repositioned to look smoother. The kitchen, which was a mess, was also cleaned up and refreshed. Finally, Yaya also picked up a mop and cleaned the living room on the first floor of the mushroom house. Hee-jeong, a light sleeper, got up early and was confused when he saw Yaya's actions. Is this still a mushroom house? Tonglia was a bit embarrassed by this compliment. She laughed softly. OCD. This is too embarrassing. Hee-jeong's forehead was almost wrinkled with his eyes. They were the ones who owned the mushroom house, yet they were keeping a guest busy. It's fine, it's idle. Tonglia didn't care. The live broadcast room brushed the pop-ups in unison. Oh my god, Yaha is really suitable to be a wife. Decided, from today onwards I'm the Suya party, I'm sticking to the Suya CP. Su D party is not convinced. Where did you put my group? Doing the dishes, setting the table, organizing the shoe closet, cleaning up the kitchen, and all the other chores. In the fields. Suja's four are stealing strawberries from the strawberry field. So sweet nah. Hotba took a strawberry in one hand and reached out again after eating it. Suja slapped Hotba's palm away. Tell me how many pounds you are now? Last time I weighed myself, it was just 90 pounds. Hotbar weakly said. Then weigh it later? Suja said with amusement, I'll go to Uncle Wang's house to borrow a scale later. Nee. Aren't I still wearing a few clothes here? It's not allowed to weigh like this. Hotbar was so scared that he stuttered. It's a panic to be weighed all of a sudden, okay? The audience in the live room instantly burst out laughing. It's quite good looking, it's just a shame about the stutter. Haha, Fatty wimped out for real. Such a showy young lady, one punch can knock Xiaojizi out, right? After picking strawberries, Suja took the three of them one by one to stroll through the vegetable patch of the mushroom house. Along the way, Han Tianyu and Wu Daying were asking what was planted in the vegetable patch, and Hotbar answered them all. Hotbar was still a little proud that she had actually given a lecture to the two champions. That's our mushroom house's own field. When the time comes, you can pick some seeds and plant them there, and we'll send them in the mail after the harvest. Hotba pointed to the innermost field and explained. This is good. Wu Daying smiled and said, pure green and pollution-free, great. Let's go back and build a barbecue table, let's barbecue tonight. Suja saw that the fun was almost over, so he was ready to go back. He also knocked the program Coke and beer, so he could have a good time tonight. Chapter 62 The Girl Who Makes One's Heart Ache. When Suju and the Hotbar few returned to the mushroom house, they saw Tonglia drying vegetables in the sun, and Hee-jeong on the side was also helping. Back, huh? Tonglia raised her eyes and smiled, full of tenderness. Yeah, sister, why don't you take a rest? This has been busy all day. Suja was a little heartbroken. This girl was really too diligent. Hee-jeong said somewhat helplessly, the house was cleaned inside and out, the mushroom house is brand new, I advised her to rest. She also said to take advantage of the good weather to dry vegetables. Oh my god, Yaya's sister, we're here to help you. Woody Realm was also a bit embarrassed, they had actually gone out to play just now. Why don't they say that the mushroom house is a place that can eliminate lazy cancer? You can't feel good about lying around while everyone else is working hard. Han Tianyu also hurriedly squatted down to help. Suja laughed bitterly, this is really the hardest working group of guests mushroom house has ever brought. What are you still standing for? You want to be lazy as a supervisor again? Be careful, I'll beat you up. Unconsciously, the hot fence has moved closer to the direction of the woman. With your small arms and legs, can you beat me? Suja muttered in a small voice. Hotba heard it, raised her small pink fist, and threatened, I'll give you one more chance to organize your words. I want to help. Suja immediately changed his words. Everyone laughed and sun-dried vegetables amidst the laughter. All hands on deck, and before long, the mustard greens had been neatly spread out on the ground. Hee-jeong lamented, it's really hard to let you go. Our efficiency has more than doubled with you here. That's not true. Suja picked up, normally we set up the task to 3 hours, preparation to 2 hours, just work for an hour, fatty still have to be lazy for 40 minutes. You're bolting me. Hotbar reddened, where did I slack off? I'll testify to this, D is still very diligent. Hee-jeong snorted out a laugh, this was too graphic. That's it. Hotba grunted and turned her head away, not wanting to bother with Suja. After the nap, Huang Base walked out of the house, took a look at the ground sun-dried mustard greens, and was surprised, have I crossed over? What, did I sleep for a day and a night? Lu Jialian also woke up and froze when he saw the scene in front of him. The partners in the live broadcast room were all happy. Haha, I'm laughing my ass off, Chef Huang is scared to death. Fatty Lu, I just took a nap, what the hell happened? Hee-jeong pointed at Tonglia at this time, admiringly saying, this girl has contracted all the housework. Huang Base gave a thumbs up and said heartily, really, I feel guilty after taking this nap. Lu Jialiang also sat down in the gazebo and curiously said, "Where are those kids?" Tong Lia explained, "Suju and Hotba went to dig mud, and Tian Yu and De Realm went to move bricks." "How diligent." Huang Bei said with satisfaction, "Yada, or else stay a few more days and don't have to work, they won't dare to be lazy if you're here." He Jiong also smiled and agreed, "That's a good idea. I'd like to, but the circulars are full and I have to leave tomorrow." Tong Lia also wanted to in her heart, but time didn't allow it. "How many movies does Ye Ye shoot every year?" Huang Bei nodded in understanding and asked again. 3 or so. Tong Lia spread a smile, "There's no way, gotta make money. 3 parts, that's enough to rush." Huang Bei was a little heartbroken, this child was just too desperate. He Jiong said, "That's not true, so busy that he doesn't even have time to fall in love, he's still single." "Mr. He, you're still talking about me, aren't you too?" Tong Lia and He Jiong had a good relationship, so there were no scruples. "Still single?" Huang Bei fell into deep thought, his mind was Hot Bar at one moment and Tong Lia at another. Which one was better as a daughter-in-law? It seems like they're both good. At this time, Suja and Hotba came back pushing a wooden crate filled with yellow mud and some bricks. Wu Daying and Han Tianyu each held quite a few bricks in their hands and followed Suja. "We're back." Hot Bar was holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands, made up of a variety of wildflowers put together. Hotba loved it because it was given to her by Suja. While Suja's few people discussed setting up a barbecue table, Huang Bei in the gazebo suggested, "Why don't we go to the village and stroll around? You guys go, I'll help." Tong Lia didn't finish her sentence before He Jiong interrupted, "You've been busy all day, go out for a walk later, just leave this place to them." Suja, who was making peace with the mud, looked up and said, "That's right, Sister Yaya, you have to give our young people a little chance." Tong Lia laughed and scolded, "Begging for a beating, sister is not old." Hot Bar assured, "Don't worry Sister Yaya, with me here, Xiao Zhi won't dare to be lazy." Suja, however, was not happy and disliked, "You go shopping too, our efficiency will at least double without you." Hot Bar. Huang Bei beckoned, "D, come with us, you're playing in the mud here, it doesn't match your persona." He Jiong was also heartbroken, a good national beauty girl to our mushroom house is hard to make into a rough woman. The pop-ups were frantically calling, this series of patch-ups was just too hard, they were laughing like crazy. With that, Hotba reluctantly followed the brigade on their village stroll. On the way, they met Uncle Pan, who strongly invited them to pick tea leaves in the back of the mountain. Yellow Base is so good that he even has a basket ready. Only they didn't pick much, and sang as much as they could there. Hot Bar expressed a confused face, how come she had never heard of any of these songs before? He Jiong and Huang Bei were singing quite happily. Let's go back to frying tea. Chapter 63 Where's my steering wheel? Mushroom House. Under Suja's command, a barbecue table was set up. This barbecue table can be very elaborate. Suju will be upwind position and downwind position are taken into account, the top wind barbecue will smoke to themselves, barbecue is also very easy to burn to the hand, so to roast downwind. Suja chose this location is the best, on the left side of the courtyard, not far from the pavilion. The barbed wire fence was also homemade, and there were props in the storage room. Done. Suja clapped his hands and a barbecue was set up. Wu Daying and Han Tianyu sighed in amazement just now, the two of them had almost zero roll other than stepping on mud. This barbecue table, from the inside to the outside, was completed by Suja alone. It's really too gripping. Awesome. Wu De Realm gave a thumbs up, he really thought Suja was awesome. Han Tianyu also admired, if I were a girl, I would definitely fall in love with you. Suja raised an eyebrow and laughed, why don't you take a look in women's clothing, I think you'll definitely be in demand. I agree. Damaged friend Wu Daying raised his hands in favor. Don't. When he said this, Han Tianyu actually felt a bit of desire to try. As it happened, Lu Jialiang returned with the hot fence girls, holding a basket in his hand. Suja turned his head and asked, what good things did you bring back? Tong Lia said, tea. Yo, good stuff. Suja nodded and asked, where are Mr. He and Mr. Huang? They went out shopping. So stingy, they won't even take me. Hot Bar was indignant, just like the aggrieved parents who didn't take her out when she was a child. Suja laughed and poked at her, if you go, we're afraid we won't have a dime left and we'll have to go into debt. Little Zhizi, I realize that you are quite handsome when you don't talk. Hot Bar grunted, once you talk, it's annoying. Telling the truth is less endearing. Suja coolly said, but drew a beating from Hotba. After a day together, everyone had gotten used to it. This pair, they couldn't get used to it without a little bit of drama. After the banter, Lu Xiaoliang was frying tea with the two girls, Hot Bar and Tong Lia. The aroma of the tea leaves overflowed, giving people a burst of relief. Once this flavor comes out, I'm certain that what we picked is indeed tea. Lu Zhiliang said smilingly. Starting from hand-picking, to personally building a fire and stir-frying, after an afternoon of tea-making, the tea that brought together everyone's efforts was finally made. When Mr. He and Mr. Huang came back, it happened to be the time of successful tea-making, and they also drank the authentic green tea. Some other day you all bring some back. Huang Base looked at the tea leaves in the jar and felt that there was enough for a few people to share as well. Mr. Huang, what kind of food did you buy? Hot Bar had little interest in the tea, but was very interested in the food. Vegetables and meat are all there, enough for you to eat. Huang Bei smiled, then said, but we're already in financial deficit and owe the program quite a bit of money. Suja was still washing his hands. When he heard Huang Bei's words, he said, it's okay, debt is not a problem. The big deal is that when the time comes, I'll cook and give them takeout to offset the debt. The program team collectively let out a gulp, but they were a bit envious. Jean originally wanted to be a bit more tough, but when he heard this sound, he couldn't speak at once. Don't say, that meal at noon today was indeed delicious. Tom Leah was already washing the vegetables, while Suja was threading the skewered meat, and Hot Bar was also helping out. All of them were dividing up the labor and working together, each of them busy. As Lu Liang skewered the meat, he also shared his experience with Wu Daying. Suja listened quietly on the side and felt in his heart that it was not easy for the athletes. Winning is deserved, but when you lose there are a lot of people who say that you don't work hard and regress clouds. But while thinking about all this, Lu Jialiang's hand touched Suja's thigh. Lu Jialiang was surprised. Your thigh muscles are strong enough. Zhong smiled and explained for Suja, this kid goes to exercise every day before dawn, his body is good. This is good material to be an athlete. Lu Jialiang had some impulses in his heart, but he knew that Suja was a star, so he wouldn't go with him to be a bitter athlete. Coach Lu overpraised, I'm just forging exercise and strengthening my body, it can't be compared to the great Raoman. Suja modestly said. Hot Bar took the opportunity to chime in, that's right, don't look at little Jizzy looks strong, but in fact, he can't even beat me. Suja's eyes rolled and he smiled, Fatty do you still remember your exam for section 2 back in the day? Hot Bar rose in danger and hastily admitted his mistake, I was wrong. I was wrong. There's a story? Tanya was curious. No story. Hot Fence shook his head frantically, which was not to be told. It's too humiliating. But everyone's eyes had all gathered on Suja. Uhu, I beg you, little Jizzy, don't say it. Hot Bar said pitifully. The pop-up screen brushed up as everyone shouted in unison to say something. That said, 2 years ago, when Fatty took section 2, he hung up once. Suja said. Seeing that she couldn't block it, Hot Bar fled back inside. She really didn't have the face to see anyone. How did it hang? Jeong asked. Fatty had just gotten in the car not 2 minutes before the beep sounded, saying that she had failed the test and the test was over. Why? Didn't start the car? Handbrake not put on? Seatbelt unfastened? Tom Leah asked 3 times in a row, and Suja shook his head. Everyone was curious, if it wasn't these, then what was it? Besides, failing a course is actually not something to be ashamed of. Why is Hot Bar so embarrassed? Curious fried The corner of Suja's mouth lifted as he smiled and asked, do you know what the instructor said? How? The crowd became professional croupiers. Suja cleared his throat and stifled a laugh, this candidate, what are you doing sitting in the passenger seat? Immediately afterward the whole room burst into laughter. I laughed until I convulsed. Pfft, excellent. Fatty, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Fatty, examiner, why don't I have a steering wheel? Chapter 64, Heartbroken Deputy Director Lee. The sun was setting in the west, reflecting the late sunset in the sky, and the clouds looked like they were on fire. All the barbecue ingredients had been skewered and everything was ready. Huang Base took some chicken wings and meat skewers, placed them on the wire mesh, and said, let's start with the first wave. Jeong was skewering the corn, so hard that his whole face grimaced, and he touched Sujo and said, why don't you go coax that little ancestor out? Not that I'm saying, little Zhe, do you want to be single for the rest of your life? Huang Bei said helplessly. Sujo was shocked, Mr. Huang, you just laughed the hardest. Huang Base. However, Sujo was still very conscientious and shouted at the house, Fatty, I baked chicken wings for you, and I'll also make you cola chicken wings later, eat it or not? The house was silent. Jeong said, you can't do this, be a good boy and go and apologize, she won't be angry. Everyone nodded as well. But the next moment, the hot fence dang ran out, the speed is very fast. You said. I want 2. No, 3. Hot fence had originally put up 2 fingers and instantly added it to 3. Jeong was dumbfounded, knowing Dmo Roja. Huang Bei smiled, this child was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape Suja's hand, being eaten to death. Okay, I'll make you 3. Suja made an okay gesture. Tong Leah followed, I'm not greedy, 1 for me is enough. Wu Daying and Han Tianyu, who were originally playing air ping pong in the open space, also stopped and looked at Suja with bated breath. Row. Everyone gets a share. Suja smiled, luckily, he had shunned a lot from the program. After thinking about it, Suja suddenly walked up to the program team and asked Eugene, how about supplying more beer and coke? Suja felt that so little was definitely not enough to drink. Eugene glanced at Li Zhizhio and made a wink. Li Chiolgu was confused, damn it, let me be the bad guy again? What the hell is wrong with bullying Silver like this? But, Li Chiolgu said bitterly, I can't. The program has rules. Suja said, how about this, if you guys come up with the ingredients later, you'll get a share of the cola chicken wings. This. Li Zhejiu swallowed his saliva and covered his conscience, the program team has rules. But Ijin patted Li Zhejiu's shoulder and said, Zhejiu, I have said all less times, the rules are dead, people are alive, give people conveniences to give their own convenience, how can you not listen to it? Li Zhejiu resisted the urge to strangle Ijin and nodded, that's right. It's this reasoning. Pop-ups rose up all over the live broadcast room. Pohaha, I think the worst thing about the program is Assistant Director Lee. So pathetic, being bullied all the time, hahaha. Director, he is so bad. Laughing out loud like a pig. After saying that, Ijin turned his gaze back to Suju and asked, is it a case of do as much as you can for as much as you can? Yes, but if it's too much, I'll have to add a service charge. Suju nodded. Service fee? Ijin frowned, this program fee, it shouldn't be very pitiful, right? What's the hesitation? Say yes. The staff of the program no longer had any resistance in front of the food. Okay, it's acceptable, but it can't be too outrageous. Ijin compromised, there was nothing wrong with it for the sake of food. Suja smiled and turned back to ask, Mr. He, how much did you guys spend this afternoon? More than 100, plus what I owed before, exactly 250. He Jeong returned while grilling. That's it then. Suja nodded his head and said, Director He, counted as 250 for you. Hajin said in a wealthy voice, 258, or I'd rather not eat. The whole audience laughed. The crew got hammered again, except everyone still had a good time. You love what you love, right? When Suja returned to the barbecue grill with beer and coke, Huang Base had already placed the seasoned beef on the iron plate and grilled it, the aroma rising up to tantalize one's appetite. All the eaters saluted. It smells so good. Hot Fence's mouth watered. It feels like I'm going to gain 3 pounds after a trip to the mushroom house. Tong Leah touched her stomach, somewhat distressed. Suja froze, Sister Yaya, how do you know that Fatty also has a nickname called Fatty 3 pounds? Bull. Hot Fence gasped Fufu, crossed her arms and said, I didn't, I'm not, don't talk nonsense. The people in the live broadcast room also looked confused. Hold up. I can't order takeout. I can smell it on the screen. I can't eat it now. I have to wait until Tetsuko makes cola chicken wings. Otherwise I might die of gluttony later. What kind of courage motivated me to watch this program? It's a food program, right? The live feed was screaming, but the crowd at the mushroom house was incredibly happy. The first wave of grilled meat and wings was ready to be served, and Hot Fence held a plate in both hands as Yellow Base placed the meat skewers on it. Gazebo. The big guys held up their cokes and beers, clinked their glasses, and then gulped them down. Cool was the word. Heejong raised his cup again and said to the group, come on, let's toast to Realm, Tianyu, and Mr. Liu. Welcome as guests to the mushroom house. Thank you for your hard work. Congratulations. After a hard day's work, it's a blessing to have a cold beer and coke and a barbecue. Come on, let's toast Yada again, this girl has really worked hard today. Heejong raised his glass again. Tong Leah was flattered, busy waving her hands, no hard work, seriously, I'm usually used to it at home. Everyone clinked glasses and drank again. Grilled wings, leeks, corn, teppanyaki beef, garlic eggplant. Arguably the most scrumptious dinner ever served at a Season 2 mushroom house. Heejong took a taste of the beef and it was so delicious that he was about to hammer the wall. Fantastic. Hotba just wondered why he didn't have 2 stomachs. Fragrant. It's so delicious. Suja raised the skewer, come on cheers. Everyone responded to the call, the only thing that was skewered on Hot Bar's kebab was minced meat, causing everyone to laugh. Little O and Little H wagged their tails beside them, looking like they were begging to be fed. Suja peeled off the meat skewer and put it on his hand to feed the 2 dogs. The picture was cozy for a while, causing the entire girls in the live broadcast room to scream. Chapter 65 thought I was a bronze, but it turned out to be a king. As he ate and drank, Lu Xiaoliang began to share interesting stories about the champion's family. When it comes to getting married and having children, Wu Daying naturally becomes the target of being hyped. Suja hid on the sidelines and played dead, only listening and not speaking. He didn't dare to speak, but once he did, he was going to be attacked by the group again. Teacher Lu doesn't seem strict, very warm. Hot Bar suddenly whispered to Tong Leah beside him. Tong Leah agreed, it seems that the world champion also has his own likes and dislikes just like everyone else, also drinking beer and jerking off. To liven up the atmosphere even more, Heejong asked, have you guys ever played the game of counting horses? Everyone shook their heads. What are the rules of the game? Yellow Base asked the question as he took a sip of his beer. You can't tell the rules, it's not fun to tell them. Heejong's eyes narrowed and said, listen carefully. Slap. Heejong clapped 8 times in a row and looked at the crowd. 8. Hot Bar was the first to raise his hand and grabbed the answer. Heejong laughed and shook his head. Tong Leah was filled with doubt. 5? Heejong still shook his head. Wu Daying and Han Tanyu looked at each other. What game is this? Don't get it at all. It was as if the whole mushroom house was enveloped in a math nightmare. Everyone guessed once, except Suja who was eating. Hee-jeong shook his head and laughed. They're all wrong, let's do it again, haha. Listen clearly, how many horses are there in the end? Hee-jeong clapped his hands twice and closed his mouth. 2. Hot Bar said weakly, shaking his head. Yellow Base, thoughtful, said the answer. 9. Hee-jeong was delighted. That's right. Worthy of being an old fox in chicken strips, he knew the answer after a simple projection. Ha! How did you do the math? Hot Bar was puzzled. Tanya cocked her head, her whole body in a state of self-doubt. Could it be that my math was really taught by a gym teacher? The crowd in the live broadcast room is happy. Some know the rules have been in the science, but it is a pity that the hot fence they cannot see. Next, change Yellow Base out of the question, clapping twice. Guess. Hot Bar quickly raised his hand and said proudly, 9. Hee-jeong shook his head. Wrong. No, wasn't that the same answer just now? Hot Bar was anxious. How was this wrong? Wu Daying and Han Tianyu's eyes lit up and seemed to understand a bit. Sure enough, in the next round, they both guessed correctly. Wu Dajing applauded. How many? Hot Bar looked innocent. Why can't I be the only one? Tanya laughed and said, it's just the 3 of us youngsters left who don't know how. Hee-jeong looked at Wu Daying and Han Tianyu beside him and laughed. You've been categorized into the older group. Everyone just laughed. Han Tianyu put in a little water, examined the question carefully. Tong Leah silently memorized the words in her mind, and after listening to the applause, she said in surprise, I seem to have gotten it. How much? Hee-jeong asked with a smile. Wait for me to do the math. Tong Leah turned around and broke her fingers and did the math. Show me. Hot Bar wanted to peek, but he was pulled back by Suja. 4. Right. Tong Leah's face was excited, and her frank nature made the audience in the live broadcast room call out to her. Right. Huang Base gave a thumbs up and laughed. Now only Xiaozha and Xiaodi are left. You guys are pulling the plug on Mushroom House. Tanya clapped her hands and asked, guess how many horses? Review the title. Hee-jeong prompted. Hot Bar cocked his head, thinking hard in a keen way, then his eyes lit up. 5. Only? That's right. All cheered. Only Southey was left. Not right, huh? Hee-jeong suddenly said, it seems like Suja didn't guess once, right? Everyone thought about it. Hot Fence raised his little face, applauded, and asked, say, how many horses? Suja looked innocent. I don't know how. 4. Hot Ba froze, and everyone froze. Yellow Base asked, you know how to play this game? No. Suja shook his head. Then why did you say 4? Hee-jeong wondered. I just thought it was 4, right? Suja's expression at the moment was droll and dumb. It really didn't look like it would. Let's do it again. Wu De Realm said. Guess how many horses this time? Hot Bar clapped again, a dozen times, and then asked. Suja sucked in a breath of cool air, scratched his head, and then gave the answer. 8? You really do? Hot Bar's eyes widened. This was unscientific. How could Suja, this school dregs, know how to do it? It won't. Suja spread his hands and said rightfully. Hot Bar said, why don't I come up with another hard one? Everyone agrees, and Yellow Base is kind enough to give quite a few more hints. The corner of Suja's mouth pulled up a smile, which was coincidentally captured by the camera. At this time, Hot Bar's palms, which had been clapping for a long time, were almost red, and she asked in disbelief, can't guess how many, can you? Suja closed his eyes in contemplation, pinched his fingers and counted up, opened his eyes and said, 7? Why 7? Hee-jeong asked hurriedly. Suja was serious. I don't know, I feel. Hee-jeong. Hot Bar. Everyone. After a long time, Hot Bar looked at his reddened hand and said tearfully, I feel like all of us are being treated like little cuties by little Tetsuko. As if. It's. Yellow Base held his forehead helplessly. Pity that he, chicken striped divine calculator, was wise for a lifetime, but he lost in Suja's hands. He had just thought that Suja didn't understand, but it seemed that it was all of them who had been deceived. The live broadcast room was laughing themselves silly. Laughed me to death. I thought it was a bronze, but I didn't realize it was a king. Awesome. One person fooled the entire Mushroom House. I thought the little brother was stupid, but I didn't realize it was Fatty who got screwed. Little brother Zhe is still really skinny. Sure, give little Zhe brother a seat. In terms of sets, who can play little Zhe? Hot Bar were furious, wanting to punch Suja, but worried about slapping their hands in pain. Huang Base laughed and didn't care, saying, why don't you sing us a song, or else you won't be forgiven. Right. Tong Leah's eyes lit up and leaped. Xiaozha's song is really good. Han Tianyu said, I fall asleep listening to origami every night. Me too. Wu Dajing echoed. Success. Suja smiled and didn't refuse. Singing was just a matter of singing, no problem at all. The live streaming room went crazy. Someone said sunny day. Some say Celadone. Some even say fading away. Almost all of Suja's songs were swiped on the pop-ups. Countless people were looking forward to this moment. Chapter 66, Talented and Amazing. Whenever a new guest came, Suja sang a song, which was already a rule that Mushroom House was not famous for. Of course, Huang Base didn't make it mandatory for Suja to sing a new song. It was just that Huang Base wanted Suja's talent to be displayed more in front of everyone. This was also one of his selfishness. He was genuinely good to Suja. Suja held his guitar, returned to the gazebo, thought for a while, and said, "Today the Mushroom House has new guests. There's Sister Yaya who is trying to chase her dreams, there's our lovely champions Dying and Tianyu, and there's also our warm teacher Lu. So, here I would like to give you all a song, hoping that no matter what, you can stick to yourselves and chase your dreams. A song of chasing dreams with a red heart for you all." The Mushroom House was quiet. Hotba stared blankly at Suja. Whenever Suja carried his guitar and sang, he was always so handsome that she didn't want to blink her eyes. Lu Zhiliang was smiling, but her heart was touched. Wu Daying and Han Tianyu nodded their heads fiercely. Just one day together, they were convinced by Suja's personality. This friend, worth making. Both Hejiom and Huang Base had fatherly smiles on their faces. Such a Suja was just too dazzling. Nothing could resist his radiance. The live feed went quiet as well. The pop-ups disappeared, and they just listened in silence. Sweeping the strings lightly, an inspiring melody washes out. Where is the world full of flowers? If it really exists, then I'll definitely go. I want to stand on the highest mountain there. Don't care if it's a cliff. Live hard, love hard, even with your life on the line. I don't expect anyone to be happy, just myself. I've never chosen to give up on my dreams. Even on a gray day. The moment he opened his voice, everyone was flabbergasted. Another new song? And this song, it seems to be very inspirational. The lyrics hit the hearts of countless people in an instant. Huang Base and Hejiom looked at Suzhou in a daze, and a million emotions welled up within them. This song was said to be given to others, but it was more like it was written for Suzhou himself. Chase your dreams and never give up. Suzhou's voice was like a magnet that firmly grabbed everyone's ears. Some of the girls with low tier points already had tears glistening in the corners of their eyes. On the scene, Wu Daying and Han Tianyu fell silent, their eyes instantly red. Many people only saw their scenery, but rarely saw the dedication behind them. They train day in and day out, but few people understand them. Sometimes they have to be blamed for no reason, and it's actually very hard for them to feel bad in their hearts. When they heard Suja's song, the aggression they had suppressed in their hearts finally collapsed, and their tears could not stop flowing. Run forward. Facing the cold eyes and ridicule. How can the vastness of life be felt without going through trials and tribulations? Fate cannot bring us to our knees. Even if blood is spilled all over our arms? The next moment, the soprano iteration. The sound waves that could overturn everyone hit every soul. Goosebumps all over. The voice was so loud that it almost broke. But no one laughed at Suja. Such hissing vocals brought out the emotion of the song. Shocking. Music like this is just so powerful and shocking. Even if life turns you upside down, so what? I still have a dream, I only have a dream, I only have a dream left, my life is up to me and not up to God. Vocal, reckless, searching for hope in the midst of despair. What are cold eyes and scorn? Even if you become a cutie in the eyes of others. What's the point of being a cutie in the eyes of others and a lunatic? To fall down and get up and keep running, that's the pride of the naked child. Even if your body is bruised, even if your head is bleeding. Dreams don't die, hopes don't die. The scene lit up when the second chorus arrived. Everyone's chest felt like it was burning with hot blood, with nowhere to vent it. Suja's singing voice was like it carried magic, giving countless people strength. Everyone on the program team shouted. Even as steady as Yellow Base, he was infected by the fervor at this moment and joined the army of roars. Suja's song carried a sense of conviction, a sense of remorselessness, and a sense of courage. No compromise until I grow old. After the song, the scene erupted into a torrent of applause. At this moment, the program team, all the guests of the Mushroom House, the nearby villagers, all of them heartily offered their applause. Everyone's eyes were red, they felt 100% positive energy from the song. Huang Base gave a thumbs up, amazing. Wu Daying and Han Tianyu said in unison, thank you. The song gave them unlimited power. They couldn't wait to practice extra immediately. Tanya wiped tears from her eyes, I'll be cheering. One song, each person heard a different mood. Suja's hissing style of singing also let countless people see his true strength. It was really too gripping. The live feed has exploded. Awesome. Breaks tone. Kotetsu-chan called. So combustible. It's so explosive. Moving. Tear point is low lately, say cheers to yourself. Suja's songs always give a different feeling, fantastic. Chinese music deserves a place for Suja. Talented and amazing. The pop-ups surged up wildly, and the heat in the live broadcast room rose in a straight line. Heejin was busy wiping his tears, and when he saw the data in the live broadcast room, his entire body was dumbfounded. How many people is this? Li Zhijio also felt like he was going crazy. 15 million peak numbers. Geez, that's too much, isn't it? One song, so awesome? Am I dreaming? Aspirations had a peak figure once before, breaking 10 million live. It was this data that had shaken countless people. But that time it was an accident because someone had hired a mercenary. But this time, these people were actually coming for Suja. Director I don't think it's too unbelievable for looking forward to become a super phenomenal variety show. Lee Zhijiu said dully, such figures were just too shocking for him. He had stayed in so many programs, and this was the first time he had seen such data. It was also too fierce. Eugene returned to his senses and laughed out loud, picked up a treasure. We're going to get rich this time. The director is awesome. Suja is awesome. Mushroom House is awesome. Everyone in the program group shouted. This night, their hearts were pounding and their blood was boiling. This night, Suja once again amazed the world. Chapter 67, Unexpected Dog Food. The applause was so long-lasting that Suja was almost embarrassed. Bravo! Wu Derealm wiped his eyes and said from the bottom of his heart. Han Tianyu's eyes were glistening with tears, and there was no one who understood the significance of this song better than him. Hot Bar reddened her eyes, not for her own sake, but because she knew how much Suja had suffered for his dream over the past few years. No, my song is obviously so hot-blooded, why are you all crying from listening to it? Is this song poisonous? Looking at everyone's red eyes, Suja smiled and said, especially Fatty, crying is so ugly. Put. Everyone was amused. The man was really something, too, and the good atmosphere was spoiled. Hot Bar's face stiffened. Does this person want to die or does he not want to live? Don't mention it, I'm just kidding, just to liven up the atmosphere. Suja hurriedly explained, he felt a murderous aura. Forget it, this baby won't bother with you. Hot Bar hummed, then asked, Little Jizzy, when will you make the cola chicken wings? Everyone reacted, no wonder Hot Bar didn't take it personally, so he was still waiting for Suja to make food. The viewers in the live broadcast room also remembered the cola chicken wings thing and started ordering takeout. Nima, I've been waiting for this chicken wing for a long time, takeout is ready. Luckily I'm smart, the snacks and coke are ready. Greedy. Please, this is not a food show. Suja put his guitar away and got up, sure, I'll make it for you guys now. Hot Bar raised 3 fingers, say yes to my 3-0. Suja rubbed Hotba's little head and messed up her hair before dotingly saying, give you mine too. Crazy. The live feed went completely crazy. Oh my god. What a tease. I'm Fatty's hair. Touchy-feely. Sweet, sweet, sweet. On the side of the program team, they had already prepared the coke and chicken wings and sent them to Suja. Looking at the large bag of chicken wings, Suja was surprised. Can we finish it? Lee Cheolgu scratched his head, embarrassed, can't eat it all, pack it up. Suja washed the pot, and Tong Lia also came to help play the hand. Wrapping up his apron, Chef Su was officially on the line. Chop onion and ginger and set aside, hit the chicken wings with a flour knife, broad water on the stove, cold water into the chicken wings. Add wine, onion and ginger, peppercorns and seasonings, cook over high heat until completely browned, skim off the blood foam and fish out. Control the water dry, start a pot of oil. When the oil is hot, turn the heat down to medium-low and fry the chicken wings slowly until both sides are golden brown and slightly crispy, then fry the ginger. Suja's explanation is very slow, Ton Lia on the side listened very carefully, and the small partners in the live broadcast room are even taking notes. After stir-frying for 20 seconds, remember the most important step. Suja picked up the beer and poured 4 small spoons into the pot, saying, turn the heat to high after the beer is down, this step is to let the alcohol completely evaporate. Tong Lia nodded and memorized it. Hot fenced rule, but in his heart, he thought, why isn't it ready yet? Suja said, this way the fishy flavor of the chicken wings will be completely removed. Huang Base unknowingly stood behind Suja and was also stealing lessons. When the beer is about to evaporate dry, add a spoonful of soy sauce and half a spoonful of dark soy sauce. Suja picked up the cola and laughed, finally offer our fat house happy water, cover and simmer on low heat, when the soup is only half, open the lid and turn to high heat to collect the juice. Suja continuously stirred the chicken wings, the wings gradually darkened in color like amber, and after the soup thickened and hung over, it was set on a plate. The aroma is so rich that hot fences are craving for it. Wu Dejing touched his stomach as if he was hungry again. Han Tianyu swallowed, his previous sadness had been forgotten, and now his mind was filled with nothing but eating. I seem to be hungry again. He Jiong said. Me too. +1. A statement that was echoed by everyone. You guys eat first, I'll make it for the program. Suja re-washed the pot and prepared the ingredients. Li Cheolgu laughed, how can this be good How about I take a break? Suja put down the pot and made a gesture to rest. Pretend I didn't say that. Li Cheolgu immediately shut up, he didn't want to be killed by the program. Everyone laughed and proceeded to eat. Oh, it's hot but it's so good. So cola chicken wings are really that good. I don't want to leave the mushroom house. If I were a woman, I'd really want to marry Suja. Suja smiled happily as he listened to everyone's compliments. His cooking skills weren't considered too good, a different chef would probably do better than him. But he was happy when he made a dish that everyone could agree with. 40 minutes later, the program's cooked chicken wings were done. Probably feeling a little embarrassed, when Lee Kyulju came to pick up the chicken wings, he brought Suja quite a few more colas and beers. This could be considered one of the times when the program team had a conscience. Suja smiled and said, "There are no strings attached, right?" Lee Cheolgu righteously said, "How can that be? Do I look like that kind of person?" "Not like that," Sachel said. "But that kind of person." The croupier in the gazebo also played a very slick game. Lee Zhejiu, one person carrying 2 large plates of chicken wings, and left, and when he left, he also arrogantly said, "I crave you all to death." When Suja returned to the gazebo, there was still a chicken wing on the plate, which was still wrapped in a layer of plastic wrap to keep it warm. "Why is there another one here?" Suja said. "Why isn't Fatty eating it?" Hot Bar lowered his head and didn't say anything. Huang Base teased, "This girl won't give it to anyone, saying she'll save it for you." He Jong also added, "Just now, De Realm said she wanted to eat it, and she was almost beaten up by Xiao Di." Wu Daying scratched his head and said awkwardly, "I just wanted to tease her." Han Tianyu bloated, "Serves you right, haha." Suja froze, then picked up the chicken wings, took the chopsticks to separate a small half of the meat, and gave the large portion to Hot Bar. "As promised, I'll eat cola chicken wings with you." Hot Bar looked up and spread a smile. That moment of tenderness was heartwarming. Yellow Base. He Jeong. The entire live broadcast room went crazy. This wave of dog food. Luckily I'm full or I'd be fed dog food. What a sweet couple. I was caught off guard by this dog food. Everyone remembered a question Hotba had asked Suja in the past. "What do you like to eat?" Are you asking about before, or now? "Once upon a time I liked to eat cooked chicken wings, now I like to eat cooked chicken wings with you." The memory seemed to go back to that moment, and the pop-up screen went crazy. Chapter 68 Branch Quest completed, reward in hand. Little H rolled over and yawned, thinking, why aren't these people sleeping? Hotba's entire face was so red that it was about to burst into flames, but she was still holding on. In order to ease Hotba's tension, He Jung said, "All full, right? Let's clean up." Tom Leah was the first to get up. She had long wanted to clean up the dishes. Hot Bar followed suit and got up, just keeping his head down, strangely embarrassed. Huang Base gave Suja a thumbs up. "Awesome. Everyone in the mushroom house works together and the dishes are quickly cleaned up." So everyone began to move to the house and sit around the small square table, drinking tea and chatting about all sorts of fun things. Hot Bar also returned to his usual lively self, and the atmosphere came alive again during the mushroom house. As they chatted, Lu Chuanxiao brought the topic back to Suja. He said, "Xiaozhu is really material to be an athlete, but it's a pity that he's past that age now." The tone was full of regret. He Jung asked, "Do you all want to see Suzhou and Dying and the others compare their strength and their legs?" "Want." Hot Bar led the cry. "Breaking thighs, huh?" Wu Dejing said, "Wouldn't that be bullying Tetsu too much? After all, we're both professionals." "It's fine, just think of it as an after-dinner exercise." Huang Base laughed. "Come on." Suja didn't refuse and got up to move his muscles. He was actually a little curious, his current strength, was it comparable to that of a professional athlete? "Don't you warm up?" Suja asked De Realm. "No need, no need." Wu De Realm shook his head. He intended to give in to Suja, and of course he wouldn't take it so seriously. Han Tianyu laughed and said, "Xiaozhou, you might as well challenge me. If you challenge De Realm, at least you have a little chance of winning. De Realm is the fiercest practicing deep squat at our place." Suja was dumbfounded and said helplessly, "Is it too late to change?" Everyone laughed and suddenly looked forward to it a bit. Suzhou and Wu Daying were sitting face to face, and as long as Suja propped Wu Daying's legs outward, he would be considered the winner. "Get ready." He Jung acted as the referee and ordered, "Begin." Wu Daying had originally thought about how much strength he would use, but the next moment he sensed danger. Suja's strength was so great. Wu De Realm held his red face and exerted his strength, but in the end, he was still defeated. The mushroom house was silent. "De Realm, you let go of the water, didn't you?" Han Tianyu smacked his lips, somewhat disbelieving what was happening in front of him. "No." Wu Daying felt humiliated. Dang, an athlete actually lost so quickly. "Tian, you also come once." Huang Base felt a bit unbelievable. Suja really had that much strength? But 3 seconds later, Han Tianyu lost. The loss was even more complete than the martial great realm. "Ah!" Miserable screams filled the entire mushroom house, and Han Tianyu felt as if he had pulled something. Wu De Realm laughed and mocked mercilessly, "Are you helping him? You lost before I even reacted." Han Tianyu's heart was bitter, but Han Tianyu didn't say anything. "Ha ha 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 ha, red hot trance. Laughing my ass off, Suja is the weird boy. Suja, I've won the title, I can blow it for a year." Immediately after that, Yellow Base also disbelieved and took the fight into his own hands. As everyone's last hope, Huang Base is given high hopes. But in the end, Huang Base stood up with a limp and slapped Suja's head. "Brat, you don't know how to respect the old and love the young." "Egu my leg." He Jung laughed the loudest. Who was to blame for this old man's own death? Facts have proved that some of the force should not be installed must not be installed. You need to be careful when pretending to be a pussy. Suja innocently said, but I didn't use force. The entire Mushroom House was defeated, and Suja was named Mushroom House Hercules. Laughing and joking, the evening was spent in fun. The live broadcast was closed, and everyone who should shower went to do so, and those who went to bed went back to their rooms. Lying on the bed, Suja suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were netted with joy. Ding dong! Side quest: make a name for yourself in the singing world and take out the idol group. Mission degree completed. Mission reward: Memory Capsule X1, 50,000 reputation value. Memory Capsule, enhance memory ability, permanent statute of limitations. Suja almost laughed out loud. What made him happiest was not the memory capsule, but the 50,000 reputation. Suja had always wondered why his reputation value had never increased, but it turned out that it was to be gained from the quest. Now with 50,000 reputation, Suja had finally become a big player. But that memory capsule isn't bad either. Suja decisively chose to use it, and a golden light flashed as the capsule took effect. Suja scratched his head. Why didn't he feel anything at all? But the next moment, Suja was shocked. He was actually able to accurately recall all the events within 3 days. What everyone wore, what they said. Awesome. Suja was satisfied. This was a very counterintuitive skill. Practical. How does it work? In the future, when you have a fight with Hot Bar, you won't be afraid of her settling old scores, because you remember more than she does. Suja thought again that the key to the completion of this mission should be the dissolution of the entire KS1 group. As expected, open the network, randomly a news, the overwhelming talk is KS1 dissolution of the news. Gao Yang apologized to the public and was kicked out of Rising Sun Entertainment as an outcast. According to the media's follow-up reports, Gao Yang seems to be quite miserable. In the past, when Gao Yang was powerful, he offended a lot of people. Now that he's out of power, there are not many people who are beating the crap out of him. It's called a tragedy. So did KS1, the team disbanded and all sorts of scandals erupted and they simply couldn't hang around. It didn't end up much better than Gao Yang. Instead, Suja himself became a media favorite. In particular, Fading Sorrows and Chasing Dreams with a Red Heart, which he just performed tonight, were heavily favored by the media. The other side. Hot Bar was lying on the bed, with the covers tightly hazing his head. If Tanya had lifted her blanket, she would have been able to realize that Hot Bar's entire face was red. What to do? Was that a confession? But it's not very formal. Does it count? Hot Bar was full of these thoughts, and before he knew it, he was in dreamland. In the dream, Suja was wearing a handsome suit, picking at her chin, getting closer and closer and closer, just a little. Calling. Waking up from a dream, Hot Fence sneaks a furtive trip to the restroom. Chapter 69. There is always only one truth. Despite the gentle movements of the Hot Fence, Tanya woke up, her sleep being rather light. Yawning, Tonya asked, "D, what's wrong?" Hot Bar stayed in the toilet for quite a long time, and sleepiness came, and he said in a daze, "Yeah, sister, so many mosquitoes, oh." Tom Leah also heard the mosquito buzzing, but they do not have mosquito coils. There is no way, she can only coax, then we turn off the lights, mosquitoes cannot find us. This, I guess, can only deceive 3-year-old children. But Hot Bar was really sleepy, and at this point, her IQ was probably only 3 years old, and she turned off all the lights. Suddenly a firefly flew into the room. Hot Fence was very nervous. Yeah, sister, miserable, mosquitoes carry lanterns to find us. Tom Leah held her forehead. Hot Bar is a little cutie. Can't make it? But not a moment later, Tom Leah heard Hot Bar's smooth and even breathing. I guess that girl thought she was dreaming before. Tom Leah was sleepy and went into dreamland with a smile on her face. At 5:30 a.m., the entire Mushroom House was still asleep and had not yet returned from the island of good dreams. The yard was empty, with only the two little ones, Little H and Little O, chasing and playing. The next moment, Lu Xiaoliang took the lead and walked out of the house, then poured himself some rice thinners and sat on a rattan chair, leisurely enjoying the early morning sunlight. In the bathroom, Wu Daying was stinking at the mirror, fixing his inches. In the courtyard, Wu Daying also saw Lu Liang and greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Mr. Lu." "Morning." Han Tianyu followed closely behind and also came to the courtyard, greeting the two. As athletes, they had long since gotten used to waking up early. But the next moment, they were all flabbergasted. Only to see Suja wearing a strong suit and headphones, pushing the door in from outside. It was obvious that he had gone for a run. "I'll go, Xiaozhe, you got up so early?" The Wu De realm were all confused, unable to imagine that there was another person in the Mushroom House who was even more ruthless than them. He's even more of an old man than me, a middle-aged man. Huang Base also woke up and greeted everyone. Suja took off his headphones, and after greeting them, he explained, "Today's weather is especially good, so I thought of running 2 laps. The previous days were busy with work, and I didn't exercise properly." "Let's not talk about this first." Huang Base said, "What are we going to eat at noon?" Wu Daying and Han Tianyu looked at Suja. "What to eat? Isn't it up to the chef to give the word? Last night's barbecue left a lot of leeks, shrimp skin, and so on. Why don't we at noon we pack dumplings?" Suju inquired. Lu Liang is not picky, Wu dying 2 people or even eat anything. So lunch was decided. Xiaojia, the chicken coop hasn't been looked at for a few days, why don't you go take a look at it later? Huang Bei suddenly said. Eggs ah. Let me go for this one. Wu Dejing took the initiative to take on this task and laughed, let's show you guys what it means to be an egg-stealing expert. With that, Wu Daying pulled Han Tianyu in the direction of the chicken coop. Suja didn't stop him, it's good to have someone grabbing the work, so he can also take a break from his busy schedule. Sitting in the pavilion, Suja took out yesterday's fried green tea for the 2 teachers. Lu Liang looked at the 2 bear children not far away, helplessly said, there is a door not to enter, why do you have to go over the wall? Maybe, the eggs stolen back this way are more delicious. Suja said seriously. Huang Bei let out a proof of laughter, took his fan and slapped Suja, scolding him with a laugh, you child, the words you say can kill you with laughter. Not long after, Tong Lia also woke up, and with model-like steps, she walked next to Suja in a graceful manner and sat down. Sister yeah, so early? Suja took out a cup and made rice thinning for Tong Lia. This was already their regular breakfast, it had a nutritious flavor and was good. The main thing is, advertising needs it. Thanks. Tanya thanked her and said, it's late, you're all up. Then Tanya told the story of Hot Bar's dream talk last night, which made everyone laugh. Pfft, laugh me to death, fatty, how silly? This kid, he's too cute too, isn't he? Maybe he's too sleepy, he's just talking nonsense in his sleep. Chatting, pulling out eggs, duo ran back, 2 people holding a lot of eggs, proudly said, a bumper harvest ah. No, you 2 take an egg, staggering what to do? Huang Bei saw the 2 people as if they were thieves, so he felt funny. The hens went back to the nest. The 2 of us were caught stealing eggs. Han Tianyu laughed with a face of innocence. Lu, Huang Biao, Tanya and Su Zhe. What's wrong with this class of guests? Are they all snake charmers? Han Tianyu waved his hand, just kidding, don't be so serious. Wu Dejing followed Han Tianyu's words and said, actually, we weren't discovered, the hen didn't even know about it. Everyone. Nuts. Su Zhe suddenly laughed, De Relman Tian, you remind me of my 2 classmates in junior high school. As soon as he said classmates, Huang Bei remembered the paragraph Suja had told earlier, and he urged, tell me about it. Mr. Huang, wasn't I quite bad at studying in the past? Suja asked. Yes, but one year you were first in the class and I rewarded you with a remote control airplane. Huang Bei remembered the past and gushed. That's right, it was that time. Suja smiled mysteriously, do you guys know why I was able to take first place that year? Why? Hot Bar, who had just woken up, walked out from the inner room and asked. Everyone knows that if you have poor grades, the students sitting in the left and right rows during the exams are actually the ones with similar grades to you, right? Everyone nodded. Suja added, I copied the answers of my 2 classmates to my left and right, and they got the bottom 1 or 2 places in the exam, and I became the first in the class. Why? This time it was He Jiong who asked the question. Everyone was bursting with curiosity and looked at Suja. Eliminate the 2 wrong answers, and then eliminate my own. Suja smiled confidently and made a classic Conan gesture, coolly saying, heartfelt sub while once touch wash toe times there is always only one truth. Everyone was dumbfounded, there is still this flirty operation? Although the live broadcast room was small, there were quite a few pop-ups. Bull's tea. Learned a new skill. True pseudo-scholar. Poha, show. Chapter 70 We'll see you again. Tanya was shaking with laughter as Hotfist sat on a small chair and hammered Tetsuko madly. He Joan laughed with tears in his eyes, and forgot that he was still brushing his teeth, accidentally swallowed a little bit of foam, and was still there spitting. Huang Bei was also laughing, but in his heart he was thinking, this brat cheated me out of an airplane. The 2 young lads, not to mention, in their hearts admired to death. How come their brain circuits were different from Suja's? Isn't it true that if they had known Suja earlier, they would have gotten less beatings when they were kids? Kai Lantern stood on the wall and turned back, a pair of small eyes full of incomprehension. Are these all a bunch of psychopaths? Little H looks away and locks eyes with colored lights. Dude, you just found out? Okay, don't bother with this brat, he's here just to make us die laughing. Huang Bei wiped away his tears, forced himself not to laugh, and said, we have to do some work today. He was still thinking about exchanging some money with the program. It's okay. Lu Xiaoliang smiled and nodded, he was somewhat enjoying this life. Leisurely, with a group of fun-loving children. A little farm work, followed by a less than hearty but blissfully delicious meal. It's all about contentment. So what are we going to do today? Hatba asked with a crooked head, a smile still on her lips. Chop the dried mustard greens into julienne, and what about pickling them with salt when you're done? Huang Bei looked in the direction of the program and said expectantly, by then we can exchange money with them. Good lad. Hotbar smiled and patted his small chest, assuring, leave this to us. Han Tianyu leapt to his feet, and Wu Derelm moved even faster, already sharpening his sword. Hotba took the knife and removed the mustard root, then cut the mustard into thin strips so that it would be easy to pickle. That serious look, like a teenager with a film on the flyover, makes people look sideways. Everyone was busy, and Suja was no exception. Tong Leah, who was standing next to him, her eyes lit up in praise. This knife work, so professional. Suja smiled and said, my father forced me to learn it in the past, and now it's a craft. Hot Fence said with some pride, yeah sister, you are not seen when little Jizzy cut the shredded potatoes, the knife work can be awesome. Hearing this, Tong Leah had some regrets. Last night was originally going to make the sour potato shreds, but it was temporarily changed to a barbecue, so she didn't need it. After an hour, the mustard greens were all cut into thin strips, and then moved on to the next section. Lu Liang rolled up his sleeves and sat in front of a large red basin with mustard greens in it, salting them, laying down a layer of mustard greens, and continuing to salt them. Next, it's time to show off the technique. Go you! Top spin, bottom spin. Lu Xiaoyan was having a great time. This dried plum mustn't end up as a spinning dried plum? He Jiang echoed with a smile from the side. After the second process was also completed, the big guys put the prunes into a vat to be pickled and sealed. He Jiang picked up a slate, wrapped it in plastic wrap, and put it into the vat to press the dried prunes, saying, it has to be compacted. Finally the lid was put on, and the process of making dried prunes was complete. Hot Bar asked, why do you put water on top? Suja explained, wrapping the whole thing with water is to make a seal. Hot Bar nodded with seeming understanding and asked, how long does it take to eat it? In the foodie's mind, all he thinks about is eating. Suja flicked Hot Bar's forehead and laughed, half a month. Finally done. Tong Leah felt a sense of accomplishment, but when she thought that she would be leaving later, she was suddenly a little reluctant. He Jiang walked out from the inner room with a few boards in his hands and said, let's go, and choose your seeds to plant in your own land, here are your tags. Good. Everyone responded, but their tone wasn't so excited. The seeds were chosen and the four of them traveled in pairs to the Mushroom House homestead. Suju and the others stayed in the Mushroom House and started rolling out the skin and wrapping the dumplings. Although the lunch was not sumptuous, everyone still ate very well. Especially the hot fences, they were delicious. In Suja's words, good to feed, later as a pig to raise absolutely no problem. But after saying that, there was another smashing of pink fists. With parting on the horizon, emotions were not so high. Tanya is packing her bags and Hotba follows her around, full of reluctance. Everything was good in the Mushroom House, but this was a bad time, and Hotba was always sad to see everyone go. All right. Tong Leah smiled gently, pulled over Hotba's hand and said in relief, it's not like we won't see each other in the future. Then say goodbye sister yeah, we'll be in touch often in the future. Hot Bar smiled sweetly, just like a pampered sister. For sure Tong Leah teased, I'll be looking for you with a lantern when the time comes. Hated Hot Bar blushed, embarrassed, yeah sister, we agreed not to mention this tada. But what if I always remember? Yaha just smiled. Then I'll buy you ice cream. No, I can't get enough of the whole family. Hot Bar. You're all bad people, you've all been taught to be bad by Tetsuko. In the courtyard, the four flying guests, with their luggage, say goodbye to the four owners of the Mushroom House. Tong Leah walked over to Sujo and smiled sweetly, how about a hug? Sujo opened his hands and Tong Leah hugged him solidly for a while before letting go. Thank you for that song last night, sister is now full of strength. Tanya showed off her little arms, then smiled mysteriously, we'll meet again. Suja nodded his head and smiled back, we definitely will. Xiaozha, let's give a hug too. Wu De Realm also walked over and hugged Suja, saying, when there's a competition, come cheer me on. Han Tianyu also said, when you have a concert, you must inform us. Definitely. Suja said with firm eyes, there will definitely be that chance. On the other side, Huang Base and He Jiong were saying their goodbyes to Lu Shiliang. They weren't that sentimental with each other, parting wasn't forever, so there was no need to be so sentimental. See you in Yanjing. Good. Sazi and Hotba returned to the Mushroom House as well after seeing the four guests to their cars. Yellow Base was the only one in the gazebo drinking green tea and reading a book. Suja asked, where's Mr. E? Answering the phone. Huang Base nudged in the direction of the house. Wow, new guests. Hot Bar hopped back into the house, perky as a rabbit. Chapter 71, the urban set is deep, I want to go back to the countryside. Seeing this, Suja also followed in. He Jeong was following a phone call, and when he saw the two of them, Suja and Hot Bar, he covered the microphone and said, Mr. Huang's student. Mr. Huang, your student is calling. Hot Bar yelled towards the outside of the room. My student? Let me hear it? Yellow Base sniffed. He Jeong pressed the speakerphone, and a familiar voice came from the other end, can I order now? As soon as Huang Base heard the voice, he recognized who the owner of the voice was and cursed with a laugh, no reception. It wasn't just Huang Base, the audience in the live broadcast room also recognized who the voice belonged to at this point. Ah, that voice. Golden Bell Shield iron cloth shirt. Sunflower pointing hands. I'm suddenly a little worried about Sha-E, the last heat is still fresh in my mind. Ha, looking forward to it nah. Sha-E on the other end of the phone got anxious and said, you can't be like this, Mr. Huang. By the way, I've heard that little brother Sujo is a great cook too, I'll ask him to make it for me. Suja, who was suddenly cute, smiled. Shai actually knew that he could cook. I think it was revealed by the guests in the first 2 installments. Chang, you say, I'll listen. Shai didn't have time to be happy. Suja turned his words around and said, but I don't promise to do it, ha. Shai. Is pot roast okay? It can. Don't listen to the two of them. Hee-jung still smiled as he explained, don't scare away this labor force, ah. First stabilize to come well. Shai got happy and said, little brother Suja, is little brother Suja here? Suja had just become a popular customer service, with every guest naming him. Suja smiled wryly and asked, brothery, let me ask you something, ha, how's your body, is it resistant to building? Resist what? Shai pretended to be dead. Then are you resistant to a beating? Suja asked again. Hee-jung added from the side, a beating will make you resistant. The same recipe, the same routine. Shai's heart is bitter, to resist or not to resist? The live broadcast pop-up screen wildly brushes ha on Shai like this, still dare to Q said Wang Zio Azizi? Just like that. Shai already didn't want to speak. Hotba said enthusiastically, be careful on your way here, oh. Shai's back went cold. Why did this mushroom house feel so scary? After hanging up the phone, the 4 people in the mushroom house were on the verge of laughing. This Shai, it seemed like he was about to be scared out of his wits. Hee-jung said, I feel like Shai is going to contract the Weibo hot search again. Heartbreaking. Hot bar side, when you meet a bad guy like Xiao Zhizi, it really hurts your heart. Although Shai hadn't come yet, the pop-ups had already brushed up in unison with Heartache Shai and Shai is so pitiful. The mushroom house has an old fox, plus a small Zhizi, is simply Shai's nightmare, ah. Outside the yard. The 4 of them were lying on rattan chairs, soaking up the sunlight. Hee-jung suddenly said, why don't we play idiom solitaire? Sure. I'm the language subject representative. Hot bar raised his little face with some small pride. Good. Suja closed his eyes, enjoying the leisure of the moment. Then Xiaozhi will have one first. Huang Base changed his position to lie down. Suja smiled, thought for a moment, and said, do whatever you want. Hot bar froze, couldn't think of a wow, and could only follow, do whatever you want. Then Hee-jung, also confused, can still play like this, also smiled and said, do whatever you want. Huang Base was also not willing to show weakness, do whatever you want. Idiom solitaire was caught in a deadly cycle. The live broadcast room laughed and laughed, this idiom solitaire can still be played like this. Not counting, not counting. Come up with another one. Hot bar wrinkled her nose, this wouldn't do, she couldn't show the strength of her language subject representative. Then, high mountains and flowing water. Suja changed another word. Water rises to the top. Hotba smiled with satisfaction, this she would. Hee-jung thought for a moment and said, high mountains and flowing water. Huang Base picks up, the water rises high. Pust. Caught in the loop again. Hot bar laughed, you're poisonous, little Zhizi. Change another one, I don't believe it, you have another idiom. Suja hemmed and hawed and said, there's a sky beyond the sky. Hee-jung, there are heavens beyond the heavens. Yellow Base, there's a sky beyond the sky. Live stream, awesome. Hot bar laughed and fluttered, slapped Suja several times before calming down, and said, no, you have to do a good job of coming up with questions. Okay. Suja thought about it for a while and came up with another idiom, the Lion King fights for supremacy. Bully. Hegemony. Hot bar cocked his head and put his fingers to his lips as he meditated. But Suja quickly picked up, Hot bar? Hee-jung and Huang Bastion don't answer either, both laughing themselves silly. Pohahaha, the king of sets lives up to his name. Hot fence, I want to be your wife, but you're thinking of being my father? Laughing my ass off, little Zhizi is truly uncomfortable if he doesn't die for a day. I see comfortable too. I told you how Xiao Zhizi still hasn't made a fool of himself today. All the build up to this routine, show. No wonder Suja had to sit next to Hot bar, it was so far apart. Hot bar, the city set is deep, I want to go back to the countryside. Rural roads are too slippery, and people's hearts are too complicated. Ha ha ha, laughing out loud. Heartbreaking Shai. Heartache Shai +1. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room surged wildly, this setup of Suja's was just too skinny. This is not, the Mushroom House again staged a daily chase battle, small o small h also participate in it, the colorful lamp turned to look at all this, the look is still so condescending, human beings are so complicated. Don't run. I won't run if you don't chase me. I won't run if you don't run. I won't run if you don't run after me. Hee-jung and Huang Base wore a loving fatherly smile, then looked at each other and clinked their glasses. Hee-jung smiled and said, congratulations. I'm happy today, I'll make the pot roast for Shai. Huang Base was very happy, this daughter-in-law is considered to have landed At this time, the BGM of 7 Miles sounded in the live broadcast room. Suja's voice, psychedelically grabbed the ears of every audience member. Blue sky, white clouds, boys and girls in the yard. They found that one lyric, moving. Pencils in their hands, going back and forth on the page. I describe who you are to me in a few lines. It's so nice. Chapter 72, Aomi. Super. Fierce. On the Copperbell Village Trail, the show's little red sedan was driving in the direction of the mushroom house. In the back of the sedan, there were two girls sitting. We're almost at the mushroom house, I'm so looking forward to it. When I see Suja later, I'll definitely ask for his autograph. He sings really well. He's also very handsome, has a good body, and can cook, the perfect man. The two girls, chatting, began to commit nymphomania. Mushroom house. The sun is fine. Hotba, who was in a beautiful mood after beating up Suthep, was in a beautiful mood. This sunbathing, it's comfortable. Huang Base rested his legs on a small chair, and his entire body looked lazy. He-jong said, I'll grind the coffee. Then I'll chop the firewood. Although Darrell and Tianyu had added a lot more firewood to the mushroom house before they left, Suja still felt the need to find something to do. Hotbar heatedly laughed, Director of Firewood Services, Little Jizzy, this position is yours. The live broadcast room brushed up a piece of 666, this title thief suits Suja. He-jong also disguised as a barista, officially online. Everyone was busy in their own way, and the mushroom house was peaceful. While they were busy, the sharp-eyed Hotbar saw two girls dragging their suitcases on the extended pathway, walking towards the mushroom house. Hotbar's eyes lit up, someone's coming. Ooh, two more girls. Huang Base unexpectedly glanced in the direction of the program, was this a benefit for Suja or not? In the distance. That's Suja, right? Really handsome. The two girls' eyes lit up and their pace quickened considerably, and in no time at all they were mounting the steps and pushing the door open. Huang Bei said, Xiaojia, Xiaodi, go get the people. But someone was faster than the two of them, and that was Little H. He ran out like the wind, and turned around at the feet of the two sisters. He-jong laughed and scolded, this colorful dog, the male guest of honor, it doesn't even look at a glance. Suja put away his knife and got up to pick up the man, and Hotbar followed behind. When He-jong saw the visitor, he also greeted him and said in surprise, how did you guys get here? Didn't even come to the phone to order food. Uninvited. Chengdu Lattice covered her mouth and laughed, hello everyone. Hello guys. Suja introduced himself, I'm Suja. After saying that, he hastily took the package in the hands of the two girls and asked, what's this? This is the gift we brought for everyone, oh. Shin Yu said. Opening the package, it was an exquisitely wrapped and beautifully crafted cake. Wow. Hotbar's eyes lit up. Food. It's beautiful. Ho Jong gets a different point. These four are you guys, oh, this cake is a customized version of Mushroom House. Chengdu Lattice said. Yeah, Little H and Little O are there too. He-jong was surprised. Xiaojia, take them into the house and put them away. Huang Base ordered. Success. Suja put the cake back into the package, which had an ice pack inside to maintain the temperature of the cake. When he returned to the yard again, He-jong said to Suja, Xiaojia, why don't you take them to pick some wild strawberries? Xiaodi is craving for them. Hotbar blushed in embarrassment and defended, it's delicious. My only request is that you guys don't eat it all up and bring some back. He-jong said in a serious manner, making everyone laugh. I'm not a foodie. Hot Fence gasped Fufu, just that it was completely unconvincing when he said it. Yes. Let's go. Suja picked up a basket on his back and with a wave of his hand, set off with the three girls. Pushing the door, he happened to encounter a familiar face. Wow, so many people came out to welcome me? How nice. Xiaoyi's eyebrows opened up and he smiled that big smile. You are? Suja asked with a puzzled face. Ha? Isn't this a mushroom house? Xiaoyi froze, but in the next moment, he reacted and helplessly said, Little brother Zhe, I've seen the pilot movie, I know you. Don't try to hoodwink me. Xiaoyi was truly afraid. Ever since that time with the chicken strips, he went to whichever program thinking that he couldn't be set up. Ha ha, by you recognized. Suja laughed came to laugh, suddenly nodded towards Xiaoyi and shouted, sunflower pointing hands. Xiaoyi frowned and said, such a big person, young or not childish ah? Hotbar laughed chirpily, that's right, Mr. Sha don't be general with Little Jizzy. Chengdu Lattice and Xinyu were both snickering, such as Suja was too funny. But Xiaoyi, however, said anxiously, hurry up and untie me, I'm carrying a suitcase here, it's heavy. Put. Ha ha ha. Hotbar couldn't help but laugh. These two little cuties. The live feed swiped up the pop-ups. Ha, laughing my ass off, these two are toxic. One more move to drain the mountains. Doesn't Sha have the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt? What are you afraid of? Suja's hands were a little bit, and a movement of unlocking the acupoints was learned in a decent manner. Xiaoyi froze and laughed, you're professional enough with this hand, there's serious speculation ah. Suja said, that's right, I grew up watching Mr. Sha's martial arts. Xiaoyi. This bare child, I want to beat it up, what should I do? But the next moment. Me too. Hot Fence raised his hand. Chengdu Lattice, +1. Xinyu, +2. Live stream, heartbreaking Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi's face was full of helplessness, trying to seek comfort. But the yellow base on the other end followed suit, me too. You're a ghost. You bad old man bad. Shai's heart is bitter, but fortunately Jeon still loves him very much, smiling and comforting. It's okay, we'll just admit it when we're old, it's not shameful. Shai. Not recorded. This show is toxic. Shay said, I don't think there's much work for me to do here, is there? He analyzed in a serious manner. Su Zhang has already collected honey, the rice is full, and the dried vegetables are in the sun, so it's time for me to come and enjoy myself, right? Who said this to you? Huang Base's eyes narrowed and asked with a smile. The director's team. Shai said smugly, they told me to come and eat, drink, and play well, and not to care about anything. Suja gave a sympathetic look and said, look at the rape flowers over there. Shai nodded his head and exclaimed, beautiful. What's wrong? Does it look like the canola you're harvesting? Shay. Hotbar added, you've been set up by the show, in time for our canola harvest. Pohahaha, heartache Shai. Shai, the hot search is mine again? Shai lifted his baggage and said, I'm still making soup at home, I forgot to turn off the fire, I'll go back first. Suja pulled Shai and sneered, closed the door and put fatty. Hotbar opened his teeth and claws, ow, I'm super fierce. The whole room bursts out laughing. These two are toxic. Chapter 73, Walking CD. Actually, you all misunderstood Shai. Having laughed almost enough, Huang Base said, look at him in his power suit, he's obviously prepared. No. I'm not. Shai panicked, the setup is coming? Suja pointed to the pile near the doorway and said, see, that one is a wood-splitting artifact, don't you want to try it? Shai took a look, and sure enough, there was a strange prop there, the knife was underneath, and a hammer was placed next to it. He asked, this is used in reverse? No need for others to say anything more, Shai got on his own and played there. Jeon was happy, you play slowly, I'll go grind coffee. Suja took the three girls out to pick wild strawberries. These wild strawberries usually grow on mountain slopes, meadows, and under forests, so let's go over there and look for them. Walking on the road, Suja pointed to a small hill in the distance, where the grass was very lush. As expected, on the small hill, everyone found many small red fruits. Wow, what big ones! Beautiful! A few girls let out exclamations. While Chendu Lattice was lamenting the beauty of the wild strawberries, Hotbar thought that the wild strawberries were huge and must be delicious. One by one, the basket gradually filled up with wild strawberries. Shinyu was a bit helpless, give me some left over, you picked all the ones you passed by. Suja looked back and laughed, you come over to the front, I'll change places with you. Okay. Shinyu cheerfully ran to the front and joyfully picked wild strawberries. Wow! That one is so big. Suddenly, Hotbar couldn't help but let out an exclamation as he spotted an oversized wild strawberry on the ditch. It's big? As big as mine? Suja said disdainfully, he had just picked a super large wild strawberry. No, mine is big. Then let's compare? The two spread their hands at the same time, hard to tell. But Hotbar said, mine is longer and thicker than yours. Suja. This damn line, what if he doesn't want to take it? The live feeds are laughing like crazy. Put. This dialogue, there's something. Inexplicably thinking of dirt funny face. That's enough you guys. Why am I thinking the wrong way? You. 1. Suja gritted his teeth. Chendu Lattice covered her mouth and snickered, obviously she had just heard it. Shinyu was a bit confused and said, Dudu, what are you laughing at? No. Chendu Lattice said, I just thought of something. After saying that, lustfully, he started picking wild strawberries. Suja took out 3 red and large wild strawberries and handed them to the 3 girls, smiling, seeing that you guys are so diligent, a reward for you. The 3 girls took one each and looked at Suja. Hotba took one out of her own basket and handed it to Suja, saying, you eat it too. I gave you such a big one, why did you give me such a small one? Suja took it, wiped it, and ate it straight away. Yummy. So sweet. Yummy. Pick more, go back, and share the spoils. The 3 girls' eyes lit up and they picked with vigor. Chendu Lattice suddenly smiled at Suja and said, Suja, can you sing for us? Shinyu's face was full of anticipation, her eyes covered with little stars. Suja nodded and put a wild strawberry into the basket, smilingly asking, what song do you want to listen to? Sunny Day. Porcelain. The 2 girls uttered different song titles. Suja smiled and said, it's all fine, first sing Sunny Day and then Celadon. Aha. The 2 girls nodded their heads desperately. Story of the Little Yellow Flower. Floating from the year they were born. No accompaniment, no soundtrack, purely clean singing, which tests a singer's vocal skills even more. But Suja's voice, as if it had been kissed by an angel, could always instantly grab everyone's ears. Suja's superb vocals gave all the audience an unrivaled musical experience. It was like a walking CD. The live feed blew up. This singing is too good. Simply. The scalp is numb. This vocals can beat most singers in the music industry, right? More than most? There are no more than 5 who can surpass Suja. Awesome. Great to hear. Listening to Suja sing is really a pleasure. Heavenly music. So envious of people who can listen live. What kind of divine voice is this? The ears are pregnant. Blow up old Sue. I have the urge to get down on my knees after listening to his songs. There's a sense of respect that comes with it. After the song, only Hot Fence clapped madly, and the other two girls were still mesmerized by the wonderful song, unable to extricate themselves. After a long time, they woke up like a dream. It's too good to listen to. Shinyu's entire body transformed into a little fangirl, her hands covering her mouth, her eyes full of little stars. Chengdu Lattice said afterward, finished singing? It's so beautiful. Suja smiled and sang Blue Flower Porcelain again. The figures for Celadon Porcelain were the highest in the entire album, both in terms of downloads and additions. In the major music charts, it is a deservedly dominant song. New songs list, hot songs list, top list, and so on list, no song is its rival. Even the other 4 songs from Origami couldn't shake it. Suja's singing voice is as melodious as the gurgling water in a mountain stream. It is like a gurgling water in a mountain stream. It goes around the beam for 3 days, and the sound of it never stops. Chengdu Lattice and Shinyu were on the verge of crying from listening to it. This voice was just too charming. Moreover, Suja's singing voice always had such a magical power that it could bring people into the mood that they just had to. At the same time, they were also a little envious of Chiba. How happy was it to live under the same roof as Suja? Let's go, what are you still standing around for? Suja walked ahead, seeing Chengdu Lattice staring blankly at the spot. He turned back and patted her little brain. Oing oing. Chengdu Lattice covered her forehead. Oh, good. Wait for me. All 4 of them, a bumper crop. They sang together and went home. Chapter 74. Fatty's biggest black fan. Suja. Mushroom House. We're back. Hotba pushed the door and was the first to return to the mushroom house, where little H came to greet him with his 4 short legs. Heejong looked back and was surprised. Picked so many? Chengdu Lattice took credit, but we only ate 1. Fantastic, you guys. Huang Base pushed up his sunglasses and complimented with a smile. After Suja put the wild strawberries away, he saw Sha-Yi happily chopping wood and asked Heejong, what's going on? After being set up by the 2 of us, he has now taken your place as the firewood service manager. Heejong snickered. Suja gave a thumbs up. Cowhide. The colorful lamp turned back to Sha-Yi, heartbroken for 2 seconds. Sha, give me a glove. Sha-Yi suddenly pointed to his palm, where a blister was clearly visible. You're injured, ah? Suja was surprised. Don't chop wood if you're injured, go take a rest. Hotba, who was washing wild strawberries, also looked up and said, Little Jizzy, you hurry up and take over Mr. Shaw's position. Yeah, go sit in the gazebo for a while if you're injured. Huang Base also said. Sha-Yi's heart was touched off, full of energy, busy saying, this little injury got it before, it's not a problem. Don't. Everyone advised again. Sha-Yi raised his axe, and with his hand, a piece of firewood was split in 2, and he laughed, see, sharp as a tack. No. Suja shook his head and said, the main reason is that I'm afraid that the blisters will break and I won't be able to do any other work. Sha-Yi. Hot Fence addendum, we actually have enough firewood. Sha-Yi. It was just too much fun. Sha-Yi is really pitiful. Where's the promised touching? Laughing my ass off, Sha-Yi is still living in a dream. Zadie's old heart. The small group of people in the live broadcast room were all laughing maniacally at this moment, and by the way, their hearts ached for Sha-Yi for a few seconds. Heejong suppressed his laughter and said, Sha-Yi, go sit down for a while, rest up and work in the afternoon. Sha-Yi nodded his head, but why did that sound wrong? Sha-Yi sat in the gazebo, sipping green tea beautifully, finally feeling comfortable with the program. Your environment here is really good, cannot leave. Sha-Yi said smilingly. Then you stay for a few days, there are plenty of rooms. Suja, who was chopping firewood, invited. Count on it. Forget it, the slot is full, ha ha ha. Originally, Sha-Yi was planning to agree, but on second thought, no. It's just too dangerous here. One old fox, Huang Xiaojie, made his heart tremble, and with an additional imp, Suja, it was simply purgatory. We can't stay here for long. Yeah? That's really a pity. Suja was a bit regretful, such a labor force didn't come along very often. Xiaojia, it's almost time, why don't you take a few girls to go grocery shopping? Heejong asked after walking out of the house. That's fine. Suja got up and clapped his hands. He had stayed in the mushroom house for the past few days, and was missing the outside air a bit. Moreover, Huang Base had exchanged dried bamboo shoots and tea leaves for more than $220 from the program team in the morning. They were now a tycoon, it was good to go out and improve their food. Huang Base also smiled and said, buy some good food for Dudu and the girls. Okay, la. Suja took the money and set off with the 3 girls. What about me? Sha-Yi looked at Suja, and then at Huang Base, and suddenly couldn't decide. A tiger in front and a fox behind? Where do I go from here? Heejong poured a cup of tea for Sha-Yi and said, just stay home and keep us 2 old men company. That's fine. Sha-Yi nodded his head, with Heejong around, it was always a bit more calm. Suja drove the car, Hotba sat in the passenger side, and the 2 girls sat in the back. There were 4 people in the line, all of them were in high spirits. In the car, the 3 girls are chatting. Suja interjects a sentence from time to time, always attracting the 3 girls' laugh again and again. Suja, I realized that you're so amusing. I thought you were very high and mighty before. Chengdu Lattice smiled beautifully, giving people a feeling like spring breeze. Yeah. I always thought you were the ascetic male god. Shinyu, on the other hand, belonged to another kind of petite and cute feeling, rather like a Japanese girl. Hot Bar thought deeply and broke it down. You guys don't let his appearance deceive you. This guy is just a male psycho. I'm a male psycho? Suja was unconvinced and said, I think you're the female nerve. I'm not. You slandered me. Hot Bar huffed, and if it weren't for Suja driving, she would have made a move. Suja smiled and said, Dudu, yeah, I'll tell you an embarrassing thing about Fatty. Do you want to hear it? Suja, aren't you afraid that Hot Bar will beat you up? Chengdu Lattice covered her mouth and snickered. She was a little envious of the two's relationship. The 2 girls didn't say they wanted to hear it, but the live broadcast room boiled over. Wanna? Fatty's biggest black fan, Suja. I think the 2 have a really good relationship, knowing so many embarrassing things about each other. Ha, there's a good show to watch again. Ahem. Suja cleared his throat and said, one day, Fatty found 2 cold pills in the cabinet at home that were about to expire. Hot Bar's head tilted. There was such a thing? I don't seem to remember it. And then? Chengdu Lattice asked. Suja said, our Fatty is still very thrifty and frugal. How can she be wasteful? How can this not be wasteful? Hot Bar was speechless. How could she be so stingy? This was just a who pinch. In the middle of winter, Fatty left the window open, took a cool shower, slept without a blanket, and turned on the cold air. Suja scared, oh my gosh, guess what? What? The 3 said in unison. Suja quipped, good lord, not enough medicine. Put. Chengdu Lattice and Shinyu didn't hold back and laughed out. Hot Bar also laughed and said, little Jizzy, don't slander me, I'm not that stupid. Hey, not bad, you've become smart this time, actually discovered by you. Suja laughed and didn't deny it. Humph. Nope, you're calling me stupid in a different way. Damn it. As soon as everyone heard it, this was definitely Suja's blind bull, but this segment was really hilarious. Before long, Suja's 4 people arrived at the market. Parking the car, they went straight to their destination. Along the way, Suja was greeting the uncles and aunts in the vegetable market, and he was always the first to call out each other's surnames, which surprised the 3 of them. This memory was too good, right? Hotba remembers that Su Young only came here once, and he memorized everything? Suja shook out his hair with honeyed confidence. There's no way, it's natural. Chapter 75, An Invitation to the Voice. After buying the needed ingredients, Suja brought the 3 girls to a kiosk. Looking at the wide array of snacks, Hot Bar's mouth watered. Hotba pulled Suja's sleeve, pointed to the freezer, and whispered, little Jizzy, can I eat this? Then buy it. Suja looked at Dudu and Yaya again and asked the 2 of them, what do you want to eat? Can I really buy it? Chengdu Lattice was a little embarrassed. She knew that the mushroom house had very limited funds. It's fine. Suja smiled and said to the boss's wife, big sister, 3 ice creams. Okay. The boss's wife looked at Suja with starlight in her eyes. This little guy is really handsome. Hot Fence urgently asked, little Jizzy, are you not going to eat? I don't like eating sweets too much. After Suja finished, he added, you guys just eat, I'll buy some others to go back. Hearing that they were also buying other snacks, the 3 girls also let out a sigh of relief. If they were the only ones who ate snacks, they would have felt bad in their hearts. Back and forth 2 trips, pick and choose, Suja probably took 7 or 8 snacks, what all bought some, but also to the 2 middle-aged greasy men at home to relieve the appetite. Settlement of the bill, spent a total of small $50. That's a huge expense for a mushroom house. So expensive. Why don't we not have the ice cream? Hot Bar beamed, a little bit of flesh pain. This was the money they had worked hard for several days to earn. Chengdu Lattice and Shinyu also nodded their heads. The 2 of them knew the rules of the mushroom house, and they also knew how stingy the program team was, so they also planned to not eat it. It's fine, we'll just make the program group another sum of money when the time comes. Suja waved his hand, not caring. If you wanted to earn money from the program group, there were many ways to do so, and you didn't have to worry about money at all. And they were here to record the program, not to suffer, so they had to be careful about buying a snack they couldn't afford to. Suja's follow-up PD Shaoli was a bit helpless. Is it really okay for you to say this in front of me? Hearing Suja's affirmation, Hotba smiled happily again, not because of the delicious food, but this feeling of being spoiled by Suja made her enjoy herself. Girls, let's go home. Suja led the 3 girls on the road home. As soon as the program team left, the streets instantly became lively. This star is called Suja, isn't he? He's really good looking nah. Not only that. He also cooks, sings, plays the guitar, and is good-natured and funny. Auntie Lee, isn't your son busy working on this program? Yes, why? Can I get an autograph? No. You're old enough to be chasing stars? What's the problem? I just love Sachel. Unconsciously, little brother Suja also had quite a few mom fans. By the time we got back to the mushroom house, it was getting late. The flaming clouds in the sky were particularly beautiful. Suja carried the dishes, while the three sisters, Hot Bar, Shindu Lattice and Shinyu, ate ice cream and also carried bags full of snacks in their hands. Yo, back? Sha-yi was sitting by the earthen stove, learning to build a fire. Because Huang Bei said, the most important thing to come to the mushroom house is to experience, should experience all that can be experienced, in order not to be vain this trip. Sha-yi thought it was very right, so just now he chopped wood, fed the little animals, fertilized the rice paddies, and experienced all these. You said that you've almost finished experiencing all the items in the mushroom house? Suja was a little surprised. Yes. Sha-yi was a little smug. You, the owner of the mushroom house, may not have experienced as much as I have. Suja held his forehead and said helplessly, Forget it, I don't know what to say about you, so I'll just wish you a happy hot search. Sha-yi was confused. What's wrong with me? Chengdu Lattice snickered from the side and reminded, Mr. Sha, didn't the program team agree that they don't need you to work? Yeah, it's me. Myself. Sha-yi was struck by lightning. WTF. I gave all the jobs at the mushroom house a go. And I bragged about it beautifully. Geez. The audience in the live broadcast room was going into convulsions of laughter, and Sha-yi was afraid that he wouldn't dare to go on Yellow Base's program again in his life. Heartbroken Sha-yi. Congrats to Sha-yi for being happy with the Weibo hotspot. Ding. Your friend Silly Yik is online, please arrange farm work for him. Brother Xiaoxia can't even look away, haha. Program team. Director He, want some chicken wings? Suja moved a stool and sat down. No, there's something for you to say. He-jin touched his nose, a little embarrassed. Suja asked, what is it? Li Chiolgu took out a thick notebook and handed it to Suja, meticulously saying, these are the announcements I've recorded for you over this period of time. Ah? Suja was dumbfounded, and opened it to see that it was densely packed with circular invitations. Li Zhejiu pushed his glasses and smiled, those that are worth considering, I've drawn lines for you, so you can choose to go, as for the ones that aren't drawn, just reject them. Suja was moved and said, Director Li, I'm troubling you. It's fine, your kid has helped our program group more. Li Zhejiu waved his hand and laughed bitterly, but you kids should still find an agent or assistant earlier, going on like this is not a solution. Understand. Suja nodded his head and placed the matter of finding an assistant at the top of his list. There's one more thing. Li Zhejiu said, the voice has issued an invitation to you, I think you can go on this program, it will have quite a lot of benefits for yourself. The voice? Suja nodded and asked, am I suitable? How is it not suitable? He-jin laughed and scolded, your mimicry abilities simply don't scare people to death, it's quite suitable for this program. Your line skills, they shouldn't be weak, right? There was a reason why Li Zhejiu asked this, after all, Suja and Huang Base were so close, and usually should have opened up a small kitchen. Not bad. Suja smiled, weak or not is not a problem, just have the prestige, can't open a hang. That's not it, what's the hesitation, just go and participate, the slot is also just right. Li Zhejiu took out his cell phone and said, if you're sure, I'll send a text message to the voice program group? Yes. Suja nodded his head. Li Chiolgu was still very competent as a temporary broker, and all kinds of situations had been thought out for Suja. Then I'll go back to recording the program. Suja had snuck out, and it wasn't good to not appear on camera for a long time. Go on. Chapter 76 Ask Again, Bite Juo. Mushroom House. Hot Bar was stoking the fire, Chengdu Lattice was giving Huang Base a hand, while Li Jiong and Shinyu were washing and choosing vegetables in the yard. When Suja returned to the yard, he saw that Sha-yi had put on a headscarf and was playing with selfies. Mr. Sha, why don't we take one together? Seeing this, Suja walked over to Sha-yi. Yes. Sha-yi nodded his head and agreed. But the next moment, he regretted it. My God! Sha-yi exclaimed. What's wrong? He-jeong, who was washing the dishes, heard Sha-yi's scream and thought what was wrong with him. Sha-yi ran to He-jeong and handed him his cell phone to look at, helplessly saying, originally, I thought I was quite handsome, but when Suja stood next to me, I became a green leaf. He-jeong laughed out loud and said, who are you looking for? That's not good, actually looking for Suja, don't you know that this guy besides his talent is heavenly, his face value is even more heavenly? No, I looked for a beautiful face. Sha-yi screamed bitterly, but it seems that I forgot to turn on the beauty face just now. But who knows, Suja's words directly made Sha-yi want to cry. Teacher Sha, I've already uploaded the photo to Weibo, and so many people have retweeted and liked it. Suja still had some small excitement in his tone, it seemed like it might be on the popularity without having to post a segment. However, Suja's wish was destined to fall through, this issue's hot search had already been contracted by Sha-yi. What? You uploaded it? Sha-yi was dumbfounded and asked anxiously, did you pee? Pee what? Suja did not understand. He-jeong all but laughed and added, you think Suja needs this? Sha-yi heart bitter took out the phone to open a look, and as expected, the above clear heartache Sha-yi, Suja little brother is so handsome comments. The amount of retweets and likes has already exceeded 10,000, I'm afraid that tonight it will be on a hot search. Nowadays, the audience of the live broadcast room has stabilized at 8 million people, and as soon as they heard that Suja had uploaded a photo, they immediately opened the microblog. Raise your hand if you're coming toward the live broadcast room. The number of likes immediately broke 10,000. Shai, I was so happy this morning, why did you have to say such things? Mushroom. Shai, I'm sure I'll be the king of the hot searches. Even Jesus can't stop me from saying what I said. Shai never dreamed that he had been trembling with fear of falling into a trap, but he was ruined at the hands of a photo. Hee-jeong patted Shai's shoulder and comforted, "You're not at a disadvantage, this issue of the hot search is definitely yours, and with tens of millions of netizens comforting you, it's worth it." Shai. I should never have come to this show. One is the devil. Devils. Shai felt like he was going to go into autism. Why was this day so long? Mr. Shah, how about I delete this tweet? Suja was also a little embarrassed. He actually didn't think that much, he just saw his childhood idol and thought of taking a photo together, then sent it to Weibo to share with his fans. It's okay. Shah smiled cheerfully, he was just saying that, not really bothering about it. Besides, my old Shah has been through 100 battles, and I'm still afraid that others won't laugh. As night fell, the eerie blue sky was dotted with countless small stars, densely set in the deep black night. In the gazebo. Dinner was actually quite simple, just a pot roast ordered by Shai, and Border City knife cut in mixed noodles, also known as pulled pork. This was a dish that Suja had specially made for Hot Bar. Yummy. Feels like the right place to come. The two chefs at the Mushroom House live up to their name. Everyone was full of praise. Especially Shinyu and Chengdu Lattice, who had originally shouted that eating a little bit was enough to lose weight, were now eating bowl after bowl, simply beyond everyone's imagination. Wow, what a taste of home. Hot Fan saw Baird sucking on the noodles, full of happiness leisurely. Hotba was so moved in her heart that she was about to cry. This was something that Tetsuko had made especially for her. Eat more if it's delicious. Suja smiled favorably. Shai indulged in the food and couldn't help himself, feeling that the day's exertion had dissipated. What's the point of being trapped? What's the point of being pitched? It's all worth it now. Not tired now? Yellowbase asked with a smile. Not tired. How can I be tired? Shai had one word written all over his face, delicious. Come on, let's raise our glasses to Uncle Shai, he's worked hard today. Hee-jeong raised his glass, and everyone responded. Hard work. No hard work, no hard work. All the fatigue completely dissipated at this moment. The Mushroom House is a place of love. After screwing you over, it still makes you feel twice as happy. It's that magical. Hee-jeong suddenly said, I found a problem. Everyone looked at Hee-jeong and he said, Duda looks skinny and so edible. Chengdu Lattice smiled a little embarrassed, with a shy smile that made people feel sweet. Hot Bar raised his hand, I'm the #1 foodie in the Mushroom House, Duda comes in second. Everyone laughs. I eat a lot, but I can't even grow fat, and when I do, I'm skinny. Chengdu Lattice put down his bowl and smiled back. Hot Fence touched her stomach and wowed, so envious. Suja patted Hot Bar's head, where are you envious, you eat so much and don't see you get fat. Who said that? I weighed yesterday. Hot Bar covered his mouth and almost spilled the beans. Oh, exempt. How much heavier? Suja started to die again. Humph. A girl's weight can't be told casually. Hot Bar said with dangerous eyes, ask again and I'll bite you. Oh. Then he and Chengdu Lattice formed a food group and once again became happy snackers. Comfy. After eating and drinking, Shai didn't even want to move. Mr. Shah, pull down the headband a bit. Suja laughed and said, you were like Deo Mingji before, but now you're like Lulu. Everyone took a look and couldn't help but laugh. Pull it down and it's Deo Mingji, pull it up a little and it's Lulu. Ha. Laughing my ass off, where is all of Chul's attention? Ha. Don't say it, it's really a bit like that, Lulu. Under the starry sky, in the gazebo, laughter continued. Chapter 77, Seeking Shai's Psychological Shadow Area. Listening to the frogs, Shai said, at this moment, it's the life to aspire to. Huang Base propped his hands back and asked Shai, you don't regret coming here, do you? No way. Shai quickly waved his hands, this place is fantastic. Especially Mr. Huang and Xiaojia's craftsmanship, it's first class. In Shai's heart, he thought, if I say I regret it, will you two still let me go back? Everyone was amused by Shai's behavior, there's no one else who can be a wimp like this. Hee-jeong glanced at everyone and said, have you all eaten? Pack up, let's go back to the house and sit down. The three girls, Hot Bar, Chengdu Lattice, and Shinyu, took the initiative to take on the chores this time, and Suja also helped clean up the dishes. House. The four people, Huang Base, Shai, Hee-jeong, and Suja, were sitting around a small square table on a platter, drinking tea and chatting. Huang Base said regretfully, Shai almost became my student. In my heart, Mr. Huang has always been my teacher. But Shai said so. Although Huang Base didn't give him lessons, but school that time, Shai didn't run to Huang Base's office, so his heart has always taken him as a teacher. I'm coming. Suddenly, the woman whose hot fence looked like the wind appeared in front of everyone with a swish, and in her hand was a saucer with cut oranges on it. Just put it down, Hotba said, little Jizzy, you eat? Before the words were finished, Shai, who was closest to the fruit, picked up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Hotbar hurriedly said, don't eat it. But it was already too late. Shai picked up a piece of orange with both hands and took a bite. Immediately after, Shai's entire body popped up and rolled up his white eyes, his entire face was almost deformed. To Mrs. Sour. Why didn't anyone tell themselves that it was lemon? Everyone froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. It was obvious that Shai had been screwed. This is not the key is that the hot fence originally wanted to trick Suja, did not expect Shai became a victim. This expression is really too acidic. Hotba covered his eyes and couldn't even dare to look at everyone. The live broadcast room instantly exploded. Ha, this expression, it's absolute. I can feel the acid even through the screen. Shai, I almost died at the hands of this lemon. Ha, laughing my ass off. So sour. Not even looking is a mouthful. Grow a pair, Shai. Heartache Shai. Heartache Shai +1. Heartache Shai plus 10,086. Mr. Shah. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Like a student who did something wrong, Hotbar lowered his head, his little finger twirling and twirling. No. It's okay, I love lemon, it's just that this. It seems to have a bit of mustard? Shai smiled, only the smile was a bit hard to see. Suja sucked in a breath of cool air, moved to hug Shai, grateful, Teacher Shah, I've decided, you're my benefactor in this life. Shai. A small token. Suja's words caused the scene to burst into laughter again. People are already so pitiful, you devil. Hotba glared at Suja, it's all your fault, why don't you take it first? Shai is so miserable. Ha ha ha. Is little brother Suja a devil? It's also pathetic, the one who should have been laughing was Shai. What should have been borne by Shai is his, can't hide from it, ha. Seeking the psychological shadow area of Shai at this moment. It took a long time for everyone to calm down. It's okay, you don't have to feel guilty. Shai waved his hand, thinking about the sourness just now, how does it still feel a bit exciting? Mr. Shah, I'm sorry Hotbar embarrassed, I was really trying to mess with Suja, but I didn't realize. And I only put a piece of lemon. Shai hammered his chest and said painfully, stop it now, I'm going to turn my back. Everyone stifled their laughter, they didn't dare to laugh out loud for fear of irritating Shai. You guys? Laugh if you want to. Shai couldn't help but say as he watched each one hold his face red. Goosey 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 ooh ooh. Ha ha ha. The whole room exploded with laughter, even the crew of the show pounded the floor with laughter. Hee-jung's entire body collapsed on the floor and said, I have tears in my eyes, why is Shai so miserable? Hwangbase laughed so hard that he couldn't catch his breath, and managed to slow down, saying, tomorrow, you don't have to work, take a good rest, the mushroom house owes you. After laughing for quite some time, everyone finally just got tired of laughing and subsided. So what, if the orange doesn't eat it, I'll serve it back. Hee-jung stifled his laughter and asked. Take it away. Shai hurriedly said, I have a mental shadow when I see this now. Everyone laughed again. When Hee-jung returned, he saw that the atmosphere was good and suggested, why don't we play a little game? Suja became interested and asked, play what? Hee-jung looked at Hwangbase and said, that game I used to play with Duo at home, how about it? Hwangbase nodded and said, it's okay. What kind of game? Hotbar asked curiously. Hee-jung gestured a few movements and laughed, you draw and I guess. Shinyu chimed in, isn't this the heart-to-heart in the fast book? Right. Hee-jung beckoned for a drawing board and paper and proceeded to group everyone. Suja and Hotbar naturally become a group, this is the program group CP positioning for the two, there is nothing to say. Shai then in Hwangbase group, Shinyu and Shendu lattice group, Hee-jung is the referee, responsible for the questions. Okay, come on, are you ready? Hee-jung wrote the questions and asked. Ready. Shai, Hotbar, and Shendu lattice spoke in unison. The three of them were responsible for doing the movements, while Suju and the others were responsible for guessing. Hee-jung stood behind Suju and the others and held up the drawing board as the game officially began. Shai stretched out his left hand, palm facing the yellow base, then pointed his right hand at his palm. Hwangbase thought for a moment and said, Dragonfall 18 palms? Hee-jung sputtered with laughter and said, no. Hotbar waved his hand from side to side, and when he was done, he also pointed to his hand. Suja guessed, Divine Eagle Grasp? No. Chandu Lattice grabbed his wrist and moved his palm, Bagua palm, Iron Sand palm? None of them. Hee-jung said somewhat smugly. Hwangbase and Suja turned back, damn you, the title was actually, my hand. Aya, Xiaozhizi, why are you so stupid, didn't I point to my hand? Suja helplessly said, with your stance, I thought you were going to make a move to kill me. Chapter 78 Love at First Sight. Ha, what sandy questions are coming out? TV, refrigerator, snow, hail. My god, is this something people can imitate? Ha ha. Don't say it, Shai performs like a gorilla. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room kept refreshing as everyone was amused by Shai's several performances. After laughing, Shai rubbed his stomach and asked, "Do we have a midnight snack at home?" "A midnight snack?" Hee-jeong froze and said, "How long has it been since we ate? Are you hungry already?" Suja smiled and said, "Understand, people say that people in middle age are like wolves and tigers, it's normal." A few middle-aged greasy men hemmed and hawed, and a few of the hot bar girls stopped talking. "Suja, this is to drive at the drop of a hat. The live broadcast is more clear. I do not understand, the baby is still small." After laughing, Hwang Base took the opportunity to sell a handful of small advertisements, saying, "Eat rice thinning, this thing unlimited supply, the program will also encourage you to eat." Hee-jeong picked up, "The only thing the program group isn't stingy with is this rice thinning." The voice outside the picture rang out, "Smear. There's also soybean milk that I don't have a limited amount of." Ha ha ha. Everyone was amused by the director's remark. Plant choice soy milk and rice pudding are the golden masters of the program, and they can be found in every corner of the mushroom house. This is quite tasty. Shai sipped the rice thinning and gave a thumbs up. Suja leisurely said, "You just drank it, aren't you afraid we'll poison it?" Shai's eyes opened roundly. The lemon incident was recalled frantically at this moment, and he was almost about to spit out the rice thinning. But when he saw Suja with a bad smile on his face, he just swallowed it raw. Shai folded his hands and begged for a detour. Big brother begs to be spared. Chendu Lattice laughed, haha, his smile still looking so good. Dudu Lattice has such a nice smile. I'm a fan of Tootsie's, and this is the happiest and most genuine smile I've ever seen Tootsie smile in any program. Mushroom House is really nice, everyone is really happy here. Tootsie is still beautiful. Actually, look at that, it's a good match for brother Shouja too. Chendu Lattice's smile infected countless netizens, and everyone said they were enamored. But there is no such thing as an unbroken banquet. Chendu Lattice said with a tone of regret, You and I will be leaving later." "Ha?" Hot Bar was a bit reluctant, "Leaving so soon?" "Yeah, we're going back to the theater group." Shinyu was full of reluctance. "It's a strange pity, there are still a lot of things we haven't experienced yet." Suja also said, "I was thinking of taking you guys to feed Laojian and Tianba tomorrow, they're fun to eat." "The more I talk, the more I don't want to go." Chendu Lattice had come to this show at first just to cooperate with the crew's publicity, but after coming here, he realized that this place was really too good. This is a completely different place from last season. Su Cheol in particular is so warm. He would create shots for them, he would direct the conversation for them, and he would sing and tell jokes for them as well. In short, in just half a day, Suja gave her too much and too many touches. Now that she was about to leave, she was really sad. "Suja, can I take a picture with you?" Chendu Lattice hugged her legs and looked up at Suja, her pretty eyes blinking. "Yes." Suja compared it to an okay. "Me too." Shinyu raised her hand and said, "And an autograph." So the two girls and Suja took a lot of pictures, double, triple, in various poses. Of course, they also took pictures with Hotba and Hee-jeong as well. Finally, we all went outside the yard, with the stars as a backdrop, and took a group photo together. A shooting star streaked across the sky and the camera recorded the lucky moment. Hot Bar turned around and saw the meteor trailing its tail and screamed excitedly, "A meteor! There's a shooting star! Really, really! So lucky! Make a wish!" In the courtyard, a group of young boys and girls reverently closed their eyes, folded their hands, and made that wish in their hearts to that wonderful, already fading meteor. Suja opened his eyes, his arm bumped the hot fence and asked with a smile, "What did you wish for?" Hot Bar turned back, his face reddened, "Only. I won't tell you." Then she twisted her head and went back to the house. "So petty?" Suja smiled slightly and chased after him, still pursuing the question. Hee-jeong laughed and scolded behind him, "Wishes don't work if you say them, so don't gossip." House. The two girls sit cross-legged, writing and drawing in their souvenir books, recording the beauty of the day and what they want to say to the mushroom house. Chandu Lattice wrote, "Everything that happened today is like taking me back to when I was a little girl. Mushroom House is a wonderful, magical place. Everyone is so nice, Mr. Huang's cooking is delicious, Mr. He is like the head of the family, Sister Hotba is always attentive, and Suju is more like a big brother next door." Shinyu also wrote, "So sad to leave this place, it has very fun people and delicious food, looking forward to the next encounter, go Mushroom House, go Suja, Origami forever." Origami, the name of Suja's album, is also the name of Suja's fans. "Let's go, I'll see you off." Suja softly whispered. Both of them, Chendu Lattice, hadn't brought any luggage, and had only focused on bringing gifts for everyone. Good. Before the car. "Can I give you a hug?" The two girls' eyes twinkled with light. Suja smiled and agreed, he didn't know why the girls liked to make this request. Maybe it was because parting like this was more meaningful? If any netizens knew what Suja was thinking at this time, they would have said, "How handsome you are yourself, don't you have any idea in your heart?" Embrace, a touch of separation. Chendu Lattice kind of enjoyed the feeling of being in Suja's arms, but there was no way, she was about to leave. She didn't tell Suja that her wish, in fact, was to go further with him. It was a secret that no one could tell. In the past, if someone had said to Chindulatis, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" she would have scoffed. All love at first sight is not love at first sight. But until today, until she saw Suja, she believed. It turns out that in this world, there really is love at first sight. Bye. Suja waved his hand, his smile still so gentle. I'll look for you. Chindulatis raised his cell phone. Suja smiled and nodded, saying yes. Chapter 79 Drinking the strongest wine and loving the most beautiful person. The lotus pond is moonlit and the night is intoxicating. Sleep. Good. Everyone yawned after a long day of labor. Sha-yi had long since returned to his room and lay down on his bed. The other side. Huang Base and Hejiong also returned to their room and chatted about the night. Huang Base laughed and said, "The colorful lamp tweeted, it asked everyone to guess if it would move tonight." Ha, that's what you posted, right? Hejiong listened happily. Yeah. The live broadcast is over, and so is the day that belongs to the Mushroom House. But the buzz on the internet was just beginning. On the Weibo hot search, heartbreaking Sha-yi and Chindulatis is also very thin even when he's fat, both dominated the #1 spot. Everyone in the entertainment industry froze, while lamenting that this program's topic creation was really strong. Moving around and getting the guests on hot searches, who wouldn't want this kind of heat? So many celebrities began to contact the Aspire crew, hoping to be guests on the show. Even without a paycheck, countless celebrities were eager to do so. Also, Suja's 2 new songs, Fading Sorrows and Pursuing Dreams with a Red Heart, have created a buzz on the internet. 2 songs with different styles, but loved and touched by the general public. Became the strength of countless young boys and girls to encourage themselves. On the Hot New Songs chart, both songs broke into the top 10 list. Countless record labels had already set their eyes on Suja, thinking of taking the rights to these 2 songs. There were even more invitations for songs, but unfortunately, Suja never responded to them. No matter how many invitations they sent out, they were all dropped like a stone. While Suja was having a good time, Rising Sun Entertainment was having a hard time. As a recent whirlpool of public opinion, Rising Sun Entertainment was really having a hard time. Countless media outlets had their eyes on them, and countless scandals had broken out about their artists. Rising Sun's stock price plummeted, down 23.1% by the afternoon close. Sunrise was previously favored by countless investment companies, but now they are selling their shares. Under the vicious circle, Sunrise is facing the biggest crisis. For a while, the company was in a state of panic. No one had thought that messing with a Suja would actually result in such a big crisis in return. Of course, these were not the focus of the netizens' attention. What everyone is most looking forward to is that the first installment of The Yearning Life is about to be aired. The show has finally made an official announcement. It's tomorrow night. The news appeared in the official blog without warning, making countless fans enthusiastic. Many fans had met Suja through Origami and proceeded to be enamored in Xiang Xiang. Just from the pilot movie, they were already impressed by So Chul's charisma. The first installment is also getting a lot of attention. At that time, Xiang Xiang was not broadcasting live, and everyone actually did not watch that installment. So that's an unprecedented amount of attention, and the clamor for airplay is extremely high. Now that it's finally coming to air, everyone is naturally excited. It's come out after 1,000 calls. Looking forward to it. Awesome. Tomorrow night? Friday night, which happens to be off, awesome. Just so happens there's no live stream tomorrow, luckily I can watch the first installment to quench my thirst. I have to hurry to buy some snacks, otherwise I'll be craved to death watching the program. I heard that Suju is showing off his cooking skills in this episode, I'm looking forward to it. My husband is perfect. Ugh. Shameless upstairs, clearly my mom's son-in-law. Don't even argue, little brother Sujo is everyone's. Program team. Heejin is a little nervous at this point. Tomorrow night the first installment of Aspire will be aired, the results do not know how. Of course he doesn't think the results of the first installment are bad, but he wants to be better. Looking Forward was already a phenomenal show, and with the recent heat, could it surpass itself again? It's hard, but not impossible. Suja is a demon, an artist who breaks the mold. With him around, Heejin still felt that it was very possible to do this. But not a moment later, Heejin shook his head, also feeling foolish. Beyond phenomenal? Impossible. But the more you say it's impossible, the more your heart looks forward to it. Crazy. Li Zhejiu also muttered from the sidelines, saying, Directory, I was actually thinking just now about whether or not Xiang Xiang could become a super phenomenal program. He smiled to himself, do you think I'm crazy? Is it possible? It can't be, can it? It shouldn't be possible. Heejin muttered, looking towards the moon hanging in the sky. I just made a wish, super phenomenon, can I reach it? The next day, a rooster's crow broke the silence of the mushroom house. The sun was shining, the bees were hard at work collecting honey, and everything was so beautiful. Lao Da and Tian Ba ate their breakfast early, and the food was delicious. Everyone was still asleep, but Sha-yi got up early. After washing up, Sha-yi took the follow PD and planned to take a walk around the village. The environment is real nice. Sha-yi was walking and doing arm-swinging motions, which was exercising. On the way, he also met Suja running back. "Good morning," Sha-yi greeted. "Good morning, Mr. Sha." Suja responded with a smile as well. "Walking together for a while?" Sha-yi invited. "Good." The two chatted as they walked. "I just had a sudden thought that I want to settle in a place of such beauty when I'm old and can't walk anymore," Sha-yi said longingly. "Such a life must be wonderful." Suja smiled and read. "What the ideal life is. A man driving a car. I've been to every one of them. The scenery is meandering. Meet a girl you like. Just stay. Come back up when you're tired of it." The mood was good, and many of the viewers in the live broadcast room also listened to their eyes light up. "This is the ideal life." Suja said it so well. "But it's a bit unrealistic." "It's a nice poem." Sha-yi just smiled and didn't say anything. Ideal life can't be separated from firewood, rice, sauce, vinegar and tea. Only these words, he will not say, some life to experience to understand. He knew that Suja was still young. But Suja added, of course, first of all, there must be an endless amount of money to spend. So, Suja's idea was simple, to earn endless banknotes and live a life that he could not live in his previous life. When it comes to money, the poem can't be anything but vulgar. There were also many people in the live broadcast who said that Suja shouldn't have said those two lines, which made the poem's meaning much less meaningful. But Suja said, just saying, just listen and forget about it, vulgar or not, life never turns its face away. Sha-yi asked, "What is your dream?" Suja looked into the distance, his gaze like a torch, drink the strongest wine and love the most beautiful person. The live broadcast room instantly exploded. This ideal, awesome. Chapter 80. Please get married where you are. At the mushroom house, everyone was already up and gathered in the gazebo to eat breakfast. Breakfast was still rice thinning, only that there was a lot of material added to it. Wild strawberries, and meat floss, etc. It's kind of hearty. During that time, Sha-yi talked about that poem of Suja's, and that dream. Hee-jung laughed and said, "Ooh, these two dreams of yours, they don't seem to be simple nah." After saying that, he looked at Hot Bar, that Ninny lowered her head and silently drank rice thinning. "But the hot fence heart is a deer in the head, the most beautiful person, is it me?" "Well, it's me." Sha-yi, later on, you go and choose the seeds, plant them over there and mail them back to you after the harvest. Huang Base pointed in the direction of the homestead. "Okay, I'll go later." Sha-yi smilingly responded. He was still writing stories and moods from the day in the guest book. In fact, it wasn't just Sha-yi who was leaving, but Suja, a couple of mushroom house owners, were also departing for home later. The second phase of the mushroom house recording ended here. Hot Bar finally looked up and asked, "Tetsuko, what are you going to be busy with while you're away?" Want to know?" Suja asked with a smile. "Want to?" Hot Bar nodded expectantly. "Just don't tell you." Suja laughed harshly. "Damn. How petty." Hot Bar wrinkled her nose and pouted her lips as the baby got angry. "You'll know when the time comes." Suja pinched Hot Bar's nose, full of favor. But this action directly caused the live broadcast room to explode. "You want dog food in the morning?" "I protest. I'm not hungry at all. Is there a new song or a new program with this talk from little brother Suja?" "I think it's the recording of those two songs, better just release another album, I'll buy it." "Looking forward to the new songs. Looking forward to the new show. These two, when will the official announcement be made? Please get married where you are. Immediately, right away. Oh, I've fallen out of love, and the boyfriend's girlfriend isn't actually me." Suja didn't know that this action of his made countless girls cry out for lost love, while some mom fans were wildly nodding their approval, all of whom loved the golden couple of Suja and Hot Bar. This morning, there's not really much work left to do. Yellow Base also honored last night's agreement and didn't arrange any work for Sha-yi, allowing him to spend a peaceful morning in a leisurely manner. Suja and Hot Bar walked out of the house with quite a few things in their hands. Hot Bar spat out her tongue adorably and said, "Mr. Sha, I'm sorry for last night, these things, we made them with our own hands, you take them home." Sha-yi took a look, honey, dried bamboo shoots, and even strawberry sauce, there was everything that. How can this be good? Sha-yi said he was embarrassed, but his hands were honest enough to take it. Huang Base disliked, "Why don't you pretend to shrug it off?" Sha-yi laughed, "I didn't want to brush off both D and Ja." Hee-jung pulled over a chair and sat next to Sha-yi, saying, "Just take it, it's all pure and natural, it's kind of a gift for Angie and little fish." Sha-yi nodded and said, "This stuff is really good." As soon as Sha-yi's two children were mentioned, everyone's conversation centered around the two children. Hotba said enviously, "Mr. Sha, I really envy you, sometimes I want to form a group to go to your house to steal your children. Angie and Little Fishy have many fans on the internet, and Hot Bar is one of them. You like children so much, how about having one?" Hee-jung joked. "Jung-ah, you say so is not right, have a child and not shadi a thing not, there is a wood in, difficult nah." Huang Base this meant to say, hot fans, and shyly lowered his head. But didn't this statement of hot bars just mean something? The live broadcast room went crazy, densely brushing the sooty CP. Suja touched his nose and said, I'm still a kid too, nah, isn't this topic a bit too fast? Then he looked at Hot Bar with a serious face and said, I'm not planning to have a child yet, what do you think? Wow! The live broadcast room instantly exploded. That's a little too much information. Hot Bar blushed and poo-pooed, shameless, who said I wanna have a child with you? He Joan picked up, the child of the two of you will definitely look good in the future. This topic gradually went askew, but everyone didn't feel anything wrong. Huang Bei suddenly thought of something and laughed, but if the nature follows Xiaojia, it will not be good. If it's not good, I'll throw it away and pick up another one. Suja joked. What's the point of that? Hot Fence disdained, anyone who picks it back up again is still not well behaved even if someone else's family threw it away. I'm not going to throw it away. Ha ha. Everyone laughed, and it was fun to talk. But the live broadcast, it was a different scene. It's over, just now I said that I won't have a child with brother Xiaojia, now I'm actively substituting into the role of a mom. Yikes, suddenly I'm looking forward to Xiaojia ah. The old fox is really an old fox ah, in 3 words he brought Fatty into the pit. Huang Xiaoxiao, this daughter-in-law, I've booked it. A morning spent at leisure. During that time, Shai couldn't stand the idleness, so he played with chopping wood. Seeing this, he Joan smiled and said, the mushroom house really does have a kind of magic. Why don't you stay, Shai? Suja laughed, food and lodging are included, and you'll also be paid $50 a month. Shai rolled his eyes, then you're much more generous than the director's team, you guys only get 100. For 3 months. Everyone laughed and the program team was inexplicably lying down again. Lunch was cooked by Yellow Base, and since everyone was leaving, this meal was actually kept simple. There were still quite a few dishes left over from yesterday, so Huang Base cooked them and saved them from going to waste. After lunch, the show's car came and then everyone went to the airport. Huang Base and Shai went back to Yanjing, He Zhong went back to Xiangqing, Hot Bar flew to Hengqin in Zhejiang province to shoot a movie, and Suja went back to Magic City alone. Before leaving, He Zhong urged Suja to go to him, saying that he had a friend to introduce. Suja naturally agreed, and it would be good to go and have some fun. Hotba looked at Suja, or gave him a sturdy full hug, reluctantly said, you have to send me a message every day, or come back to beat you up. Suja nodded his head and said yes. Chapter 81 Huge Gains. On the first day Suja returned to Magic City, he traveled to the Cool Cat Music headquarters. The copyrights of the 2 songs, Suja also chose to grant to the 3 music companies that he had cooperated with. As for the rest, Suja didn't even think about it. The reason was simple, in Suja's most difficult time, it was these 3 companies that supported him fully. It can be said that Suja's great fire could not be separated from the support of these 3 companies. Moreover, their sincerity was indeed sufficient. Suja's signature fee, each company gave $2 million, or after tax. Before the album was released, Suja's pockets were in $2 million. Together with the $4 million in pre-production fees from the Looking Forward crew, Suja was now a small tycoon. Outside, Hide, the driver brother is a very nagging person, all the way in Suja chat non-stop. Suja sat in the back row with sunglasses, heard his own song, couldn't help but ask, Big brother, you also love to listen to this song ah? This song is what my daughter put in the car for me, it's really quite good. The driver's big brother's tone was full of pride, my daughter goes to school at Yen University. Suja gave a thumbs up, amazing. He wasn't just talking about the driver's big brother's daughter, but also the driver's big brother. Suja heard him say that there were 3 daughters in the family, and all 3 went to college, and they were all prestigious universities. Indeed remarkable. The driver added, young man, this Suja is really hot, so tell you what, 9 out of 10 cabs play his songs. Suja was surprised, you all love it? That's not true. The driver explained, passengers love to listen to it, every time they get on the bus, they have to order it. We have to play it. Suja gave a thumbs up, amazing. Cool Cat Music headquarters. Suja had just gotten off the bus when he saw Lu Changyun, an old acquaintance, standing in front of the company. Xiaojia, good morning. Lu Changyun greeted him with a smile. After the 2 shook hands, Suja was embarrassed. Brother Lu, why did you come down again? I'll just go up myself, I'm familiar here. Ha ha. The 2 walked side by side, Lu Changyun said, no, I just happened to come down to give someone a ride, this didn't receive a text message from you saying it's almost here, so I'll just wait. Along the way, there were constantly people greeting them, and Suja could still see the excitement in some people's eyes. These youngsters in our company now they are all your fanatic fans now calling themselves Origami. Lu Changyun laughed and said, there are still several departments that take your song title as the name of their group, and your songs are not enough to score. Suja rubbed his nose and laughed, then I had to produce a few more songs to get enough? That's. They all came to ask me when you're going to release a new song. Lu Changyun was actually looking forward to it in his heart, Suja's songs were just too popular. It will definitely come out. Suja smiled and didn't give a definite answer. Suja's task today was actually very simple, it was to record the song. The arrangements for the two songs, which Suja had long ago handed over to Lu Changyun, were completed just yesterday. The two were in the studio and stayed for a morning before the two songs were recorded. Lu Changyun constantly lamented, "Xiaozhe, your singing skills are just too good. Brother Lu is too kind, it's all because the equipment and recording engineer on your side are great." Suja humbly complimented Cool Cat Music in passing. After the commercial mutual boasts, Lu Changyun then said, "Let's go to the parlor?" Yes. Suja came to Cool Cat HQ this time, and besides recording songs, there was one more thing to do. That was to come and get the proceeds. To show their sincerity, the three music companies settled this week's song proceeds with Suja in advance. In the future, it will be changed to a quarterly settlement. In the parlor, Suja looked at the data sheets of the three music companies' Origami and each single. Sparing him, he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. The sales of Origami had surpassed 13 million copies. Each EP was priced at $5, in other words, the album made a wild profit of over $60 million. Also, the 5 songs can be purchased on an album basis or as singles. If you purchase 3 singles, you will automatically get the other 2 songs free, which is equivalent to purchasing the album. This is also for the customer's sake. Each single is $2, and 3 is more than the price of the album itself. But 5 singles is still a remarkable figure. The number of paid downloads for the singles broke 10 million. In other words, Origami raked in over 80 million. That's a money-making speed that makes people smack their lips. But the market analysts of the three companies have done an analysis. This album is obviously not enough power after the album. The growth of the later period should not be much higher. So Lu Changyun, 3 people together, simply now to Suja for the first settlement. Suja still had an unreal feeling until now. Just a moment ago, a total of 3 deposits were credited to his card. The first one was $20 million. The second was $19 million. The third was $18 million. That's $57 million. Suja has never seen so much money in 2 lifetimes. Suja felt that he could do a lot of things for himself after he had money. But first, it was better to buy himself a car. It's so inconvenient to get around now that you don't have a car and you have to take public transportation to get anywhere. Suja also had to constantly worry about whether he would be recognized. Isn't it dangerous to walk on the road when you're so handsome? Nowadays, when you go out, boys have to protect themselves. Lu Changyun smiled and asked, "What are you planning to do this afternoon?" Want to go buy a car, I just called all the way here." Suja scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. To go buy a car as soon as you have money, would it make people feel too floaty? But Suja didn't think of buying any luxury car, just wanted to buy a random car to get around. He was an entertainer, and the days he stayed in the Magic City in the future were definitely not many, so buying a luxury car at this stage was also inappropriate. But Lu Changyun took out a key from his pocket and pushed it in front of Suja, laughing, "I almost forgot if you didn't say it, this is a gift from the 3 of us." Ah. Suja froze. "No need, I'll just go buy it myself." Suja said nothing to accept it. "It's okay, this is a Volkswagen, for you to use for transportation, it's not expensive." Lu Changyun pushed the key back again. Compared to the huge traffic, advertisement revenue, and song income that Suja had brought them, this car was really nothing. Volkswagen? When Suja thought about it, the price of this car was quite affordable, so he accepted it. But what Suja realized later was that Lu Changyun's trio gave him. It's a 12-cylinder Passat top-of-the-line Phaeton. Chapter 82, King of Variety. In front of the stoplight, the man sitting on the passenger side of a certain small car suddenly yelled, "Brake! Brake quickly! Keep a 5-meter distance between cars." "What?" the woman in the main driver's seat asked in confusion. "Crash into it and sell the house is not enough for us to pay." The man now had some regrets. He shouldn't have let his daughter-in-law drive today. "Ha? Isn't that just a Passat? Our Audi is even better than him." The woman wondered, stopping steadily behind the VW. "A Passat with letters, have you ever seen one?" The man's eyes widened in horror, he almost crashed. "Ha? What? It's a Phaeton, a 12-cylinder Phaeton, and it's a top-of-the-line one, so you can't get it without $2 million. So what now?" The woman also panicked. "Pull the handbrake, hit the brakes and turn off the engine. Don't you move." Waiting for the stoplight, Suja saw the car behind him in the rearview mirror, far away from him. He was a little helpless. He did not expect Lu Changyun trio to send him actually $2 million worth of top-of-the-line Phaeton. This is a big gift. This Volkswagen with letters, driving on the road, is also low-key luxury and connotation enough. The feeling, though, isn't bad at all. It's 8:30 p.m., half an hour before the first installment of Aspire 2 airs. At that time, the first installment will premiere on Mango Channel's entire network. At this time, Aspire is receiving a lot of attention from countless people. The viewers of Aspiring naturally need not be mentioned, and they were guarded in front of the coming TV set early in the morning. The media, as well as quite a few choreographers and directors in the entertainment industry, were all paying attention to this program. The attention has simply exploded, surpassing the first season. However, many advertisers, too, are secretly watching the program. The sponsorship fee for Wayward 2 was not low, and some big manufacturers chose to wait and see, but at the moment their hearts were filled with regret. Plant Select soy milk and rice thins simply became the biggest winners. Everyone predicted that the advertisement sponsorship fee for Aspire 3 would, at least, double. Of course, the prerequisite is to have Sujo in the picture, otherwise, no gold owner would be willing to pay for the high advertising costs. At the same moment, Hot Fence had returned to the hotel half an hour early and was waiting in front of the TV set early for the program to air. Girls such as Na Rolling, Song Chi, Ton Lia, and so on, also put off all their work and concentrated on staying in front of the TV set. Program team. Hee-jin and Lee Zhizhou, the two aspiring directors, were both nervous and excited inside at this time. Will Aspire be able to accomplish a self-transcendence? They are very much looking forward to it. At 9 o'clock, the first installment of Aspire 2 aired on time. A familiar melody sounded in the credits, but the next moment, everyone's eyes widened. The singer of Farmer Fisherman has changed. The song, on first listen, I knew it was Suja's. Pure and clean, with a scratchy voice that one could remember after hearing it once, it gave countless people goosebumps. It's so good. I used to skip the credits, but now, sheesh. Ear pregnancy. This song is so sensational when it's covered by Suja. Countless pop-ups followed one another, and some new viewers, too, began to ask about the singer. After realizing that it was Suja, they were also quite surprised. They also didn't expect that the original yearning new resident guest was so multi-talented. After the theme song, the main movie began to play. Su Zhang and Wang Yanui appeared on camera as the guests of the first installment, followed by Suja who came to pick them up. Mr. Su, you're in good health, right? The body is fine. Then it's resistant to manufacturing. It's not anti-build or anti-build. It's okay if you don't resist building, it's up to you to resist beating. The trio's conversation made everyone laugh. There are more hilarious and impressive moments in the program. For example, the origin of Suja's dead Iron Strake Man, J.E. Ba's mistake of mistaking a loach for an eel, the arrival of Na Roland Grouper, and the hilarious story of Suja's time as a customer service agent, and so on. The most surprising thing is that Su Zhou, who is a good cook, can actually cook. That's a cooking skill that even Chef Huang is ashamed of. Then they saw Suja singing Clear Sky on the program, Tian Xiu. He can cook, play the guitar, and sing. Simply the perfect man. Only, what upsets everyone is that it was aired for too short a period of time. Tell everyone a ghost story, watch the progress bar. Goosey laughing my ass off, this is too funny. Season 2 is even more exciting with the addition of Suja Chan. Without further ado, I'm going to catch up with the live broadcast from now on. Looking forward to the second installment. Powdered. Love little brother Suja to death. The title song and Sunny Day have been repeated more than 20 times. Repeated 30 times. 50. The pop-ups sprung up like rain, so dense that one couldn't see the contents. After the program ended, in less than 5 minutes, topics such as hashtag Mushroomhouse, hashtag Dead Iron Straight Man, hashtag Su Zhang washing his hair, hashtag What Did Mudloach Do Wrong, and so on, dominated the microblogging hot searches. Throughout the entire hot search page, the top 10 was almost the life to the future. Among them, there were as many as 5 topics about Suja. Duanzi, Su DCP, Suja singing, and so on, all ranked at the top. Suja's fans skyrocketed again, and now the number of microblogging fans was close to 10 million. Suja didn't realize how much joy and shock he had brought to everyone this night. Xiangqing, Mango TV. In the office, Hee-jin's eyes were lifeless, and Lee Zhizhou was sitting on the floor muttering in a voice so small that it was inaudible. Outside the office, screams, shouts, applause unceasingly, the entire Mango station into a carnival. Suddenly, Hee-jin cried, but the corners of his mouth were always covered with a smile. Crazy. Crazy. Really crazy. Hee-jin laughed madly, it's really reached the super phenomenal level. Lee Cheolgu also bounced off the ground, this guy, I told you he was a demon. Awesome. There was a piece of paper on the ground, which recorded the ratings of the first installment of Aspirations 2. 5.01. The Wayward Life 2 has since become the undisputed king of variety. Chapter 83 mainline completion, 1 million reputations. The next day, early morning. The ratings of Aspire broke 5, a super phenomenal variety show is born. Looking Forward to aired as scheduled, with CSM 34 city ratings up to 5.01% and national network ratings reaping an impressive 4.83%, second only to the Spring Festival Gala in terms of ratings. Number 1 in the simultaneous segment ratings, Looking Forward won the day's ratings title. Multiple stations send their blessings to Mango, Suja becomes the biggest winner. The media was also the first to get the ratings of Xiang Xiang, and the internet was flooded with reports of Xiang Xiang's proud achievements. Most of the stars in the entertainment circle sent out their blessings, and countless producers in the circle also sent congratulatory messages. Especially the major channels, they have successively blessed Mango Channel on Weibo for its long-lasting ratings, and the whole network is in a frenzy. There aren't many variety shows with ratings breaking 5, are there? Awesome! The highest ratings of the first season broke 4, this coldly broke 5, it's too gripping. Mr. Huang is great. Mr. He is awesome. Little brother Suja is gripping. Fatty Sago. Congratulations to Mr. Suja for completing his comeback. The internet is as lively as New Year's Eve. Suja's fans, in particular, couldn't wait to announce to the world that their idol was the best. The hot airing of Xiang Xiang also pushed the 4 resident guests into the public eye and benefited endlessly. Especially Suja, as an old man returning to the entertainment industry, the exposure at this time ushered in the peak of the moment. The media is also keen to report on Suja, no matter what, the topic of conversation on this guy is Haya. The gossip with Rising Sun Entertainment would be enough to write a board. Plus, Suja and Hot Bar CP was even more favorable to countless netizens. Unlike the CP between other stars, Suja's pair is the one that really makes countless netizens bless. In addition, the relationship between Suja and Huangbase and Heejong could make people write him a few more panels. With these factors adding up, Suja naturally became the meat and potatoes in the eyes of countless media. Home. Ring ring ring. Suja's phone rang again, and he couldn't remember how many calls this was. Heejong, Huangba, Zhangjie, Songjier, Naza. One by one, Suja's close friends sent him their blessings. He was really on fire this time, instantly becoming a second-tier star, and was just one hurdle away from being a top flow star. With such an achievement, doesn't it deserve everyone's blessing? Suja finished answering one call and picked up another. Anyway, congratulations. The last call, from Hotba, was also the longest phone call Saz had ever chatted with. There was a long chat between the two of them. They talked about everything from the past 2 years ago to the present, from movies and TV to songs. Suja didn't know why there were so many topics to talk about. However, there was just no letting go of the phone. I don't know when, they began the habit of a phone call every day, no matter how late, always say goodnight to each other. Every time the hot fence cannot sleep, or Suja coaxing, only willing to hang up the phone. You hang up the phone first. Why should I hang up first? You hang up first. I don't want it, you hang up first. Until finally, it was Hotba who hung up first, because Sister Lee had snatched her cell phone and it was time for her to go shoot. Suja smiled, this kind of life is really good. During this chat, Suja also got the news that Hot Bar was also going to participate in the recording of The Voice. Give this girl a surprise at that time. Suja lightly laughed. Ding dong. Main quest, participate in the recording of Aspire and gain recognition from the audience. Mission degree, completed. Task reward, guitar skills, master, line skills, master, calligraphy, beginner, character fusion props, bad luck aura props. Reputation settlement, 1 million. 2 master level skills plus 1 million reputation. Suja was confused, the rewards of this main quest were too generous. Master level skills in the mall, each had to be 1 million reputation to buy a. This time, there were 2 of them, and Suja had made a fortune. And that's a lot of prestige, a lot of it. The system is awesome. Ding dong. Releasing the main quest, a small test. Requirements: 1. Establish an entertainment company and become a world-renowned company. 2. There are few stepping stones on the way to success, make Rising Sun Entertainment disappear. Task time limit, unlimited. Mission reward, to be determined. Hiss. Suja sucked in a breath of cool air, the difficulty of this mission was a bit high. Not to mention the first one, even the second requirement was not something he could do at this stage. But that's what makes it challenging and fun. Suja took the quest on, there was no penalty for failure anyway, so what was there to hesitate about? After taking the quest next, Suja then opened his attribute panel. Host, Suja. Age, 22. Face value, 90. Skills, music perfect, acting intermediate, guitar master, acting intermediate, cooking intermediate, violin master, calligraphy beginner. Props, character fusion, aura of bad luck. Mall, opened. Reputation value, 1.05 million. Quest, small trial in progress. Suja looked at the 2 props and also found them very useful. Character integration allows the host to fully integrate into the character and better understand and play the character. Bad luck aura, for 24 hours, bad luck is in the air. Not bad, in the future, if there's anyone who doesn't look good, reward him with an aura of bad luck, hee. Suja smiled and put the system interface back, then began to think about what to do next. The time was not yet ripe to set up an entertainment company, so he planned to set up a studio first as a transition. The studio was better organized and didn't require too much money, which was very much in line with his needs at this stage. After comprehensive consideration, Suja decided to set up a studio first. After thinking about it for a while, Suja made a call to Huang Base, who was far away in Yinjing, wanting to ask for advice first. Who knows, after Huang Base learned about it, was strongly supportive of Suja. Even more so than Suja himself. On the phone, Huang Base said, "It just so happens that I have a friend in Magic City, I'll let him run the procedures for you, and you'll save yourself some trouble." "Great, thank you Uncle Base." Suja smiled. Saying something else to your uncle Base? Huang Base was a bit dissatisfied, he just didn't like Suja being polite with him. Ha ha ha. Suja just giggled. Everything was moving in a good direction. Chapter 84 This Guest of Honor, something. That afternoon, Huang Base's friend found Suja and took some information before leaving in a hurry. The whole person was in a flurry, making Suja a little embarrassed. Huang Base said, this is the character of his friend, things are never windy, but people are very reliable and efficient. Suja also stopped bothering. After staying at home for a day, he packed his luggage and flew to Xiangcheng. The show, The Voice, is an original program from Mango. The program has been on the air for the second season now, and although the heat is not as high as Life to the Future, the ratings are not bad. This program, also known as Real the Birth of the Actor, Light Sound Let You Orgasm. The program's synopsis is written like this: there is a kind of voice that can make the ears pregnant, there is a kind of old actor that can perform with his voice. The Dubon rating is 8.4, which is quite popular. Most of those who can be on this program are powerful actors or veteran actors. Traffic stars? The show would like to hire them, but no one dares to take them. Those who don't have some real material don't dare to come to this program. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you will expose your strength and make people just laugh. The group of The Voice released a tweet 3 days ago saying that the group had invited a mystery guest and threatened that this time the guest are the devil-level voice. Such a gimmick successfully attracted countless netizens. Fans of The Voice have been speculating who the guests are this time. But without the show airing, they have no idea who is there. Even the guests themselves, not to mention the audience, have no idea who the other opponents are. Hot Bar had been telling Suja before that she was actually a bit scared and excited. Because the ones competing on the same stage could be old artists or Hall of Fame powerhouses. Hot Fence as a flow star, dare to go on this program, really have the courage. But Hot Bar doesn't realize that Suja, who she explains everything clearly, is one of her opponents. She had even told Suja what she was going to perform. When Suja arrived in Xiangcheng, the one who came to meet him was not the program team of The Voice, but Heejong. Sitting in Heejong's nanny car, Suja also met Song Zur, who had been away for a long time. Little brother Zhe, long time no see. Song Zur smiled sweetly and greeted Suja. Zur, long time no see. Suja was a little surprised. Could it be that Song Zur also came to record the program? Sure enough, Song Zur explained, I'm here to record the show, and I heard Mystery say he was coming to pick you up, so I thought I'd come along. After saying that, he also quietly looked at Suja. I thought you came to record The Voice. Suja said with a smile. I wouldn't dare to go on it. Song Zur spat out her tongue and playfully said, that program is too perverted, I don't dare to go. Isn't little Neza also a veteran actor, and you're still afraid of this? Suja teased. With that, Heejong added, Xiao Di is also coming to the recording, she doesn't know you're coming? Suja smiled and said, she doesn't know, she even told me about it, even the line she's going to perform. Heejong. You're really not making a fool of yourself. Song Zur shook her head and sighed, brother Xiaoxia, you can't keep bullying sister Xiaodi, girls are meant to be loved. Hearing Song Zur say this in a serious manner, Suja smiled and nodded his head. The reason why Suja didn't tell Hot Baba this news was because he wanted to give her a surprise. Suja looked at the two and laughed, I just wanted to give her a surprise. You guys aren't allowed to tell her, huh? Heejong said breathlessly, I'm afraid it's a surprise, I won't help you when you get beat up. Song Zur just laughed, her eyes rolled, suddenly who, brother Xiaoxia, let me tell you a joke, okay? Okay. Suja nodded his head in anticipation. Once upon a time, there was a fool who just liked to say no, and when people asked him anything, he said no. Song Zur smiled cutely and asked, have you ever heard of it, brother Xiaoxia? Heejong snickered from the sidelines. Song Zur had just been set up by him, and it was unthinkable that Song Zur was now learning. Suja said, and asked, did I tell you this joke before? Song Zur cocked her head and shook her head, no. Po ha ha ha. Heejong had a low laugh point and laughed out loud. Suja rubbed Song Zur's head and laughed, think harder. It's true no. Song Zur's eyes rounded, I've been set up again. The cuteness of that moment could just melt. Ha ha ha. Heejong laughed out loud, your brother Xiaoxia is the king of mushroom house sets, and you still want to set him up. Song Zur puffed up her cheeks and didn't cheat again. It didn't take long for Suju and the others to reach their destination Mango TV. The Voice wasn't being recorded tonight, so Suja had only come in advance to familiarize himself with the venue and to submit a piece for the show, as well as to pick a name. Under Heejong's guidance, Suja finished submitting all the information and took a name, Time Machine. Heejong asked, how did you take this name? Suja smiled back, me, I wish I had a Tinkerbell and a time machine. After finishing this, Heejong took the two of them for a late-night snack. Suja had just gotten off the plane, and his stomach was still really hungry. It was only at 10:30 p.m. that Suja returned to the hotel that the program group had booked under the leadership of Heejong. After taking a shower and lying down on the bed, Suja picked up his cell phone and realized that he was pulled into a group of 4. The group was already chatting hotly, and it was obvious that this was a group pulled up by the Voice program group. The group members in here were Suja's guests who were competing on the same stage this time. Rice cake, why isn't this guest even talking? Afraid of being recognized? Add time machine. Lazy, bursting photos. Add time machine. Superintendent Tony, hello time machine, I'm Tony, card? Suja pulled up a smile and suddenly switched to a positive tone, saying, little brother and sister, want some tea? I Guanyin. Going to heaven? I Guanin. Overnight? I owl. Flower watching? I'm a dandelion. Can I take a punch? I'm a hammer. Puffy. Everyone managed to be amused. There's something about this guest, something. Chapter 85. The voice opens for taping. Superintendent Tony. Lazy, actually, who the hell are you guys? At this point, the showrunners hadn't actually revealed to them who each other really were. Everything will not be announced until the day of the taping. But there will be another rehearsal before the official recording, and they'll actually get to meet then. Suja switched to his uncle voice again, his voice full of magnetism. I am an uncle full of sunshine. The three were confused again. This is nothing like the Shotokan sound from earlier. The whole vocal span is very large. It's hard to believe that this guy is using a voice changer. They were just about to speak when the time machine sent another voice. They clicked on it and listened to it, and what came through was a nice, crispy to female voice. Please fasten your seatbelts, passengers, this flight is about to take off, destination is Phuket. What the hell is this? This is a demon, right? Wang Group Tour and Do Shao are confused, is this a man or a woman? Only Hot Bar's heart was pounding, is it him? Only her little Tetsuko could do such a superb imitation, right? She quickly asked, are you little Tetsuko? As soon as the words left her mouth, Do Shao and Wang Guanchuan were both dumbfounded. This man is Su Zhao? Su Young, who's a hotshot right now? No way. Suja still has such a powerful ability? Against all odds. Suddenly, the same thought rose in both of them. Is it too late to withdraw from the race? How the hell are we supposed to compete? Also, they've established one thing, rice cakes are definitely hot fences. The voice that Hot Bar sent just now, they all forgot to disguise it, and their original voice was exposed. But they didn't realize at all that the original Hot Bar's dubbing was also so powerful. They couldn't guess it at all just now. These two, they're open for business, aren't they? After sending that voice, Suja put down the program's phone and didn't reply. He had just gotten off the plane and made a trip to Mango, and now he was exhausted to the point of exploding. Suja used his own cell phone to say goodnight to Hotba before falling into a deep sleep. The other side. Hotba was lying on the bed in her nightgown, her hands cradling her cell phone as she kept dialing someone's number. As a result, no one answered. Damn it! Hot Bar wrinkled his nose, dare not answer my call, I'll make you look good tomorrow. After saying that, he laughed himself, and his heart beat a few points faster at the thought of seeing that longed-for person tomorrow. Strange, why was it so expected? Must be because of the anticipation of the game. Hotba hugged his cell phone, deluding himself with the thought, and then fell into a deep sleep. If Suja was here, he would have been able to see the screensaver of Hot Bar's cell phone, and it was him. The next day, early morning. Suja woke up early in the morning, and the program's nanny car was already waiting in front of the hotel. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw a silhouette looking around at the door. Suja smiled and shouted, Fatty, good morning. Little Jizzy. Hot Bar's voice was full of vigor, with a hint of freckles. Clearly, she was delighted. She ran to Suja and pretended to be angry. You actually didn't tell me you were coming to the program. I'm angry, the kind that can't be coaxed. I'll treat you to ice cream. Suja said. Am I that easy to coax? Hataru grunted and turned her head away. Suja raised 2 fingers, 2 Haagen-Dazs. Hot Bar beamed with joy, deal. In the nanny van, the door pulled open, and Wang Guanchuan and Do Shao jumped down from it. Hello, Suja. Wang Tuofen greeted with a smile, I'm Wang Tuofen. Do Shao followed, you're too good. I want to run away from the battlefield. Suja shook hands with them one by one and humbly said, I'm only a bit better at imitation, when it comes to dubbing, you guys are the seniors. Suja was telling the truth, Wang Tuofen's dubbing was indeed very strong. Wang Tuofen also knows ventriloquism and imitates various voices, which is also very powerful. Do Shao, needless to say, is a veteran actor with absolutely strong line work. Both of them, the strength is not weak. No wonder the program group dared to say the devil's guest group, it was indeed bull. After a wave of commercial blowing each other's brains out, everyone got into the nanny car and set off for Mango TV. The rehearsal was at Xiangnan TV station, and the actual recording location was at the Xiangnan International Convention and Exhibition Center. The rehearsal is only half a day long. Rehearsal in the morning, and then the official recording in the afternoon, time is very tight. Once the 4 arrived at Mango TV, they each started practicing and waiting for the rehearsal. The rehearsal was an absolute secret, and they each were unaware of the roles they would be voicing for each other. Time rushed by, and the morning passed in a flash. In the afternoon, at the Xiangnan International Convention and Exhibition Center, the recording was about to begin. Check the equipment. Sound equipment is fine. The mentor group and guests are already backstage. Where's the audience? Starting to take their seats. Okay, recording starts in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start recording. The recording hall was originally noisy, but with a lead from director Su Ching, all the sounds came to an abrupt end. Welcome to the voice immersive happenings, Uncle Kai. The host, Uncle Kai, takes the stage, and the BGM plays, and the room erupts. Hello everyone, you are now watching the first original voice charisma competition show in China, The Voice. Now we have our 3 mentors taking their seats. There was applause and cheering. Backstage. The 4 of them, Suja, were sitting in the lounge, waiting for the program to start taping, completely free of nerves. Suddenly the door opened and in walked a girl. She smiled and said, "Hello 4 teachers, I'm your voice assistant, Chen Yuchi." Hello? Everyone greeted Yuki-chan one by one and then chatted. On the recording site, the real identities of the 4 of them were currently unknown, and this was considered the first part of the soundscape. The 4 voice big clicks, please make an appearance. Uncle Kai turned to look at the big screen as the applause rose again and the competition officially began. Chapter 86 So good you can hear your ears get pregnant. Okay, let's listen to the number 1 voice big shot first. Uncle Kai made an inviting gesture and said, "Please light up your voice." Lounge. Duo Xiao sat in seat number 1, clutching a book which contained his lines. He cleared his throat and pinched his voice. "Hello everyone, I'm #1. Once the voice came out, everyone was confused. This ING voice was a real pussy. It sounds like the kind of hentai that pinches its voice and pretends to be a girl. The most fashionable coloring stall in the whole season, I'll shape your charm. Do Xiao was still happily pretending to have a female voice. But this female voice was a world of difference compared to Suja's. In the lounge, everyone had a look of disgust. "I didn't expect you to be this kind of Do Xiao." Scared SKR people. "Hello everyone, I'm the number 1 voice guru, Director Tony." Suddenly, Duo Xiao said in a voice full of magnetism, "Baby, trust me, I have a pair of skillful hands." The sudden shift in voice caused the room to erupt in applause, and the girls shouted, "Superintendent Tony, I want a card." The 3 mentors began to comment, also guessing who the owner of the voice was, and of course, there was no shortage of shenanigans. After all, the iron triangle, the relationship is iron. Wang Group Excursion is the second voice big shot, his appearance white, obviously borrowed from last night's Suja's voice, only he said out of the spoof version of the customer service, so that the scene burst into laughter again and again. Wang's voice is still highly recognizable, and it didn't take long for his identity to be guessed. The third voice big shot was the beauty girl Hot Fence. Suddenly, a frighteningly creepy laugh reaches every audience member's ears, startling everyone. "Hello everyone, kids misbehave but you'll be eaten by Granny Wolf, hey 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 I. It's rice cake." Hataru's voice at the moment sounded like a vicious werewolf grandmother. It was said that there were small children at the scene who cried in fear. Suja gave a thumbs up, "This dubbing strength, awesome." Scene. Zhang Guoli and the 3 of them couldn't guess the voice at all, it was hidden too deeply. Good. Voice number 4 big shot, please light up your voice. It was finally Suja's turn, and Hot Bar, Wine Group Excursion, and Do Xiao all looked at Suja with anticipation. Chen Yuchi's pair of eyes were also locked on Suja. She was present during the rehearsals and naturally knew to which extent this man's line skills were terrifying. That kind of dubbing ability was simply unheard of. Suja looked at the camera, cleared his throat, suddenly smiled. "Hello everyone, I 4 drag sui, sound in the realm. Between 4 you haven't heard of the ship new version, squeezing must experience 3 times the clock. Rizao will dry me as much as I love the elephant section of the program." Boom! Bursts of laughter rang out. Like, it's just too similar. Whether it's the voice, the tone, or this portmanteau, it's like Zhang Jiawei in person. The Terrier, I Department Jagged Hui, was popular throughout the network, and in this case, Suja gave used it. It really brought the effect of bursting into laughter. Didn't really invite Zhang Jiawei, did you? That voice, it seems like it. It can't be, can it? A movie star coming to this show? This is a big deal. But it's too much like that, isn't it? Is it hard to believe that the recording is being played? There were murmurs on the scene, and even the 3 tutors were frozen at this moment. They were also thinking in their hearts, did the program team change people temporarily? Invited Zhang Jiawei? That's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Zhang Guogue busily asked, "Guest number 4, who the hell are you?" The voice spoke again, only this time, it was no longer the heavily accented Hong Kong poo. "I'm voice bigwig number 4, Time Machine." Boom! The whole place was boiling again. Because this voice was exactly the same as Zhang Guogue's voice. Everyone went crazy. Did this come from Zhang Guogue's mouth? But Zhang Guogue was also confused at this time. But next, the worldview of everyone on the scene exploded. After the number 4 voice guru imitated Zhang Guogue, he targeted Wang Gang, Zhang Tailin, and even the host, Uncle Kai. Such mimicry ability made everyone think they were crazy. Did the program group invite a recorder over? Zhang Guogue didn't even know how to describe his feelings. He felt that this was definitely the program group screwing them over. But while they didn't guess, the little ones in the live broadcast room, however, guessed who this mysterious number 4 was. Ah, it's definitely little Jizi. If this isn't little Tetsuko, I'll eat Shang. Is upstairs cheating again? Little Jizi? Is that the singer Suja? Is he that good? This is too awesome, isn't it? Have none of you watched Looking Forward? Sure enough, voice actors are monsters. Zhang Tailin said helplessly, voice big shot number 4, can you speak properly for once, please? If I speak properly, I'm afraid you guys won't be able to handle it. A voice that was super nice and crispy to the point of exploding hearts melting came out from the stereo. The entire audience of girls screamed. So crispy. Ah, the sound, the voice activated benefits. My whole body is crispy, this sound, so good to hear the ear pregnant. Damn, I'm a guy, I can't even stand it. The scene is still the same, and the entire broadcast room is blowing up. Suja's voice caused countless women to instantly storm off as if they were poisoned. Sometimes, good looks could do whatever they wanted. A good voice can do the same. In the restroom, the two girls, Hot Bar and Chen Yuchi, were staring at Suja in death, and the look in their eyes at that moment, they couldn't wait to rush up and eat Suja immediately. Wang Group touring Do Xiao, at this moment, all wanted to kneel down for Suja. This motherer, but also then a couple of bleh. What kind of fairy did this ING program group invite? This level of dubbing Big Brother, and they are not in the same class ah. If they were Jindan stage cultivators, then Suja was a mixed Dala Golden Immortal ah. How can this be fun? Just kneel down. Chapter 87 Win and promise you a request. The audience was on the verge of storming out, and Uncle Kai was on the verge of crying. After stabilizing the audience, Uncle Kai didn't let everyone guess who the guest of honor was, and directly announced that he would enter the first part of the show, the classic sound. In the middle of this segment, the 4 guests will only hear their voices and not see them, only using their voices to perform for us. Different personalities, different images of the characters. First up, guest number 1, Superintendent Tony. After Uncle Kai introduced the rules, there was applause. And in the lounge, Dao Xiao had already prepared herself and stood in front of the microphone, brewing her emotions. Okay, Dao Xiao grabbed the microphone with both hands and closed her eyes. The first classic sound that Dao Xiao brought to the table was Transformers. Everyone froze when they heard it was this movie, voicing machine ninjas, and more than one? That's a bit too tough, isn't it? The audience was also surprised. The guest of honor really is the devil ah. Do I know you? Human. The moment he opened his voice, everyone got goosebumps. This metallic voice, without any voice changer, was completely from Do Xiao's throat. Wang Tuanyuan looked confused, and Hot Bar also stared wide-eyed. This one is more ruthless than the other? Megatron, Mohawk, Nitrogen Zeus, Berserker, Assault, and one man playing 5 roles. 5 different metallic mechanical sounds, extremely recognizable. One does not feel at all that they are coming from the same source. What an unusually good show this time around. Many viewers thought so in their hearts. The show was over and the whole audience gasped. After a short break, Do Xiao once again gave a second voiceover, which was recognized by countless viewers. In the live broadcast room, many of Suja's fans silently began to worry for their idol. The guests in this competition were also too strong. Could Suja win? The second guest to appear was the Lazy King Group Tour. Wang Tuofang said that he had admitted defeat, but in reality, this guy's strength was also extraordinary. He brings you the animated movie Joyful Sound and is a one-man show with 9 roles. This will break the record for the voice ever. The audience is high, and it's true, the devil's voices are more explosive than the others. In the second dubbing, Mr. Wang chose Psychological Crimes to dub for Deng Chao, which still won a lot of applause from the audience. Hot Bar sat next to Suja, touched his shoulder, and beamed, Little Jizi, they're too good, aren't they? I want to admit defeat. Suja smiled and said, what are you afraid of? Don't you still have poison apples? Go, poison them later. Hot Bar hummed, you're the old hag. But the tension in his heart had already disappeared. Hot Fence got up and took the stage to perform as guest number 3. Cheer up. Suja cheered her on. Ah. Hot Fence nodded fiercely and made his way to the microphone, first moving the teleprompter away and performing off script. Another tough guy. Hot Fence brings you a performance of a translation of Hamlet. This clip is a great test of the actor's line work. Hotba's voiceover for Ophelia won frequent nods from everyone. That translation accent is so sensational, too. Hot Bar's performance also made Uncle Kai and the 3 mentors give him a lot of praise. This clip is enough to prove Hot Bar's profound line skills. After a short break, Hotbox is back on stage. This time she is paired with Anna from Frozen. Elsa, wake up. Wake up. Unlike the previous performances, this time, Hot Bar was paired in English. The little girl's childlike innocence, mischievousness, and liveliness come alive in Hot Bar's voice. Such a rendition is not inferior to the play of the first 2 guests. The audience at the scene and in the live broadcast room were also feeling emotional at this time. Awesome. Every guest is strong. I also wonder if number 4 is a bit more powerful? Coming out last, can it not be awesome? Looking forward to it. This installment of The Voice should be considered the most gripping one, right? Let me get back the feeling of the first season. Hot Fence's 2 great renditions have garnered numerous rounds of applause. After returning to his seat, Suja carefully handed over a bottle of water and said, "Drink some water." He, am I good? Hot Bar had a face that begged for praise. Of course it's awesome. Suja gave a thumbs up while urging, "Drink water first, moisturize your throat." Dowei and Wang Group Preview were baffled. This wave of dog food came without warning. Chen Yuchi was on the side and shouted in her heart, "Suju is so warm." Scene. Uncle K says, "Is everyone having a good time listening to this?" The audience was very helpful and shouted back, "It's enjoyable." The live broadcast room was also clear of overjoyed. Want to hear more? Uncle Kai put his left hand next to his ear and made a listening gesture. Want. The sound waves rose again. Because this time out, it was the number 4 contender, Time Machine. Break room. Sachel gets up and Hotba pulls on the hem of his shirt. He turns back in disbelief. Hotba smiled sweetly, "Cheer up, if you win this competition, I promise you a request." Suja froze, scratched her nose, and laughed, "Have you forgotten that I'm also your opponent?" Ha! It was only then that Hot Bar remembered that they were rivals, not teammates, and she added, "Then if I win, you have to promise me a request." Deal. Suja nodded his head. The 4th voice grade has yet to show off his talents. Uncle Kai smiled and asked, "Time Machine, are you nervous?" In the lounge, Suja had already stood in front of the microphone. Hearing the host's culture, he lightly laughed, "I'm not nervous, it's them who should be nervous." This voice, which had clearly turned into Uncle Kai's uncle voice, was almost like a self-question. The scene was about to explode. This imitation ability, except for the 3, they don't know what words and music to describe it. Uncle Kai didn't dare to say more, and directly said, "Please invite the 4th voice Big Shot to bring us an auditory feast." Chapter 88 Wei is dead. Suja stood in front of the microphone, the line setter in front of him similarly cleared away. Taking a deep breath, closing his eyes and brewing his emotions, the moment he opened his eyes, Suja's entire temperament changed drastically. The big screen at the scene began to show a certain classic clip from the movie Drug Sweeper. Suja is going to perform the reunion of the 3 brothers in Poison Sweeper, and that scene is also a clip of Lu Gu Zhang's trio in one hearty, explosive performance. But sadly, even with the trio's bombastic acting, it still didn't redeem the movies. On screen, Zhang Ziwei, played by Zhang Jiawei, gets out of the car and walks straight towards Ma Haotian, played by Lu Qingyun, and Su Jianqiu, played by Principal Gu. In the lounge, Suthep held up a smile with an indescribable feeling in it. There is a long goodbye reunion, there is bitterness, there is also hate, it is very complicated, but it is Hot Fence a few people feel shocked. This micro-expression, so powerful. While dubbing Zhang Ziwei, Suja was smiling, his voice soft, "How are you guys?" The tone was like seeing an old friend who had been away for a long time, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze. After a moment of silence, Ma Haotian walked forward and patted Zhang Ziwei's shoulder. Suja's micro-expression change was once again captured by the crowd in the lounge. "Are you okay?" Guilt, relief, uneasiness, relief, and a host of other emotions were portrayed by Suja. Wang Guanchuan looked dumbfounded. "This is too explosive, right? Goosebumps all over. Just 2 lines and the highs and lows. This guy is full of drama." Dao Xiao also looked dumbfounded. He thought he had one with that Transformers dub. But he didn't expect that this dubbing of Suja simply made him incomparably worshipful. This kind of reinterpretation was the first time that everyone at the scene had heard it, but everyone was captivated by the sound. Good. So awesome. Different sound from the original, but it gives me a more comfortable feeling. This line work, awesome. Which dubbing touches this, right? The audience looked dumbfounded, and so did the small group of people in the live broadcast room. By now, they couldn't guess who number 4 was. If it is Suja, but Suja is not an actor, line work so strong, either an old actor or a powerhouse. Suja seems to be just a singer. Unlike the ordinary audience, the 3 of them, Zhang Guogue, were shaken fiercely inwardly. This line skill, too strong. It can be said to surpass the renditions of the Hot Fence trio. They've certainly seen the classic clips from Vampirella. They only felt at the moment that Suja's dubbing was much more evocative than the current Mandarin version. Yes, it is. The voice was like a natural one, so that one could not feel a single trace of dissonance. This ability, it's too strong. The show goes on. Sons and daughters? These words were asked by Zhang Ziwei to Su Jianqiu. At this moment, Suja's eyes were glistening with tears, and this moment was just like 5 years ago. Su Jianqiu hugged Zhang Ziwei, daughter. Suja was crying with a sobbing voice in this dub, which was controlling his voice to the extreme. Zhang Ziwei, hello daughter. The tone of the catching up was slightly flat, but everyone could hear a sense of a storm coming. The next moment, high energy came. Is it related to you that so many things have happened recently? Tell me, are you working for 8-Faced Buddha? Su Jianqiu pulled out his gun and aimed it at Zhang Ziwei. It's me who is going to arrest you. I'm going to arrest you. Ma Haoyan shouted, Achio. But he had forgotten that he was no longer the arrogant and decisive big brother he was back then. We haven't seen each other for 5 years, and as soon as we meet you're pointing a gun at me? The tone of his voice was full of sarcasm. 5 years ago you lived and I died. I'm still alive, and you're pointing a gun at me for that crappy position? The three mentors nodded frequently. Wonderful. Do you know why that operation was a failure? Why? Because someone made a call to the eight-faced Buddha. Told him there was a mole and to abort the deal. Everyone in the conference room's scalp went numb when those words were spoken. Because at this moment, Suja's acting skills exploded. Reddened eyes, slightly trembling lips, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. Because the person who called the eight-faced Buddha and betrayed himself was his own brother. Wang Group Exposition's whole face is going to be deformed, his hands grabbing his hair. It's too wonderful. By the way, I'm married, the daughter of the eight-faced Buddha. What did you say? What the hell are you talking about? If you don't know what I'm talking about, then you should arrest me. Suja stretched out his hands, his tone frivolous and with a hint of madness. Arrest me, arrest me. Ha! Ha ha ha. Stepping back. Back up again. The live audience is beginning to look forward to it. The best show of all was about to begin. Why? Why is dead? You pick the idol. I'll take Duan Cohen, Jesus can't keep him, I said so. The almost hissing roar of rage was felt soundly. Vow to go, into the mountain of swords, hoary-like. As the song faded, this clip of the three major movie stars' pugilistic scene came to an end. Snap. The applause rose in all directions and lasted for a long time. In the lounge, everyone stood up and gave their blessings to Suja. Awesome. Why is dead? You pick the idol. Awesome. Who the hell is number 4? It's so damn gripping, isn't it? In the restroom, Hot Bar thumped over to Suja, handed over a bottle of water, and laughed. That's awesome, little Jizzy. It's average, I barely played half of my strength. Suja hemmed and hawed and laughed. Just now he also felt the feeling of being sound, this feeling of being in the theater. It was really great. Deceitful. Hot Bar gave him a sanitary eye and asked, what are you going to match later? A classic clip. Chapter 89 Classic Revisited. Number 4 sound great, is it awesome? Uncle Kai suppressed the excitement in his heart and interacted with the entire audience. Awesome. It's just fluff. This is masterful. Many spectators were shouting at the top of their voices. That rendition of Suja's just now really made their hearts pound. Especially the pugilistic scene of the three major movie stars hard in front of them. This relies, of course, on the movie clips on the big screen. Otherwise it was impossible to achieve this effect with just Suja's voice. Alright, next up, the time machine will bring us the second classic voice. The great sage marries his family. Everyone's eyes widened. This was a classic among classics, the memories of countless 80s and 90s generation killed off. If it's the fourth big name, what kind of a listening feast will it bring to you? Looking forward to it. On the big screen, Ji Zunba was wearing a big red robe, which was clearly the appearance of the groom. And Zixia Immortal was sitting on a stone block with her hands clasped on her knees. Aya, why are you hiding here? Suja opened his voice, and his voice was surprising. He has a voice that seems to fit the voice of the star perfectly. It matched Master Star's exaggeratedly disheveled, nonsensical acting just right. Show bomb. That voice, as tinny as it is, sounds cozy. Geez, this is the way to open a Master Star movie, isn't it? Awesome. In this world, there is no Sher Banyu, the one who dubbed the voice of Master Star, is another voice actor, which... Now, Suja made up for this regret. Previously, when he was at home, Suja had found out that you had this problem. This world has Star Chow, but there is no Sher Banyu. He wanted to find a movie of Master Star to watch, but the dubbing of the Mandarin version really made him feel very difficult. For him who was used to listening to Sher Banyu's version, he really couldn't watch the other versions of the dub. That's what gave birth to the idea of him dubbing this classic clip. The image on the screen stopped at Zixia Immortal pointing her sword at Supreme Treasure's throat. At that time, that sword was only 0.01 centimeters away from my throat, but after a quarter of a pillar of incense, the mistress of that sword will completely fall in love with me. Because I decided to tell a lie. Although I have told countless lies in my life, this one, I think, is the most perfect. Everyone held their breath when this dialogue came out. It was so sensational. Goosebumps all over. What a sound this is. If you take half a step forward, I will kill you. Ruthless with a softness, anyone could hear Zixia Immortal's reluctance. You should do this, and I should die. There was once a share that I didn't cherish, and only when I lost it did I regret it, and there is nothing more painful in the world than that. Suja turned his head, looked in the direction where the hot fence was and murmured. If the heavens could give me a chance to start over, I would say 3 words to that girl, I love you. If I had to put a deadline on this love, I would want it to be 10,000 years. 75% sincerity plus 25% hypocrisy, and a little bit of crying from Suja. Blow up. Everyone's scalp went numb. This line, it's so classic. With Suja's rendition, it added to the feeling of going back to that era beyond time and space. Everyone felt that this was the voice of Supreme Treasure, and that this was how Master Star should sound. Suja's voice was a perfect blend of Master Star's inanity and Zhou's exaggerated acting skills. In the next moment, the picture turned, and on the screen, Supreme Treasure appeared in the waterhole, holding the tight band with both hands, and that classic confession, once again, surfaced. I love you. If I had to put a time limit on this love, I'd like it to be 10,000 years. The same dialogues in different locations have different emotions and make people feel differently. The first confession, Suja's tone with a hint of helplessness, a hint of playfulness, because the Supreme Being is forced to confess. The second confession, Zun Zun Bao is no longer Zun Zun Bao, he is converted to my Buddhist son Deshang, although he understands his own heart, but pick up the gold hoop, can no longer love Zisha. This is painful and cruel. Suja's rendition just has a way of pulling at the heartstrings and holding back the urge to shed tears. Many girls at the scene, their eyes were already moist. They thought of Zisha saying, as long as he can pull out my purple and green sword, he is the man of my desire. They thought of Bai Jingjing saying, I realized that after such a long time, what you came back to look for was not me. It also came to mind that Zisha's body was receding in the air, while the adamantine hoop on the great sage's head was tightening. At this time, it was not the head that hurt the most, but the heart. The whole room cheered repeatedly, and the live broadcast room instantly exploded. The rendition of the fourth voice grade was as if one was the voice of the times, deeply rooted into their chests. For a long, long time, it could not be calmed. But everyone was shocked, and that's not all. The ethereal sound of the song traveled from the stereo to every ear and into every heart. Once upon a time, now, in the past, not again. Red, red, falling leaves, long buried, within the dust. The beginning of the end is always, unchanged. You're drifting in the sky, beyond the white clouds. Such a scene seemed to come to everyone's mind. The wind and sand swept across the desert, and the Supreme Being swung away, never looking back behind the dust and sand that rose up, and behind the dust and sand was someone on the city wall who said, look at that man's back, it's so strange, yo, it looks like a dog. The long, melodious tune is just right for the afterglow of the setting sun. The hidden rhythm, coupled with Suja's unique voice, perfectly illustrated this sad but unspeakable mood. After the song, the applause rang out like thunder. With such a voice and such a singing ability, everyone had already guessed the identity of this person. He was Suja. Chapter 90, didn't you guys invite me here? The lounge, silent. Everyone stared blankly at Suja with eyes full of adoration. This dubbing was truly marvelous. Such line work, such acting skills, it really makes one's heart admire. Chen Yuqi's heart was trembling. At this moment, Suja, in her heart, was like a gaijin in her heart. Hot Fen's eyes reddened, she murmured, I also 10,000 years. Suja smiled and returned to his seat. Recorded live. Su Chul. Suja. Suja. The audience was shouting Suja's name, neatly and with great vigor. It was with great difficulty that Uncle Kai was able to calm down the excited audience. The three tutors, at the moment, were also excited inside. Zhang Tailin said, perfect. Wang Gang said, I'm ashamed of myself. Zhang Guogue, I don't dare to review it. Uncle Kai on the stage is also confused. You guys, you stole all my lines, what should I say? In the end, Uncle Kai can only say, if you also like the dubbing just now, please vote for them, to help him become the voice of the year, but also to play with him and his acting skills. After reading out this line, Uncle Kai smiled and said to the stage, now it's time for everyone's welfare, to choose the voice guru that you are interested in and invite him up to the stage. So, who do you guys want to invite up here? Number 4. The words were followed by a wave of sound that nearly toppled the roof. Undisputed. Popularly desired. Even in the lounge, everyone was chanting number 4. Next, we have Time Machine. Cheers erupted once again, and applause rolled in like a tidal wave. Lounge. Chen Yuqi smiled and said, Mr. Su, the audience is calling you very loudly. Suja smiled and said, thank you all for your love. Hot Bar patted Suja's shoulder and cheered, little Jizi, cheer up. Don't disgrace our mushroom house. Don't worry, just remember that you owe me a request. Suja glanced at Hot Bar and got up to walk towards the stage passage. It's not certain who will lose. In the live taping room, the rousing BGM plays and everyone waits with bated breath. The access door slowly rose, and inside stood an upright figure. Suja appeared in the middle of the stage with a smile on his face. Boom! Sure enough, it's little brother Suja. Awesome! Gripping! I'm on my ing knees. It's really Suja. A real human tape recorder. Really cool. The moment Suja appeared, the scene exploded again. As the hottest and none other than the hottest idol star recently, Suja had harvested countless fans. When it was determined that the fourth voice big shot was Suja, countless fans went crazy. They didn't even know that Suja was going to participate in this program this time, and no one thought that he would come and actually dare to come. The voice also allowed everyone to reacquaint themselves with a different Suja. It turns out that Suja is not only a good singer, but also has a profound knowledge of lines. Hello everyone, I'm Suja, Su is the Su from Dongpa Pork. Again with this opening line, everyone laughed. I remember when Suja first appeared in front of the camera, this was how he met everyone. From then on, they fell in love with this dead iron straight man who could obviously rely on his face to eat, but had to rely on his talent. Backstage at the show, director Su Qing was dumbfounded at the moment, her entire heart beating violently as she looked at the rising number of people online in the live broadcast room. She remembered her colleague He Jin's words, the voice is going to be on fire, that guy is an alternative, just wait to break the ratings. At that time, Su Qing just laughed and didn't answer. It was because she didn't believe it in her heart. She had invited Suja to participate in the program because of the station's requirements, and also because she knew that Suja was a good imitator. Such an ability was considered a point of interest, and coupled with Suja's own traffic, she agreed. But unexpectedly, Suja really created a miracle. The number of people in the live broadcast room was climbing like a rocket. The peak number of people on The Voice had only tried to break through 3 million. But now, the number of people online had already exceeded 5 million, and it hadn't stopped. These new viewers who came in only sent out one pop-up. The Origami Army sightseeing group has come to support Tetsuko. The screen was filled with these words. Origami, isn't that Suja's fan title? In other words, these people were here for Suja. It's so shocking. Recorded live. The host, Uncle Kai, looked at Suja and asked with a smile, as a traffic star, how did you choose to come to this stage? Suja said in a serious manner, I'm not a traffic star, and wasn't it you guys who invited me here? Uncle Kai. Seeing that Uncle Kai was baffled, Suja smiled and said, just kidding. Uncle Kai breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that this person is not here to smash the scene, he asked with a smile again, then why did you come to this stage? Is it to challenge yourself and let the audience recognize a different you? This time Uncle Kai had also learned to be smart and gave Suja a direct answer, as long as he answered yes. Sort of. Suja touched his nose. Sort of? When the words came out, Uncle Kai regretted it, Naya this mouth of mine. Suja thought for a while and said, mainly because I'm short of money, come to make money. Uncle Kai. MMP. What should I do if I want to lift the table? Wait online. Put. Ha ha ha. That's a bit too gung-ho, isn't it? Laugh me to death, didn't you guys invite me here? Uncle Kai's face is green, so funny. Worthy of being the paragraph player Suja, huh? The partners in the live broadcast room were all amused, this was too straight. Luckily, Suja in the back was still cooperative and showed everyone what is called the charm of the voice. Suja mimicked dozens of different voices on the set. The soft and cute voice of a young man, the voice of a fluttering gentleman, the voice of a magnetic uncle. It's a real eye-opener. After Suja returned to the restroom, the second round of competition began. Chapter 91, This Smile Tells the Story of Life. Lounge. Chen Yuchi and Hotba covered their mouths and laughed. The conversation between Suja and Uncle Kai just now could have killed them both. How could anyone be so straight? Asked a question like this, every celebrity basically answers it squarely, afraid that people won't realize how hard they work. Suja was good and honest. Simply a mudslide in the entertainment industry. It's so refreshingly uncluttered, too. The two of them, Do Xiao and Wang Group Expansion, gave a thumbs up and envied them in their hearts. Suja's persona was such that the words he uttered would only be treated as a joke and a paragraph by everyone. If it was the two of them saying that they lacked money to appear on the program, it would be strange if they weren't sprayed to death. Hot Bar said enviously, you're just fine, you don't even have to be nervous now. It's okay. Suja took a sip of water, his heart had no ripples, and there was even a little bit of wanting to laugh. Chen Yuchi heard the two of them chatting about this topic and did the interview as well, so Mr. Su, before you go on stage, are you also nervous? Nervous? Suja thought about it and nodded, that would definitely be nervous. If Suja said that he wasn't nervous, wouldn't it be a pretense? This pussy wasn't mellow, so he didn't want to pretend. Then how did you overcome your nervousness? Chen Yuchi was still a newcomer, and she really wanted to ask Suja, a senior, for advice. Overcome? Suthep shook his head, really gung-ho, don't get over it. Hot Bar. Yuki Chen. Do Xiao and Wang Group Excursion were laughing out loud, they just felt that Suja was really too funny. Scene. The screen in front of Suja was lifted, and everyone saw the words he had just answered to Chen Yuchi, and the audience was amused. Laughing almost to the point of laughter, Uncle Kai then announced the rules of this session. What about the magic voice this time? We will have an innovation. The voice guidance team will improvise the questions. The voice guidance group, or the three mentors, would improvise questions for Suju and the others. When the camera was given to the mentors table, Wang Gang inexplicably laughed as he explained, that's the topic I'm giving you guys, there are all kinds of laughs, aren't there? And then bring out a phrase. At this point, everyone realized what the improvised title was. And Suja was the first voice big shot to come out. What kind of performance will he, in turn, bring to the audience? Countless audiences are also looking forward to it. Okay, we'll start this time with director Lazy and Tony. Uncle Kai's words froze everyone in the lounge. Suja also laughed, he thought he was the first to appear. Dosha didn't wimp out either, and went straight into the show. He laughed out loud, just with a hint of sinister in his tone. You won't cry until you see the coffin, go to hell. This was clearly a eunuch's voice, making everyone hear it at once. And that line, too, was the villain's everyday phrase that everyone knew so well that it sucked. Then came line group Excursion, who performed, as it were, the lazy laugh from the cartoon, with the line, "Ah, pleasant goat, come and save me." When this line came out, everyone laughed. But the next rendition of Hot Fence made everyone feel a tingle in their heads. Hey! Hey hey! Little guy, wake up. If you don't wake up, the old woman will eat you. Witch! There's the old witch's laugh again. Only this time, the laughter was even more eerie, and with the using lines, it really gave people goosebumps. Live recording hall. Uncle Kai clasped his hands on his arms, pretended to shiver, and said, "Mother's on the scene, you can record this line, and if your baby doesn't listen, you'll get a fright." In the audience, certain women were dumbfounded. Good idea. That leaves Saz. The eyes of the entire room gathered on Suja. The screen was lifted in front of Suja, so the audience could clearly see his every move. Suja put down the microphone and looked at the camera, closing his eyes and brewing his emotions. After a long time, he opened them. Suja's eyes were glistening with tears, and the corners of his mouth pulled up a curve that was filled with bitterness. He smiled, but his smile was filled with sweet and sour. Helplessness, uncertainty, heartache. There are so many things I want to say in my heart, but I can only hide them with a smile. Who can understand that feeling? A 10-second performance, but it showed Suja's inner suffering and heartache. There is light in his eyes and drama in his eyes. At this moment, everyone was convinced. This acting skill, it was just too heaven-defying. Even though there wasn't a single line, it portrayed anger, sadness, pain, helplessness, and heartache to the extreme. This bitter smile tells how much heartache and helplessness, how many life situations. Gradually, someone reflected, this is the smile of Shaolin Soccer Uncle De. Like. Too similar. It's imitation to the soul. Whether it's the eyes, or the micro-expressions on the face, it's all drama. Oh my god, this is too amazing. I cried watching it, bitterness with a smile, laughter with helplessness, it's exquisite. That's right, Suja imitated a classic rendition of Shaolin Soccer Uncle D after being humiliated and learning the truth. That performance was the pinnacle of Uncle Da's explosive acting skills. At this time, it was also brought back to the stage by Suja. The scene boiled over. Suja's rendition was just too evocative. Countless people watched and laughed and cried. Chapter 92. That guy looks like a dog. Goosebumps. Ah. The acting is explosive. This is much better than those fresh meat. No wonder Suja doesn't recognize him as Flow Fresh Meat. It's obvious that he can rely on his face to eat, but he has to rely on his talent. The key is really talented. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room flew up, densely packed with words praising Suja. Su Qing was in the background, and her entire body was already about to float. Inviting Suja was really the clearest decision I've ever made. Su Qing laughed cheerfully and complimented herself in passing. Director, weren't you reluctant at first? Assistant Xiao Chen was puzzled. Little Chen ah. Su Qing suddenly said. On it, director. Xiao Chen smiled. The station's toilet, it's a bit dirty, you go and wash it tomorrow, come back and report afterward. Director, I was wrong. In this round, without any controversy, Suja won again. Even though he didn't follow the rules of laughing while adding lines, in the face of absolute strength, the rules could be changed. However, because Suja had already shown up, according to the rules of the program, it was necessary to bring another guest on stage. And so, the third most highly hailed rice cake came out. The moment Hot Bar appeared on the stage, it also drew countless applause. No one thought that rice cake was actually Hot Fence. Let's just say that Hotba is too well hidden and has too much voice molding ability. Who would have thought that behind the sinister and ruthless wolf grandmother is actually the cute and adorable national beauty girl Hot Bar? It's incredible. And then, Hot Fence provided a great listening experience. The scene was full of applause. Next, we're going to move on to the third round of the voice show, and the play they're going to be performing is Big Little Lies. As soon as Uncle Kai's words left his mouth, the entire audience was in an uproar. It was actually this classic movie again. Uncle Kai smiled and said, surprised or not? Want to see that classic scene again? Want. The audience shouted. Since we want to, let's clap like crazy and welcome the four great voices to the stage. Wow. On the stage, the lights plummeted, and four figures could vaguely be seen standing in the center of the stage. The classic BGM overture of the Dagger Society rang out, provoking the memories of countless people. The light suddenly changed, and four figures were clearly visible. Dao Xiao, Wine Group Tour, Hot Bar, and Suja. The whole place screamed. Immediately after. On the big screen, the picture began to roll. The clip of King Bull Demon forcibly marrying Zixia from The Great Sage Marries the Prince of the Great Journey to the West surfaced on the screen. After worshipping the ancestor master and drinking the FM radio, you are a member of my ox family, ha. Do Xiao plays the bull demon king with a thick voice that sounds quite flavorful. What a big marshmallow. Porky Pig appeared in the picture, and it was still Do Xiao who voiced Porky Pig. Another one person with multiple roles. It's thundering. It's raining to collect clothes. The Tang monk, on the other hand, is dubbed by Wang Tueyuan, and is already a far cry from the original. All the audience at the scene looked dumbfounded. Damn, this time it really is a group of death. Every guest put in other issues has a chance to take the first place. It's really the devil's guests, they're all monsters. The program is awesome. The acting continues. The Monkey King makes a handsome appearance wearing a golden armor battlesuit and stepping on 7 colored clouds. When Xixia Fairy saw this, she excitedly ran to Supreme Treasure. Supreme Treasure, you're finally here. This was the voice of Hot Fence, and countless people lamented that the voice was just too similar. Girl. Suja's voice line changed. The characteristics of the Monkey King's empty eyes and also a very strong monkey were presented perfectly. And the voice of ordinary people to the Supreme Treasure, there is a clear difference, but can be heard as the same voice. I do know a friend named Supreme Treasure. He has some words that he wants to say to someone named Xixia Fairy. Isn't that you? Supreme Treasure. Wasn't it you? Isn't it you? Is it you? Say it. Say it. Suja spoke faster with a hint of impatience. Hot bar, yes. Right. He said that he has returned to his former place and also hoped that you, Fairy, would find a man of your choice soon. Oh. Ha ha ha. Suja was laughing strangely, hiding the sadness in his heart. Hot bar's tone carried anxiety and also meant pouting. Don't you finish laughing with me, Supreme. Say it again. Suja weirdly shouted, my name is Chi Tian de Saint. The bull demon king reappeared. Ha, I want you dead today. Suja was startled. Banana fan. Dowei laughed. I'm going to fan the whole city to the sunside. Wang Tuan Yuan quirks, what a big ditch. The audience clenched their hands and stared unblinkingly at the big screen. When the audience saw Xixia sacrificing herself in order to crush the fatal blow for the Monkey King, the tears could no longer be held back. My intended is a gaijin. One day he will step on the 7-colored auspicious clouds to pick me up. I guess the beginning, but I can't guess this ending. The classic line appears at first glance. Wow. In Suja's expression, there was helplessness, there was struggle, but more than anything, there was deathly mourning. He wanted to catch Xixia, but the tighter and tighter the gold hoop hurt him in the eyes. Life is worse than death. But Xixia's body flew farther and farther away, and all the spectators followed Suja's emotional ups and downs, biting their lips to death. Ah. 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 Suja completely collapsed, covering his head and transforming into a hideous ape. Everyone was stunned out of their minds. This acting skill, it's too heavenly. The transformation between expressions, the inner sadness and despair were perfectly interpreted, and that mournful roar, like a sharp sword, plunged countless viewers into a sad heart, unable to calm down for a long time. The screen turned. On the city wall, there is a man and woman standing, and underneath the wall, there is a group of passers-by looking on. Looks like I shouldn't have come. It's too late for that. Is it okay to make some memories? I don't want memories. If you do, leave your people behind. This will only get my body, not my soul. I already have a lover, we won't work out, let me go. Okay, I'll let you go, but you have to kiss me. Suja moved, and with exaggerated steps, he approached Xixia's side step by step, and then, wrapped his arms around her. Across the 500 years of embrace, used up all the strength to come to your side. At this time, the love of a lifetime BGM sounded, and countless viewers burst into tears. Look, that person looks like a dog. These words were like a knife, piercing hard into everyone's chest. We can all forgive sadness, but the sad thing is that we can't forget it. We all look forward to the promise of 10,000 years, we all understand that there is no 10,000 years, because 10,000 years later we are no longer us. Curtain call, applause. Chapter 93 as solidly deserved first place. The applause endured. It wasn't just the live audience that reveled in the force renditions, but the audience in the live broadcast room, even more so. This was the mouth-sounding scene they had seen so far. Each of the 4 guests shows off their talents, and each of them has exceptional voice-over abilities. This time, I believe the 500 viewers present will be particularly entangled. Uncle Kai stood in front of the stage and laughed, it's too wonderful. Right? Right. An almost hoarse cry. The guests, for once, really blew up. Suja, in particular, brought them too many shocks. The 3 mentors began to give comments to the sound greats. Wang Gang said, I never thought that the energy contained in the group preview would be so great. Zhang Guoguan said, Do Xiao's dubbing is amazing, the span is too big, but there is no pressure. The future is bright. Zhang Tailin said, Hot Bar was perfect in today's performance. The professional molding ability and your dedicated attitude made me very touched. But Suja was the only one that no one commented on. Because Suja's dubbing no longer needed to be critiqued. Even the 3 tutors felt ashamed of themselves and were not even that qualified to critique. Good. 500 live audience members, raise the voting machines in your hands. Uncle Kai swept the stage and mobilized everyone's emotions. Who is the favorite voice of the live audience in this episode of The Voice? Please vote. The audience on stage began to pick up their voting machines, first looking to the left and right, then to their own, then pressing a certain number without hesitation. Time. The big screen starts counting the votes. Everyone's eyes were gathered on the big screen. Voice number 1 Big Tony Director Doxio, 76 votes. Number 2 Voice Biggie Slacker King Group Exposure, 76 votes. Number 3 Voice Biggie Rice Cake Hot Fence, 97 votes. Voice number 4 Biggie Time Machine Suja, 251 votes. 251 votes. The highest number of votes since The Voice began. The whole room is abuzz. This achievement did not come as a surprise to anyone. A well-deserved first place. If the first place is not him, people should suspect that the show is shady. Congratulations to Suja for being the audience's favorite voice in this episode, and congratulations to him for his upcoming entry into the annual voice extravaganza. The entire audience cheered. Little brother Suja is awesome. Awesome. This turned out perfect. There were no surprises. Very sorry for the 3 guests. If they had been on the show separately, they all would have made it to the finals. It doesn't matter, there's still a resurrection round. Although many of the spectators were delighted with Suja's victory, they still had a trace of regret. The other 3 guests were equally strong. They also didn't want to let such an excellent voice go down the drain. The recording of The Voice ends here. After the taping of the program, the audience began to leave the venue in an orderly fashion. Suja, on the other hand, went back to the restroom with a few people from Hot Bar and prepared to leave. Holding a notebook in her hand, Shin-yuchi trotted all the way to Suja and coyly said, "Mr. Su, can you sign my name?" Suja smiled gently and took the pen and paper, signing as he said, "We are almost the same age, so don't call me teacher, am I that old?" Shin-yuchi snorted a smile and asked, "Then can I call you brother Xiaoxia?" "Either is fine, as long as you don't call me uncle." Suja smiled and returned the paper and pen to Shin-yuchi. "Thanks." Shin-yuchi carefully put the notebook away, then took out her cell phone and said, "Brother Xiaoxia, can I add your V-mail?" "Okay." Suja took the phone, searched for his V signal on it, and said, "I'll add you later." "Yay! Awesome." Shin-yuchi was so happy that she was about to jump up and see Suja looking at her in amusement, and spat out her tongue. The playfulness was all over the place. "Alright, I'm leaving." Suja waved goodbye. "Goodbye little brother Xia." Shin-yuchi also waved her hand, the slightly curved corners of her mouth hanging full of joy. Going out from the staff passage, Suja saw Hot Bar, Hee-jeong, and Song-Zur waiting for him. The 3 of them were talking and laughing, especially Hot Bar, chattering non-stop and gesticulating from time to time. "Yo, the champion is here?" Hee-jeong saw Suja and smiled. "Don't, Mr. He don't milk me, in case I lose at that time, I'll have to blame you." Suja walked to the front of the 3 and said with a smile, "I'm not a poisonous milk, what are you afraid of?" Hee-jeong rolled his eyes. But Song-Zur snickered and said, "Last night, Mr. He also said that Hot Bar was a sure winner, but today oh. Wow." Hot Bar quipped, "No wonder I lost today, so it's because of Mr. He. Right? Ha ha ha, then I have to thank Mr. He. You guys are slandering." Talking and laughing, the group of people got into Hee-jeong's car and ran to their destination. Hee-jeong is the host, this time as a guest to invite Suja. Several people sing karaoke. Of course, in addition to them, Hee-jeong also invited a lot of friends. There was Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Jia, whom Suja knew, as well as people he didn't know. When they arrived at the KTV, Zhang Jia was already singing in the box, and Suja also heard Sienna messing around on the side, but it didn't affect Zhang Jia in the least. "It's very stable." Zhang Jia's eyes lit up when he saw Suja. "Xiaoxia, long time no see." "Wow. This is the legendary Xiaoxia, right?" "Hello, I'm Sienna." Xena took the initiative to greet him. "Hello Sister Na, I'm the living Xiaoxia." Suja also greeted with a smile. Suja's words made everyone in the box laugh. The atmosphere in the box was obviously a lot more active after Suja's few people came. Of course, when Suja picked up the microphone, every single person couldn't laugh anymore. No matter what song, from which era, Suja could sing it. Suja is the legendary McMaster. There's nothing he won't sing. 12 o'clock in the morning. It was late, and the party, as it were, broke up. Outside the door of the KTV, Hee-jeong touched Suja's shoulder and said, "You drive my car and send Shouty back." "Good." Suja nodded. He went to stay at Hee-jeong's place tonight. Hotba had to go back to the hotel, she had to catch an early flight tomorrow. He, you are allowed to be the escort." Hot Bar smiled sweetly. Chapter 94 Happiness. Car. Hotba wrinkled her nose. This seat was too far forward, but she couldn't find a place to adjust the seat, so she could only helplessly ask for help. "Tetsuko, help me." Suja laughed, "How stupid." Then he turned sideways and adjusted the seat for Hotba. Whoa. So handsome. Hot Fence's heart was in complete disarray. Why can Tetsuko's side face be so perfect? Half an hour later, the hotel parking lot. Suja measured Hotbar's forehead with the back of his hand and said with concern, "There's no fever either. What's wrong with you? Not feeling well?" Ha! Ha! Hotbar's entire body looked flabbergasted. "Ha, what? It's here," Suja said with a smile. "Oh." Hotba unbuckled his seatbelt and tried to get out of the car. Suja shouted, "Wait a minute." Hotbar stopped moving and looked back at Suja. "What's wrong?" "Guest, you forgot to pay the fare." "Oh." Suja nodded his cheek. Hotbar froze, staring at Suja in a daze. "What, don't even want to pay this fare?" Suja laughed lightly. "Don't forget, today you lost and I won." Hotbar's cheeks reddened. Is little Jizzy teasing her? What should I do? But in the end, it was as he wished. Sheepened the bad guy. Suja turned around, looked deeply at Hotba, rubbed her head, and laughed softly. "Do you know what the love I long for is like?" Hotba raised her eyes. Her eyes were all about him and only him. "The love I desire is this. Old trees with dead vines, old crows, fish and shrimp for dinner." Hot Fence's mind, too, was filled with longing. She thought of the two of them nestled on the couch after dinner, watching a movie and whispering. A very simple, yet beautiful life. But the next moment. Air conditioning, Wi-Fi, watermelon, sunset. "You're ugly, it's okay, I'm blind." Hot Fence? The atmosphere was gone, and Hot Fence was furious, waving his two paws, about to be housebroken. What kind of confession is this? Is this piece of dead iron planning to gaslight itself for a new one? But before she could do anything, both of her hands were clamped down by Suja's hands, and she couldn't move at all. "Damn it! Quickly let go of me. I'll bite you to death." Hotbar threatened menacingly. Suja laughed loudly. "Am I stupid or are you? Do you think I'll let go? Ah! It hurts." "Tetsuko, my hand is going to break." Hotaru frowned with what appeared to be a pained look on her face. Suja immediately scattered his hand and just wanted to apologize, but he couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. "I Lua go. You belong to the dog. Ah. Quickly spread hands." "No, quickly stop." Suja heart crying and laughing. This girl can really act. Wrong or not? Hotbar wouldn't be that stupid, must make this guy suffer a bit before he would give up. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Suja resolutely conceded. Humph. Hotbar finally let go of Suja's arm and huffed. "What just happened doesn't count. If you don't coax me properly, I won't agree." "Not promise what?" Suja asked with a smile. "You. Hotbar was about to collapse. Why is this person like this? Can't he confess properly? "I'm going to walk with you down a lot of long streets and alleys. I'm gonna walk you through a lot of spring, summer, fall, and winter. I'll take you around but not away. I'll give you warmth and peace." Suja laughed lightly. "The rest of my life is long, please teach me more." "Aha!" Hotba nodded fiercely, the corners of her eyes moist. Suja embraced her in his arms, feeling the quietness of the moment. Suja's confession this time was actually not intentional. Suja didn't know why he had suddenly said it, but it was only a matter of time before he said it. There was no need to say anything more about the feelings between them. I'm going back, La." Hotbar fluttered her big eyes, suddenly a little reluctant. This car seems to be out of gas," Suja suddenly said. "Ha? There seems to be a gas station up ahead." Hotbar thought for a moment and said that she remembered that there was. "Can't drive, this car is broken," Suja said with certainty. "How can it be? It was still driving just now." Hotbar didn't believe it. "If you don't believe me, take a look. Are all these indicator lights lit up?" "Yes." "That's bad." "What then?" "We'll just have to rest here for the night. The car will be fine tomorrow." "Really, trust me." Hotel room. Hotbar looked at Suja, who was sitting on the sofa and giggling, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. The room that the program group had booked for Suja had already checked out. Suja pathetically begs Hotba to take him in, and she can't be cruel enough to say yes. She says, "Let's make a pact, you can't cross the line tonight." "Fine." "Really? Guess what?" Hot Fence was tired of feeling tired, always feeling too tired to talk to Suja. That night, they chatted until late. It was as if they had countless topics to talk about and unlimited visions for the future. They slept steadily and deeply, with happiness written all over their dreams. Chapter 95: Detonating the Internet. Highly anticipated. The recording of the voice is over. However, the heat level has remained high for a long time, even giving people an illusion of catching up with the yearning life. Especially the voice in the night edited the 4-voice Big Shot self-introduction, as well as some small clips. In particular, Suja's "I'm Jagged" FAI segment directly triggered the entire internet. Pohaha, laughed me to death. Which big brother is this? It's also too awesome. I'm Jaggedy, if you're a brother, come hack me. I heard that number 4 is Xiao Zhizia, damn I missed the live broadcast. Ha ha ha, what a talent. The guests in this installment are too scary. Every one of them is so awesome. I'm going to catch this issue. The voice is highly sought after by netizens, and because of Suja's joining the show, the media is also swooning over it. For a while, countless people were looking forward to the 7th installment of The Voice. Some said that this was the strongest and most brutal installment of The Voice ever. But what was most shocking was Suja's dubbing ability. It was horrifying. Everyone blew off a lot of steam, but it left netizens who missed the live stream pounding their chests. They could only quench their thirst through the show's Weibo and wait for the show to air. As for finding the full version on the internet, that's a no-brainer. Uploading a full version of a movie worked privately is illegal in this world. So they could only wait. Mango. Su Qing was very excited. How could she not expect that this installment of The Voice gave her such a big surprise? Whether it was Do Xiao and Wine Group Excursion or Suzhou and Hot Bar, the strength of the 4 people was just too strong. Tonight's live broadcast, The Voice had achieved an impressive result. Number 1 in the network ratings for the same time period, beating countless variety shows. What's more, the station predicted that this installment of The Voice could possibly break 4. Such a figure had never even crossed Su Qing's mind. Even if there was only one issue that might break the record, Su Qing was satisfied. Ring ring ring. Su Qing's phone rang and she picked it up to see that it was an unfamiliar call. Picking it up, she froze. Hello? Ms. Su, are you there? Hello? The caller shouted several times before Su Qing came back to her senses and busily said, Yes, I'm here, Mr. Zhou. It's like this, can you give Mr. Su's contact information to me? I want to get to know him. Ha? Oh, it's possible. Thanks. Su Qing pressed down the excitement in her heart and agreed. If it was someone else asking for Suja's contact information, Su Qing would not give it, but this person was an exception. Because the person on the other end of the phone with a Hong Kong Prussian accent was Master Star. After hanging up the phone, Su Qing suddenly thought of a problem. Suja, it's going to be Harry. But before he could call Suzhou and tell him the good news, her cell phone rang again. Big director. Then another big director. Almost every famous director she knew called over to ask for Suja's contact information. This kid, he's really going to be on fire in outer space. Those are big directors. The next morning, when Hotba opened his eyes, he saw the perfect side of his face next to him. Hotba still had a feeling of unreality. She and Suja were actually together. And sleeping in the same bed. When I think of last night, Hotba has no face under the covers. You're awake? Suja wrapped Hotba in his arms and gave her a kiss and a peck on her forehead. Still a little shy, Hotba was about to say something when she felt as if something was pushing against her belly. She subconsciously grabbed it. Both were confused. Hiss. Suja sucked in a breath of cool air, as if it was a bit comfortable. Everyone was an adult. Hot Bar naturally knew what this was. She was now panicking. What should she do? She hurriedly retracted her hand, but in her heart there was infinite curiosity. What's wrong? Hotba blinked. It's hurt and uncomfortable. Southey looked like he was having a hard time. Ha? What then? Hotba was a little confused. Did she get it? Suja came close to her ear and said a few words, and Hotbar's entire face turned red with shame. Don't, it's too dirty. Hotba shook her head frantically. Suja moved in to whisper in her ear again. Ha? But I don't know how. Hotbar's heart jumped wildly, as if it was a bit exciting. Suja grabbed Hotba's wrist and said with a smile, I'll teach you. After lunch, Suja sent Hotbar to the airport. Jiba still had to go back to shoot the commercial. She had already dragged her feet for a morning. If she didn't go back, I'm afraid that her manager, Sisterly, would have to kill her. Before leaving, Hotbar was very reluctant to part. They confirmed their relationship in less than a day. It was the time when they were like glue, but they had to separate. Suja looked at the beaming Hotba, rubbed her head and laughed. Be good, I'll be back soon. Then you have to miss me. Hotbar puffed out her cheeks, her face full of writing. Come and coax me soon. Okay, I promise you everything, okay? Suja smiled, then hugged her. The two hugged and felt each other's heartbeats. Hurry up and go, it's going to be too late. Suja smiled and waved his hand. He had to go to Mr. He's place later as well, and he didn't know how to explain it yet. Okay. Hotbar took 3 steps back, still filled with dismay. Suja stood in place and smiled until he couldn't see Hotbar's figure at all before he turned to leave. The thought of going to Mr. He's place made Suja's brain hurt. But then he thought, could it be that last night was not an opportunity created by Ms. He for the two of them? Thinking about it, it's really possible. Otherwise you'd be singing karaoke for no reason. The car ran out of gas, and the room was checked out. Am I being set up? The more Suja thought about it, the more he agreed with himself. However, it seemed like this was not bad. Give it a shot. However, what Suja didn't know was that his embrace with Hotba happened to be captured by some reporter. The internet instantly exploded. Chapter 96, Universal Attention. Suja, where are you? Powerful explosion. The new male god Suja and the national beauty queen Hotbar embraced each other at the airport. Hotba is not sad to see you go. 3 steps forward, 1 step back. The innocent goddess has fallen. Su Chiol Hotba suspected of confirming the relationship? I'll take you to find out. Airport photo exposure, the two of them are close to each other. Joshing media denies their relationship. All the major media boards, all the headlines are photos of Sujo and Hatba hugging at the airport. In less than a morning's time, the entire network was sensationalized. The four little flower girls, the national beauty queen, the golden eagle goddess Dilly Hatba actually fell in love. Originally, many netizens did not believe, but this photo plainly and clearly recorded the intimacy of the two. Is this true or not? Paralyzed, don't lie to me, if those two get together, I'll raise my hands and feet to agree. Shio shio shio. A congratulatory message from the Sudi CP party. Joyful. Joy to all. Why is there no official confirmation of the news? Is this true or not? The goddess ran away with my man, I'm so happy. Ha, little Jizzy is awesome. The microblog hashtag Suja Hatba suspected to be in a hot relationship hashtag firmly occupied the top spot of the hot search list. Weibo almost collapsed. But neither Suja nor Hatba's signing company made any response. Everything is confusing. But the heat is high, all the media, netizens are paying attention. Kahang media. All the employees are in a hurry at the moment. Hotfan sat in his seat with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Sisterly covered her forehead and said helplessly, Missy, what time is it, and you're still smiling? This photo is so aesthetically pleasing, I want to make it into a screensaver. Hot Bar suddenly said. Sisterly. All. Is this baby's brain circuitry different from others? Miss, the whole nation is watching you now. If you're not careful, it'll put a damper on your career. Sisterly said helplessly, are you and Suja really together? Yes, he confessed to me and I said yes. Hot Bar smiled sweetly. For how long? Sisterly froze, how was she completely unaware of this? Yesterday. Hot Bar spat out her tongue and said with some embarrassment, I haven't had time to tell you, Sisterly. Sisterly felt like she was going crazy. Yesterday we were together and today we were photographed by the paparazzi, you guys did it on purpose. So what now? Sisterly's heart was tired, the PR department, the publicity department, and every department of the company were urging her to give a direction. Just admit it, we don't intend to hide it. Hot Bar said carelessly. Sisterly nodded, it would have to do for now. This was the best PR method at the moment. On Twitter, the storm continues. People are still happily discussing it. There were blessings, curses, hilarity and drama. But 10 minutes later, everyone was dumbfounded. Live well and love you slowly. Not too early, not too late, just right for you. The microblogging ended with 8 Suja. The one who sent this tweet was none other than Hot Fence's Plus V account. Boom! It's like the media is pumped up and a new frenzy has begun. In less than 5 minutes, the number of retweets on the microblogging was as high as 100,000, and the number of comments had broken 10,000. 10 minutes later, the number of retweets exceeded 500,000. In half an hour, the number of retweets exceeded 2 million. Weibo collapsed. Countless curses rang out. Twitter 404 D? Holy! I haven't even liked it yet and Twitter crashed? Suja is awesome. Lost love. Out of love. Great, really in love. Countless posts sprang up like rain in Hot Bar's posting bar. All suspicions were confirmed at this moment. Some cheered, some rejoiced, and some lost their minds. But more than that, there were blessings. Suja, this pair, in the network has a super high popularity, there are countless viewers like this with them. They had wanted them to be together for a long time, and they had finally reached it. But Suja was slow to respond. 1 hour. 2 hours. 1 day passed. Still no response. Even many celebrities, directors, and TV stations sent their blessings to the two, and Suja still had no response. It was as if the entire thing had disappeared. Now, Hot Bar's fans aren't having it. Oh my god, Hotba is brave enough to admit it, where's Suja? Manly man, you don't even dare to admit it? Why don't you say something, wimpy? Don't let us down, we're all behind you, Tetsuko. Only, these words were destined to sink like a stone without a response. Not to mention the fans, Hot Bar, Zhangjia, Huang Base, and other friends and family of Suja could not contact Suja. Suja's fans are dying of anxiety, if this continues, they will be hacked to death. This wasn't Suja's style. At this moment, the entire internet was looking for Suja. Joshing media, everyone is confused. Hot Bar was sitting dumbfounded in his chair at this time, his eyes were lifeless without a word. Suja disappeared, his cell phone was turned off, and his V-mail did not return. Sisterly is also dumbfounded, did not say that the relationship is confirmed? Did Suja think that announcing a relationship would affect his future? This man, how can he be like this? But she was most worried about Hotba, that Nini had given out her whole heart. Sisterly said guiltily, this is blamed on me, and I didn't inform Suja, and made an unauthorized response. It's not like that, it's not like that. Hotba shook her head, she didn't believe that her little Jizzy would do this to her. But, Suja, where are you? I miss you so much, come back, okay? Chapter 97, staying with you through the long years. At this time, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and 12 whole hours had passed since Hot Fence had made his love affair public. In 12 hours, Suja's whole person was like disappearing. Jiaxing Media. Let's go. Sisterly came out of her office and walked over to Hot Bar and said softly. Where to? Hotba looked up, her whole body looking frozen. Go get drunk, just pretend this never happened. Sisterly rubbed Hotba's head and said in relief, leave this to the company, it's fine. He. Hotba shook her head, I still believe him, maybe he has something hard to say. Sisterly was stunned, pulling up Hot Bar, and heading for the door. I can't say anything about you, but the most important thing right now is to fill your stomach, right? But I don't have an appetite. Hotba didn't want to go, she just wanted to stay by her cell phone. Only Sisterly didn't give her that chance and dragged her downstairs. Kim Luang Plaza. It's a commercial plaza near Jiaxing Media, and it's also the location where Hot Bar and the girls dine this time. Sisterly, where are you taking me? Hot Bar wrinkled her nose, she felt that it would be fine to eat at a random restaurant downstairs from the company. The heavens are the greatest for lost love, today Sisterly is treating you, you can eat whatever you want. Sisterly smiled. I didn't fall out of love. Hot Bar emphasized as she said, I don't want to eat. Ring ring ring. Sisterly's cell phone rang, looking at the caller ID of her cell phone, she looked at the Hot Fence and said, wait for me here, I'm going to pick up a friend. What? Friend? Before Hot Bar could finish her sentence, Sisterly hurried off and disappeared from view. Hot Bar didn't care and took out his cell phone, staring at the screen in a daze. In his heart, however, there was some bitterness, could it be that Suja really retreated from the battlefield? But then, she shook her head to discard this thought, it was impossible. Suddenly, the lights in the entire golden square went out and the big screen lit up. Hey, that student named Dilly Hotba, please turn around and look at the big screen. The familiar voice rang out, and Hotba was confused, followed by a wave of ecstasy. She turned her head and saw that in the big screen, Suja was smiling, and that smile was still so pure and clean. I hope that one day, the washing machine at home that mixed with my shirts and your pajamas. You'd eat my mushy breakfast and get mad at me. My razor and your makeup. Tossed out of sight by the dog. And we've forgotten the grandiose words of our youth that it's just that, at night, I want to go to sleep first, with my arm around me. The mornings want to wake up first and hear you breathe. At this point, the Sujo in the picture paused, his eyes like a torch, a smile storing at the corners of his mouth. I don't love you at 13 months 32 days 25 hours 61 minutes. Hotba looked incredulously at the big screen, listening to Suja's deep confession, tears could no longer be stopped. She always knew that Suja would not leave her behind. All of the surrounding spectators were also stunned at this moment. Can a confession of love still be so refreshing? 13 months and 32 days, this does not exist. Doesn't that mean, love you forever? It's so nasty. In the next moment, everyone reacted. This was Suja and Dilly Hotba who were making a lot of noise on the internet today. Instead of admitting defeat, Suja orchestrated this confession. Many girls at the scene had already cried, and they were incredibly envious in their hearts. Envious that Hot Bar had such a boyfriend. Then they looked at the boys around them, crying even more than they were, and couldn't help but ask themselves if the hand should be split. The ear-catching melody played, attracting everyone's attention. Hot Fence turned around and saw that not far away, where it was originally covered by passers-by, there was a band at some point. Suja, who was standing in front of the microphone and holding his guitar, was looking at her with a smile on his face and waving his hand. Tears, once again, seized her eyes. At this moment, not only the Hot Fences, but all the passers-by, too, were looking forward to it, hoping for it. At this moment, everyone sent applause. Walking through the people. You have to enjoy it even if you don't like it. I'm a silent being. I'm not your world, I'm your shoulder. Refuse to grow. To become what you want to be. Before you give up. Let me stay with you a little longer. I'll be with you for a while, and you can live out the answers to your feelings along the way. I'll help you turn being alone into being brave. Lost and found again. I didn't leave. Companionship is the longest confession. Suja's voice, ever so pure, mesmerized people. Suddenly, a string of balloons suddenly appeared in the air and slowly fell in the direction of the Hot Fence. Hotba looked up, there was a small gift box tied under the balloon. She reached out, grabbed the gift box, untied the string and the balloon rose into the air again, turning into a rain of roses. Opened the box, inside lying quietly a bright diamond necklace. When Hotba raised her eyes again, Suja had already appeared in front of her, took the necklace, went around behind her, and put it on for her. Hotba turned around and hugged Suja tightly, feeling the sound of his heartbeat. The applause was thunderous, and many of the audience shouted, a kiss. Kiss one. Kiss one. Before Suja could say anything, the Hot Fence, which had already been melted by the enthusiasm, had already responded. The rain of flowers in the sky, soft tones, such as candlelight lighting, that's still floating in mid-air balloons. There is also that ear-catching song, that is the most gentle sound. The whole room erupted in loud cheers once again. Many of the media came to sniff out this beautiful scene and freeze it forever. The whole of China exploded. Weibo, which had been repaired for less than an hour, crashed again. Fans on both sides sent their best wishes. The media was even more excited, and many paparazzi, who were already asleep, were woken up by phone calls and sent to squat. Suja's home in Magic City, Hot Bar's home, Joshing Media's entrance, even Hee Jong's and Huangba's homes were full of disguised paparazzi at the moment. There were even countless reporters who started rushing to the Golden Alliance Plaza. Only, Suja and Hot Fence has long been out of there. This night, countless fans were partying or beating their chests. This night was destined to belong to Suja and Hot Fence. Chapter 98 Happy Moments. Tetsuko is awesome. This confession is textbook. It's over, my girlfriend insisted I learn it. A poem plus a song, who can resist Suja's offense? If I were a woman, I'd have eaten him long ago. This is comfortable, the male god and goddess are together, it's so good. How many more young boys and girls have fallen out of love? Ha ha ha. Sujo and the two of them had announced their romance, and the internet was in an uproar. The heat simply exploded. In the days that followed, all the hot searches were almost dominated by these two. The headline sections of all the major media outlets were still Sujo and Hot Fence. The difference was that this time it was Suja's stunning confession. This huge heat pushed Suja's exposure to the highest point. Countless people began to recognize and understand Suja, began to listen to his songs, and began to watch his shows. Once contacted, they were attracted by Suja's charisma and upgraded from passers-by to fans. Only, Suja and Hot Bar disappeared from public view. No matter who it was, they couldn't find them. Of course, Huang Base, Hee Jong and the others must have known about it, but the media had no way to get any information out of them. Taking advantage of this wave of heat, Suja officially stepped into the ranks of a first-tier star. Of course the media couldn't find Suthep and Hotba because the two of them aren't even in the Magic City right now. After the confession, Suja took advantage of the chaos, holding up Hot Bar and headed to the parking lot, driving his own 12-cylinder Passat, and rushed to his hometown. For hours of driving, the two finally arrived at the destination Qinghai town. Saying it was a town, this was actually a small village, and the entire village only had about 100 households. Most of the young people have gone out to work, leaving only the elderly to stay at home. Suja's hometown is in a small village in the Magic City. The Su family still has an old mansion here, and Suja goes back every year and hires someone to clean the house once a year. In order to avoid the media, Suja chose to abduct the Hot Fence to this place. By the way, to see Su's father and mother. The old house. Looking at the mansion's environment, Hot Bar couldn't help but exclaim, the environment here is good. Suja smiled and said, that's for sure, the next season's Mushroom House can be filmed here. The old mansion was full of ancient colors and aromas, with more than a few traces of time permeating it. In the living room, there was also a photo hanging, and in the photo was a loving couple, in which the man bore a slight resemblance to Suja. Hotba looked at the photo and said, this is uncle and aunt, right? Aha! Suja nodded, his eyes a little red. At this moment, he didn't know why he had an urge to cry. It was his first time coming here, but everything here was so familiar to him. Perhaps sensing Suja's mood, Hot Bar walked to the offering table, bowed deeply, and said seriously, Uncle and Auntie, I'm Xiaoxia's girlfriend, and in the future, I will definitely take good care of Xiaoxia and be a qualified girlfriend. Suja touched his nose, took Hotba's hand and smiled, tomorrow we will go to see them. Good. The night is late. The quiet of the countryside is accompanied by the sound of frogs. 4 eyes facing each other. It felt like the temperature was rising sharply again. When a man and a woman are alone in the same room, it is inevitable that they will brush fire. Plus, today's all this gave Hot Fence a great feeling. She realized that the original Suja was so important to her. When there was no response to her confession, her heart ached hard. When Suja appeared in front of her again, as if he was a god from heaven, she was so happy that she was about to die. All of her feelings were cathartic at this moment. Step by step, she closed in on Suja. Hot Fence like clouds of green silk scattered behind her head. Suja with his fingers gently help her to straighten her hair, looking at her face that looks lazy due to nervousness. I love you. The next day, when the first rays of the morning sunlight refracted into the room, Suja opened his hazy eyes just in time to see Hot Bar, who had already woken up from his sleep, with a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth at that moment. Suja scraped her nose and asked with a smile, what are you smiling at, with the face of a nymphomaniac? Hotba hugged Suja tightly and said, I slept with my male god, I'm so excited and happy. Suja froze, how does this feel like I'd become a victim? No way. Suja rolled over and sang, causing the beautiful woman to beg for mercy once again. At noon, after having lunch, Suja took Hot Bar to pay homage to his parents. There, he told his parents that he had succeeded and that his dream of being a star had finally come true. He also told his parents that he had found a great girlfriend and that he would marry her and have children in the future so that his parents could wait for their grandchildren. Hotba said, Uncle and Auntie will turn into clouds and guard us in the sky. Suja let out a hum and muttered, I know, I've always known. Chapter 99 Walking Ratings. Suja and Hot Bar had disappeared from the public eye for 3 days. During the 3 days, the two had been on all the major headline boards. But what everyone talked about the most was where the two had gone. The media are also anxious, you say, are squatting for 3 whole days, shift rotation, overnight, but just cannot wait for this pair of walking traffic. Now Suja and Hot Fence really is the representative of the flow. If the media can get hold of their movements, that can be hera. Unfortunately, they couldn't even find anyone. Web. Suja's microblog, still stuck in that one confession poem, countless friends commented below. That song, Spend a Long Time With You, is really good. Suja is the only one who can write a special song to express his love, awesome. When can we hear this song? I can't find it on Cool Cat or Penguin either, only the live version with the crummy sound quality and those audience members' broken voices are so hard to listen to. Forget this one, it's time for Fading Sorrows and Pursuing Dreams with a red heart to go up too. Alas, Xiaozhe Z is in love, I'm glad he's off the hook, but we can't default on the songs. Even though Suja didn't release any new tweets, he always occupied the hot search list on Weibo, and this official announcement tweet was still the deserved hot search champion. It had been firmly occupying the hot search list for 3 whole days. While everyone was still chatting idly, another tweet, directly reversing the trend, became the object of countless media pursuits. Penguin, Net1, Wooshfox and XAN Lang, 4 major portals and 7 major search media such as Baidu, Gugu, together push a hot news, Suja new song is coming, Iron fans quickly come to watch. The 4 major portals and 7 major searches push Suja together. What kind of concept is this? This is the equivalent of going out with a 6-god suit, beating everything. The 3 songs, Fading Away Sorrows, Chasing Dreams with a Red Heart, and Accompanying You Through the Long Years, became popular all over the internet as soon as they were launched. The realization of life in Fading Sorrows, the persistence of dreams in Chasing Dreams, and the interpretation of love in Spending Long Years with You have touched countless origami fans. Especially after the explosion of the confession video, Suja's hotness was already about to explode, and the release of 3 singles at this time was simply a red herring. Explosive. 3 more pop songs. Countless circles were shocked. This Suju is a demon. More than a month's time, 8 songs, every one of them loved by the general public. What kind of talent is this? After the 3 songs went live on all the major platforms that night, an uproar ensued. The Wayward Life benefited greatly, with airplay soaring overnight that night. Then Fading Sorrows set a record in Penguin for single-song airplay to break 10 million in a single day, and after it was launched on the Penguin platform, it took the top spot on Penguin Music's best-selling singles chart on June 1st. Chasing Dreams' Red Heart followed closely behind, becoming the 2nd on the Hot 100 chart. The song Spend a Long Time With You, although ranked 3rd in Penguin Music, was another story in the Cool Cat Music platform. It swept to number 1 in all music category charts. Even the dominant song Manhwa Porcelain was decimated by it. Everywhere it went, not an inch of grass grew. It was evident how hot that confession video of Suja and Hot Bar was. But everyone's shock was far from over. The crew of The Voice, too, jumped in at this point. They chose to air the 8th installment of The Voice early when Suja and Hot Fence were exploding with heat. And the time, it was 9 p.m. the next day. And the program team of The Voice also posted a sweet photo of the two of them, Hot Bar and Suja, and put it in the trailer. Although this practice had the suspicion of rubbing in the heat, the effect was really good. The media, like sharks smelling blood, swarmed to The Voice again, with various headlines and arrangements. The 8th installment of The Voice is exploding with anticipation. Because in the trailer, it's clearly Suja reciting that classic monologue, Love You for 10,000 Years. Bombed! How many obsessed men and women were red-eyed by this pair of whites, and how many boys and girls with low tear points were harvested for tears? Just one paragraph of dialogue has already raised countless expectations. The next day, in the evening, everyone was sitting in front of the TV before The Voice started. In the Mango TV building, the lights were brightly lit at this time, and everyone on the program team chose to stay at the company, waiting together for that sacred moment. They had to wait for the ratings, they had to see the miracle happen with their own eyes. Some family. Turn the channel. Watch Mango, hurry up. What's going on? I'm watching it fine. Rob me of my TV. Watching The Voice. Suja's program. Didn't you say it wasn't as good as the first season? Why are you watching it again? There's Sachel. A company. Manager, I can't work overtime tonight. What's the matter, something at home? I'm going back to watch TV. What about triple pay today? Don't want it? Don't want it, I don't want any more money. No, TV you can watch reruns. A search on the internet is, this overtime can be money. It's not the same, I want to go back and watch Suja little brother. Suja is on the program? Yeah. The Voice. It was advertised everywhere last night. Grass. You should have said so earlier. Go home. Go home. Why don't I give you a ride? That's not good, is it? Are you going to make it in time? Why don't we go to my house and watch it together? It's okay. At 9 o'clock, the 8th installment of The Voice aired on time. Countless people stared at this installment with wide eyes in disbelief. As time passed, it was as if they had seen a ghost. For guests, a monster in the voice acting world. Their metallic voices without the use of any voice changers, their record-breaking ability to play 9 roles, their chilling childhood nightmare of Granny Wolf, and the most shocking of them all, the magical voice of Suja. This time the show was more than wonderful. It's simply brilliant. Suja's voice is truly the most wonderful gift from God. It's simply enviable. Finally, the four join hands to perform some of the most classic moments in the Zisha's sacrifice for love still grips them. The great sage's hopelessness still pains them. In the end, Suja uttered the line, "He looks like a dog." It also made countless people gloomy. It is said that after the ratings were tallied that night, director Su Ching took one look at the datasheet and the whole person fainted, then was sent to the hospital by ambulance. After this, Suja had an additional title, Walking Ratings. Chapter 100. The studio is established. 3 songs that solidified Suja's position in the Chinese music scene. The popularity of The Voice has added another level to his fame. More and more people paid attention to Suja. A super new star began to rise. After spending 5 days in their old home, Suja and Hot Bar returned to Magic City. Suja is still a free man and can wave as much as he wants, but Hot Bar can't. There are still a lot of notices on Hot Bar, sisterly on the phone, the tone is full of murderous intent. If she does not go back, Suja will be in danger. It just so happens that at this time, the yellow base of the friend, that is, the lawyer, to Suja called, said the studio registration success can be listed. So Suja also chose this day to take Hot Bar back to Magic City. After returning to the Magic City, Hotba devoted herself to her work, and Suja also returned to his own home. In the following 2 days, Suja also did a lot of things. For example, he rented an office in the Jinwan mansion as the studio's home base. And then, for example, recruiting people. On the 9th floor of the Golden Allure mansion, this was the home base of Suja's studio. Only, now the office is empty, desks and chairs are certainly not less, but the staff, only Suja one. It seems to have the feeling of unreliability. Suja looked at the time, some helpless, the recruitment information he released a long time ago, but up to now, a person who came to interview or not. Knock knock knock. The knock on the door sounded, Suja was delighted and said, "Come in." With a creak, the door opened and in came a familiar figure. Brother Xiaojia, or no, hello Mr. Su. Chen Yuqi walked in with a delicate smile, surveying the surroundings of the office and laughed, "Am I the first one to come for an interview?" Yuki? Suja froze, why did this girl come? Mr. Su, I'm here for the interview yo. Chen Yuqi raised the resume in her hand and stood in front of Suja. Sit down. Suja took the resume and gestured for her to sit down, wondering, aren't you an artist? Why did you come to my interview here? I just think that it's not good to be an artist, and I always think that following you, Brother Xiaojia, is more promising. Chen Yuqi smiled and gave this explanation. In fact, even Chen Yuqi herself didn't know why she did this. Her contract had expired, and she was originally considering whether to renew it or not. After hearing that Suja's studio was recruiting, she ghostly chose to come here instead of choosing to renew her contract. Everyone thought she was crazy, including herself. Okay, then let's have an interview? Suja was a bit speechless. This explanation, on first listen, sounded fake, but he couldn't think of a reason. Okay. Chen Yuqi was wearing an OL suit today, with long wavy hair, a tall figure, and a curvy front and back. Especially that black silk with high heels, full of extreme temptation. Finishing reading the resume, Suja smiled and asked, "What position are you interviewing for?" "Personal assistant," Chen Yuqi said without hesitation. Suja nodded his head. He did need a personal assistant, but before this, he already had someone in mind, and now that Chen Yuqi wanted to interview for the position, he had to think about it. "Forget it, just you." In the end, Suja still nodded his head. He smiled, "But being my personal assistant will be very tiring. Have you considered it?" "I've considered it." Chen Yuqi thought for a while and said, "In the future, that is, if there is a chance, can the studio sign me?" Suja smiled. This girl really did not give up her dream of being a star. He nodded his head and said, "I can't guarantee anything with you right now, but in the future, if the studio gets up, and you want to be an artist, the resources will surely favor you." "Wow, that's great." Chen Yuqi said excitedly. She didn't know that this decision of hers brought her many resources in the future that people wouldn't be able to envy. Can I ask, will the company prohibit relationships?" Chen Yuqi suddenly asked. Suja thought for a moment and returned, "Generally speaking, romance is not allowed between co-workers." "Oh, that's okay." Chen Yuqi nodded her head. Suja thought that Chen Yuqi agreed with her, but who knew that she looked at Suja and said with a smile, "It's fortunate that it's not forbidden to fall in love with the leader." "Suja, what do you want to do?" Over the next 3 days, Suja recruited many more people. The front desk, customer service, human resources, advertising department, business department, legal department, public relations department, and so on, all of them already had people sitting on them. Suja Studio is also considered to have all the organs, can be normal operation. On the first day of the studio's normal operation, the front desk's phone was busted. Countless advertising offers came in. Immediately after that, the Department of Commerce also fell. Invitations from major programs, countless singers inviting songs, and game endorsements, etc., all came in a swarm. The girls at the front desk and the business department, each and every one of them screamed bitterly. They received from the end of the morning, the phone has not stopped. This is not the case. Suja recruited a few more customer service, otherwise it really will become a black-hearted boss. However, Suja hadn't been the boss for enough days before he had to go back to the mushroom house. The third phase of recording for Aspire was going to start. He was going to return to the mushroom house that he had been away from for a long time, and he kind of missed it. Have little H and little O grown up yet? Do the colored lights still like to stand on the wall? What about Lao Pian and Tian Ba? Do they miss them? Moreover, Suja missed Huang Base's cooking, which had a taste of home. He was greedy and couldn't wait to go back. On top of that, there was a hot fence there, waiting for him. Chapter 101, Am I Not Your Whole World? On Wednesday, in the evening, Suja carried his duffel bag and returned to Copperbell Village. Along the way, many hospitable aunts and uncles were greeting Suja and asking him to come to their homes for dinner. Suja smiled and politely declined, saying that the family had already prepared a meal. But in fact, he was the first to arrive. Huang Base told Suju on the phone that he would be late because he and Heejong were in a play. Although Hot Bar also wants to come to the mushroom house early, she hasn't finished filming her commercial yet, so she'll be delayed a bit as well. Back at the mushroom house, Suja pushed the door in and every time he came here, he would always have a feeling of peace of mind. Woof woof. Little H was originally lying on little O, biting its ears, but when he heard the door open and saw Suja, his four little short legs ran wildly. Little O also saw Suja and also wagged its tail and chased after him. Suja half squatted and the two little ones jumped onto his body. He laughed, "Fat are you too? Woof woof. Woof woof." Little H was very happy. If Suja didn't come back, he thought he was going to be a stray dog. Wait, I'll go and put my luggage first, then I'll play with you guys. Suja put down little H and little O, turned around and walked towards the house. The two little ones followed Suja step by step, as if they were afraid that he would run away again. Returning to the house, sure enough, there was no sign of anyone coming back. Suja smiled and shook his head, put his luggage away, then took the two small bowls and dog food, and came to the gazebo. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on Suja's side face, making it even more gentle. Suja poured dog food into each of the two bowls. Little O and little H ate happily, and from time to time, looked up and looked at Suja, as if to confirm that he would not run away again. After eating their fill, the two dogs lay on Suja's lap, enjoying Suja's massage. As it happened, the live broadcast opened at this time. I can't believe I'm envious of little H and little O. So gentle. How come there's only little brother? Where are the two teachers? Where's Fatty? Finally saw Suja. My god, this has disappeared for a few days. I almost called the police. The live broadcast room had just opened in less than 5 minutes, and all kinds of pop-ups had brushed the screen, so you could imagine how explosive Suja's popularity was. Many of the viewers in the live broadcast room were new fans who had never seen Looking Forward before and were attracted by the confession video of Suja and Hot Bar. It could be said that the one who gained the most from Suja's popularity was the program group of Looking Forward. Heejin simply fell asleep and woke up laughing. Now in the circle, who didn't envy him? No matter who it is, when they see him, they have to politely call out director he, brother he. Aspire was the only super phenomenal variety show nowadays, bringing endless benefits to Heejin as well. Suja was jerking off his dog, and when he saw the camera cut over, he smiled and said, "Hello, everyone. Long time no see." In the live broadcast room, it also cleared up and started replying with "Long time no see." Suja added, "I'm the only one in the mushroom house right now, isn't everyone a little disappointed?" But the next moment, little H suddenly raised his head and protested, "Woof woof." Suja was stunned, and laughed loudly. Yes, there is also our little H, little O, colorful lamps, and the old bit of them. The live broadcast room all laughed foolishly. This little H, become a spirit? Hey, everyone, is little H cute, or little O cute? Playful, Suja asked to the camera. Of course he didn't know the audience's answer, and said to himself, I do think little O is cuter. But at this time, little H didn't comply. The dog's paw slapped on Suja's thigh. It said, I'm the cutest. The live broadcast room exploded. Grass, so gripping? What a smart dog, it is able to understand. Impossible, right? The animals in the mushroom house have all become elves. Suja also laughed as he said, You think you're cute, huh? If you think you're cute, let out a one. Little H wagged his tail, woof. Yes? Suja stroked his chin. Woof. No, you're not cute. Suja aggravated his tone. The dog's paw barreled down on Suja's thigh again. The live broadcast room cleared with 666. This clip, if you reduce it out, it's going to be the rhythm of the internet again. Squeak. The door to the mushroom house was pushed open and Hotba stood in the doorway pulling two suitcases. Suja looked back and happened to see the beautiful person that he had longed for. He smiled and stood up. Hot Bar also saw Suja, and his entire body was staggered in place. Four eyes met. The next moment, Hotba put down his luggage, ran all the way, and crashed into Suja's arms. Suja hugged Hot Bar tightly with a doting face. "You're back? Little Jizzy, I missed you so much." Hotba buried his head in Suja's chest, feeling his temperature, and only felt incomparable happiness at this moment. Couples in love are like this, separated for a while or tired of it. Especially Hot Fence is still quite sticky. This moment Dead hugged Suja, also refused to let go. Only, while they were happy, the little friends in the live broadcast room were about to cry. Holy, this is the rhythm of feeding dog food. This. Damn it, this is a program to abuse singles. First it's a food program, now it's promoted to a show of love, openly abusing dogs? So excessive. Woo woo. There was a whimper in the live broadcast room, but it was more of a flirtation, and in their hearts, they actually blessed the pair of CPs from the bottom of their hearts. Both people were good, they loved them, and they were even happier when their favorite people were together. Okay la, if you don't spread your hands, the audience is going to storm out. Suja rubbed Hotba's head and laughed. Ha? The audience? Where? It's true what they say about girls in hot love having their IQs lowered. Suja reminded, this is the Mushroom House, you're here to record the program. Hot Bar hurriedly pushed Suja away, crying without tears. Why didn't you remind me earlier? It's over, I'm going to be laughed at by the whole world. I'm not laughing at you, Suja said with a smile. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about the whole world. Hot Bar rolled his eyes. Suja laughed lightly. Am I not your whole world? The live broadcast room, pawn. This wave of dog food is very filling. Chapter 102, I'm such an old wit. Hotba blushed with shame, but nodded, then sheepishly dragged her luggage and fled to her room. Suja smiled and said to the camera, see, this is the correct means of flirting with a girl. In the future, don't call me a dead iron straight man anymore, brother upgraded. The live broadcast room furiously brushed 666. It didn't take long for Hot Fence to return to the yard again, and Little H and Little O ran to her feet and circled around her. Hee hee, later oh, sister will play with you guys later. Hot Bar squatted down and stroked the two dogs' ears. Suja looked at the sky. The sun has completely gone down. He asked, have you eaten dinner? No, as soon as I finished shooting the commercial, I flew here. I'm afraid you've waited long. Hotba's cheeks were flushed, and he accidentally showed off another wave. Suja said okay, then asked, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Cola chicken wings, is that okay? Hot Bar cocked his head, thought for a moment and said, and then a Jedi egg fried rice, you should be full. Just as he finished speaking, two voices came from the doorway. Coincidentally, we haven't eaten either, add two. I missed you guys. Huang Base and He Jiong returned. Little H and Little O are excited again, they are both so happy that they have someone to play with when everyone is back. Woof woof. So good. He Jiong and Huang Base each picked up a dog and were intimate with them. Hello, Mr. Huang, Mr. He. After Hot Bar greeted them, he stood next to Suja and shyly lowered his head. This was the first time they had met the two parents after the two of them confirmed their relationship. How could Hot Bar not be shy? Especially when facing the yellow base, she always had the feeling of meeting her father-in-law. Ah, Xiaojia, good job. Huang Base was satisfied. Ah, this kid finally got the hang of it. Ah. In the future, just wait to hold grandchildren is ah. He Jiong also gave a thumbs up and said, I also had a part in the confession planning that time, isn't it a surprise? Aha. Hot Bar was full of happiness, and when he thought of that day, his heart was piled high with happiness. Yellow Base, however, was depressed. I say you two make such a big show, also don't know to tell me, you know I was scared that day. He Jiong pointed at Suja, spread his hands and said, nah, it's none of my business. Xiaojia said to keep it a secret. I said to keep it a secret, but I didn't say to keep it a secret from Mr. Huang. Suja had an innocent face and sold He Jiong out. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed out loud. Mr. He was also too miserable, he was sold in this way. The three of them, Huang Base, He Jiong, and Hot Bar, were chatting while giving Suja a hand, and the two dogs were also playing around. The Mushroom House was a happy place. This dinner was on credit from the program, and they would have to pay it back tomorrow, or else the black-hearted Eugene would have to charge interest. It's simply more than a loan shark. The Hot Fence wanted to take a knife to chop up Eugene, but once I thought that I have a boyfriend, I can't be so rude anymore. If I scare away, where can I go to cheat another one? An hour later, dinner was ready. In the gazebo, everyone started humming and giggling and feasting. As they ate, Huang Base said, Xiaojia, Xiaodia, where did you guys go those days? This question was not only of interest to Huang Base and He Jiong, but everyone in the live broadcast room was also very interested. The entire Chinese media dug through the ground and couldn't find these two people. Where the hell did they go? After Suja gave Hot Bar a piece of chicken wing, he said, back to my hometown, by the way, to see mom and dad. Aha! Huang Base nodded as he said, it's also time to go back. When it came to this topic, everyone was silent. The atmosphere was inevitably a bit depressing. They all knew that Suja had lost both of his parents, and when this topic was mentioned, it was inevitable that they felt sorry for him. On the way to the airport this time, I came across a very interesting thing. Do you guys want to hear it? Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit depressing, Suja smiled and said, "What's so funny?" Hot Bar acted as a comic relief. "I found out that the bus is a really magical place." Suja smiled and said, "I took the bus to the airport this afternoon, then found an empty seat and sat down." Hot Bar supported his chin and listened quietly. After a few stops, there was an older woman with a young man up, and then that older woman came up next to me, and I thought about the young man giving up a seat, so I stood up and went to the side. It happened that someone got off the bus at that time, so I went to that seat and sat down. But not a moment later, the older woman stood up, gave her seat to the younger man, and then strolled and hobbled back over to me. Just kept staring at me. When Suja said this, Hot Bar's eyes went wide. It can still be like this. Huang Base also laughed and didn't say anything, but inwardly, was extremely contemptuous of this kind of moral abduction. Hejeong also shook his head, thinking about what Suja would do next. The live broadcast room was also buzzing at this time. Some say you can't let it go, some say don't bother with that, say whatever. At that time also some confused, but I, a young man, also do not care more, just think to let a seat. Thinking about what happened in the afternoon, Suja smiled and said, I stood up. A grandfather said, young man, you sit in my seat. I said no, Moncler outlet store said he was going to get off, so I sat down. But do you know what happened to the grandpa afterward? Hot Fence guessed, and that big mom theory? Got off? Hejeong guessed. Suja shook his head and laughed. The Moncler walked up to that young man and stared at him, and the youngster stood up and gave up his seat for the Moncler. Then Moncler gave me a smug look and secretly gave me a thumbs up. Moncler is very 666. Hot Bar laughed and laughed heartily. Yellow Base was also happy and said, this Moncler outlet store set, play deep na. Understand. Hejeong laughed. The live broadcast also laughed out loud, this grandpa deserves respect na. Moncler outlet store, set, fight with me, young. Moncler, I'm such an old wit. What a good Moncler jackets outlet China. Chapter 103 Revenge from the program. The crescent moon was like a girl's eyebrow, hanging curved in the night sky. After eating dinner and cleaning up the dishes, F6 of the mushroom house cooled off in the gazebo. Looking at the distant rice paddies, ponds, and listening to the frogs, it was so relaxing. Huang Base lamented, or mushroom house is good blowing the wind, chatting, comfortable. Hejeong also agreed, away from the hustle and bustle of the city, back to nature, this is the life to aspire to. Both of their tones were filled with yearning for this cozy life. But they knew that for them at this stage, this yearning was unrealistic. Having money is called aspiring to life. No money? That's torment. The two elders understood this, and so did the two juniors. Saying this, Huang Base looked at Su Zhu and asked, when you came back, didn't you hear the phone call? Nope, it didn't ring until I came back. Suja shook his head, one hand still jerking Little H's head. Little H had a cozy expression. Is it that the program group has run out of money and can't even afford to invite guests? Hot Bar narrowed his eyes and took the opportunity to blacken the program group again. Hejeong poofed out a laugh and said, it's possible, when people hear that we only have $100 to live on, which one of them would dare to come? That's right, the guests still have to be called to work by the program team. If it were me, I would definitely not come. The Yellow Base said as serious, purely forgetting, in the end, who was the flying guests to work. On the other side of the program team, Hejeong has been confused. Who did I invite and who did I piss off? You guys slandered me so much. Ring ring ring. Speak of the devil, the phone rang. Hot Fence took the initiative to raise his hand and apply to answer the phone. 10 minutes later, Hot Bar returned with a confused look on his face. What's wrong? Seeing this girl with this expression, Suja greeted her and sat down by his side. This. Hot Bar had a hellish expression. The program is getting back at us. Three puzzled voices rang out. Little H and Little O, who were lying on the ground, also raised their heads and pricked up their ears to listen. So many voices. So many people. So many orders. Hot Bar drew a big circle in front of her body to emphasize the sheer number of guests on this flight. Yellow Base searched the floor, wondering if he hadn't thrown his slippers in so long that the show had forgotten about his violent temper. Hejeong picked up his own slippers and handed them to Huang Base, saying, throw them, I'll support you this time. On the program team's side, everyone was holding back their laughter at the moment. Hejeong was especially pleased. Let you guys bully me every day, this time I'm not going to give it back hard. This time I'm going to return the favor. Especially since there are a bunch of kids coming tomorrow, it's time to let them taste the power of the program team. But when he was thinking about it, a slipper hit him on the head with a swoosh sound. Hejeong's body gave way and deftly dodged it. He arrogantly patted the non-existent dust on his shoulder and glanced at the direction of the foursome with a sneer. All the staff members of the program group looked at Hejeong without admiration, their faces full of worship. But in the live broadcast room, it was a different scene. Director He's movements are so skillful that it hurts. Seeing this scene, without knowing it in my heart, I feel some sympathy. After being bullied for so long, he finally rose up once, his heart aches for Director E. My heart goes out to Mr. E. He still didn't know that some evasive maneuvers he just thought were cool and handsome were heartbroken by everyone. What he didn't know even more was that because of this action, he followed Sha E, and #heartache he director became the #1 hot search. In the gazebo, a few people chatted for a little while longer before returning to their rooms. Everyone had also just finished their work and had been tired for a long time, so they ended the broadcast early. The next day, early morning. A few small birds chirped crisply by the window. Suja woke up from his dream, pushed open the window, and a fresh and fragrant air hit his face. It rained last night. Suja thought in his heart and turned around to see that the two of them, Hee-jeong and Hwang-base, had already gotten up. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, after some scrubbing, Suja saw Hee-jeong, who was flabbergasted, at the door. He originally wanted to greet him, but after coming to Hee-jeong's side, he also froze. What the hell? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guests. Is the show taking this place as Snow White's home? This cooking must be exhausting. I'll have to owe a large sum of money again. Suja sucked in a breath of cool air. The money for last night's food was all still on credit, the old debt had not been cleared, and this new debt had come again. Hello Mr. Hwang, I'm Ghost. Hello teacher, I'm Ru. Hello teacher, I'm Lu Wei. Hello teacher, I'm An Yueshi. Hello teacher, I'm Ziyu. I'm Cho Sung Ja. Teacher Hwang was also baffled. He had wanted to go out for a walk, but before he could go out, this was a bunch of kids popping up. How are you guys? Hwang-base greeted with a smile. No matter what, those who came are guests, not to mention that it's good to have more people. That field of rapeseed flowers, it's also time to harvest. It's a pity to let Shai get away with it. Baby he. Ghost spotted Hee-jeong in the house and greeted him excitedly, then she saw Suja and her eyes lit up. Wow. Alive Suja. Suja, hello, Ghost sister. Immediately after that, another swarm of people greeted him, and the whole room was in an uproar. Hot Bar was also woken up, rubbing her somewhat messy hair down the stairs. After seeing so many people, she smiled foolishly. Yeah, hey, I'm still dreaming, good night. Don't run. The sharp-eyed Suja pulled down Hot Bar and grunted. Don't try to play dumb, hurry up and greet the guests. After the guests changed their slippers, Hwang-base still had to put their shoes into the shoe cabinet one by one. It's over, the mushroom house blew up. Yellow Base chuckled. On the other end of the program team, Hee-jeon laughed smugly. I'll let you guys throw my shoes again. Still dare not? Chapter 104 Heartbroken Tetsuko. It's a mess, it's really peak passenger flow. Hwang-base shook his head and smiled bitterly. The program group was really ruthless this time. I think we're all about to go crazy. Hee-jeong also laughed a little, then shouted to the gazebo, Xiaoxia, you rinse some rice thinners for them, they probably haven't eaten anything this early in the morning. Got it. Suja said back, he was already boiling water. Only, this class of young people in front of him, it seems that they are also too enthusiastic, one by one catching him is all kinds of questions. How long has he been with Hot Bar? When will the new album be released? Will he have a concert? And so on. The enthusiastic Suja almost couldn't hold back. It wasn't that these guests were to blame, it was really that Suja's rise was too fast and too surprising. All told, it had only been a month and a half since Suja had re-emerged, right? And he's already a top tier. Who wouldn't envy such a promotion speed? But they only had envy in their hearts without a trace of jealousy. It's really not possible to be jealous. Who can do 8 songs a month? Who can guarantee that every song will be a hit? Who can successfully capture the hearts of the 4 little flower girls? Therefore, Suja's popularity was inevitable and could not be replicated, and they only had envy in their hearts. As a singer, Rong was the most aware of Suja's strength. She adored, Suja, if you open a concert in the future, you can be sure to notify me, I'll definitely go and support you. Me too. Everyone raised their hands unanimously. No problem. Suja nodded his head and said, I'll be going to Jia's concert as a guest at that time, so you guys can come and support the show too. Is it Mr. Zhang Jia's concert? Ghost's eyes widened, this was explosive news. Right, if you guys want to go, I can give you some tickets. Hee-jeong walked out from the house and sat next to Suja. Go. Definitely go. Lu Wei nodded his head in a hurry. There weren't many opportunities like this, so he had to go and support it. The other 3 guests, too, nodded unanimously. A short while later, Hot Bar, who had finished washing up, also came into the gazebo and greeted everyone. Looking at this pair of talented men and women, a wave of envy once again welled up in the hearts of the 6 guests. Divine face value ah. Hee-jeong looked at everyone sitting here in rows and said in amusement, the mushroom house has turned into a kindergarten today. Hello, Director He. Hwang-base was sitting upright, he was still a baby too. Bah, you shameless. Hee-jeong was filled with disgust. Ha ha ha. Everyone was amused by the pair as well. On the internet, Hee-jeong and Hwang-biao's CP, that was even hotter than Suja and Hot Bar. The tacit understanding between decades of close friends is something that others can't envy. Especially this kind of friendship is envied by everyone. Drinking rice thinning, Huang Bei suddenly said, Mr. He, why don't the two of you go out early to buy food later? That's fine. He Jiong nodded. Ghost said, don't you have to work so you can have money to buy food? Yellow Base was touched and said, Ghost, that's a great thing to say, taking the initiative to say you have to work. No, I'm really here to work. Ghost took out a pair of plastic shovels and bragged, I even brought my tools. Well. Suja looked baffled and laughed, are you here to dig? It's a pity that our earthen stove is already built up, otherwise it would have been used. Ha, you'd better forget about this one. He Jiong snorted and laughed. Since we're talking about money, I thought of a good joke. Hot Fence's eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone looked at her, and Hotba was just about to open her mouth when Ghost burst out laughing. The laugh didn't matter, but everyone was amused as they watched. A person with a low laugh point tells a joke to another person with a low laugh point, and everyone is paralyzed with laughter before the joke is even told. It took a long time for the laughter to stop. It seems like laughter can really be contagious. Suja said, everyone hold it in this time. Aha! Everyone covered their mouths. Hotba exhaled and said in a serious voice, one day, Pikachu went to Jenny Turtle to borrow some money, and Goosey Jenny Turtle said, no borrowing, no borrowing. Did you think I would just say Jenny borrow you? Ha 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 ha. After that, Hot Fist laughed himself into a little cutie first. Originally, everyone hadn't reacted yet, and after they did, they all couldn't help but laugh, but they were laughed into a little cutie. Of Hot Bar amused. But who knows, Suja picked up the sentence, at this time Jenny Turtle's mother came over, I Jenny mom. The whole audience laughed. The godly comments on the live feed came out as well. Pooh ha ha. These two are toxic. And then Jenny Turtle's dad came over and said, my Jenny dad. Pikachu borrows money from Jenny Turtle's mom's next door neighbor, who says, I'm next door to Jenny's mom. Pfft, I didn't laugh at the joke I heard Hot Bar tell, I laughed myself silly at the pop-ups. Laughing and joking, the group soon hit it off. Huang Bei thought about it and said, why don't we take the honey and dried bamboo shoots, strawberry sauce, and sell them to the villagers down there? That would make money. That's a good idea. He Jung's eyes lit up and agreed, these are all pure green and non-polluting agricultural byproducts, it'll work. Suja worried, but these things, everyone seems to have them at home, can they be sold? Everyone was silent, it made sense. Hot Bar was optimistic, she said, let's just try it, if it doesn't work, we'll think of another method. That's right. Huang Bei's eyes lit up and said to Suja, why don't you move a stereo and go to the village entrance to sell songs? Suja. Is it okay to pretend I didn't say anything? Ahaha, that's a great idea. Hot Bar clapped his hands excitedly, just like an oceanarium sea lion show. It's decided. He Joan hammered it out, Hot Bar and Ghost will lead everyone as sales, and Xiaozhu will go sing. No, I didn't agree. Suja was anxious, damn it, I don't want face off. I'll go write a sign first and hang it up for Xiaozhu. Huang Bei ignored Suja's resistance, got up and went to make preparations. The live broadcast room was laughing themselves silly, feeling that tonight's hot search could be #HeartacheLittleJizzy. Chapter 105, Extreme Enjoyment. Suja dragged his audio equipment and walked helplessly down the road. You walk faster. Hotba urged, and she said excitedly, if we make money today, we can go buy snacks. Upon hearing about snacks, Ghost and Rongrong's girl's eyes lit up, looking at Suja like he was looking at an ATM machine. Yes, I'm coming. Suja was a little hurt, is this girlfriend pro or not? Is there such a thing as a boyfriend? Lu Wei and Ziyu originally wanted to help carry the equipment, but they were rejected by Suja. Suja was not so inflated that he would let others do everything, let alone others being guests. In no time, the group arrived at the village's small square, and they parted ways here. Cheer up, Tetsuko. Hotba made a cheering gesture and then led the group in two directions to sell Mushroom House brand agricultural products. Little brother, watch out for you. Everyone said goodbye to Suja one by one. Suja inserted the microphone and looked at the few grandparents in the square, somewhat dumbfounded. Can it really make money? It's not easy to make money on a grandpa or a mom. Ding dong. Post a side quest, earn $1,000 by singing. Quest reward, calligraphy level +1. Penalty for failure, none. Time limit for the mission, half an hour. Suja was somewhat speechless as he looked at this sudden side quest. $1,000 didn't seem like much, but it wasn't easy to earn. And it's not very attractive to add one to that calligraphy grade, either. But a mosquito's leg is also meat, Suja still took the quest. Suja looked at the microphone in his hand, and his thoughts seemed to have traveled through time and space, back to his last life. In his last life, Suja was actually an amateur singer. Every time after work, if it was early, he would always perform on the streets. Not for the money, just like the feeling of being recognized. Suja's appearance caused many villagers' eyes to gather on him. Suja's old acquaintance, Auntie Lee, who often lent him tricycles, happened to be passing by at the moment. Seeing Suja holding a microphone, she curiously asked, Xiaozhu, what are you doing here? Auntie Lee, not busy today? Seeing that it was Auntie Lee, Suja was busy greeting her. Busy? Adli craned her neck, her tone was a bit helpless. I just went to the city to collect rent, there are a few tenants who are in arrears with their rent, so I had to make a trip, and I was supposed to look at a few pieces of commercial land today. Suja. You. Tough job. Feeling that Auntie Lee is an invisible tycoon. It's all customary, it's holding me back from doing farm work. Auntie Lee waved her hand and asked with a smile, Xiaoxia, are you going to put on a show for everyone? Yes, singing. Suja smiled and nodded. A big singer singing. You wait, I'll shout some audience for you. Auntie Lee took out her latest model fruit cell phone and excitedly yelled in the V-channel group. Suja smiled at this, then set up the stereo microphone and started tuning the guitar. Lightly sweeping the strings, the beautiful melody of Sunny Day washed out, attracting everyone's attention. Some children saw a good-looking little brother fiddling with something and also sat up not far from Suja, their eyes flickering as they stared at him. Grandma, what is Big Brother doing? The little girl tilted her head and asked her grandmother. Performing singing for everyone. The grandmother looked at Suja with admiration in her eyes, this child is really handsome. Then she looked at her own granddaughter, it's a pity, I wonder if Suja can wait for another 10 years or so? Finally, the guitar was tuned, and Suja looked up to see people bustling in front of him. Auntie Lee gave Suja a smug look, as if to say, I'm righteous enough, right, shouted so many people to support you. The corners of Suja's mouth rose and he gave a thumbs up, then said, I'm very thankful for everyone's support, whatever songs you want to listen to, you can order Changhua Porcelain. Sunny Day. Fade Away. A number of people in the crowd of onlookers suddenly shouted. These people, most of them were young people, or else they were all students wearing school uniforms. Originally, they didn't know that Suja was going to come to the square to perform, but after Auntie Lee's yell in the group, these young people immediately put down the work or homework they were doing and ran to come near. Success, I'll sing them all for you. Suja smiled and promised one by one. The blue and white brush strokes turned from thick to light. The peonies depicted on the bottle are just like your first makeup. The fragrance of sandalwood through the window, I know what's on my mind. On the rice paper, I put my pen to paper. The slowly flowing stream, like celadone porcelain, elegant, skillful, copper bell-like clear voice, echoing in every ear. Some of the Amazons couldn't help but applaud, although they didn't understand how powerful the song was, what they did know was that Suja sang beautifully. There were very few songs by young people that could really make them listen, but Suja had done it. Some of the children also fluttered their big eyes, looking at the handsome little brother playing the guitar in front of them, and just feeling awesome. One song after another, more and more people were in front of Suja, that pleasant singing voice, that gurgling water-like piano sound, gave countless villagers the ultimate enjoyment. When another song ended, Suja bowed and gave thanks, and the whole audience applauded thunderously. Good to hear. Tetsu is great. Even an old woman like me has to be convinced. It's awesome. Go 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 brother Xiaoxia. Many enthusiastic villagers applauded and shouted at the same time. At this moment, the live broadcast room is also wildly brush good sound ear pregnant and so on pop-ups. For anyone, Suja's singing voice is a kind of enjoyment. Enjoying the applause at this moment, Suja seemed to have returned to that world. But everything can't go back off. Inexplicably came to this world, inexplicably became an entertainer. Sometimes, Suja also felt that this was a dream. Sometimes, Suja also felt that he was lonely. That loneliness was not because of no one's company, but the strangeness of the world. It was as if he were an outsider, out of place in the world. Shaking his head and no longer thinking about those things, Suja smiled and said, Next, I'll bring you a new song. Chapter 106, You Are My Light. The light falls on your face. Lovely as ever. Every inch of you. Fill the desire. Slightly melancholic melody, slightly hoarse voice, everything is just right, everything is mesmerizing. The city a little dirty. Passers-by are in a hurry. Lonely, fragile, uneasy. It's all normal. The audience in the live broadcast room froze, the lyrics, like a sharp sword, plunged into their hearts. Hurried, wretched, and numb as if they were one with the city. But you're not the only one who's lonely, vulnerable, and restless. None of us are special, we're all weak, but don't be afraid, this is mortal life. You, with your head down and not a word. You, walking toward the gray. You, living in the depths of chaos. You begin to wait without hope. A slightly darker arrangement with magical lyrics that instantly made countless people fall in love with this song. At this moment, Suja, who was carrying a guitar, was like a god descending from the heavens, radiating a fiery light. Obviously, this song sounded so mournful, but why did they have infinite expectations in their hearts? The world is not a good place, but it's still worth fighting for. Listen well. Another great song. Suja actually knows ballads, and they're so unique. It's different from all the sultry ES out there. Sitting on the bus, listening to this song with headphones on, it feels like the world is so good you want to fly out of it. The live feeds were blowing up. The pop-ups were endless. Many folk fans began to call out to their friends, and for a while, countless new viewers, once again, began to frantically pour into the live broadcast room. Such a ballad, such a style of song, such lyrics, instantly pollinated countless ballad fans. Lonely and free, capricious and crazy. That's the impression everyone has of the song, and also of Suja. The courage to be happy. Romance lacks poetry. Silence in a sentence. It's all a riddle. Both sober and independent. No trace of delusion. We didn't say a word. Slowly suffocating. A deep loneliness, a blunt expression of the heart, comes over us. We hide our desires in gloom, we put away our unveiled compassion, we walk in silence, in a cold and depressing world. How many people listen to Suja's song and keep their own tears? This song light into the air that fell, let countless female literati obsessed. When the song ended, Suja smiled and bowed. The entire audience once again erupted in thunderous applause. Suja had been surrounded by, at a glance, at least 200 people. The nearby villagers, all attracted by Suja's song, put down their hands and came by the sound. Gradually, more and more people gathered here. Some students even ran out from the school over the wall. Teachers came to arrest them, but when they came to the small square, they couldn't walk at all. What kind of a song is this? What kind of voice is this? Ear-catching, super ear-catching. At this point, Hot Fence and the 6 guests, Hershey, were also in the crowd, clapping like crazy. Especially Hot Bar, the corners of his eyes were glistening with tears. After a long time, the applause gradually subsided, and Suja once again gave his thanks. After a pause, Hot Bar looked at Suja's eyes and asked, "The song, why don't you call it you?" This question, too, caused many people to nod their heads. They all felt that the song was perhaps even more aptly called you. Suja looked at the sky and then at the Hot Fence, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, because you are my light. Wow. Crazy. All the girls covered their mouths and looked at Suja dead in the face. Damn, what a tease. The girls squealed with envy. Hot Bar's face was red with shame. This man, how can he openly show his love in public? But the smile at the corner of her mouth couldn't be stopped. Rong's heart was infinitely envious, such a boyfriend, really an angel. Hot Bar, did he save angels in his past life? It's so enviable. The live feed has fallen too. Damn, originally moved, for no reason at all. Mouth was stuffed with a mouthful of dog food again? I can go to your sister, right? I don't watch this anymore. But then. It's so fragrant. The scene applauded again. But Suja had forgotten the most important thing. Income generation. He's here to generate revenue. You haven't earned a dime of this. Before Suja could say anything, something that made people cry and laugh happened. Little H holding a bowl, put in front of the sound equipment, then to the ground a plop, small pause on the bowl. The meaning is very obvious. Pust. Everyone was amused by Little H's behavior. This dog, too, is too smart. Crowd. Grandma, give me some money, I want. It's. The little girl looked at the dog and wanted to go up and pet it. Fine, here you go, here you go. The old grandmother took out a few coins from her pocket and gave them to her good granddaughter. The little girl got the money, excitedly ran up, put in the coins, and then jacked the dog. After 10 seconds or so, Little H puts her head away from the jerk. There is also a beautiful young lady who wants to jerk off the dog for free, but it was avoided by Little H. It looked at the young lady contemptuously, as if to say, do not give money? Still want to whore for free? Don't even think about it. And so, people lined up to give money and lined up to jerk off their dogs. Suja was completely messed up. MMP. I'm the main character. I've been singing hard all morning, but I'm not as cute as Little H. Suja covered his heart, and his little heart hurt a little. But not long after, a ding-dong made Suja smile. The side quest was completed. The rewards are also in hand. The live feeds, too, blew up. Little H is awesome. Mr. H is very atmospheric. This dog, really smart. Damn, is there a team to steal the dog? Is there a team that steals Tetsuko? Is there a team that steals Miss Fatty? Is there any for Mr. Huang? What a taste upstairs, count me in. Suja accomplished his mission perfectly and gained a lot. After singing for less than half an hour, the income broke 1,000 Ah. Suja, think about it, if you really can't mix, take Hot Fence and Small H to wander. He is responsible for singing, Small H is responsible for collecting money, Hot Fence is responsible for eating. Like, there's a little bit of careful movement going on. Chapter 107, an ordinary and fulfilling day. Get it done, call it a day, go home. Suja returned to the mushroom house with a huge amount of money of more than $1,000. It so happened that at this time, Huang Base and Heejong both came back, and following them back, there was also Golden Turtle Lu Chenyan, the teacher. Now, the little ones exploded. This is a childhood memory. Animation City at 5:30, Windmill at 6:30, it's a must in elementary school. Countless pop-ups began to swipe the screen. Huang Base and also Heejong felt that the program group had put their hearts into it this time. Although they sent 6 children over, they also sent the teacher. Suja is also a little excited, this Golden Turtle sister can really be watched grow up. When he was a kid, he even wanted to write letters and send them there. Hello guys. Golden Turtle's voice, as always. Hello Golden Turtle sister. Everyone greeted Lu Chunyan as they did in the program when they were children. This scene also made many netizens in the broadcast room cry out in tears. We have grown up. Golden Turtle's sister also began to grow old. Everything is changing, and there's no going back. In the gazebo, everyone sat and talked. Huang Bei suddenly remembered the sale of agricultural products and asked, how much did your group sell? Hot Bar hemmed and hawed and laughed, 150. What we took out, we sold out. Where's Ghost? He Jeong asked. Ghost was a little embarrassed as she said, 120, a little less. Quite a bit. This will clear the debt. Huang Bei said smilingly that the money owed to the program can finally be paid back. Everyone was so immersed in the happy atmosphere that they forgot that there was also a singing Suja. Aren't you guys going to ask me? Suja pointed at himself and suddenly remembered something and added, me and little H. Huang Bei waved his hand and said, forget it, it can earn a few dollars, so I won't hit you. Everyone stifled their laughter and stopped talking. When Lee Jeong saw this look on everyone's face, there was definitely something going on. So Lee Jeong sidestepped the situation, the harvest is not bad? That's true. Huang Bei also reacted, Xiaoxia's singing is so great, there should be a lot of harvest too. How much revenue was generated? You guys guess. Suja shook his head and just didn't say anything, letting you guys guess. Dozens? Yellow Base guessed. No. Everyone shook their heads. 100? Another shake of the head. 200, the Yellow Bases are surprised, so profitable? 1233.3. Suja pulled out a stack of old people's heads as well as quite a few coins and change. He Jeong and Huang Bei stared wide-eyed, damn, this is a robbery, right? This, you earned it? Huang Bei was a bit dumbfounded, he didn't even think about this amount. My goodness, this is too much, isn't it? He Jeong was a bit disbelieving and asked, from a fan? This can't be right. Mushroom House also had quite a few fans who came to visit, so if fans gave it, they could understand where the money came from. No. Suja shook his head, the fans were there, but the program group had already communicated with them, it was fine to give, but the face value couldn't be much. I go, awesome. Huang Bei was convinced, it seems that the quality and is born to eat this line of work This is also too showy. He Jeong also scratched his head, this was still a negative, suddenly became a rich man, some turn around. The live broadcast is also happy. Mr. He and Mr. Huang are scared silly. My little brother is just awesome. That expression so funny. Ask again. Is there a team stealing small h's? Trying to steal little h for the 10,086th time. In the gazebo, Hot Baba picked up little h and said, little h was smart today, if it wasn't for it, little Tetsuko wouldn't have been able to make so much money. Yo, what's going on? Golden Turtle asked suspiciously. So Hot Ba told the story of the day. I'll go, is little h not pretending to be a staff member of the program? Yellow Base was all stunned. Pohaha, this also has too funny, which one is so small? He Jeong said it wasn't reliable, but he himself said, maybe it's a robot dog, the kind with an intelligent chip, don't they have them now? A group of people were dumbfounded, the brain circuit of these two old men, why is it so big? Why don't you say that little h is an alien dog? But little h, indeed, is smart and inviting. Now little h's number of microblog followers on the internet is higher than Suja. Little H had long since become a first-tier star dog. And it's still a top-tier traffic kind of thing. Little H's advertising fee for endorsing dog food is a few million a year. But advertisers still flock to it. In a word, Little H cow. After chatting, everyone started to divide up the work again. Huang Bei and He Jeong were preparing to cook, and several girls, including Hot Bar, Ghost, Yurangwen, and An Yueshi, were also washing and choosing vegetables. Lu Wei, Ziyu, and Zhao Chengyu, on the other hand, were chopping firewood. As for Suja, he was chatting with Sister Golden Turtle. It couldn't be helped, the mushroom house was now too crowded, and everyone grabbed this job, so Suja could only reluctantly take a break. Two people in the gazebo, Suja played the guitar, Golden Turtle's sister is singing children's songs, to everyone in the memories of childhood. Under the bridge in front of the door. Swimming past a flock of ducks. Come on and count them. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Googa googa googa. Can't count how many ducks. These familiar children's songs instantly opened the door to everyone's memories. Everyone sang along while doing the work, and it was a joyful experience. It was an ordinary but fulfilling day at the mushroom house. Lunch was soon ready, and the gazebo was barely full. It was just a bit crowded, but it was lively. Yellow Base said, you guys eat more, you'll have your hands full in the afternoon. Lu Wei patted his chest and assured, don't worry, we're here to work, and we'll never yell and get tired. Really? Suja pointed to the field of rape flowers in the distance and said, take a look over there before you talk. Hiss. The guests were dumbfounded, it's a ing mountain of rape flowers, are you kidding me? Chapter 108, How to Offend Someone with One Word. Wow, this area isn't all going to be cut, is it? Don't worry, there's more over there. The program didn't say this at first. Normal, our program group is known for pitting the guests, and you guys dare to come, so you're considered heroes. The conversation between Suja's few people made the small group of people in the live broadcast room happy. Everywhere this went, it was waiting to be harvested. Not to mention the guests, even they are afraid to see it. Sha-e. Watching the live stream at home at the moment, eyes wide open, good thing I ran early. He hastily sent a microblog, dejected. Unexpectedly, this microblog, without warning, was sent to the microblog hot search list. Although it is not the top 3 hot searches, but it is also really a small fire. A lot of stars look at the envy of the flying. It seems that now no matter who, as long as the side of the yearning, have to take off Sha-e, isn't that a good example? As a result, countless more people began to contact the aspiring drama team. Even if they threw heavy money at it, they still wanted to exchange it for a flying guest position. It is said that the guest booking has already been lined up for the 3rd season and beyond. There are still people who are happy to be there. Magic City. Jinwon Mansion, Suja's studio. The entire studio has changed drastically, and the team has expanded to 20 people. Only, these 20 people were just barely enough. The front desk customer service landline is still busy every day. The business department has even received countless advertisements and endorsements, as well as a number of commercial shows and activities. Only those commercials are pushed away by the people of the Ministry of Commerce. The positioning they had set for Suja was a superflow representative character, and those low commercial shows would definitely not go. On the contrary, they were very interested in some big brand advertisements, which could add a lot of points to Suja's personal image. Only, there was no deal yet. There have been quite a few disagreements between the two sides over endorsement fees, which are still to be negotiated. In the office, several documents were piled up on Chen Yuchi's desk, all of which were waiting for her to read them and decide whether or not to sign them. She was now Suja's personal secretary and assistant, and in the studio, she was even the number 2, and almost all major events had to be approved by her. It could be said that she was now Suja's beloved. However, Chen Yuchi had also done a good job, taking care of the studio in a well-organized and structured manner. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded on the door, and Chen Yuchi shouted to come in. Secretary Chen, the boss has come out with another new song. The girl who came in was a bit helpless. Suja coldly came out with another song, which had disrupted their plans. When? Chen Yuchi froze, her good-looking eyes looked at the girl. Just this morning, I saw it live. The girl said, the copyright department's side has already registered the copyright at the first time, and then the commerce department's side received calls from quite a few music companies today, all of them wanting to license the song. There are also several entertainment companies that want to buy the copyright. Chen Yuchi rubbed some of her temples and waved her hand. There's no way to talk about the copyright, the song license can try to get in touch. Have they been contacted by Penguin Music? Yes, they were the first to contact us. They want the authorization to still be handed over to them. The authorization fee can be negotiated, and the charges for the songs can still give us another concession. In that case, forget it, just talk to them. Chen Yuchi nodded and said, boss should have made this decision as well. Good. After saying that, the girl retreated. Chen Yuchi stood up, took off her high heels, and let herself go in the office. After thinking about it, she searched the internet and found a clip of Suja singing and started listening to it. When little Ja brother sings, it seems like he glows. Chen Yuchi thought. Copperbell Village, Rape Field. He Jeong also came here to help cut rapeseed. Otherwise, it wouldn't be done this night. It's just too much. It wasn't long before Yellow Base and Golden Turtle came to help with their sides as well. Huang Base dove headfirst into the canola field, his hand rising up and dropping his knife. Goyu. My god, how come there are still so many Lu Wei looked at where everyone was. How did it feel as if it hadn't moved much? Suja bent over, an operation as fierce as a tiger, looked up and said, the revolution is not yet complete, comrades still need to work hard. Suddenly, the hot fence said, some people say why I have not been shooting lately. I said I have a cow at home. Suja just wanted to open his mouth to dislike, but he didn't expect Hot Bar to continue. Sheepa, no one even puts them in. Ha, this turn can be done. He Jeong laughed back. It's too boring to cut so much, let's talk about something fun. Hot Bar said with a smile. Ask everyone a question. Suja's hand movements did not stop as he asked everyone, do you know how to offend 4 people with 1 sentence? This I know. Hot Bar snatched the answer, in the 5th floor, give or take. In addition to being a foodie, Hot Bar was also an internet-addicted girl who was usually scoring points during her work breaks. Everyone laughed out loud, this is interesting. What's the meaning of this? Golden Turtle was a bit confused, she didn't play games and didn't understand the stunt for a while. Yellow Base explained, it's a game that kids play, where someone disregards the feelings of others for their own pleasure. Boo, that's rather offensive. Golden Turtle smiled cheerfully as well. I'll do it. Lu Wei also raised his hand as he said, you guys play, I'll hang up. Ha ha. It's in the same vein as the hot fence one. Then, Suja asked, then do you know how to offend 40 people with 1 sentence? That would be a bit difficult, wouldn't it? Ghost shook his head, this wouldn't. And Yueshi, however, brightened her eyes. With all due respect to the 40 people here, are they all happy colors? This answer, too, made everyone get the point. It's an adaptation of the classic dialogue from the Stars movie, right? Suja nodded and said with a smile, I have another one here that is guaranteed to be deeply offensive. What? Everyone looked at Suja curiously. Suja deliberately pinched his throat and said, Teacher, the homework hasn't been left for this class. Everyone threw rape flowers at Suja. The words were too harsh. Chapter 109, another setup for the program. Never drink freshly boiled tap water directly. By a number of bricklayers in our country, and millions of cases of clinical joint experiments show that, whether it is in the city or in the countryside, whether it is a large iron pot or an electric kettle, tap water boiled and never drink directly. Suja said in a serious manner. Everyone stopped the action of cutting rapeseed flowers, all looked at him. Hot Bar's eyes were wide open, and he said with some concern, Why? Is it bad for your health? Ghost also nodded, agreeing, what the experts say, it must be right coming. Yellow Base thought about it, hadn't heard of this saying. He asked, what's the saying here? There are also numerous speculations in the live broadcast room, and many people are still talking about it. Suja jumped a step away and laughed, because, hot mouth. Hot Bar. Everyone. Live. Then, countless rape flowers began to attack Suja, scaring him into jumping several steps. Hot Fence approached Suja step by step. This guy was just too skinny, her hand was a bit itchy. The live broadcast room laughed out loud. Ha, let you skin, now you've caused public anger, right? Suja, I'm not hiding anything, I feel like I'm going to get my ass kicked today. Shocking. A 14-year-old girl was actually 10 years old 4 years ago. What good is it to you to laugh me to death? In the rape field, the atmosphere was relaxed for a while, and even though everyone was tired too, it was nice to work and fool around at the same time. That said, Hee-jong had a question that had been bothering him for a long time. He asked, you can't eat unwashed apples, and you can't drink unboiled tap water, so why is it okay to eat apples that have been washed with tap water? When this question came out, everyone was in thought. Yeah? Why? Ghost's inquisitiveness was written all over his face. On the side, Suja grabbed the two little hands of Hot Fence's offense and laughed loudly. I know. Oh? Then what do you say? Everyone looked at Suja with amusement to see what answer this guy could come up with. Suja said in a serious manner, fighting poison with poison. Put. Ha ha ha. Little Jo is really skinny. I'm convinced. Another burst of uncontrollable laughter came from the rape field. That answer, absolutely. Huang Base laughed and scolded, don't listen to this brat, where is it like this? Everyone looked at Huang Base and asked, then why? The apple skin will retain pesticides and bacteria. Tap water as domestic water is definitely not as bad as it is thought to be. The bacteria on the skin of the washed apples will be diluted, and the amount of these bacteria is not enough to cause illness. Huang Bei smiled and gave everyone a science. So it was. It dawned on everyone that this was the real answer. But somehow, they still found that answer of Suja's interesting, and it was more like the real thing. Keeping busy until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone's results were remarkable. A large field of rapeseed has been eliminated, nearly half. Suja looked at the sky. The three elders were still busy. He was a little worried about their health. He said, Mr. Huang, everyone is working so hard today, why don't you guys go and buy more vegetables? I'll cook tonight. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Especially Lu Wei and Ghost, the few flying guests, couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Suja's cooking That was certified by Chef Huang, and every guest who came to the mushroom house and was interviewed by the media afterward appreciated Suja's cooking skills. Everyone. Hot Bar also licked his lips, feeling that his stomach was bursting with hunger. After thinking about it, Huang Base also thought about this, not to mention that he had earned a large sum of money today, and it wasn't impossible to have a big meal. So Huang Base, Hee-jong, and Golden Turtle's sister set off to the market again. This time they were going to make a big purchase. But at this time, Lee Zhizhou came with a reluctant look on his face, and he said to Suju and the others who were hard at work, Suja, that money of yours, you have to give it to the program for safekeeping. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lee Cheolgu couldn't help but take a small step back as he felt the killing intent around him. In particular, Huang Base, who hadn't gone far yet, rushed over with his sword in an aggressive manner. With that stance, Li Zhizhou was afraid that he wouldn't live long. Li Zhizhou busy waving his hand, crying and mourning, no, not return you, today you can use it as you like, the rest of the program group custody, in the future you want to use, you can come to mention. This word, he did not finish, to withdraw money can, but there are certainly conditions. But he didn't dare to say it, for fear that if he did, he wouldn't survive. Upon hearing this, Yellow Base's knife was put down and said, why? Li Zhizhou weakly said, this. It's out of order. Hot Bar was dying of anger as she huffed, we earned the money with our skills, why should we confiscate it for the program? It's not confiscation, it's custody. Li Zhizhou emphasized the word custody in an attempt to muddle through. Suja put down his sickle, looked at Li Zhizhou, and said in amusement, you know what, every year on New Year's Eve my New Year's Eve money is kept by my mom for me, but I've never seen that money. Li Zhizhou. said so reasonable, I actually have no words to say. But he can't do anything about it, he can only say stiffly, then what should I do? I also have to deliver a wimpy, Lijijo really wimpy, here almost 10 silver shaking knife he is almost crying. How about this, you don't leave, work here with us and we'll promise you how. Suja revealed a devilish smile. Lee Cheol-gu. MMP. I told you not to come. Lee Cheol-gu gritted his teeth and said, okay, but you have to bring the director along, or I won't do it. Lee Jijo sneered in his heart, you do the first day, I will do the 15th, I have to pull it back even if I die. Yellowbase laughed, took the initiative to say, that's fine, I'll trick him over later, you guys will surround him, if he runs, cut him. Everyone. This guy is so cruel, but love it. Ghost and Yurong are laughing themselves silly at this show, it's too much fun, right? The live broadcast room was also the same, clear of heartache for the program team. That's real heartache. I didn't realize that the Mushroom House F4's counterattack would come so quickly. Jean looked up to the sky and sighed, Retribution. Chapter 110, The Almighty Suja. As the sun gradually sank in the west, the sunlight fell on the rape field, and 10 silhouettes were still laboring hard. Suja, of course, they were not laboring all the time, this hot sun, where could they stand it? They were resting in the pavilion for a long time, and while the sun was not too hot, they pulled on the 2 directors of the program and hummed and puffed to cut the rapeseed flowers again. Huangbase, Heejong, and the others had already gone outside and returned from a big sweep, bringing back a lot of delicious, heat-reducing food for everyone as well. Now they were making preparations for dinner. Rapeseed field. What are you two doing? Suja yelled, startling the 2 directors who were groping for fish. I wasn't lazy. Heejin was bitter, damn it, who planted so many rapeseed flowers in the first place, let him go back to wash the toilet. He forgot that he was the one who told the program to plant more in the first place, but he didn't realize that he was the one who was screwed. Lee Cheol-gu was snickering, fortunately he pulled the director on, now this heart comfort nah. Laugh. Laugh your ass off. Heejin became infuriated and threw the rapeseed flowers in the direction of Lee Cheol-gu. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. It was such a soothing scene to watch. In other programs, which one is not the director is the sky. But here, the 2 directors are too good to be bullied. Let people look at them and want to bully them, this program, I really want to stay all the time It's just that the thoughts and the hearts of the flying guests are destined to fall through. Suddenly, the color of the sky suddenly changed and it looked like it was going to rain. Suja accelerated his speed by a few points and said, everyone step up, it's going to rain. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, and the sky that had been clear before was indeed cloudy. No one spoke much, they were all burying their heads in the sand, even the 2 directors. Wow, that's almost it. That's all that's left. Yeah, this piece is all gone. Hurry up, come on. Come on. Come on. Suja rubbed his somewhat sore shoulders and instructed, you and Ghost Sister and the girls go pull the crate and pull the rape flowers on the ground back first, leave the rest to us. Good. Hotbar nodded his head, then pulled Ghost, Yurong, and Inueshi to trot back to the mushroom house. It felt like it was going to rain any time this day, and everyone raced against the weather. By the time Hotbar and the girls came back, Suju and the others had already finished harvesting the rest of the rapeseed flowers. Came just in time, load the carts and transport them back. Lu Wei held a bundle of rapeseed flowers and put it on the crate, and a few girls began to help load the crate as well. Seeing this, Zhao Qingyu and Ziyu picked up 2 large bundles of rapeseed flowers and headed for the mushroom house. One vehicle definitely couldn't carry them all, so the 2 of them chose to manhandle them, and with a few more trips, they were almost done. When the last trip was transported, the sleet came as promised. Everyone hugged their heads and ran back to the house with giggles. It's okay, almost turned into a soupy chicken. Hotba picked up a towel and patted his toes to wipe Suja's wet hair. Suja didn't care and said, it's not very wet, it's not a problem, did you get wet? Be sure to dry off. What if I get sick? Hotba wrinkled his nose, very serious, then said, I run fast with long legs, just you were slow. Everyone took their towels, and at the moment, they suddenly had the urge to fling them on the ground. MMP. This dog food really caught me off guard. The live broadcast room is even wailing. I don't know if the show's post-production guy did it on purpose, giving the 2 a pink color. Netizens almost watched were in love themselves. This dog food, delicious or not, they have to eat it. This rain is coming and going fast. When everyone came out to the yard again, Hot Fence was jumping with excitement. Rainbow, it's a rainbow. The rainbow lazily donned its colorful coat, like a stepping bridge hanging in the sky, as if the end of the rainbow was connected to another world. It's beautiful. So pretty. Everyone lamented this gift of nature and took photos for the group. Especially Suja, everyone is scrambling to take pictures with him. At the end, Huang Base, Golden Turtle's sister, and Ijeong all came out, and we took a group photo of the mushroom house, with the rainbow hanging clearly in the sky, which was very nice. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were even making wishes. Blessed to pass section 2. Good health. Blessed not to fail the final. Okay. Stop filming for now. Huang Base greeted with a smile, you guys can drink the silver ear and pear soup as a treat. Wow. Awesome, right? There's also afternoon tea. I'm so happy. I wish I could stay at the mushroom house. Awesome. So warm. Everyone complimented as they went back inside to get their own afternoon tea. One sip and it was sweet to the core. Everyone raved about it. Huang Base and Hejeong had prepared all the ingredients long ago, and Suja only had to be responsible for frying them. After resting for a while, Suja put on his apron and was going to start showing off his cooking skills. Today's mushroom house could be considered the most sumptuous ever. Chicken and duck, beef and brisket. All kinds of vegetables, fruits, everything. Suja is considered to be able to really make a big splash for once. Wait later on, I'll make each of you too full to walk. Suja laughed and then began to shred the potatoes. That marvelous knife work appeared once again. Holy, is this for real? Pleasing to the eye. Awesome. Is Suja all-powerful? There was another loud compliment, and Suja smiled and nodded his head to accept it. Spicy and sour shredded potatoes, dominating shark's fin root, braised beef brisket with carrots, and spicy popped duck gizzards. The most mouth-watering dish was Suja's last big dish, authentic pickled fish. The aroma was so appetizing that it was almost like looking into the eyes. Goo-doo. Goo-doo. Everyone's stomachs growled uncontrollably. On the program team side, Heejin looked at Lee Keelju, and all the staff looked at Lee Keelju. The meaning of that was obvious. Lee Cheolgu said helplessly, come on, I know what to do. When he came to Suja, before he could say anything, Suja said, call your people and come over to eat together, I made your portions. Lee Cheolgu burst into tears, he was too moved. Chapter 111, Fairy Tales. The windmill squeaks and squeaks and squeaks. The scenery here is so beautiful. The sky is beautiful, the earth is beautiful. And a bunch of happy little people. Suja was cooking in the kitchen, and everyone's singing came from the hall, as if he was right back to that age when he was carrying a duffel bag. At that time, as long as the song was heard, homework and all, of course, had to stop. Okay, it's time to eat. Suja's words sounded like the most melodious voice in the world to everyone. I'll help. Wash your hands and wash your hands. I'm starving. The song stopped, and everyone started helping in droves, washing their hands and getting ready for dinner. The crew. Heejin and Lee Zhejiu glanced at each other and then said, let's go eat in batches? Okay, then I'll go first. Lee Zhejiu said and went forward, but was pulled back by Heejin. Zhejiu, you're capable, watch here so I can rest assured. Heejin said in his serious tone. Lee Zhejiu stalled, MMP, the director communicate a personal vendetta, I want to report it. Actually, there's no need to keep so many people, right? Lee Cheolgu was indignant. Yeah, I'm just going to keep one of you. Heejin smiled. Lee Cheolgu was aggrieved in his heart, damn the program team and the Mushroom House F4 were all equally ruthless. Don't worry, I'll have someone replace you later. Heejin wasn't really angry, but he really wasn't too relieved and needed Lee Zhejiu to watch the camera. Okay. Almost gritting his teeth. This scene, which happened to be captured by the camera, the live broadcast room happily, again unanimously heartbroken Director Lee. Yummy. Oh my god, it's so good. Yes. Enough of a good time. In the gazebo, everyone let out a sigh of relief as they ate. The staff of the program, on the other hand, stood aside to chuck in their food, as there just weren't enough places. Heejin really counted his conscience and gave Lee Diju a big bowl full of delicacies. Suja loudly sang, if this isn't love. Everyone heard this and followed suit, singing along. Heejin and Lee Jiozha, two old men, couldn't help but blush. I'll go to your bar. It's not enough to have 2 pairs of C-piece in a mushroom house, but you're hitting on us? Categorically opposed. But when Lee Cheolgu took the bowl from Heejin's hand, screams once again erupted from the gazebo. Shoo shoo shoo. Lu Wei even whistled. Hot Bar made a trumpet costume with his hands and said excitedly, feed one. Feed one. The atmosphere of the scene became more and more enthusiastic, and many employees of the program followed suit. Lee Zhejiu's eyes widened and looked at Heejin with some fear, as Heejin obviously picked up a spoon. Seeing this terrified expression on Lee Keelju's face, Heejin couldn't help but slap Lee Keelju's head and angrily said, what kind of expression is that? How are you going to eat without a spoon? Oh. Lee Cheolgu's heart settled down a lot, this motherer was almost scared to death. Hot Bar laughed again, Director you can't be so fierce, what if you scare away Director Lee? Everyone laughed and felt it was too funny. Heejin folded his hands and begged for mercy, gods, please let go. There was another burst of laughter before they were willing to let Heejin go, turning to continue their attack on the table of dishes. The wind was swept away, and the wine was full. The program team was also generous today, with drinks, beer, and even foreign wine being served free of charge. Drinking the drinks, Suja held his guitar and sang another children's song after another to everyone. The theme here today was called Childhood. Good to hear. Pregnant ears. I want to give you monkeys. This was Lu Wei's cry. Yuramu gave Lu Wei a slap on the back of the head and scolded with a laugh, the main man is here. Hot Bar wasn't shy anymore and laughed. That's right, don't steal my rice bowl. At the word, everyone laughed again. After the songs and drinks, everyone withdrew into the house and sat cross-legged around the small square table. Like a kindergarten teacher, Golden Turtle said, "Everybody sit down, let's do something." Heejong raised his hand and said nicely, "Sister Golden Turtle, I want to hear a story." Stories? Then how about this? Each of us tell a short story, not limited to the subject matter of the story. Jokes, ghost stories are fine. Golden Turtle proposed with a smile. This proposal is good. Lu Wei raised his hand and proposed himself. Then I'll tell everyone a joke first, is that okay? It's okay. Then let our student Lu Wei tell us a joke first, everyone applaud. Clap. Everyone sat upright, their eyes looking at Lu Wei. Lu Wei asked first, do you guys know what kind of people can't work at a gas station? Drivers? Hot Bar cocked his head back. No. Lu Wei shook his head with a smile on his face. Lazy people? Ghost said. Still not right. Lu Wei didn't let everyone guess anymore and laughed. Oily Nan. Why? Hot Bar didn't quite get it. What kind of joke is this? Grease gun. Slip off. After a little thought, Suja understood the meaning of the joke. Everyone instantly comprehended it. It's cold. It's a cold joke. Haha. It's so hot, and I still get chills. Is there a quilt? I want to get under it. Lu Wei's jokes didn't make everyone laugh, but everyone's tirades made the audience look on with amusement. What's next? Golden Turtle's eyes swept over the crowd one by one, just like the teacher's roll call in the old school days. Suja subconsciously lowered his head. It was best not to look at the teacher's eyes at this time. If he looked at the teacher's eyes, it would be the end. He would have to stand up and answer the question. It's just that what should be Suja's still can't be avoided. Mr. Xiaoxia, you'll be the next one to tell the class a story, right? Golden Turtle said with a smile. I didn't expect to get caught after all. Suja thought for a while and said, then I'll tell everyone a fairy tale. Once upon a time, in a certain town, there was a very lovely girl who was not only smart and pretty but also kind-hearted. This girl had no mother, for her mother, when she was a little girl, died of an illness. The girl's father married a new mom and the new mom brought 2 new sisters. Gradually, everyone was drawn into Suja's story. Everyone gritted their teeth when they heard that Cinderella was bullied by her stepmother and 2 sisters. Everyone was also heartily happy when they heard that Cinderella was able to go to the party. That's right, it was none other than Cinderella that Suja told everyone. Only what Suja didn't know was that this classic fairy tale, which was familiar to everyone in that world, was not available in this world. He also didn't know that at this moment in the live broadcasting room, countless children had already gathered and were listening to his storytelling attentively. Chapter 112, The Nation's Parents Are Going Crazy. Soon after, Cinderella had a grand wedding with the prince. And lived happily ever after. After Suja finished telling this story, everyone applauded. Great! Bad people deserve this. The good Cinderella deserves a happy life too. Hearing the happy ending, Hot Fence finally let go. This story, you made it up, Tetsu? Golden Turtle's eyes were full of surprise. This story was mesmerizing even to her. What if it was geared towards children? That was simply unimaginable. Sort of. Suja froze before he realized that this world might not have this story. It's so touching. Lu Wei wiped his tears, moved to tears falling from his eyes. Is there more? Yu Rong hadn't heard enough and wanted to continue listening. Seeing that the others were also looking at themselves with bated breath, Suja simply opened the system and exchanged all of the Grimm's fairy tales. It wasn't too expensive, 100,000 reputation 200 stories, not bad. Then Suja told the story of Snow White. This story was equally popular, and in that world, it was simply loved by young and old, who hadn't heard of it. Many winters ago, a queen gave birth to a little girl whose skin was as white as snow, whose cheeks were as red as apples, and whose hair was black and silky, and the queen named her Snow White. Unfortunately, the queen died before Snow White was old enough, and it wasn't long before the king married a new queen. Everyone listened to the story with great vigor, as if they were back in their childhood. At that time, everyone was still dreaming in the gentle voice of their mother. How long has it been since we've heard a bedtime story? It's been a long time, as far as I can remember. Little H barred his eyes, not really understanding what the humans were so excited about. Little O yawned, curled up into a ball, and drifted off to sleep. Suja told Snow White in a colorful way, and everyone followed the story with either anger or sadness or relief. Finally, the story came to the end. With the help of the 7 dwarfs and the prince, Snow White got a new life, and the queen got the punishment she deserved. A happy and harmonious ending also makes everyone clap their hands. When the story was finished, Suja asked, "What does this story tell everyone?" Hotba raised his hand and said, "We need to have a kind heart." Suja nodded, satisfied, and then nodded Yu Rong. Yu Ruerong thought for a moment and said, "Good people will eventually be happy, and bad people will get what they deserve." Well, that's not bad either. The corners of Suja's mouth rose as he laughed. Snow White was let go by the hunters because she was pretty. She was taken in by the 7 dwarfs, and likewise because she was pretty, she was woken up by the prince kissing her. So, kindness or not is put aside first you have to be pretty. Suja's words made everyone freeze, then speechless. This damn good sense of. They were actually speechless. But Hot Bar and the other girls chased after Suja and wanted to beat him up. Obviously such a beautiful story, why spoil it? After being lightly punched a few times, Suja added, speaking of which, I remembered another one. What? Huang Base asked as he took a sip of tea. Does everyone know why Snow White wasn't married to one of the 7 dwarfs? Suja laughed and said, obviously the dwarfs took the princess in. Speaking like that, the girls were silent. Suja sighed sadly, this world that looks at the face off. If it was changed in ancient times, wouldn't this be a story of a hero saving a beauty? Suja organized his language, ancient women faced with this situation, do you know what you would say? What to say? Everyone pursued. Ahem, Suja cleared his throat and said, if they meet a handsome one, they will say, thank you for saving your life. The little woman has no way to return the favor, so she can only give her body in return. Everyone laughed, the drama is so right. What if it's not cool? Ghost asked. Not handsome? The corner of Suja's mouth smiled, thank you for saving his life. The little girl has nothing to repay, only to be an ox in her next life to repay you for saving her life. If the woman was good looking, the hero would have said, is the girl serious? If the woman is not good looking, the hero will say, no, ma'am. Throughout history, it's all a ruse. After saying that, the whole audience burst out laughing. Such a statement is too funny. But think about it, isn't it? Is there more? Yellow Base also found it interesting, this was the first time he had heard such a statement. There is. Suja laughed, so, the ancient people's way of speaking is really artistic. In ancient times, when women went on blind dates, if they met someone they liked, they would say that their daughter's lifelong affairs were all up to her parents. Everyone nodded. What if they don't like it? They'll say again that their daughter wants to honor her parents for 2 more years. When Suja finished speaking, everyone applauded desperately. This was too much of a show. However, while Suju and the others were chatting happily, some parents were going crazy. A certain family. Daddy, I want to hear the story of Snow White. What? Princess? Daddy's never heard of it? Then I want to hear the story of Cinderella. What, Ray? Wha? I'm going to listen. Another family. Mommy, why isn't Big Brother telling a story yet? I don't think he'll tell it tonight, let's go to bed first, okay? I don't want to, I want to listen to the story. I don't want to go to sleep. Whoa. The same thing is happening in thousands of homes, and any family with children, without exception, is clamoring for a fairy tale. But no matter how much coaxing parents do or how much they make up, they can't stop their children from crying. They were falling apart. God, what's Cinderella, Snow White, where to find it? However, they learned that these stories came out of looking forward. And so, the show's phones were ringing off the hook. Countless calls began to come in, begging the program group to let Suja continue to tell the story. Jean was dumbfounded, what the hell? Chapter 113 The ratings that skyrocketed again. Ha, it's all a setup. That's a funny way of putting it, brother Xiaozhe. Why don't we say that all the old ancestors were wise? Originally, everyone was still hotly chatting about those words Suja had just said, but the live broadcast room was instantly overrun by countless pop-ups. Suja begs you to tell a story. I'm going crazy with my daughter. Snow White, Cinderella. Can you tell me anyone? Please, just one more, I'm about to collapse. Countless, densely packed pop-ups dazzled the eyes. But there was only one theme. That is, they want Suja to tell fairy tales again. These pop-ups, most of them were new viewers, who usually didn't watch variety shows. But their kids know the story from their peers and then beg their moms and dads to tell it, but how do they know what it is? And so it was that they sought out this place in droves. It was so dense with pop-ups that if you didn't turn it off, you wouldn't be able to watch the program. The Mango channel's server, it even almost went down. The number of visits had exceeded any previous online attendance. The ratings have exploded again. Jean was also dumbfounded when he learned the news. Damn, telling a few stories and it triggered the ratings? Are you sure you're not dreaming? Jinfo, Suju is really a mascot. It's incredible. The crew. Li Zhejiu had already received the news back from the station, and I heard that the customer service girl answered the phone and cried. Worked for so many years, or like today this busy? As soon as the phone hangs up, you immediately enter another one. Now when the girls hear the phone ring, they subconsciously cry. The station had no choice but to call the program. Li Zhejiu looked at Jean and asked, what should we do? Jean couldn't come up with an idea either, he said, what if we let Suja tell another one and they want to hear it again tomorrow? We're not a storytelling organization. What should we do? Li Zhejiu still asked. Jean was speechless, are you a repeater? Yeah, why don't you tell me what to do? Li Zhejiu looked like you can't help me. Whatever, let's get through this first. Heejin said helplessly, let Xiaojia tell another story and then put the kids to bed. Right now his words are better than those parents. What are you looking at me for? Li Zhijiu was shocked. I'm going to tell it? Should I go? When Suja heard this news, he was also confused. I'll go. Are kids that destructive? But tell it, it doesn't matter, he immediately agreed, adding, but this is not the way to go on, I can't tell it every day, can I? We know. Li Chiolgu thought for a while and asked, how many stories do you actually have? Why don't you put out a collection of fairy tales? Suja's eyes lit up, this was a good idea. Let's put this aside first, I'd better coax these little children first. After saying that, Suja circled back to the mushroom house through the back door. Suja's storytelling session, again, continued to begin. What he told everyone this time was the lettuce girl. This is also a classic fairy tale from Grimm's fairy tales. Lettuce, 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 let your hair down. But up came a man. The lettuce girl was astonished, for she had never seen a man before. The story continued to mesmerize the children, and the parents relaxed, then picked up their cell phones and started recording. Finally, the story finished. Suja looked at the camera, soft voice, children, you should go to bed. If you do not sleep well, the prince and princess cannot be together. If you don't sleep well, the prince and princess won't be able to be together. The live broadcast room brushed in unison, good night brother Xiaojia. Apparently, the kids obeyed. Hotba looked at Suja with a face full of admiration and said enviously, little Jizi, where did you hear all these stories from? Suja smiled and said, the first 2 years is not no work, walk around, the story heard more, it is organized and adapted into a fairy tale. Amazing. You Rong admired, no wonder in your songs, they are all stories. Really too talented. And Yueshi's eyes were also filled with starlight. Such a man was indeed too attractive. Seeing that it was still early, Heejong suggested, why don't we play a game? What to play? Huang Base asked, there were a bit too many people and the games were not easy to choose. Play black magic. Ghost said excitedly. Could be. Then group yourselves. Heejong smiled and said, sister, let's group the two of us. How does this game work? Golden Turtle nodded, then asked. Heejong explained. 2 players, one with his back turned behind him, the other people on the scene designate the same item, and through the cooperation of the other player, the player with his back turned behind him has to be able to come up with what everyone else's designated item is. The rules are simple, but a test of tacit understanding. In this game, Suja and Hotfence undoubtedly formed a team. With their ultra-perfect coordination, they also became a high-ranking player in everyone's eyes. The live broadcast room was full of show and tell. After the game was played, everyone was dismissed. It was time to rest after a hard day's work. Little H and Little O, too, had long since entered dreamland. The internet, at this point, is not quiet. Suja's 3 fairy tales gradually fermented. Many parents' eyes also lit up after hearing these stories. It's the best way to say bedtime stories like this to educate your children. Kindness is bravery, aren't these wonderful traits that they want to teach their children? And so, Suja was on fire again. Only this time it was a fire between parents. Also, the song like made Suja gain countless folk fans. Another crazy harvest of fans. However, what shocked everyone the most was the ratings of Looking Forward, which skyrocketed once again. Countless media outlets scrambled to report on it, and for a while, all the variety shows were overwhelmed. All the variety shows, they all wanted to invite Suja to participate. Chapter 114 Get 2 small ones to watch you. The evening breeze was light, Suja and Hot Bar were enjoying the peaceful time of the moment by the pond. There were no cameras, no one to disturb them, this moment belonged to each other. Tetsuko. Aha! Why are you so good, you say? Born to be. Seriously with you. This is stressing me out. Then you're done, I've got a lot of talent left to show for it. Then I shall not have to find 2 little ones to watch you for me? It's not impossible, I think it's fine. You wish. Suja wrapped his arm around Hot Bar's shoulders, her little head resting on his shoulder. Sing me a song? Hotba suddenly said. What song do you want to hear? Suja whispered softly. Stay with you through the long years. Hot Bar said sweetly, is this a song that belongs to me? Well, it was written for you. Suja smiled and gently pecked on Hotba's forehead, then softly sang the song. Moments like this were rare and beautiful, both for Suja and Hotba. They were like a young couple in high school who could only hide in a corner of the playground after the evening study hall every day to tell the story of the day. In the mushroom house, because there were too many people, Wang Base and Heejong could only give up their rooms and join Lu Wei and the others on the floor in the hall. Little H was woken up by everyone's commotion and looked at the group of land grabbers with his tail erect, a little unhappy. But after seeing Suja come, it wagged its tail again and ran to Suja's feet with a fart, pouting. Suja stroked Little H's head and comforted, be good, go to sleep and be a good dog. Seeing this scene, Rong and Yueshi clasped their hands together, their entire hearts melted by the gentle Suja. Good night, everyone. Good night, you've worked hard. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. The birds in the trees were quiet, the flowers in the garden smiled slightly, and the fish in the bathtub opened their eyes wide as they watched the children come to bed. The familiar childhood voice of Golden Turtle also accompanies everyone to sleep. Tonight, everyone should dream of that summer of their childhood. The sun pours down on the earth and a new day begins. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Suja was the first to get up, followed closely by everyone else one after another. There are 3 things to do when you get up early: watch the sheep, watch the ducks, and watch the colored lanterns. Little H and Little O also got up early and came to the gazebo. The colored lights and Little H looked at each other and confirmed that we are enemies. So, after a flurry of lights, Little H was pecked a few times, and the mushroom house was calm again. Little H and the colorful lamps and lanterns grudge has been a historical legacy. In the first season, when the colored lanterns were still small, Little H relied on his strength, but the colored lanterns were bullied badly. But now, Little H can't even touch a single hair of the colorful lantern, and he even got beaten up. Little H sighed and slumped on the wooden board, not paying any attention to colorful lantern's arrogance. The colored lights fluttered their wings as if to say, "Come on, live it up, there's a lot of time anyway." But Little H was as if he had aged 10 years in an instant and had lost hope in everything. Suja sat next to Little H and jerked one of its ears. This time of jerking the dog was Suja's most enjoyable moment. He laughed. "Luwei, Chungyu, you guys brew rice thinning and drink it, this is our breakfast." "Quite good." Luwei smiled and said, "I wanted to try it before, but this price dissuaded me." Suja pointed at the program and said, "Now eat openly, and eat as much as you want, someone will pay for it." "Xiaozha, come in for a moment." Huang Bei shouted from inside the room. "You guys eat, I'll go take a look." After saying that, Suja got up and left the gazebo. Little H, who had lost Suja, returned to that lifeless look. "House." Suja came up next to Huang Bei and asked, "What's wrong?" "These bedding I thought of throwing it up, you come to pick it up?" Huang Bei pointed to the bedding on the ground and laughed. "Pfft, Mr. Huang, what kind of lazy way is this?" Suja laughed as he walked up the stairs, still cooperating. Not a moment later, one person threw one piece, Suja all gave it a catch, and then things returned to their original places. After this, we are looking for the rapeseed to take to the sun. It was quite a nice day for it. We all worked together to spread the oleander all over the yard. Phew, it really feels like an accomplishment. Lu Wei lamented. Suja said to Hot Bar, "Fatty D, I want the world to know that this rape flower is contracted by you." Put. Everyone laughed. Wasn't that line just a magically altered bully? Huang Bei also laughed as he said, "Don't be poor, this dried prunes can be collected as well." Eh? Suja made an okay gesture. Everyone worked methodically. This hustle and bustle, and it's nearly 10 o'clock again. Because of the several flying guests, they had to catch the noon flight, so Huang Bei started to prepare the ingredients. Ghost said, "Mr. Huang, so what can we do to help you?" "Pick bean sprouts then," Huang Bei said with a smile. The girls took the bean sprouts and began to get busy. Suja walked over to take a look and laughed out loud. "You guys are picking this wrong." "Ah?" And Yueshi was confused. "You all threw away the ones you wanted and kept the ones you didn't want. What then? Rework it all." "Ah." A whimper. This time it was Chef Wang himself who cooked, and his cooking was quite good, and everyone was raving about it. The program's crew, at this time, looked at them with bated breath, and they were all hungry as well. Hijin looked at, "These are what people are," but his own stomach is also indisputable call up. Seeing this, Huang Bei brought a large pot of mixed sauce noodles to the program and laughed, "Eat." Chapter 115. The ton can't be less. "Director, let's stop filming for now, you guys eat first." Suja watched as the program team's eyes were about to turn green with hunger one by one, and was also heartbroken. "It's also possible." Hijin gave a slight nod and raised his hand. "Let's call it a day early this time and eat first." The program team usually seemed like they were going to be either you die or I live with the guests in the program, but outside the program, everyone was very good at getting along with each other. Just like Hijin and Li Zhijio, they are really good to Suja. From time to time, they helped Suja keep an eye on the program's movements, which ones he could go to and which ones he couldn't, and they were the gatekeepers. The live broadcast room was also warmed by this scene and cried. "This program is fantastic. It's almost crying, moving. Ha ha, so cute." Camera boy seems to be holding a paper cup for noodles. The staff worked hard. "Look at Fatty, you're still eating." Without warning, it began to drizzle. Suja popped up with a nervous reflex. He was going to collect the dried vegetables. Seeing this, Lu Wei and a few others followed. After a bit of work, this rush was considered a success. As for the rapeseed, it doesn't hurt to get wet, so just let it be. In this case, why don't we take advantage of the rain to cool off? Huang Bei suddenly stood up and said to everyone. Everyone was confused. "There is still work here? What more?" Ghost was mad. She hadn't even tried to do this much work in one show. What else? "Ha, scared you guys. See how scared you guys are." Yellow Base laughed out loud. "Skinning this one, and just having fun. Rest, your main task now, is to eat, and then rest." He Joan laughed. "Don't bother with this old immodest one. Everyone just sat there, looking at the gentle rain outside the pavilion, enjoying the peace of the moment. It's really beautiful here, don't even want to leave. Wrong was filled with emotion. Yeah, I love it here so much. And Yueshi also followed. While everyone chatted with you and me, Suja stood up, picked up his raincoat and put it on. Lu Wei asked, what's wrong? I don't know how long this rain will last, so I thought of building a simple shed for the old bit of them. Suja explained, then took the plastic film and set off. Let me help you. Hee-jung also stood up, then said to Lu Wei and the others who wanted to stand up, you guys just rest, leave this to us. Then, alright. Lu Wei could only sit down when he saw this, he didn't know why, he always felt uncomfortable without doing some work. Perhaps seeing through Lu Wei's thoughts, Huang Base laughed, this is the magic of the mushroom house. Everyone laughed. The other side. Hee-jung and Suja pulled up the plastic film and covered the sheet pen, which was also considered a simple shed. Then Suja took 2 apples and fed them to Lao Zhan and Tianba, who ate them with great vigor. When we returned to the gazebo again, the guests were no longer there, they had all chosen their seeds and set off Mushroom House to make their mark on their own land. It was time for them, too, to leave. A group of 7 people also said goodbye one by one. Bye, see you all later. Next time, if there's any more walk-in jobs, you can call us. Ha, this is a must. Little Ja brother, cheer up for the concert, we'll go see you then. No problem, see you then. See you. See you next time, sis. Go back, no need to see me off. The mushroom house, too, had once again returned to its usual quiet. Hee-jung sat on the rattan chair, shaking his fan, and laughed, it's quiet all of a sudden, it's still a bit unaccustomed. That's not true, there were so many people just now. Huang Base also felt that it was actually quite good to be a bit more lively. Why hasn't the new guest called yet? Hot Bar muttered. Colored lights, you're so bad. Suja suddenly bounced up from the rattan chair as color light was stealing dried plums. Hee-jung laughed, little Ja, you're so gentle with the colorful lanterns, do you like small animals a lot? Suja hugged the colorful lamp back to the wall and returned, like Fatty, it is quite fond of it. Hot Bar's eyes lit up and said, I can like small animals, to what extent do you like it? Oh. Hotba thought that it would be good to take the opportunity to get to know a wave of Suja. Suja truthfully said, let me put it to you this way, the ton can't be less. Put. The mouthful of tea Huang Base drank almost sprayed in Hee-jung's face, but fortunately he braked in time. Hot Fence small pink fist smashed on Suja, this person is too skinny. Hee-jung was also amused, this reply was also enough. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, the colored lights moved a few steps away from Suja. The live broadcast room had gone crazy with laughter. The colored lights are in danger. Laughing my ass off. Ton can't be less, my god, look at this excellent answer, it's simply the creation of the bells and whistles. Suja contracted me for a year's worth of laughs. Toxic. Ring ring ring. The phone finally rang, and the first operator of the mushroom house, Hot Fence-san, thumped and ran to answer it, followed by the short-legged little O-san. Crooked, hello, this is Mushroom House, said Hotba sweetly. Hello, I'm here as a guest. The man on the phone spoke in a Hong Kong accent. When Suja heard it, he immediately recognized who it was. The voice was highly recognizable, and there was no one else but Yellowneck. That can I order? Yellowneck asked. Yes, you can order, I'll remember. The Hot Fence student said with dedication. King Crab, abalone. Before Yellowneck could finish his sentence, he was hung up by Suja. Hot Bar cocked his head and looked at Suja, unsure. King Crab. Suja said in a firm tone, we don't have any money. Right ho. Hot Fence then woke up, they became poor again. What's wrong? Hee-jung asked as he stood in the doorway. King Crab, abalone. Hot Bar said. Pfft, this is going to kill us. Hee-jung were dumbfounded. The phone went through again, and this time it was Suja who answered. Yellowneck huffed, I haven't finished talking yet, why did you hang up? So what, abalone no, salted fish okay? King Crab is also not available, is crayfish okay? Suja smiled and said, of course, it's okay for you to bring your own, I can charge less for processing. On the other end of the phone, the Yellowneck was messing up in the air. Abalone to salted fish, King Crab to crayfish? And a processing fee? Is this place a black mushroom? Chapter 116 Madden what plum? Ring ring ring. The phone hadn't been down long before it rang again. Hot Bar and Suja looked at each other, and Suja said, answer it, there are so many guests this time too. Hotba nodded, a pickup, hello, this is Mushroom House O. Coincidentally, at this time, Huang Base, who was sitting in the gazebo, his cell phone also rang. Hee-jung and Huang Base looked at each other, this is another one? Hey, is that my great uncle? It's my great uncle. What's up, great nephew? I'm coming over for dinner later, I'll order a crab race. Success. Not bad for a great nephew. Say hello to my second uncle. Hee-jung listened from the sidelines and laughed, second uncle heard you, big nephew you slow down. The Hot Fence in the house had just memorized the dishes ordered by the guests, and had just hung up when the phone rang again. He Jiong and Huang Biao came in aggressively. It's not over yet? Did someone expose the news that we made money yesterday? We don't have any money left here either. He Jiong looked at the program team with murderous eyes. He Jin spread his hands and smiled. This is none of our business. When I answered it, the phone was ringing, and Yellow Base asked, who is it? On the other end of the line, me. Mushroom House F4, who are you? The caller is arrogant. Me, the guest, your god. God? I see you look like Sun Honlei. Huang Base laughed and scolded, I'd recognize you even if you turned into ashes. I'm not talking to you, is brother Xiaozhu around? Sun Honlei shifted his target. Yes, brother Honlei. Suja smiled and nodded. No, I'm not handsome Lei Lei. Sun Honlei emphasized, I'm Ma Dongmei. Suja asked, Ma what Mei? Ma Dongmei. Ma Dong what? Ma Dongmei. What Dongmei? Sun Honlei, Sun Honlei. Hello brother Honlei. Suja then greeted with a smile. In the mushroom house, Huang Base, He Jiong, and Hot Bar were all laughing as Suja was also too damaged. The live broadcast pop-ups were frequent. Finally someone can restrain brother Honlei. Laughing my ass off, in terms of sets, it's still me, who's the best. Looking forward to it. Extreme Man Gang is coming? Jubilee Jubilee. Suja smiled and asked, brother Honlei, what kind of food are you ordering? Buddha jumping wall. Sun Honlei said. Huang Bei snatched the answer, we've done it in the first season, Mushroom House doesn't do duplicate dishes. Then let's have a full banquet. Sun Honlei said boldly. But with a snap, the phone was hung up by Huang Base, who laughed, a member of the family, just give him some water, what meal? He Jiong gave a thumbs up and nodded, that's the reasoning. But the next moment, the phone rang again. As soon as Suja picked it up, this time it was a different person. It was Su Zheng who had been a guest on the show before, and he was recognized as soon as he opened his mouth. Suja laughed, resistant to a beating? No. No. Su Zheng also learned his lesson and said, I'll do the work, and if there's any heavy lifting work, you can arrange it for us. He emphasized the word we. Success, you come. Huang Base hung up the phone after writing down the dishes Su Zheng ordered. However, the calls came several more times. This is a higher reception than yesterday's. It's a full dozen or two. Is this a party? Suddenly, Huang Base laughed as he tapped on his cell phone's voice and a few people listened. Zhengzi, Yixing, and Silin, you guys call the Mushroom House, pretend you're guests, and scare them to death. Just pretend to order food, right? No problem. That doesn't seem too good, does it? But it's fun. After listening to the voiceover, Su Zhe and the others laughed. This group of people were still excited about catching and getting a mushroom house, and had forgotten in vain that in their group, Yellow Base was also there. Huang Base picked up his cell phone and sent out a voice, are you guys stupid? Su Zheng. Yellow Neck. Everyone in the group. The audience in the live room is laughing their asses off, its cleverness gone awry. In the gazebo. Although most of the people who came this time were pranksters, the Yellow Neck Order of King Crab really hurt everyone's feelings. Whatever, we're here to live a simple life, what do we need King Crab, what do we need Buddha jumping over the wall, what do we need bicycles for? Huang Base got angry and said to Suja who was chopping wood, give me the axe, I'll chop an axe to relieve my anger. Handing over the axe, Suja laughed. Simple, don't we have a pond? Let them go down and fish, and do whatever they catch, and there are probably quite a few crayfish in the fields, so let them catch them as well, and fertilize them in the meantime. Hot Bar stared wide-eyed and gave a thumbs up, this wave of Operation Show-Off. If it's really not possible, let them go buy the ingredients themselves. He Jiong laughed, our mushroom house is fair to all, and the processing fee is absolutely fair. Hot Fence picked up, just buy us an extra portion, and it's no cost. It's a deal. Everyone nodded in unison. Who knows, He Jin from the other end of the program team suddenly interjected, so what, count us in. Success. Count us in. Huang Base waved his hand and agreed, but said, then you guys should cooperate more later, don't drag us down. Yes. He Jin smiled deviously, when they arrive later, I'll have Zhizhou search their supplies. Li Zhizhou was confused, whiny again. Why are you searching for supplies? You think you're playing chicken? The live broadcast room is full of screens brushing 666 and heartbreaking men's gangs. Extreme Men's Gang does not yet know what will be waiting for them, what will be the set. This is also the first time that the program team has joined hands with Mushroom House to set up a flying guest. Countless viewers are looking forward to it. Chapter 117, I Just Love Soy Sauce Fishers. Copperbell Village. 3 people, Huang Nek, Yu Hoei, and Wang Sun, got down from the car, they are the flying guests of Mushroom House this time. The 3 of them were dragging their suitcases and were about to walk towards the Mushroom House. This road is long enough. Yellow Neck lamented, then he saw a grandmother sitting in front of the house reading a newspaper and drinking tea, and he counted on it. Let's go, let's get that grandmother to call the Mushroom House. Yellow Neck said triumphantly, I'll see if they can still guess that it's us. So good at this? Yu Hoei felt a bit amused, these men's gang brothers, they just love each other. Coincidentally, the audience in the live broadcast room also saw the scene and directly burst out laughing. Mushroom House. Jingle bells. The phone rang again, and a sense of fear had already set in Hot Bar's heart. She was busy shaking her head. I don't want to answer it. Suja put down his axe and walked into the house, picking up the phone. Hello? This is Mushroom House. I'm Lake's guest. The heavily accented grandmother's voice. Suja searched his memory for the voice and didn't think of who this person was. You're a guest, right? Then what dish would you like to order? Suja didn't think in the direction of mischief either. Noodles with egg, noodles with egg. On the other side of the phone, the three of them, Yellow Neck, were on the verge of crying with laughter. Success! Suja nodded, then asked, how many of you are coming? One person at the time of the mediator. The grandmother's accent was a bit strange. 11 people? Suja froze. Can't be? Not 11 people, but one person. The old granny explained. 21 people? You guys didn't come in a bus. Suja was dumbfounded. This was getting more and more outrageous. You heard wrong. Not 21 people, actually one person. The grandmother was still explaining in her strange accent. I'll go, 71 people? Suja gasped and laughed as he said, no way, the program group isn't that stupid. Ouch, hey, I've said it's just one person. The grandmother was also anxious. Why couldn't this person understand? 91. Suja did not want to speak. This grandmother, you are definitely a Yellow Neck, please drag. 250. Is a person. Oh my god, 251. Hot Fence was listening on the side and also exclaimed. Huang Base and He-Joan sniffed in, and after hearing 251 people, they silently picked up an axe and looked at the program. He-Jin quickly waved his hand. I'm not a cutie, besides how can I have the money to hire so many people? It's not like it's the Axe Gang. It seems. It makes sense. The live feed has laughed like a little cutie. Ha ha, where is grandma from? This dialect is no one. Laughing my ass off, Neck is too bad. This granny, give it a go, ha ha ha. Definitely from Sichuan, ha, my grandma has the same accent, so interesting. In the Mushroom House, everyone also heard the loud laughter of the Yellow Neck trio on the other end of the phone. Suja said fiercely, it's really Neck's prank and theirs. Hot Bar patted his small chest, scared the baby to death. No rice for them today. He-Jom and Huang Biao looked at each other. He said, let's go guard the doorway, we'll hack them to death later. Right. Chop him. Huang Base picked up a stick and said, isn't there a saying that if you're a brother, come and chop me? Chop him. Hot Bar was cheering on the side, go for Mr. Huang, go for Mr. He. Mushroom House, to fight back. Yellow Neck, three people stifle laughter, all the way to the Mushroom House, along the way also enjoy some countryside beauty, in vain do not know what kind of danger waiting for them in front. Ooh, that's their land, right? Yellow Base pointed at a field outside the Mushroom House and marveled. The rice seedlings are growing well. There's also a fish pond, so you can go down and fish later. Wang Sun also said. Yu Hui, on the other hand, was calculating whether that act just now was a bit too much. Should he say something nice later? After seeing the field scenery, the three of them pulled their suitcases and set foot on the Mushroom House. Just pushing the door, two people rushed out aggressively, both of them still holding a stick in their hands, and set it on the Yellow Neck. At that time, the two sticks were only 0.01 centimeters from my throat. Yellow Neck, at this moment, there is only one thought, if I give me another chance, I do not skin. Say, is the king crab your order? Yellow Base asked viciously. No. What do you need king crab for? I'll just eat salted fish. Yellow Neck wimped out for a second. Abalone? He-Jom made a neck-wiping motion. What abalone do you need? Salted vegetables are enough. Huang Neck agreed with the hard-working and frugal nature of the Mushroom House and affirmed, I came here to enjoy the labor, not to enjoy it, and if there's any heavy work, we'll take care of it. Good, the young comrade's ideological awareness is very high. Huang Bei smiled and put away his stick, his eyes looking dangerously at Sun. Wang Sun quickly waved his hand, Brother Base, don't intervene. You know me, you can give me white rice with soy sauce, I'm not used to eating abalone with rice. Aha, not bad. He-Jong laughed and asked, resistant to being beaten? No, resistant to being built? Resistant. The body is great. Special love to work. Wang Sun nodded his head in a hurry. Can, this session's guests, too good to lead. Suja nodded in satisfaction. Then, the Mushroom House F4, together with little H and little O, everyone's eyes were focused on Yi-Wei. His heart thumped, and he hurriedly opened his suitcase, took out his gifts, and said with a smile, Teacher Huang, this is a gift for you, this is a gift for Teacher He, and Xiaozhi Xiaotis, and I've prepared little H and little O's too. Ah! How can it be good? As the saying goes that taking a person's hand is short, eating a person's mouth is soft, once this gift came, Suju and the others were embarrassed to have a black face. Yellow Neck and Wang Sun are looking stupid, this group of people, where to learn to change face. Little H and little O spit on the teething stick, lying on the ground to play up. Yu Hui took out a few more small fans and said, isn't the weather hot? I've got it all here for you guys. Not bad, mister, you looks like a good person. Huang Base meant, unlike a certain two people, thieves are bad. Yellow neck. Wang Sun. The audience in the live broadcast room was already laughing uncontrollably. This damn, it's too funny. Chapter 118, The Recognition of the Movie Star. Come, little H, come here. Huang Base beckoned, and little H came to his side as he bit down on the teething stick. Huang Base picked up little H, then told Yellow Neck, does it look like you? Yellow Neck. Like. Too much like. He Jong applauded and laughed. Although Yellow Neck wasn't here, the mushroom house was filled with his shadow. Su Zhang had been making fun of Yellow Neck the last time he was here, and now he was really here. Huang Neck hugged little H and laughed. Even if you say that little H is like me, the key is how the little short legs are counted on my head. I clearly have long legs. After saying that, also compared two thighs. Suja nodded his head and agreed. Large intestine leg is true, the intestine of ham sausage. Everyone laughed out loud. The analogy, so appropriate. The gazebo. Come on, everyone, have some coffee. After the fun, everyone sat in the gazebo as well, chatting and drinking coffee. Hot Bar refilled everyone's coffee and proudly said, "This is coffee we grind and make ourselves." Yo, yummy. Yellow Neck praised heartily. This place, it's truly good. Yu Howei followed suit. As they chatted, Huang Neck steered the conversation towards Huang Neck's new play, and everyone gave it a fierce compliment, which made Huang Neck happy. The most bullish thing in this theater is still Brother Hong Lei's participation, and then Brother Neck cut him all the way. As soon as Huang Base finished speaking, everyone was taken aback. Huang Neck was also a bit embarrassed and said, Su Zhang also acted in the movie, but he also cut it for me. Why? Suja curiously said, what was the principle of the cut? Yellow Neck organized his words and said, they acted better than our main actors, so what's the point of keeping them? Everyone laughed at this remark. When Signs and Red Thunder found out about this, they said that I was going overboard. Yellow Neck smiled and said, I just reasoned with them. I said, I didn't pay you guys for the movie, did I? So is there a problem with cutting it? No, right? Put. Everyone is speechless. Wang Sun screamed, then what about me, the one who paid for it and cut it? Huang Base answered for Huang Neck, look at the one that's paid for, what does it matter if it's cut? Unbroken logic. Everyone was amused again. The smile on Yellow Base's face didn't stop at all. He was truly happy. And everyone could feel his feelings. The two juniors, Suja and Hot Bar, were just listening on the side, nodding from time to time. As they chatted, everyone brought the topic back to Suja. Huang Neck was really quite interested in Suja, that is, he said, do you have any ideas of entering the acting industry in the future? Me? Suja pointed at himself, thought for a while, and said, the interest is definitely there, but there is no suitable book yet. Shooting a movie, that was definitely the way to go. But Suja was not someone who casually took on a movie. With his popularity nowadays, without him having to say anything, there were already countless people from companies looking for him to shoot a movie. As long as the person goes over how much money they want, just ask. But Suja didn't want to be like this. The play he was going to act in definitely couldn't be a bad movie. Otherwise, he himself would have to look down on himself. Huang Neck appreciated this attitude of Suja, serious about the theater and even more responsible for his future self. Huang Neck revealed a piece of news. Zheng Zi told me he has a movie looking for you to play the male lead. Ha? Not a supporting role? Suja froze. He hadn't forgotten about his agreement with Su Zhang. It was just that he had always thought that he was playing a supporting role. A serious male role. Huang Neck patted Suja's shoulder and said, I've read the book, it's not bad, and it's also quite suitable for you. But I didn't get the news. Suja said. I'm breaking news, so I can't say I'll be scolded if I go back. Yellow Neck laughed and said, in the future, there's a chance we'll work together as well. Wow. Everyone in the room froze. Yellow Neck came to invite the theater too? Is Suja that popular? When Huang Neck saw how surprised the crowd was, he was surprised and asked, didn't you guys see Xiaojia's performance in that installment of The Voice? That wasn't just good dubbing anymore, the acting was even better. This was the recognition of a movie star. Everyone's eyes changed as they looked at Suja. Suja was a little embarrassed by the compliment and humbly said, blindly grasping, let everyone laugh. Anyway, I'm optimistic about you. Huang Neck was still very optimistic about Suja, and he sometimes thought in his heart that if he could have met Suja earlier, the two of them would have worked together in a good show. I will. Suja nodded seriously. After chatting, everyone began to divide up the labor again. Huang Base pointed to the fish pond and smiled, there are fish in the pond, so you guys can go fish for them, and the honey can be collected. Yo, this just came and started working? Huang Neck started to be poor again. Wang Sun, on the other hand, was more enthusiastic about his work and stood up and said, I'm good at catching fish. Do you have any tools here? Yes, there are plenty of tools in the storage room. Huang Base also got up and led Wang Sun to the storage room, which was full of tools that made Wang Sun's eyes light up. This place is for me, right? Wang Sun picked up a netting, took wire and sticks, and in no time at all, he had made a plunge net. When they returned to the yard again, Yellowneck and Suja had already changed into protective clothing, and the two of them were ready to collect the honey. Hot Bar, on the other hand, was in charge of taking the two of them, Yuhaway, to catch fish. As for the two old men of the mushroom house, they naturally went to the market to buy food. Abalone and king crab were out of the question, but Buddha jumping wall could still be had. Huang base intends to get a local chicken back, first hang at chicken soup as soup base. Success, so it's decided then? Huang base looked at everyone and asked. Yes. Everyone nodded their heads. Remembering all the calls today, Heejung asked uneasily, is it true that no one is coming today? You're asking the wrong person here, aren't you? Huang Nek narrowed his eyes and looked at the program team. Shouldn't you be asking the program team? I've heard they can be bad. Heejin and Li Zhizhou glanced at each other, not bothering to search them just now seemed too merciful. This person is going to mess things up. Chapter 119. So tenacious in learning, finally paralyzed. Buzzing. Although Suzhou and Huang Bo both wore protective suits, the densely packed bees around them were appalling. If someone with an intense phobia was here, they would probably be scared and faint. Suzhou took out the bee board from the beehive and said to Yellowneck, Brother Neck, you take the broom and gently brush it, and remember to be light in your efforts, or else these bees will get angry, and you'll be in danger then. Last time, Brother Zhangzi, he just used too much force, and he ended up getting stung all over his head. This was of course a lie to Yellowneck. Suzhou was also afraid that Yellowneck wouldn't take his words seriously, that's why he said it was so serious. Voodoo. Yellowneck swallowed his saliva and said, is it really that scary? Of course. Suzhou affirmed, especially this protective suit, it's actually not absolutely safe. Think about it, you'll definitely have to roadshow for the movie by then, right? If you get your face stung and swollen, won't you be laughed at? Yellowneck sucked in a breath of cool air. Suzhou really guessed right, he really didn't care much about angering the bees before. But now that he heard such exaggeration, Yellowneck didn't dare to push too hard and gently swept the bees. Baby bees, be good and leave, lend us your honey. Yellowneck was like coaxing a child. Suzhou snorted and said, Brother Neck, this baby you reminds me of Duo Duo. Oh? Yellowneck looked up and asked, it's Master Shifu's daughter, right? Yes. Suzhou nodded his head. What's wrong with her? Yellowneck asked while sweeping the bees. Just once Mr. Huang was almost made to cry by Duo Duo's anger. Suzhou remembered the past and also revealed a smile. What happened? As soon as he heard that old Yellow was crying, Yellowneck became interested. Suzhou smiled and said, it was when Duo Duo was in elementary school and Mr. Huang was tutoring Duo Duo on a question. The topic was like this. 1. Uncle Wang is paralyzed. 2. Uncle Wang is tenacious in his studies. 3. Uncle Wang learned several foreign languages. 4. Uncle Wang learned to play the piano. Just connect these 4 sentences with a correlative word. How would you answer, Neck? Yellowneck organized his language and said, although Uncle Wang was paralyzed, through tenacious study, he not only learned several foreign languages, but also learned to play the piano. Suzhou nodded with satisfaction and praised, that's right. But do you know how Duo Duo writes? How was it written? Yellowneck was really curious. Suzhou read, Uncle Wang not only learned multiple foreign languages, but also learned to play the piano, and he was so tenacious that he was finally paralyzed. Po ha 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 ha. Yellowneck laughed, the force was not controlled, and the baby bees buzzed with anger. Don't get excited, don't get excited. Suzhou panicked, damn it, I should have known not to tell This was getting out of hand. As soon as Yellowneck saw that the bees were about to swarm against them, he didn't dare to laugh out loud, and his face was suffocated in red. Live broadcast room. Laughing my ass off. Sure. Nothing's wrong. I'm paralyzed from exhaustion. It fits in with modern society. It's funny. All parents are the same. After a long time of holding back the laughter, Yellowneck pushed it down and the bees were swept off their feet. When the bees were almost cleaned up, Suzhou instructed again, just scrape off the beeswax and put it in the centrifuge to shake out the honey. So simple Yellowneck said, and started scraping the wax. In a short while, the two of them completed the task of collecting honey and began to return to the mushroom house. The two carried the centrifuge with a look like an alien in the movie. On the other side, the pond. The fishing team, led by Hot Fence, encountered a wave of tenacious attacks. The fish seemed unwilling to be eaten just like that, and one after another jumped up and smashed into the trio from time to time. This fish hit me. Hot Fence was aggrieved, I just wanted to eat you, why did I resist so fiercely? I got it. A fish jumped out of the water, the quick-eyed Yuhawei immediately caught it, and they managed to catch a fish. Hot Fence eyes are glowing, food she'll have to step it up too. A salvage, a failure. Fish again, fail again. Again, success. More and more fish, they caught in the basket. That's enough, let's go back? Wang Sun saw that the catching was almost done, so he was ready to go back. Okay, let's go back, we're loaded. Hot Bar felt the heavy weight in the basket and smiled with a wide-eyed smile. Go home. Yu Hawei led the way. Just as everyone was busy outside, 2 people came quietly to the mushroom house. The person in the lead wore a hat and carried a duffel bag, and didn't look like he was here to stay. The other one, who everyone would be familiar with, was clearly Piggy. But Piggy seemed to have the utmost respect for the person next to him. Jin and Lee Zhijio were confused and looked straight at the two new guests. All the members of the program team, at the moment, were full of stars. Lee Cholju turned his head, surprised. You invited? Jin was also surprised and stammered. You think can I invite it? That's true. Lee Cheolgu took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and said, with so many variety programs, it seems that there's, no one who can invite this great Buddha. What now? Jin was also flustered and actually asked Lee Zhijio. You're the director, you're asking me what to do. Lee Cheolgu said breathlessly, let's wait and see what happens. Anyway, with Piggy around, it's fine. Also, Jin suddenly smiled, our ratings, I'm afraid they're going to explode. Do you think this big man is here for Xiaojia? Lee Zhijio guessed. Is it possible? Lee Cheolgu shook his head, then nodded, it's impossible, right? To say its neck, I think it's kind of possible. That's true too. Lee Cheolgu also recognized this statement. When Hot Fence returned to the mushroom house in a flurry of excitement and saw the two men in the gazebo, the fish he was holding fell to the ground. I'm dreaming? Yu Hoei, Wang Sun, was also dumbfounded. The entire live broadcast room exploded. Chapter 120 Dubbing for the Supreme Being. Master Star. The show has brought in Master Star? Oh my god, Master Star in a variety show? Did the program group win the lottery? I feel like the funding is burning. The news of the star's participation in The Wayward Life instantly created a furor on the internet. Countless star fans began to hear about it. Even the media, the producers, the directors, all the insiders of the circle, at this moment, also turned their attention to the aspiring live broadcast. The number of people online in the live broadcast room exploded. 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, 40 million. It's been around 60 million, and the numbers have stabilized. The servers have reached maximum load. Any more people and it would have to literally blow up. Seeing this, Jin could only close the pop-up screen temporarily, otherwise, with so many people, once this pop-up screen was sent, it would have to blow up. The number of people, still rising from time to time, is really horrible. Jin, however, could not laugh. There are so many people, what if something goes wrong with the live broadcast? This is a problem that is really disturbing. But there's nothing we can do about it now, we can't turn off the live broadcast now, in case it causes a backlash from the netizens, it'll do the program more harm than good. We can only look forward to Suja's performance. Mushroom House. Star. Not only did Hot Bar stutter, but Yu Hoei and Wang Sun were also almost stunned. The background of this yearning program group was also too big, right? They've invited this big Buddha? When Piggy saw that everyone was back, he also smiled and greeted, hello everyone. Why are you here, little pig? It was only then that Wang Sun realized Piggy. Piggy covered his heart and said in agony, I've been standing here for so long and you guys didn't realize me? Everyone shook their heads. Piggy? Ha ha. Zhou Xingqi laughed and said, looks like my charm is unstoppable. Then Piggy introduced everyone to each other, and Star looked left and right as if looking for something. Seeing this, Hot Bar asked, Master Star, are you looking for Brother Neck? He's gone to collect honey. Zhou Xingqi just smiled and nodded. Everyone's hearts were clear, it was really because of Yellow Neck. We all know that Huang Nek and Zhou Xingqi have had a working relationship and have a good personal relationship, so we may have come to find an old friend to catch up. Not long after, a voice came from the doorway. I can't believe Duo was so naughty as a child. It was Yellow Neck's voice. Everyone looked at the doorway, and Zhou Xingqi's eyes brightened up a lot. Master Star? Yellow Neck also saw Zhou Xingqi, and his tone was somewhat excited, you're also a guest in this installment? Zhou Xingqi smiled and said, no, I'm here uninvited. Piggy pointed at himself and said, Master Star, this is rubbing my car. Suja also saw Zhou Xingqi, the excitement in his heart was not at all small, Master Star was his idol since childhood. Every one of his movies, Suja is bound to look up once a year. After so many years, he had long since lost count of how many times he had watched it. Putting the centrifuge away, Yellow Neck brought Suja to the gazebo and introduced, this is Suja, an independent musician, very talented. Zhou Xingqi nodded and smiled, I know you, and the dubbing is also very good, I'm here, this time, specifically to find you. Wow! An outcry. Everyone was confused. Zhou Xingqi actually came to Suja? Everyone guessed wrong. The netizens in the live broadcast room were even more filled with incredulity. Although they couldn't send real-time pop-ups, the message area underneath was already buzzing with activity. Here to find little Tetsuko? Could it be because of the soundscape? It definitely is. Is this a collaboration? Looking forward to it. Something big is about to happen in the entertainment industry. Suja apparently froze as well, looking for me? Zhou Xingqi stretched out his hand and shook Suja's, saying, hearing your voice, I have a plan. Suja quietly listened. Journey to the West with Big Lies. I would like you to dub for Supreme Treasure, the reset version, which will be released on the mainland. Wow! A heavy news, without warning, also lightly came out of Zhou Xingqi's mouth. Zhou Xingqi made a special trip in order to find Su Zhe to cooperate. Geez. Everyone's going crazy. This Su Zhe is also too grippy. Me? Can I? The words were redundant. Zhou Xingqi nodded heavily. Other than you, there's no one better. What a great recognition this was. Good. I promise. Su Zhe agreed without thinking. Zhou Xingqi laughed and smiled happily as he patted Su Zhe's shoulder and said, "Thank you." Su Zhe shook his head and firmly said, "It's me who should thank you." Not long after, Hejiong and Huang Base came back from grocery shopping. Looking at everyone gathered around the gazebo, they were curious and asked, "What's going on?" Hejiong walked forward and saw Zhou Xingqi in the gazebo, the dish in his hand, dropped. Luckily, the quick-eyed hot fence caught it. Eaters are the most reliable at times like this. Master Star? Hejiong was also stunned. When did the show's crew become so dense? Huang Base heard Hejiong's surprise and even asked, "Master Star? Team up to watch Master Star's movie." Movie? Ga? Hello guys. Master Star greeted the two in his not-so-fluent Mandarin. "Lunch, can you add me to the list? I didn't even have time for breakfast in the rush." Hejiong took a deep breath, then said, "Xiaozhe, brew some rice thinners for Master Star, pad your stomach first." "Okay le." Su Zhe responded. "I'll go boil some water." Hot Bar raised his hand. "Thanks everyone, for the trouble." Zhou Xingqi was embarrassed. "No trouble, no trouble." "That's right, it should be." Huang Base pulled over Yellow Neck and asked, "Did you invite him?" He didn't believe that the program could invite this big brother. "Me?" Huang Neck laughed and said, "You'll have to ask your family Xiaozhe, that kid, great." "Ha?" Huang Base was confused. He hadn't heard Su Zhe mention that he knew Master Star. Huang Neck reminded him, sound and vision, big little eyes. Yellow Base suddenly realized, this kid, awesome. Chapter 121 Rising Superstar. At noon, it was Huang Base at the helm, with Hot Fence at the helm. Piggy and Yellow Neck were pounding honey, and Zhou Xingqi watched with interest, teasing Little H from time to time. Zhou Xingqi looked at the dog. His thoughts were like going back to many years ago. At that time he also had a puppy called Wang Kai. "Master Xing, why don't you bring 2 jars of honey when you go back?" Su Zhe was chopping wood on one side and turned around to see Zhou Xingqi looking so seriously. He opened his mouth. "How can this be a good thing? You guys worked so hard to retrieve it." Zhou Xingqi was truly embarrassed. It was bad enough that he came here to rub his nose in the food, but to take something, it really couldn't be said. "It's fine, it's just honey, we have plenty in the mushroom house, and it's a gift to our guests to take it back." Hejiong also exclaimed. "Dried bamboo shoots are also available. Oh, absolutely green and pollution-free, everyone takes them back?" Huang Base said this to everyone. "That's great. I heard you guys have strawberry jam here, get me some of that too. This honey is good." Only after hearing everyone accept it did Zhou Xingqi smile and nod his head. Yu Hui and Wang Sun, watching Su Zhe chopping firewood, also wanted to experience it. Su Zhe made way. Yu Hui took the axe, aimed it at the target, and the axe fell, splitting the wood into 2. "Awesome, this is a veteran." Su Zhe praised. Yu Hui smiled and said, "When I was a kid, I split all the firewood in the house." After Huang Neck bottled the honey, he saw the piles of rapeseed and asked, "You harvested all this?" "Yes, I collected them yesterday, sunning them for more than a day, so I'll be able to step on them tomorrow." Su Zhe nodded his head. "Then you guys have worked hard." Zhou Xingqi gave a thumbs up. This amount was just too much. "A whole bunch of kids came yesterday, you guys were late, or else you'd be the ones doing this work." Hejiong, who had come out of the inner room, laughed. "Ha, that was also our luck." Yellow Neck laughed out loud. Wang Sun, who was experiencing chopping firewood, thought for a moment and said, "I see that you have rakes there in the storage room, so you can just hit it with the tula, and then just lay a big mat underneath, saving time and labor." "Mat?" Su Zhe shook his head and said, "There is no mat, but there is a large plastic sheet. That one will do." Huang Bei started a pot to boil oil and was ready to cook when he said, "We'll start work in the afternoon, right?" "Okay." Everyone nodded unanimously. Lunch, still quite hearty. Braised fish, roast beef with potatoes, mapo tofu, sai crabs, and a delicious fresh mushroom soup are simply on the tip of your tongue. Brother Base is awesome. This cooking is really good. Can't wait. Everyone's words made Huang Base very flattered. He laughed and then said, "This is nothing for me. This afternoon Xiaozhe will make Buddha jumping wall for everyone. That's really a masterpiece." "Mr. Huang, don't blow so much. What if it's not good?" Su Zhe humbled himself. Originally, Zhou Xingqi had planned to leave the mushroom house after lunch, but once he heard Su Zhe say he wanted to make Buddha jumping walls, he was moved. He had come all the way here, so why not just stay a little longer? Come on, let's raise our glasses and welcome the men's club, welcome Mr. Yu Hui, and welcome Master Star. Cheers. Welcome. Good work. Eating and drinking and chatting, Huang Bei suddenly looked at Piggy, who was excited about eating, and said, "Piggy, you'll be responsible for washing the dishes later." "No problem." Little Pig didn't raise his head and ate by himself. He came late today and didn't work, so he took care of this dishwashing job. "If you say so." While the mushroom house is all cozy, the internet is in an uproar. The media got the message a long time ago, and now the internet is awash with news. Master Star made a guest appearance at the mushroom house, and the purpose was actually Suja. Suja is invited to be the voice of Zun Zun Bao, and the reset version of Journey to the West will soon be released in mainland theaters. Amazing! The number of people online in the live broadcast of Aspire has broken the 60 million mark. The rising supernova, Suja. The strongest rookie ever. Asahi's stock price hit a new low due to this. Countless news have sprung up, and the microblogging hot search is full of topics like #Suzido, #hashtag Joshinchi Suja collaboration, #hashtag Suzido dubbing, #, and so on. No matter which star is engaged today, no matter which one is breaking up today, this headline completely have nothing to do with them. Underneath the news, countless netizens began to leave messages expressing their shock. Is this Suja so powerful? Holy, Master Star himself came to the door? I'm really a bit envious of Suja, this life is just too smooth. I can't even figure it out anymore, Suja is so well liked that he's blown up. Quite looking forward to it, Suja's voice is really a gift from heaven. Awesome. In the entertainment industry, many stars had also heard the news. This first reaction is impossible. But after seeing the news, one also has to believe that it is true. Many people shook their heads and laughed bitterly. They had worked hard for many years of operation to achieve the fame they had today. But Suja, it was as if he had turned on the charm. This star journey was too smooth, right? People like Huang Bei, He Jiong, Su Zhang, Zhang Jia, and Huang Nick are scary enough, now at Joshinchi? Invincible. It's hard to believe that this guy isn't on fire. A certain group of artists. I heard that Suja opened a studio, do you think he signs artists? You want to? You don't? This guy's connections are super strong, if you can get him to help you, you'll be on fire like a rocket. It seems. That's true. Why don't we call and ask? And so, the customer service girls of Suja's studio had to cry again. Chapter 122 Mother's Mercy and Son's Piety and Chicken Flying. Regardless of how big waves were created on the internet, Mushroom House spoiled itself. Hot Bar ate with his mouth full of oil and still didn't forget to praise, yummy. Suja took a paper towel and wiped away the oil around Hot Bar's mouth, dotingly saying, "Look at you, don't you want an image? So many viewers are watching." Hot Bar didn't care and said, "There are people who want it, what do you care about the image?" Everyone stalled, as if suddenly satiated. Joe Shinchi suddenly smiled with emotion, "That's nice." Everyone nodded, this pair was truly too good. The atmosphere, suddenly, became a little sad. Perhaps everyone thought of the story on Master Star. In order to liven up the atmosphere, Huang Nek patted Huang Bei's thigh and asked, "Mr. Huang, I heard that Duo was quite naughty as a child." "Not naughty. Duo was well behaved." Huang Bei shook his head, thinking of his daughter, that was his pride. "Oh, then how come I heard that you almost got angry and cried when you tutored Duo in her homework?" Huang Nek couldn't help but laugh out loud. Everyone was also curious and asked what was going on. Yellow Neck then repeated the story Suja had told him. Everyone hilariously laughed, never imagining that Mr. Huang had this tragic history. Huang Bei covered his forehead and laughed bitterly, Duo is very well behaved, but tutoring homework is really a nightmare in my life. Suja also laughed, at that time, do you all know what words Mr. Huang was most afraid of me saying? What? Everyone was puzzled. Every time, as soon as I say, believe it or not, I erase Duo's listening assignments. Mr. Huang then promises me everything. Suja didn't hold back his laughter either. This being a parent, the biggest headache was tutoring children to do their homework. If you don't do homework, your mother will be kind to you and your son will be filial, but if you do homework, the chickens will fly and the dogs will jump. Huang Bei remembered those years of miserable experience, said, I remember the most deeply a question is like this, behind the old grandpa there are a few children. Behind this is 4 children, 1 taller, and then her answer is 3. So I asked her, why 3 and not 4? Why? Hot Fence asked. She said that the tall one is an ant. Yellow Bay said helplessly, on the other hand, what she said makes sense, I can't refute it. Ha ha ha. Everyone thought it was funny. Teacher Huang wanted to cry, not because of that. Suja interjected, remember that question? Remember. Huang Bei was a bit excited as he said, I can remember that question for the rest of my life. What happened? This time it was Star who was asking, he felt that this time he had really come to the right place, this group of people chatting was so interesting, write it down and say that you can't put it in the movie. There's a question called, as it is, write it. Yellow Base made a pained face and recalled, the example question was this, shadows often follow me, like a little black dog. But do you know how Toto wrote it? Without waiting for an answer, he continued, Daddy often follows me, like a little black dog. Put. Ha ha ha. The whole room burst out laughing. 3 minutes of silence for Mr. Wong. No wonder he's on the verge of tears. If I were any other parent, I'd probably have given him a beating. Laugh. Laughing my ass off, Duo is too funny. Hotba laughed as his entire body slumped towards Suja, but no one noticed. Mr. Huang, you're so miserable. Yu Hui was laughing so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes. A goose 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 Piggy laughed out the classic goose call. At this point, He Jeong, who was wiping tears from his eyes to stop his laughter, also interjected, speaking of tutoring, I'll just say that every time I go to Bastion's house, why is it that every time Duo pulls out his book bag, this guy goes to cook? It's been hard on me. Yellow Base was a little embarrassed and said stiffly, isn't it dinner time? Besides, what's wrong with tutoring Duo in his homework while you're here? Day. You said day. He Jeong gave a thumbs up and recalled, 2 years ago, I think, there was a question about buying something and then asking how to pay for it. Duo wrote that it was a code sweeping payment. She said, who carries money out of the house nowadays? Poof. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that answer. The audience in the live broadcast room all laughed and jerked, but there was no way to send pop-ups, this heart-scratching difficult. After winding down, everyone started to clean up the dishes, Piggy volunteered to be the dishwasher, and Suja and Hot Bar joined in to help. A few elders, on the other hand, drank tea in the gazebo and chatted about the movie and also about the past. With Huang Nek, Huang Base, and He Jeong again, this atmosphere was also quite cordial. Everyone had something to talk about, something to say. Only Mr. Star spoke less, he mostly listened and made a comment or two from time to time, which also made everyone laugh. Master Star's character is so different from the one in the movie. Afternoon. After everyone had rested for a while, Wang Sun thought about working, and he went to the storage room and took several flails to prepare for beating rapeseed. A flail consists of a long handle and a set of flat rows of bamboo or wooden strips used to slap grains, wheat, beans, sesame, etc., and by pounding them, the rapeseed is pounded out. Yellow bases, on the other hand, take a large roll of plastic sheeting and think about laying it on the ground and then placing the rapeseed on top of it to beat it. But before they could start working, a few of the old boys started playing a game. One of them pulled up a plastic sheet in one corner, and He Jeong ran in from inside spinning, like that modern dance? Huang Nek followed suit, resulting in a large group of old boys playing along. Laughter filled the entire small yard. Come on, let's all get it up and run over, but don't let the cloth fall on the ground. Huang Base's childishness exploded and he followed the fun. Suja got up on the side, whoever doesn't catch it will be punished for hitting the rapeseed later. This is good. He Jeong's eyes lit up. 1, 2, 3, run. Wahahaha. Don't hit me. One by one, the men's gang crashed, but still they were happy to play. Hot Bar looked at Suja from the side and smiled sweetly. Men's happiness, it turned out to be so simple. Chapter 123 Buddha jumps over the wall. The colorful lamp stood on the wall and looked back, then turned back disdainfully, as if to say, childish. Little H bowed his head, no longer having eyes to see. Not far away, the old bit in the sheep pen was lying on the wall, half squinting, his eyes full of disgust. The small yard is full of laughter, sometimes, the happiness between men, is so simple. Well, go rest for a while first. Huang Bei smiled and waved his hand, he felt tired enough to take a break. Drink some tea, the green tea we have here, we pick and fry it ourselves. He Jeong also greeted everyone and walked towards the gazebo. You guys are leaving here? This work hasn't been done yet. Wang Sun was a bit dumbfounded, this hasn't started working yet, why are we going to take a break? This is the tradition of the mushroom house, everyone has to get used to it. Suja was also tired of playing, and walked straight towards the hot fence. In the gazebo, everyone was lying on the chairs with smiles still on their faces. Hotba took out a tissue and carefully wiped off the fine sweat on Suja's forehead. Everyone pretended not to see it and chatted and drank tea to themselves. But this scene happened to be captured by the camera. The working members also carefully pinked special effects for the two people. The live broadcast room also rang with you through the long ears. Blitz damage, 1,000,000%. The single guys in the live room, covering their chests, couldn't calm down for a long time. After resting for a while, Suja started to go and prepare the Buddha jumping wall. Buddha jumping over the wall, also known as full of fragrance and blessed with longevity, was a local famous dish in Fu province, belonging to the Min cuisine family. Taking advantage of this effort, Suja said, it is said that this is a custom in Fu province. The third day after the new daughter-in-law gets married, she should show her tea and rice skills in the kitchen to serve her in-laws and win their appreciation. Legend has it that a daughter of a rich family, pampered since childhood, did not learn to cook. The eve of her marriage was very sad. Her mother then took out the family's delicacies made into a variety of dishes, one by one, wrapped in lotus leaves, tell her how to cook. Who knows that the lady actually forgot the burning method, in a hurry, all the dishes into a Shaoxing wine altar, covered with lotus leaves, put on the stove. The next day the aroma wafted out, the family even praised the good food, which is 18 dishes cooked in one pot of the origin of the Buddha jumping over the wall. Buddha jumps over the wall of raw materials up to a dozen kinds of abalone, sea cucumber, shark fins and other more expensive ingredients, but now the mushroom house cannot have this condition, so Suja can only do a simple version of the Buddha jumps over the wall. Of course, this Buddha jumps over the wall must be much richer than last season's yellow base. After all, this time they also have a richer kitty, plus the program team saw that the star was here and privately gave a lot of sponsorship. Suja this time to prepare the ingredients, there are chicken, duck, mutton, pork belly, pigeon eggs and seafood and other more than 20 kinds of raw and auxiliary materials. Of course, the small abalone is still there, after all, is not expensive, only $8 also prepared. The preparation of Buddha jumps over the wall is not difficult, but more complicated. Have to first more than 10 kinds of raw materials were used to fry, cook, fry a variety of methods, done made with fry, cook, fry characteristics of a variety of flavors, and then layer by layer yard in a large Shaoxing wine altar, injected with the right amount of soup and Shaoxing wine, so that soup, wine, vegetables fully integrated, and then the mouth of the altar with a lotus leaf to seal up the cover tightly, and put on the fire to heat up. Listening to Suja finish this complicated process, everyone also shook their heads, this is too complicated. Suja smiled and said, this is still considered a simple version, the authentic Buddha jumps over the wall, more difficult than this. The fire is even more delicate, to use the quality of solid and heavy and does not smoke the white charcoal, first in the martial arts fire on the boil, after the fire slowly simmering stew for 5 or 6 hours, this is the completion of the work. My goodness, the ancients really know how to enjoy themselves. Piggy was all stunned and at the same time lamented that he had come to the right place this time. Suja's father is a good at making Buddha jumping wall, this is his one specialty. Huang Bei shook his head and lamented, it's a pity, there's no way to eat it in the future. Suja nodded his head and said, it's a shame to say that I've only inherited less than half of my father's standard. Everyone stood in awe, not realizing that Suja's father's cooking skills were actually this good. Immediately afterward, everyone started to get busy individually. Hejeong and Hot Bar took Master Star for a walk around this beautiful little mountain village, while Yellow Neck, Piggy Yuhui, and Wang Sun were beating rapeseed. Everyone Yuan I One Luan flail, serious labor, after pounding the blooming rapeseed shells, rapeseed fell on the plastic sheet. After a batch of beating, the rape straw stacks on the side of the yard, and then ready to whack the next batch of rapeseed. The work was done with great fervor, and no one shouted that they were tired, nor were they lazy. Ha, it's still joyful. Huang Bei laughed as he watched the scene from beside the earthen stove. Suja also cheered and encouraged everyone on the side, labor is the most glorious, treat everyone tonight. Once this was said, everyone's enthusiasm increased and they labored even harder. The remaining sun is like blood. The few people who had been working hard in the small yard were also finally able to handcraft. A field full of rapeseed made the few people in Yellow Neck feel a sense of accomplishment. Zhou Xingqi put down the flail in his hand, wiped his sweat, and said with a smile, it's exhausting, but it's very meaningful. Zhou Xingqi, who hadn't been back from his stroll for long, also joined in the labor and experienced farm work. Is this all right? Hot Bar asked. No, it still needs to be sifted. Wang Sun took the sieve and prepared to filter it. Seeing this, Huang Nek said, Hui, let's both go get some more honey? That's fine. Yu Hui smiled and agreed. With that, the two of them went to change their clothes, and on the way, Huang Nek earnestly instructed Yu Hui, this action must be gentle, don't be rude. I know, aren't you afraid of stinging you? Yu Hui mercilessly demolished. Yeah, I'm so handsome, what if I get disfigured? Yellow Neck laughed. Let me hear you say that in front of Suja. Yu Hui returned another sentence. I wouldn't dare then, I only dare to speak it in front of you. Hey, what do you mean by that, why do I sense something wrong? Not that you're the ugliest? And everyone laughed. Before long, the aroma was overflowing, and everyone looked at Suja, their cravings hooked. It smells so good. The scent, my god. Gulp. Kudu. Chapter 124 So good it's good. Cry. The crew. Directory, I told you not to be so stingy, shark's fin and king crab hole up. Li Zhejiu smelled the aroma and repented. When he bought the ingredients, he and He-Jin both went along. If they had bought enough ingredients, how fragrant would the Buddha jumping wall made by Suja have been? You know, this Buddha jumping wall, they also had a share. The aroma was overwhelming, and He-Jin was a bit helpless. How was I to know that Xiaozhi personally cooked it, otherwise I would have bought it. Pity, pity. Li Zhejiu shook his head. Gazebo. Zhou Xingqi smelled the scent and also joked, if I had known Xiaozhi's father earlier, I wouldn't have been able to invite him to film God of Eaters. Huang Bei gave a thumbs up and said, really, Xiaozhi's father's cooking skills are really impressive. The night grew thicker and the scent grew stronger. The villagers in the neighborhood, one by one, came out of their houses at this time and gathered in the street. A certain villager sniffed the scent and asked the old king next door, La Wang Ah, can you smell it? It smells so good. Where is this coming from? It smells too good. Old Wang nodded his head, and his stomach, which had just eaten, growled. It smells so good. Which family cooks this? Auntie, it's not your house that's cooking, is it? How could it be? That one in my house is a chef, but he's only half a bucket of water. I was eating, but now that I smell this fragrance and look at the food at home, I can't eat. This. It's coming from that mushroom house, right? The crowd subconsciously swallowed their saliva and stretched their necks in the direction of the mushroom house. This was too fragrant. Lifting the lid, white-hot air steams up and the aroma is appetizing. Goo-doo. Coo-doo. Coo-doo. Everyone's stomachs, indisputably, growled. It smells so good. Delicious on earth. It's worth it. All the hard work today, this moment is worth it. Hearing everyone's praises, Suja smiled and said, "Don't be dead tired. If you're hungry, start eating." As soon as the words fell, everyone stopped pretending and started. After saying that, Suja turned his head to the program team's side again and said, "Your share, it's in the house, go get it yourself." When Jean heard this, he immediately put down the loud mail and sprinted 100 meters to the house. This stance, just like in middle school, every time he got out of class, he launched a charge towards the dining hall. Aha! It's really delicious. It feels like my tongue is going to eat it. One bite, lips and teeth, aftertaste. The simple version is so delicious, what if it's authentic? Oh my god, I can't imagine. How can there be such delicious food? It was better than any mountain delicacies they had ever eaten before. It's good that everyone likes it. The corners of Suja's mouth rose slightly. This moment was when he was happiest. Come on, let's drink a toast to Xiaoxia's. Thank him for letting us know that there is still this deliciousness in this world. Cheers. Tetsu worked hard. It's not hard. These dried plum dishes are delicious too, and Nick's handiwork is awesome. Of course it's delicious, so many people have put in their labor, it's a delicacy on earth. Cheers to labor. Cheers. Food that is watered with love breeds the best and most wonderful flavors. This is it. The smell is coming from here. It really is a mushroom house. Can I take this out? I want to buy one. Suddenly, many noisy voices appeared outside the door of the mushroom house. In no time, a large number of villagers poured into the mushroom house. Everyone in the gazebo was dumbfounded. The villagers are rioting? Is this the rhythm of war? What are you guys eating here? It smells so good. In the crowd, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. It was Auntie Lee, the landlady. Once he saw it was a familiar face, Suja didn't panic. He said, "Auntie Lee, this is the Buddha jumping wall I made." "You made it?" Aunt Lee's eyes lit up and said, "Is there any more?" "Auntie wants to eat it too." Suja smiled bitterly and said, "Auntie Lee, I'm sorry, we've run out here, and there seems to be more on the program team's side." As soon as Suja pointed to the program group, the villagers' eyes emitted a refined light that looked strangely oozy. The staff, who were originally still flabbergasted, at this time, sped up and ate like crazy. What you eat is what you get. If you get robbed, you won't have any tears to cry. Li Chiolgu just wanted to eat, but the bowl was already empty. He looked at Jean, and that guy was eating with great joy. Grass. Is this pussy even human? Li Chiolju was about to cry. Nima's eyes stayed until the end of the abalone. After Jean wolfed it down, he grinned. "It won't taste good when it's cold. I'm not afraid you'll spoil the food." Li Zhijiu clenched his fists, his eyes covered in blood. He wanted to die with him. Seeing this, Jean hurriedly took out the paper cup that hid the abalone and gave it back to Li Zhijiu, laughing awkwardly. "I'm just teasing you. Why are you still taking it seriously?" Humph. Li Chiolgu picked up the abalone and swallowed it in one mouthful, full of happiness. So good that. Cry. No one expected that the Buddha jumping wall would actually attract a large number of villagers. After thinking for a while, Suja said, "Villagers, the method of making the Buddha jumping wall is not difficult. I can dictate it once, and you all use your cell phones to write it down." This method really worked, and the villagers all quieted down, listening carefully to Suja's explanation, nodding from time to time. Not much later, only after the method of making the Buddha jumping wall was finished, the villagers were willing to disperse. Before Auntie Lee left, she secretly pulled Suja and asked, "Xiaoxia, I'll give you $10,000, will you give me a whole cup?" Money. It's really capricious. If I agree, the quality of life in the mushroom house will take a quantum leap forward. But Suja didn't do that. He just promised Auntie Lee that the next time he made Buddha jumping wall, he would invite her to eat with him. After living in Copperbell village for so long, Auntie Lee's help to them, it was really great. Talking about money was really inappropriate. Auntie Lee remembered. "Then you have to remember to call Auntie. I really want to taste it." "I will remember, Auntie Lee, when you go back, be careful." Suja admonished. "I know, you go back, come to the house for dinner when you have time." Okay. Everyone in the mushroom house, confused. This Buddha jumping wall, it's too divine, right? It's really like the altar starts the meat fragrance floating in the 4 neighborhoods, and the Buddha jumps over the wall when he hears the abandonment of Zen. Buddha jumped over the wall, the name is true. Chapter 125, a tribute to the classics. After drinking and eating, everyone sat in the gazebo, chatting and enjoying the moon. This craftsmanship is really good. Huang Base rubbed his stomach and was also satisfied. This dinner, Huang Base just played the hand, it was completely Suja and Huang Nek's masterpiece, he waited and just ate. Don't say, this feeling is really quite good. I know a little, not as good as you and Xiaozhe. Yellowneck humbly said, it's all the accumulation from the early years, when I was leading the band, I had to know a little bit of everything. That's an awesome name for a group. Yellowbase interjected, smiling, I was brainwashed all those years, hello Daga, I'm Yellowneck from Blue Windsands. Huang Base amused everyone with his quirky Cantonese. Ceiling? Zhou Xingqi laughed, why should I take a blockade, it's bad feng shui. He Joan continued, yeah, it's all blocked, no wonder your band broke up. Yeah, sounding like that, if I had taken a different name in the first place, wouldn't I have been on fire? Yellowneck hadn't thought of this either, and couldn't help but be happy. But seriously, those days were pretty hard, I did all the cooking. Yellowneck remembered the past and also lamented the fact that it was not easy nowadays. But the old times are gone and never come back, fortunately you and I always have a future to catch up. As he said that, Huang Nek thought of something else and said to Suja, isn't it your mushroom house tradition to perform a song when a guest comes? Aren't you going to sing today? Everyone looked at Suja expectantly. Suja smiled helplessly, how can this song come out so easily, how about listening to my previous songs, okay? Piggy shook his head and laughed, this can't be done, you can't favor one over the other. Then how about I perform a talent for you guys? Suja suddenly smiled. This can be had. Come on, we have a performance from our great talent Sue. Hot Bar also clapped and coaxed from the sidelines. Suja got up, went to the sink and took out a washed bowl and a pair of chopsticks, then returned to the gazebo. Turning the bowl upside down and also turning a teacup upside down, this operation looked puzzling to everyone. Only Zhou Xingqi was puzzled. Suja laughed and said, this rap is a tribute to Master Star. After saying that, Suja picked up a chopstick and tapped the teacup, making a rhythmic rhyme. Everyone froze when Suja opened his voice. This was because Suja was not using his original voice, but the voice that he dubbed for the Supreme Being in the voice. Again, it was comparable to this perfect dub. Zhou Xingqi laughed, quite happily. Madam. I live in Suzhou, by the city. I have a house and a field, and I live a happy life. But that Tong Pak Fu, he's so rude and unforgiving. He colluded with the government and took over my house and field. My grandpa turned his back on him, but he beat him down with a stick. In the end, she hanged herself from a beam and was left to die. The voiceover made countless people shake their legs and heads. It's a great way to bring in the energy. Zhou Xingqi couldn't stop nodding. The voice. That's the sound. That's what he wanted, the voiceover of his dreams. All those years he searched all over the country and couldn't find one he was happy with. He didn't expect this one to show up right in front of him. The emperor was not to be denied. It's not hard to get what you want. A rap ends and everyone applauds desperately. It wasn't that the lyrics were so good, or that Suja sang so wonderfully. Rather, it was Suja's voice that was really too entrancing. They thought of that classic episode from Tong Pak Fu Papa. Zhou Xingqi's acting, plus Suja's dubbing, it really was a super perfect combination. I kind of can't wait to see the reset of Big Little Lies now. He Joan laughed. Strong combination. Piggy gave a thumbs up. Suja put away the props and laughed, it's an honor to dub for Supreme Treasure. Everyone was praising Suja, but Huang Nek said, Xiaozhe, this can't be done, we have 5 guests here, how can you come with 2 talents? Brother Nek, it's not good to be greedy. Suja laughed, but still said, then I'll tell you a short story? This one can be had. Suja organized the language, began to say, there is a baby to the village sheep, one day he shouted the wolf is coming, help ah. When the villagers heard this, they immediately went up the mountain to save him, but when they went up the mountain, where was the wolf? As a result, they all left in anger. The next day, the goat herding boy did the same trick again, and the villagers still chose to believe it, and the result was still nothing. Hearing this, Hotba cocked his head and asked, this is the story of the wolf, isn't it? Oh. I see, little Tetsuko was telling this to the children, right? Everyone then remembered last night's story about a fairy tale that caused parents across the country to have a meltdown, and didn't bother Suja, listening intently. Suja smiled and continued to speak. A few days later, the goat herder again shouted the wolf is coming to eat the sheep. But the villagers, after being fooled twice, no longer believed the goat herder. Hot Bar nodded fiercely and said to the camera, so kids must not lie, lying is not a good boy. The story is here, it's not finished yet. Suja's tone of voice turned, the villagers felt that the sheep herder was lying again, so they did not go up the mountain. So the goat herder happily took out the golden needle mushrooms, shrimp sliders, tofu skin, broad noodles, seaweed, and sesame sauce. Hot Bar? Yellow base? Everyone? The live feed was dumbfounded. This twist, a bit fierce, everyone was flashed to their old backs. Pooh ha ha. This twist, show. Shul is so skinny. Oh my god, I've been shown the door. Huang Base laughed for a while, punched Suja's shoulder, and said to the camera, kids. Don't ever learn haha. It's not right. If you have to eat it, make sure to let your parents operate it, otherwise it'll cook up and not taste good. Put. This old man and young man. Absolute. The whole room laughed. Chapter 126 much sought after. Huang Bai's words caused everyone to laugh. This story, everyone had long been familiar with it to the point of sucking, but Suja's twist really caught them off guard. When this laugh came, everyone fell down laughing. Once the segment was over, everyone moved on and went back inside. Everyone chatted and drank tea. Somehow, the conversation got to a magical dance sequence in the Yellow Neck movie. Yellow Neck then began to teach on the spot. After teaching, he laughed. How about this? Each of us has 3 chances. As long as you shouted someone to jump up, that person must dance. How? This is fun. Heejun laughed out loud, and then said to Yellow Bai, jump up. Originally, Huang Bai was still rubbing his hair, but when he heard this, he immediately got up and twisted, his stomach especially conspicuous. This picture was just too hot for the eyes. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Laughing and playing, everyone also seeks this time is still early, all thinking of playing the game again. The last time Su Jun came, he played the game of touching the tortoise. This time, Yellow Neck, they also clamored to play. Drawing turtles, all know how to play, right? Heejun took out a pair of poker and asked. Will. Everyone raised their hands. Let's play this then, Heejun grinned. There's a penalty for losing. What punishment? Hot Bar looked excited. How about this, whoever loses later will rush to the shower room and yell a jump up. Suja revealed a devilish smile. My god, this is too bad, but this is fun. Heejun raised his hand in favor of this punishment. Ha ha ha, it's fun to think about. Bad. One by one, they all raised their hands in agreement. However, they suffered Yu Hui and Wang Xin who were taking a bath. These 2 people just got up to take a shower, still do not know that the punishment of this game is actually this. Then speed up or else they've all finished washing. Huang Bai raised his eyebrows and said with a bad smile. The audience in the live broadcast room exploded with laughter. This group of people, bad drop ruthless nah. The winners of the first round came out quickly. It was Hot Fence who won first place, followed by Suja, then Mr. He. Huang Bai looked at the increasing number of cards and was a little helpless, but also a little excited. Thinking about the picture of the punishment later, it was too much to think about. The first round was over, and Yellow Bai lost without any surprise. So, I'm going? Yellow Bai put down the poker. Come on. Don't be a jerk. Everyone urged. Yellow Bai got up, walked over to the door of the shower room, and hammered on it. Yu Hui's voice came from inside, soon. Huang Bai stifled a laugh, jump up. Yu Hui who was taking a shower. You sister. Yu Hui held back his tears and jumped up holding back his anger. Jumped yet? Yellow Bai confirmed. I jumped. The aggrieved voice rang out. The mushroom house erupted in laughter. While the mushroom house is steeped in laughter, most parents, for the most part, remain miserable. A certain posting. Kneeling for the text version of Snow White, Cinderella, Let Us Girl Ah. The kids at home are clamoring to hear it. Damn, who has the recorded version of Suja, ask for it at a high price. The sound quality should be good. MMP, can someone tell me who Cinderella is? Where did the pumpkin carriage come from? God. Please help me, who the heck is Chul's brother? This parent bar was clear of posts begging for a recorded version of Snow White. The post that was doing the rounds was a collection of the text version, the recorded version, and a science post with Suja's personal information. This post, from yesterday until now, has been viewed by more than 2 million people. The number of replies to the post is even as high as 80,000 people. But even with the various versions of the 3 stories, and even Suja's recorded version, these parents still screamed. It was because their children, crying and clamoring, wanted to hear brother Suja tell a new story. But the question is, where are they going to find Suja to tell them? So, things escalated. Not only were Mango's phones busted, but the entrance was almost trampled. There were even parents who couldn't find Suja and blocked the Mango channel's building. Most of the staff, now trembling with fear, hid in the TV station, not daring to go home. Program team. Lee Cheol-gu was giggling when the phone rang. When he picked it up, Lee Cheol-gu was speechless again. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Hee-jin and said helplessly, Director He, the station's customer service ladies called again. What did it say? Hee-jin put away his smile and turned back to ask. He was thinking in his heart, could it be that the segment just now had caused a backlash from the parents? No words, just crying. Lee Zhijiu heart that helpless this crying broke his heart. How to cry? Hee-jin breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not a parent report. In fact, Hee-jin really guessed wrong. Now Suja is the meat and potatoes in the hearts of parents, the best big brother in the world in the eyes of children. How dare those parents offend Suja? They were still waiting for Suja to coax their little children for them. What are you crying about? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Lee Zhijiu said without contempt. It's not? That group of kids are still messing around? Hee-jin had an expression of having seen a ghost. No. Lee Cheol-gu said, there's no way around it, let's have Sochil hurry up and tell a few more stories, and then after that we'll try to get the collection of fairy tales published sooner. That's the only way. Heejin said, I'll contact the publisher tomorrow and talk about the publication as soon as possible. This can't be delayed or it will affect the program. Lee Zhejiu nodded his head and said, then the royalties, you have to negotiate a deal for it, you can't lose out on your own family. Can I still not know? Leave this matter to me. Heejin said, I'll start contacting now, you go find Xiaozhe. Sung. No one expected to mesmerize the children with just 3 stories. In kindergarten, when the teachers told these stories, the children loved to listen to them and cried endlessly when they couldn't hear them. Even in elementary schools, many teachers teach these fairy tales to their students as extracurricular books. These fairy tales, not only interesting, but also can achieve the effect of teaching, students also love to listen to, is simply a godsend. For a while, Suzha's fairy tales were highly sought after. Chapter 127 Princess Hug and Corpse Hug. Before the second round of the game even started, Li Qiolgu called Suzha aside. It wasn't long before Suzha returned to the house again with an odd expression on his face. When everyone saw Suzha's appearance, they also asked curiously, Xiaozhe, what's wrong? Suzha laughed bitterly, those few fairy tales last night caused a pot of trouble, and now children all over the country are waiting for me to tell them stories to put them to sleep, or else they won't go to sleep. Parents are already crying. Put. Everyone couldn't help but laugh, but what followed was endless shock. Is this fairy tale really that magical? Can it captivate so many children? Huang Nek laughed, Xiaozhe, you're in the rhythm of becoming a children's ambassador, aren't you? Ha! Suzha shook his head and laughed, I'd better put the little ones to sleep first. Then let's be the little friend for a time and dip in to hear your fairy tale. Zhou Xingqi nodded his head as well. Facing the camera, Suzha softly said, little brother Zhou is going to tell a story, children, be good and lie on the bed, close your eyes The world, as if quiet. In the room, everyone was also quietly looking at Suzha, anticipating his story. Little H and little O, just lying on their backs at Suzha's feet, shrugged their eyes with a lack of interest. A long time ago, a beautiful little princess was born. The king and queen invited 12 fairies to her birthday party. The 13th fairy was not invited and she was very angry. At the birthday party, the 11th fairy had just finished delivering her blessing when the 13th fairy appeared. To punish you for not inviting me. This child will die at the age of 15 for touching the tip of a spindle. Fortunately, the 12th fairy said, I can't undo this evil spell, but the princess won't die, she'll just have to sleep for 100 years before she does. Suzha's voice was soft and gentle, just like a lullaby, letting the children go to dreamland in a beautiful, deep sleep. The story told by Suzha is called Sleeping Beauty in the Woods, which is usually called Sleeping Beauty, and in Grimm's fairy tales, it is called the Rose Princess. After the princess woke up, the centennial celebration was able to take place, only, it wasn't for the princess to celebrate her birthday, but for the wedding of the prince and princess. After this story was told, everyone in the mushroom house nodded frequently and just wanted to applaud, but Suzha shook his head and made a silencing motion with his finger on his lips. Yellowneck turned around and saw that Mr. He, Piggy, and Hot Fence had fallen asleep on the square table. Sleeping Hot Fence, like a quiet and well-behaved kitten, the corner of the mouth is still hanging a sweet smile, let a person cannot bear to disturb. Suzha squatted down and gently carried Hot Bar across his arms. Hot Bar was already sleepy, half opening his eyes and seeing it was Suzha, he rested his head on his chest and wrapped his hands around his neck. Hotba's voice was glutinous, little Zhizi. I'm so sleepy. Good boy, I'll carry you back to bed. The image was extremely beautiful. See also the pink special effects. But, this time, the netizens didn't cry about being eaten dog food, this beautiful picture just made them envious. Suzha holding the Hot Fence is leaving, but in the house, the 4 people of Huang Base, Huang Nek, Zhou Xingqi, and Wang Sun looked at each other. Wang Sun lowered his voice and said, wake them up? Not too good, right? I feel. You can study Xiaozhe. Zhou Xingqi similarly lowered his voice, and the corners of his mouth pulled up a bad smile. Hug them? I'm not hugging. Yellowneck was the first to shake his head. I can't, look at how skinny I am, I can't hug them. Wang Sun shook his head frantically, the image of hugging someone creeped him out. But the viewers in the live broadcast room were laughing like crazy at home. Suddenly, everyone was a bit expectant. Zhou Xingqi sat steadily, it couldn't have been him who hugged him anyway, so let them have their headaches. Let's play hand to hand, out of the same 2 people, hug them back, no cheating. Yellowneck proposed. Okay. Can. Huang Nek, Huang Base, as well as Wang Sun had serious faces and hid one of their hands behind their backs while Zhou Xingqi acted as the referee. Begin. Yellowneck came out with the back of his hand. Yellow Base out is also the back of the hand. And what Wang Sun came out with was the palm of his hand. In other words, Yellowneck and Yellow Base are going to carry Mr. He and Piggy back to their room. Yellow Base looked at the back of his hand in a daze. Damn it, how did I get out the back of my hand? Don't cheat. Wang Sun finished his sentence, even rolled and crawled to run away, did not dare to stay in this right and wrong place, really he was afraid of being set up by the 2 old foxes. In the house, only 3 people remained. The most easily pitted Wang Squirrel ran away, and it was impossible for them to pit Master Star. There was no other way, they could only hold the attitude of dying as if they were dead, and began to hug Piggy and Heejong. Rango! The audience in the live room erupted in laughter. This nymphette is not a princess hug. This is clearly a corpse hug. And the staff also gave a pink special effects and BGM, this picture, so hot eyes ah. Half asleep, Piggy seemed to feel someone hugging him, and when he opened his eyes, he was so scared that he almost lost his soul. Exhilarating neck, brother? Piggy's eyes widened as he covered his chest with both hands and said in an aggravated manner, brother neck. What do you want to do? I'm the yellow family's best boy. Huang Neck was furious, half crouching, he threw the piglet away, he poo-pooed, shameless. Neck brother, you have to be responsible for slave. Oh, you hugged me at this moment, the piglet incarnated jubilee, that scratching his head, let countless girls look and sigh. As a matter of fact, when a man is flirty, there is nothing for a woman to do. The live broadcast room exploded with laughter, this men's gang is here, and it's really hilarious. On the other hand, Heejong, who was held by Huang Base, is still sleeping, well behaved like a baby, he 3 years old, really did not shout wrong. This pair of elderly CP, but also by everyone to send blessings, the program group also kindly sent fans special effects plus BGM. Many corrupt women lamented that the sense of CP in this mushroom house is so good. Chapter 128, Urge to Marry Again. After carrying Hot Bar back to his room, Suja returned to the first floor hall, but everyone was no longer here. Little H and Little O had also returned to their own nests. Hearing the sound of chatter outside the house, Suja also walked straight towards the gazebo. Yellow Neck. The four of them, Wang Base, Wang Sun, and Piggy, were all there. Suja came forward and smiled. Have Master Star and Mr. He slept? Yes. Wang Sun laughed. Brother Base hugged Missy back to his room. Oh yo, that romantic ah. Piggy is also scratching her head. Brother Base is much gentler than Brother Neck. Dropping me hurt my slave. The crowd winced. Automatically skipping the topic, the group chatted again. This rain feels so good on my face. Light rain pattering. A little rain in March? What about this song Xiaoxia has also heard? It's an old classic. Yes, I can still sing it. Have a song? One song. A little rain in March. Pitter patter, pitter patter, pitter patter. It's raining and raining and raining. A stream in the valley. La 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 la. It goes on and on and on and on and on. There was a light rain in the sky, and Suja's wonderful singing voice floated in the gazebo, making people feel extra relaxed. Then everyone began to join in the singing. After the song, everyone applauded themselves. But for the next singing session, Suja couldn't interject at all. There were many songs from those eras that Suja had never heard before. This song March Rain, or Sujo in the Yellow Bass Home when he listened to him play, feel good to listen to it on the note. Like Chiyu's Country Roads and Juzuchin's The Story of the Danding Crane, Suja has never heard of them. Suja could only be a quality audience member, clapping his hands while listening. Huang Neck also distanced himself a bit from the Huang Base few people, came over to Suja's side, and said, can't understand, Xiaozhou and I are the only ones who are from the same era. Get together shameless. That's it. Brother Neck's cheeks could build a city wall. There was another round of merciless mockery from everyone. After the singing session, the music conversation switched to parenting. Originally, this topic was none of Suja's business, but he couldn't help but be urged by his elders. Yana so sleepy to say Suja stretched and yawned, pretending that sleep was coming on. It was impossible to stay in this land, and if he stayed any longer, he might even have to teach him parenting lessons from Yellow Base. Okay, then you go to sleep first, young people should sleep more. Huang Base also some heartache this child, but today has done a lot of work. Then how many of us will chat again? Huang Neck smiled and raised his glass. You guys chat for a while, I'm going to sleep here too. Wang Sun was also sleepy, so he got up and left with Suja. At this point, it was already early in the morning, but Huang Base wasn't sleepy at all. Today was his happiest day. The feeling of a large group of brothers fooling around together was really good. In fact, it wasn't that they weren't sleepy, they just didn't want to miss this rare gathering. 6:30 in the morning. It's raining and raining and raining in the south, and the mushroom house is extraordinarily peaceful after the rain. The colorful lamps have woken up and are looking at the sky in a daze. Old Spot and Tianba nestled in the grass, intending to squint for a while. The living room. Good morning. Huang Base got up early and greeted Wang Sun when he saw him, who had also gotten up. Brother Base, so early? Older, not long to sleep. Huang Base laughed. What time did you guys sleep last night? Wang Sun asked. A little after 1. Huang Base thought about it and said. So able to stay up. Wang Sun was a little impressed, then asked, what's for breakfast? Rinse some rice thinning. Huang Base pointed to the gazebo and said, Xiaoxia has already boiled the water, you can just rinse it later. Xiaoxia is also awake? Wang Sun was even more surprised. Don't all these young people love to sleep? That kid, it's always been like this. Huang Neck smiled. Wang Sun nodded and walked out the door, and when he saw Suja cleaning, he also took a broom and passing and followed along to clean up the yard. Little Zhe, it's so early. Wang Sun greeted as he swept. Used to it. Suja faintly smiled and said, the water has already boiled, brother Sun, you can go ahead and rinse the rice thinning. It's fine, let's organize the yard first, it's comfortable to look at. Huang Base came out of the house and saw the two of them cleaning, and also picked up the hose and rinsed the ground. After finishing, the three of them sat in the gazebo, ready to brew rice thin drink. What's for lunch? Yellow Neck rubbed his stomach and came out of the house and blurted out. Just fix something to eat. Huang Bei smiled and said, let's drink some rice thinning first, and make a cup for you too. Oh, this stuff is good, especially suitable for youngsters like us, to nourish the stomach. Huang Bei clenched his right hand into a fist and threatened, don't make me beat you. Gradually, everyone woke up as well. This weather is good, do you guys want to go fishing? Yellow Base suddenly asked. The sky was drizzling, and this weather was just right for fishing. Didn't we catch a lot yesterday? Hotbot asked with a crooked head. This catching and fishing are not the same. Suja softly said. Are there fish in that small river? Wang Sun looked toward a river in the distance. Throwing you in wouldn't even be enough to feed the fish. Huang Base laughed and scolded. Hejong also said, how about we hold up a small boat, you guys fish, and I paint. That's fine. So poetic? On this morning, there was no more work to do, and everyone was just having fun, and after lunch, a group of people would also leave the mushroom house. This also included Suja's 4 resident guests. Chapter 129. You can pick up girls, but you can't fish. Riverside. Suja, Hot Bar, Huangbo, Piggy, and Wang Sun were all on the bank, and they were holding fishing rods, bamboo baskets, and plunge nets, ready to fish. Hejong, Huangba, Zhou Xingqi, and Yu Hui are on a small boat for sightseeing and painting. This kind of life also made the audience in the live broadcast room envious for a while. When Suju and the others arrived at the river, there was already an old man fishing, and the harvest was quite good. Suja naturally recognized this old man, and he greeted him with a smile. Grandpa Wang, fishing so early? This weather is good today. Grandpa Wang smiled back, took a look at Suja. Several people brought his equipment, nodded his head and said, the equipment is quite complete, which can be compared to the old master. We are amateurs, but also want to. And the old master, you ask for the scriptures. Yellow Neck had a good attitude, and the old master laughed heartily at this. Did you catch all of these? Wang Sun saw that there were plunge nets in the river with many fish in them, which were obviously old master Wang's trophies. Yeah, you guys can take a look. As soon as the old master lifted the coping net up, the bottom of the net was full of fish. Wow, if we can catch 2 or 3 of these today, it's all enough. Hot Bar was drooling at the thought of the flavor of yesterday's braised fish. They had caught quite a few yesterday, but they were small, and Hejong was already preparing to sun-dry them into salted fish. Why don't you guys take a few back? The old man was generous, saying that he was going to give away a few fish. No, we'll just invite the scripture, we caught them ourselves, and they smell good to eat. Yellow Neck hurriedly waved his hand. You guys are asking the right person. Master Wang made a contemplative look. He said, back then, I was looking to buy a fishing rod to play, only less than $100, and then one after another to buy a plumbing net, support, loaded with fish frames, bought a fishing rod bag, bought some accessories, bought a variety of fish feed, a variety of types of rods, a variety of models, a variety of types of accessories, from the small stools to reclining chairs, from straw hats to umbrellas, from bicycles to vans. Suja gave a thumbs up. Grandpa Wang is professional. Hey, nothing, just take it as a potter. Grandpa Wang waved his hand and smiled. Come over here, I'll teach you to pot on the bait. If a fish takes the bait, never lift the rod too hard, but be fast, and once you lift the rod, don't let go. The old man was teaching seriously, and the few people were also listening attentively. Suja suddenly asked, Grandpa Wang, I heard Auntie Lee say that you became a millionaire through fishing. Are the prizes for this fishing competition so generous? Huang Nek and the others all stared straight at the old man, not realizing that this was a fishing expert. Elder Wang froze, his hand holding the fishing rod trembled as he smiled bitterly. The prize money is quite high. I used to be a multi-millionaire. Suja. Hot Bar. Yellow Neck and King's training, it's quite costly. Everyone was flashed to the waist by the bend. Master, there's a story. Master Wang laughed bitterly. As the saying goes, fishing is poor for 3 years, playing with birds ruins your life. Both of us have accounted for it. Suja gave a thumbs up. Life goes on, fishing goes on. Wang Sun sighed, looks like it's better when I don't learn how to fish. Little Jizzy. Hot Bar suddenly shouted. What's wrong? Suja turned his head with a puzzled face. In the future, you can drink and bungee jump and pick up bars, but no fishing. Hot Bar said seriously, even if you pick up girls, I don't care about you, but no fishing. Suja. Everyone. Come on, start fishing. Dump the rod, sit in the little chair, and wait for the fish to take the bait. Hotba grabbed the rod with both hands and looked left and right from time to time, and was relieved to see that no one had a fish on the hook. There was still a chance for this first place. But it wasn't long before Suja harvested his first fish, which was quite fat. "It's so big!" Hot Fence exclaimed. Yellow Neck was also a bit envious, "Enough for us to eat a meal." "Ah, good luck." Suja was also very satisfied. When he was a child, he loved to fish in the river after it rained because the reservoir in the village would wash down quite a few fish. In the distance, a small boat rested in the middle of the river. On the small boat, Huang Base clasped the back of his head with both hands, lying on the small boat, enjoying the warmth and coolness of the river breeze. Hejeong, on the other hand, was drawing a picture, and on the picture was clearly the moment Suja lifted the pole, unusually handsome. Hot Bar on the side looked at Suja with a puff of air. Yellow Neck, Piggy, and Wang Sun, as well as the old man, were all in the painting. Yu Hoei's eyes widened as he praised, "Mr. He, this painting skill is awesome." Hejeong smiled and said, "He used to be great at drawing and won first place before he was guaranteed a place in high school, and he was also guaranteed a place in high school when he moved up to Northwestern." "Awesome." Zhou Xingqi gave a thumbs up. Hejeong covered his mouth and laughed. "Oh yo, accidentally said it." This look of being beaten up did not make people feel disgusted, but instead felt amused. Little by little, time passed, Hejeong's painting was finished and they decided to go back to the mushroom house. As for Suju and the other fishing party on the shore, their buckets were full of fish at the moment, and their harvest was full. The millionaire old man had already retired early, and Suju and the others had had their fill and were ready to retreat. Yellow Neck put all the fish in the net into the bucket, and Suju and Hot Bar put away their fishing rods. Everyone divided up the work, and in no time at all, they packed up their things and went home. Mushroom house. "Oh, these fish are huge. How about a whole fish feast at noon? This can be had. In that case, Chi and I will prepare the meal. Master Star and Neck, you choose some seeds and go plant them in your own land." "Good." A morning passed by so quietly. The time had come for everyone to really part ways. After lunch, everyone packed their bags and began their journey home. Before leaving, Zhou Xingqi also chatted with Suja for a long time. The implication was simply that he hoped both parties would finalize the contract as soon as possible and put the dubbing on the schedule. Suja naturally nodded in agreement. Parting was imminent, and everyone was reluctant to part. But we all know that this separation is for a better meeting next time. See you all later. See you at the mushroom house. Take care, everyone. Keep in touch. Definitely. Chapter 130 Advertisement Endorsement. Magic City International Airport. Suja and Hot Bar were heavily armed, their sunglasses and masks covered tightly, but they were still recognized by fans and the media. This is the first time this pair has appeared in the public eye since they announced their romance. No one would argue with the fact that they are the hottest people these days. The airport had long been equipped with dozens of security personnel to protect the two. However, the fans around them were too enthusiastic and almost dispersed the security personnel. The media naturally wanted to interview Suja. After all, he was the most popular these days. Even Hot Bar, one of the four little flower girls, was no match for Suja. "Suja, I heard that you're going to work with Master Star, is that true? Did you and Hotba go on a honeymoon before? Are you guys ready to have kids? I heard that you recently set up a studio. Is this because you're dissatisfied with the current entertainment company so you're setting up your own business? Please talk about your thoughts on Rising Sun Entertainment." Uncountable questions were thrown at Suja all in one brain. Suja stood and looked at the media, smiling and asking them to come over a little. The media were delighted and hurriedly brought their microphones over to Suja. Hot Bar pulled Suja, signaling him to calm down and not fall into the media's trap. Suja gently squeezed Hotba's hand and said into the microphone, "For all these questions of yours, I can answer them in 2 sentences." 2 sentences? That's no less than 100 or 80 questions. How do you answer them in 2 sentences? No comment? The fans on the sidelines were getting anxious, so Tetsuko shouldn't fall into the trap set by the media. After a pause, Suja said, "First of all, to answer the romance question, what business is it of yours?" The media stalled and the fans laughed. "Ha, that answer show. Yes, it's none of your business. People are in a good relationship, don't do nothing about it." "Interesting." Suja added, "Next is the question about Rising Sun Entertainment. I would like to ask you guys, what does Rising Sun Entertainment have to do with me?" Snap. Fans kept clapping. The answer, absolutely. Of course, when Suja said these 2 words, he was only targeting some of the media that had set him up, and for some of the friendly media, he still felt the need to maintain good relations. So, Suja said, "How about this? We've just finished recording the program and we're tired, so let us go back and rest first. I have quite a few media friends' phone numbers in my hand. Can we make an appointment then?" After giving the stick and the dates, Suja's hand was very clever. Many of the media also chose to retreat. Suja had said so. They naturally had to give face as well. Not only did stars need to maintain good relations with reporters, but in turn, so did reporters. Where else would first-hand information come from? Do you really rely on a doorway? How many can you squat for, and for how long? The media dispersed, and the fans heard Suja say that he was tired, and didn't force the two of them to sign a photo, but quietly watched Suja leave with a hot fence. After leaving the airport hall, Hot Bar reluctantly parted with Suja. Hot Bar got into Joshing Media's nanny car and went back to the company. Suja, on the other hand, took his own phaeton and returned to the studio. Now that car has become the studio's bus. The car. Suja met Shin Yuchi, who hadn't seen him for a long time. This girl was much more capable than before, and had more than a hint of a strong woman's temperament. Little brother Shin Yuchi smiled sweetly. Then her hands rubbed Suja's temples. Tough on you. Originally, Suja wanted to refuse, but he was really tired these past few days, and without realizing it, he fell asleep, half of his body leaning on Shin Yuchi. So handsome, ah. Shin Yuchi looked infatuated. She had an urge to kiss, but she was afraid. Whatever, kiss it. Shin Yuchi turned her head and got a peck on Suja's cheek. But at this time, Suja happened to open his eyes. Wide-eyed. Shin Yuchi's face reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shin Yuchi cried out. Why was she caught doing something bad? This stretch of road, it's quite bad. Suja smiled and said, I've driven this road before, it's not good. Right. Shin Yuchi went down the steps and said to the driver, Master Chen, drive slower next time you're here. Master Chen, who was driving seriously, was confused at this moment. This road has just been repaired, where is it bad? But he still should be down. It didn't take long for Suja to arrive at the studio. The studio's current size was more than double that of before Suja left. But Shin Yuchi had everything in order. In the office, Suja said heartily, during this period of time, it's been hard on you. One sentence of hard work and you want to dismiss people? Shin Yuchi pouted. Then I'll treat you to a big meal? Suja laughed. Treat me alone? Shin Yuchi was delighted and asked again, it's not a reunion, right? The group building invites everyone and then invites you alone once, is that okay? Suja picked up the document on the table and read it. Great. Shin Yuchi's heart was filled with happiness. She had worked so hard just for a praise from the man in front of her. At this moment, it was already satisfied. Milkshake, Sprite, Addy? Suddenly, Suja asked, endorser, me? These 3 advertisements have already been negotiated, and the shooting will officially start next month. I've already arranged the schedule. Shin Yuchi nodded her head and added, Director Heejin called me and said that he contacted the publisher. When will your fairy tale collection be written by brother Xiaoxia? The draft was put at home a long time ago. Suja lied, he actually didn't write it, but it could be redeemed from the system. That's fine, the royalties are already being negotiated, they've almost been negotiated, now it's just a disagreement on how many copies of the first printing. Then talk slowly, there's no rush. Suja smiled, waiting for the parents to make trouble for a few more days. This collection of his stories would be worth even more. By then the publisher would be even more anxious. That's what I think, we've had quite a few publishers contact us in the past few days, we don't have to worry at all. Shin Yuchi's face was filled with pride for Suja. Chapter 131 Beaming and Scissorhands. The 2 days after returning to Magic City, Suja spent in the studio. His young girlfriend, Hotpa, was also busy auditioning for commercials, and the two could only solve the pain of missing each other through their cell phones. This is also the time when the two of them will feel how wonderful the life staying in the mushroom house is. But now, not being able to go back yet, they had spent their days like years. Studio, Suja's office. Suja was sitting in his boss chair, bored and brushing his Weibo. The Weibo hot searches for the past 2 days were still dominated by Suja. Yesterday, Suja accepted many media interviews and exclusive interviews in the studio. At the beginning of the night, the entire internet was covered with news of Suja. Suja and Hot Bar's romance. Suja's collaboration with Star. Suja will be attending Jie Zhang's concert as a guest. The spokesperson of Xiang PPO Milk Tea, the spokesperson of Adi, and the spokesperson of Sprite. This series of news directly blew through the entire internet. The news in here, if it were any other star, don't take more than one, just take up one, can make them dream and wake up laughing. But Suja, all in one pot. Suja is hanging on, right? The spokesperson of 3 big brands. It's a big deal. How much is this? I'm most looking forward to the dubbing of Journey to the West, I hope it's on the schedule. Zhang Jie's concert? Grass not told earlier. Can't buy tickets now. Upstairs, tickets for Zhang Jie's concert, the front row ones have been speculated to sky-high prices. Countless netizens began to discuss Suja. This man was a bit powerful. Of course there were spammers, but in front of Suja's huge fan base, these spammers were turned into dregs in minutes. Of course, this was already yesterday. As for today's hot search, Suja also took it. The reason is also very simple. Dragging the blessing of children and parents, Suja's fairy tale was topped on the hot search. As the recording of Aspire was suspended, Suja naturally had no way to tell fairy tales to the children live. But Suja also thought of a way, that is to record video, put on their own microblogging, for these parents to download. The effect, surprisingly good. No, the hot search took it without any pressure. Mr. Suja, I beg you to come out with a collection of fairy tales. I'll buy it for any amount of money. These stories are not only interesting, they're also very educational. Now that's what you call a fairy tale. My kids are clamoring to hear them every day. Now I love these stories too. My son tells them to me every night, and he cries when I clamor for a new story for him every day. Suja, the king of fairy tales. In the office, Suja browsed through the comments and smiled with satisfaction at all of them. The hotter this microblog is, the better the publicity will be, and when the fairy tale collection is launched, it will definitely explode. This is another revenue generator for the studio. Just as Suja was thinking, a ding-dong sound came from his computer. When he opened it, it was a message from Song Zur asking for help. Cute Zur, brother Xiaoxia, can you fix computers? Suja crackled a bunch of text. That must be, what's wrong with your computer? Lovely Zur, I don't know, it just blue screened. I see, so do you know what it says? After sending this text, Suja thought about it and felt that Song Zur shouldn't be able to read it, so he sent, forget it, just send over 2 pictures. As a technical geek, fixing computers was simply not too easy for Suja. As long as Song Zur sent the photos over, he would know what went wrong. However, Suja still didn't wait for Song Zur's reply. Just as he was about to ask, a series of messages came from his computer. Suja was confused. Because the photo Song Zur sent was actually a cute photo of herself acting cute and beaming with scissors. It was 3 in 1 post. Simply adorable. Is that enough? When posting this, Song Zur also attached a shy emoji. She was actually a bit shy as well, not realizing that she had to send a photo when looking for brother Xiaoxia to fix her computer. So she searched, and found 3 good-looking and cute inventory, and sent them to Suja in a brain. Seeing that Suja didn't reply, she thought it wasn't enough, so she took 2 more on the spot and sent them over with the caption, is that enough? 5 should be enough to fix it, right? Suja. This girl, why is she so cute? In the end, it was Suja who made a phone call over, which elaborated on the problem. Song Zur's face was bashful red. How did she know that she had misunderstood? Then, can that photo be returned to me? Song Zur was dying of shame. It's okay. Suja smiled and said, I'll send it to you when I save it. Song Zur. This phone call was actually a long conversation. Song Zur hadn't seen Suja for a long time and had endless things to say. If it wasn't time to eat, Song Zur would probably be able to talk until the afternoon. Hanging up the phone, Suja didn't have time to put down his cell phone when the ringtone rang again. The one who called this time was He-jin. The purpose of his call was also simple. The first is to ask Suju and the publisher to talk about where, after all, the person is his contact, he asked should also. Secondly, there are some let Suja crying and laughing. It turns out that He-jin saw that Suja's microblogging publicity ability was so strong that he asked him to advertise the second installment of Looking Forward. Suja naturally wanted to help with this favor. It was not only helping He-jin, but also helping himself. Suja also almost forgot that it turned out that tonight was the time for Xiang Xiang to air. Chapter 132, A Miracle Created by Suja. 9 o'clock at night. Mango Channel, the second installment of Xiang Xiang 2 was aired on time. The opening song, still familiar sound, familiar melody. Suja's singing voice, really can't get enough of it. I've been waiting for the second installment for a long time. I heard that at the end of the program, Suja made the ultimate must-have move. That's where Suja's superb mimicry ability comes from, isn't it? The pop-ups had gone wild. The show has begun. This installment picks up where the first one left off. Zhang Jia has come to the show and everyone is eating dumplings in the gazebo. Hot Bar also found the dumplings and she wants to eat Suja. Next, something hilarious happened. The masterful duel between the 2 men, Sazi and Hotba, made everyone laugh. Can I eat on an empty stomach? Pro, this side suggests that you have some NWT to cushion your stomach first. This Sandy repartee, however, made everyone laugh like a little cutie. And then the next thing you know, Kim Winky arrives, and as soon as he does, he tears down the door to the mushroom house. And then came Uncle Horse and Uncle Jr., which made everyone first burst out laughing. This little short movie, in fact, has been on fire on the internet for a long time. That magical hollow ear has also become fodder for countless ghost enthusiasts. Only the second half of Suja's serious singing did not circulate. Those who knew about it were limited to the netizens who were watching the live broadcast at the time. There were many others who, even if they knew there was a second half, they had never heard it with their own eyes. High energy incoming. Get ready at the front. High energy. Prepare to tremble, mortals. A gift from God. How many times have I asked myself, why was I born, why do I exist? Suja's sudden seriousness stopped everyone's laughter. This song, so pure, so beautiful. In the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at Suja in the picture. Scalp numbness. Goosebumps all over. Someone's on their knees. Heavenly music. Ooh ah. The dolphin sound appeared at first. Everyone's going crazy. This amazing dolphin sound, stunning time, shocking people. The pop-ups instantly exploded. This is it. I've waited so long, and it's finally here. It's so good it sounds explosive. I'm on my ing knees. It's too gripping. Suja is awesome. At this moment, everyone understood why Zhang Jie held Suzhou in such high esteem, even inviting him as the guest of honor for his concert. It wasn't because of He Jion. Rather, it was Suja's strength that impressed Zhang Jie. No wonder every time an interview was conducted and a reporter asked Zhang Jie who the singer he admired the most was, he would always answer it was Suja. This strength, this singing ability, Suja should have an unrivaled position in the music industry. Finally, the program ended with Jin Wenqi's gentle singing. But everyone's shock was far from dissipating. Weibo, Suja's amazing dolphin sound, instantly squeezed into the hot search, successfully taking out Suja's fairy tale. Posting bar, countless science postings about the dolphin sound appeared. It was at this time that everyone realized just how powerful Suja was. In the entire world, there were less than 5 people with Suja's attainments. What's more, some people had uploaded this amazing singing of Suja's to the tubes. Instantly, all the foreigners were dumbfounded. Who doesn't know this Vita's star? But who is Suja, who sings even more than Vita's? Amazing. It's the voice of God. My God. What kind of monster is this? This man, he's stronger than Veritas. He comes from the mysterious East? Tet. Oh my God, this man is my lifelong idol. Countless foreigners, at this moment, listened and knelt down. Suja silently surprised the world. A voice like that is the best gift God has ever given to mankind. The video of Sazi's version of Stars on the Oil Pipe had over 100 million views overnight. Every foreigner remembered such a siren-like voice. Every foreigner, too, remembered such a name. The Son of God from China, Suja. Xiancheng, Mango Channel, Aspire Program Group. He Jin had been confused, the video on the oil pipe was actually uploaded by him. But he never expected that Suja actually caught fire on Mars overnight. The speed of this fire is comparable to sitting on a rocket. When he woke up, his private messages on his tubing account blew up. The video had 130 million views. 12 million likes. Comments, up to hundreds of thousands. Such an achievement, it's an explosion. In particular, quite a few of the big V's he knew from the oil pipe actually requested to befriend under his video as well. There were also quite a few people who were well-known foreign music gurus. What true artists these are. They're all gathered now on Hajin's tube review. Their purpose was also simple, they wanted to know everything there was to know about Suja. Some even claimed that as long as they knew the address, they would immediately fly to China. Saying that they want to visit the master. Su Young, a master? He Jin sucked in a mouthful of cool air, that pussy is a paragraph player. Suja, that powerful? Li Zhejiu was also dumbfounded. We all underestimated him. He Jin shook his head and smiled bitterly. They had always thought that Suja was powerful enough and was already hot enough. But they never expected that the miracle that Suja had created was even more astonishing than what they had imagined. The ratings of the second phase of the Yearning also came out, and the status of super phenomenal variety show is considered to have been stabilized. The future is still crushing all the rivals, and the same period is invincible. And now, countless advertisers have already begun trying to take the exclusive title of the third installment. After all, it might be cheaper to take it now, and when Suja was on fire to the heavens, the cost of that title? I can't imagine. Chapter 133: A mudslide in the entertainment industry. On YouTube, all the foreign netizens were dumbfounded. Last night, a video of a cover of Stars was uploaded to the night. As of 10 o'clock this morning, the number of plays had exceeded 200 million. The cover version of Stars was released less than a day ago, and on the first day it broke the record for the highest number of plays in a single day on YouTube. Since its upload, Suja's version of Stars is the fastest video to reach 150 or 200 million. And the numbers continue to grow. So far, Sazi's version of Stars has become the most popular video in over 40 different countries. YouTube has blown up with the fire started by Suja, and some experts predict that this fire will continue for a long time to come. Even Vitas liked it and posted, "I hope we can talk to each other." It's a very short few words, but it's making waves in the world. The media from various countries have focused their attention on China and Suja's body. A forum. My God, Suja is on fire abroad? That video has been breaking records since it was uploaded. It seems like the most powerful video last time was C.U. again. Do you guys think it's possible for Suja to take down this music video? Impossible, right? Is it possible? It's definitely possible. At this moment, the media were also like sharks that smelled blood, targeting Suja again. On this man, there really was never a shortage of topics of conversation. There were even media outlets that had set up specialized interview teams, targeting Suja. They wouldn't stop until they interviewed him to death. Kamuang Mansion, office. Suja went back to the studio early, even though he didn't have much work to do. After returning to the office, Suja's phone calls never stopped. All of Suja's close friends sent him their blessings. The studio's customer service girls answering the phone has also received soft advertising endorsements, program invitations to have commercials, invitations to the theater, a mess of all. Business department, again have a busy. Suja enjoys the leisure time at this time. After all, after a while, he may have to fly all over the country. It wasn't allowed to say that he would have to go abroad as well. Suja himself did not expect that he actually fired to go abroad. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded on the door, and immediately afterward, Shen Yuchi walked in with a step. Boss, it's time to depart. Shen Yuchi walked in front of Suja and smiled. Alright, let's go then. Suja got up and then asked, our own recording studio, how long will it take before we can use it? Next week. Shen Yuchi smiled flirtatiously and said, the recording studio's equipment is all top of the line, and it takes time to procure it. That's okay. Suja nodded his head, he didn't have time next week, or else he wouldn't need to go to Cool Cat's site to record the song today. However, Suja and Cool Cat were old friends, and going to record songs for a few songs was still welcomed by Cool Cat. It was still the same low-key luxurious phaeton with substance, and Suja could clearly see through the rearview mirror that the vehicle behind him was far away from him. Cool Cat music. This time, Lu Changyung didn't come down to pick up Suja again. After all, people are also busy, they can't put down all their work to receive Suja. Reception of Suja is a vice president of the Cool Cat, can see the Cool Cat to Suja's degree of importance. The recording of the song also went quite smoothly. This time, the songs that Suja was going to record, in addition to a song called Light, he also recorded 2 other songs. Suja had gotten the arrangements done a long time ago and came here to just sing and be done with it. Those 2 songs were actually prepared by Suja for Zhang Jie's concert. Suja hoped that he could give his fans a surprise when the time came. From Chun Yuchi's mouth, Suja knew one thing. Because of Suja's attendance at Zhang Jie's concert, the tickets for the concert had been speculated. Most of the people who bought tickets were Suja's fans. The fans were still so enthusiastic, and he didn't want to chill everyone's hearts. New song, must have 3 songs, all in one afternoon. Just after walking out of the recording studio, Shen Yuchi came in anxiously. Seeing this, Suja asked, what's wrong? A lot of reporters came to the studio, saying they want to interview you. Shen Yuchi said helplessly. Didn't we just finish the interview yesterday? It seems like it's because Stars is on fire, so they want to interview it again. Shen Yuchi explained. Find a reason and send them away, just say I went on vacation. Suja rubbed his temples and had a bit of a headache. If he agreed every time, in the future, this group of reporters shall not go to heaven? Good, I'll go and make arrangements. Shen Yuchi nodded her head and turned around to leave the recording studio. Vice President Lee, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. I've only heard of Stars begging for interviews with reporters. Where is Suja like this? He's kicking the reporter out? Aren't you afraid of being written up and losing the heat? But then he thought, this person in front of him is Suja. This all makes sense. Vice President Lee gave a thumbs up. Mr. Su, young and talented na. Mr. Lee is too kind, I can't help it. I have to catch my breath even if I hang myself, don't I? Suja smiled. Then let's eat here tonight? General Manager Lu has already said that he will host a banquet for Mr. Su tonight. Vice President Lee issued an invitation. That would be great. It's been a long time since I've seen Brother Lu. Suja smiled and nodded, then picked up the monitor and listened carefully to the song he had just recorded. 8 p.m. Without warning, the major entertainment channels released a video interview. The subject of these interview videos was Suja. This was Suja's first interview with the mass media. In an instant, it attracted the attention of countless people. But the next thing that happened was a series of bursts of laughter. Everyone could clearly see the helplessness in the reporters' eyes, and their expressions of deadpan laughter. This exclusive interview, too, was too interesting. Suja is simply a mudslide in the entertainment industry. Countless netizens had this one thought rising in their minds. Chapter 134 Seating Shower. On the screen, Suja was sitting on a sofa, and there were densely packed microphones stacked in front of him. With this look, it looks like he's taking the media by the scruff of the neck. After the introductions, the interview officially began. Reporter, may I ask if she's been good to you since you got together with Hotba? Suja, Hotba was especially mean to me before, as we all saw in the program, right? That's why I let her learn Shotokan and Judo. Reporter, and now? Suja, now it's nice to me, and even bowed to me before hitting me. Reporters? All the people dead stifled laughter. This ing they are here to interview not to listen to the paragraph cannot be serious? All the netizens who were watching the video, at this moment, also laughed into a little cute. Pa laughing my ass off. Heartbroken little Tetsuko, ha. Run while you're bowing. The pop-ups, again, surged up like mad. The interview, still continuing. The reporter started asking questions again. This time it was a reporter from Penguin Entertainment, who was an old acquaintance with Suja. This reporter thought, since Suja doesn't want to answer the question about his feelings, then I'm interviewing him about his debut experience, so I should cooperate, right? So this beautiful reporter asked, "Can you share with us what successes and shortcomings you've had over the years since your debut?" Sure enough, after hearing this question, Suja sat upright and thought for a moment before returning. "I've summarized my successes over the years of debut with." Everyone listened attentively. This is the key point, circled, to be tested. Suja continued, "Downloaded successfully, logged in successfully, paid successfully, swiped successfully. The biggest deficiency. Balance is insufficient. Put. Penguin Entertainment's beautiful reporter was in the wind. This. Who is this supposed to be funny?" The reporter on the scene couldn't help but laugh out loud, then the whole room burst into laughter. After laughing for a period of time, everyone slowed down. "Suja 100 bored," he said. "Maybe it's the first time to be interviewed. I want to go to the toilet." Reporter. "Ha ha ha." Another burst of laughter. This man, he was too straight. Not long after, Suja once again returned to the parlor to continue the unfinished interview. Another reporter wasn't afraid to die and asked, "Excuse me, Suja, do you think a good husband should have a picture of his wife in his wallet?" As soon as the question came out, everyone looked at Suja with eyes like they were watching a good show. This question had a sting to it. If you're not careful, you're going to get your ass kicked. But Suja, he's afraid? I think this sentence is wrong. Suja shook his head, not agreeing with this idea. Everyone's eyes raised. "Hey, there's something to write about." As the conversation turns, Sazi says, "A good husband shouldn't have his own wallet." Flabbergasted. Froze for a few seconds. The room erupted in applause. The vast number of female journalists, from the bottom of their hearts, applauded. The male reporter who had just asked the question silently touched the wallet in his pocket and sighed. "What kind of question did I ask with this damn mouth? In the future, does this wallet still belong to him?" The video pop-ups, they've blown up. What a painful realization. The wallet is ready. May I ask where the wife will receive it? Full of desire to survive, ahaha. Suja smiled faintly. "Is there anything else you want to ask? If not, I'll leave. Yes. Yes, haha, let me laugh first. The nature of this interview has changed. It's not like an interview. It's more like a comedy." A reporter asked, "Suja, a fan of our newspaper wrote to me privately, saying that he wanted to ask you a question. He said that he made his girlfriend angry because of playing games. What should he do?" "This is simple." Suja said easily. "When he plays the game next time, slam the keyboard to the ground, calm her down, end of story." The reporter asked in confusion, "What if he can't be subdued?" "Can't? Get a new one." Suja said. Reporter, "A new keyboard?" Suja wiggled his fingers. "A new girlfriend." The reporter's face was suffocated into a pig's liver color as he held back his laughter and asked, "But that male fan doesn't want to change his girlfriend. He loves her very much." "Young man." Suja scared. "That's easy too, just go down to the keyboard and finish." The pop-up screen exploded again. 666. Show. Give show a seat. Haha, it's really going to be a laugh. The bursts of laughter never stopped. It wasn't just the reporters who laughed, the employees of Suja's studio also laughed until their stomachs cramped in the office. They hadn't thought that their family boss, actually, was a mudslide. If you were any other star, a question like that would be in your face in minutes. Suja is good, either Black Hot Fence, or Black himself, such a mudslide, who has seen. But it is this kind of Suja that so many people like him. Not the slightest bit pretentious, handsome when he should be, and when he should be humorous, he can make people laugh until they twitch. This video, too, has turned countless passers-by into fans. Home. Suja was lying on the couch, his cell phone on the coffee table, on speaker. "Suja. Get this straight, when did I learn judo to beat you up?" "Aha, and you want a new girlfriend? I'm going to beat you up. Explain yourself to me." Suja changed to a comfortable position and said, "Then listen to me explain it to you." "No, listen. I won't listen. Coincidentally, I don't intend to explain either." Suja smiled. His girlfriend is not there. Can't hit me, that's how skinny. "Suja, I'll tell you what, when we go to the mushroom house, just wait for me." "Humph." Suja huffed. This man, just to be beaten. There's also a keyboard to be prepared. I've recently learned a few new dishes, would you like to eat them? Hot bar. Backbone won't allow me to stoop to my level. Think. Well, Hotba decided to bow down to the forces of evil, she could never fight Saz. Then you call out to your husband to hear it. No. Ugh, it's a shame that I have no one to taste those dishes. Hubby,